In a luxurious hall filled with countless nobles, a young boy was placed on a table, and in front of him lay 4 different weapons. Today was an extraordinarily special day for the child, as his choice of weapon would determine the path his future would follow. Under the curious and expectant gazes of the crowd, the boy slowly moved toward the 4 weapons. However, what happened next defied everyone's expectations. As he approached, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a radiant light, causing his parents to exchange puzzled glances. Yet very quickly, the answer became clear to all. This phenomenon proved that the boy before them was a true prodigy, a supreme genius capable of mastering any path. The boy himself understood this well, for he carried memories from a past life. To tell this story properly, one must go back to a certain moment on a battlefield. A thought echoed within. I once believed that someone like me, with awakened and flourishing talent, would take root on the battlefield and begin a new life. In that new life, I could create the family I had always desperately longed for. But I was wrong. Amid the desolate scene, a voice filled with admiration rang out. Truly tenacious. It's been a long time since someone made me swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you the famous Eric, the rising talent of the battlefield? Before the speaker stood a young warrior, Eric, his left arm severed and his breath ragged from blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing the man's words, Eric thought to himself, he knows me. I never imagined I would feel joy because of that. With this thought, he gritted his teeth, propped himself up with his sword, looked up at his opponent, and greeted him. Haha, what an honor it is to be recognized by you, Duke Thurman. Eric belonged to the Draenic Empire. Before him stood Duke Boost Thurman, who noticed the young warrior's recognition of his name. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he asked, "Oh, you know my name? Of course. Who hasn't heard of you? One of the 6 hexagonal knights of the Altan Empire. Your name alone carries enough weight to feel the pressure of the Black Wave in just one day on this battlefield. You, sir, hail from the Althian Empire." Duke Boost Thurman, returning to the older man. Upon hearing Eric's words, Duke Thurman felt a trace of admiration for the young warrior. So, even knowing who I am, you still chose to face me. It would be a shame to cut down such a talent so early, he remarked thoughtfully. Tell me, would you surrender? Offering Eric a rare chance at life. The Duke waited for an answer, but in response to this golden opportunity, Eric merely glanced aside and shook his head. It's clear to me, Eric whispered. I was born on the battlefield, and so I shall die here as well. With those words, he lifted the sword planted in the ground and swung it with all his might, sending a violent gust that shook the air and scattered objects around them. The sheer force cleared the area, creating an empty space between the 2 combatants. Duke Thurman, watching the expression on Eric's face, fell silent before speaking in a calm yet somber tone. Even so, I can still see regret in your eyes. You would have been a formidable opponent if you had a bit more time. Still, since this is your choice, I hope that in your next life, you will let go of your regrets. As he spoke, Thurman's sword began to glow with a powerful aura, and he charged straight at the young warrior. Their blades clashed a final time. In just a few swift strikes, the battle came to its inevitable conclusion. Eric's past. My mother was a young war widow, a refugee who left me behind in this chaotic world before she drew her last breath. Everyone knows what fate awaits an orphan child. Eric had wandered the blood-soaked fields of war, surviving in solitude, doing whatever it took to stay alive. At 14, he was sent to his first battlefield. It was there that his talent awakened, and the mana core in his heart elevated his movements and senses beyond anything he had ever known. One day, a superior officer said to him, "Commander Eric, I intend to recommend you for the upcoming Special Knight appointment. With your talents, joining the ranks of the Hexagonal Knights is within your grasp." The words made Eric smile faintly. After breaking through to a 4th-tier corps, he had finally earned the chance he had longed for. After this battle, I'll finally find peace, he thought. I'll finally have everything I've ever wanted. But fate had other plans. Duke Thurman appeared. With a single stroke of his blade, Thurman shattered Eric's sword into pieces. in one devastating strike. His weapon pierced Eric's chest. What a shame. Eric thought bitterly as he felt the life drain from him. I wanted to rise higher. I wanted a family. His body was flung backward like a cannonball. And just like that, his dreams crumbled into dust. I thought that was the end. Darkness swallowed his vision completely, until suddenly, a warm, gentle voice broke through the void. Oh, our little Dane is awake. A woman's melodic laughter filled his ears. Such a sweet boy, not crying at all. Oh, these eyes, so bright, so beautiful. This child is truly a gift from the heavens. A beautiful woman with golden hair tenderly touched a tiny hand before her, her voice overflowing with love. Meanwhile, the man beside the woman wore a similar expression. Haha, this boy truly is a great gift from the gods, he said with a wide grin. It was only at that moment that Eric, now Dane, finally became aware of his situation. What? A child? What are they talking about? His face contorted with utter bewilderment as he flailed his tiny arms wildly in confusion. Sensing the baby's distress, the man gently picked him up with a warm smile and spoke to him softly. Eric, you'll grow up to be a great spearman like your father. Me, Arkan Sogria. But just as these words left his mouth, Lady Lily Sogria immediately snatched baby Dane from his arms and snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? Dane will become an amazing assassin. Arkan's face twitched with discomfort. Sweetheart, really? How could you make our youngest son an assassin? That's terrible. A real man wields a spear. It's the most beautiful and perfect form of martial art, he declared, his eyes sparkling with delusions of grandeur. I already told you, being an assassin is far better than being a spearman. Lily retorted firmly. He can hide in the shadows, striking down his enemies without ever being noticed. That's far cooler. She argued passionately. So there you have it, Dane thought, reflecting on his strange fate. I thought it was over, but I've been reborn. Not only that, I was reincarnated into the Althian Empire, my enemy, as the youngest son of a count. And now my new parents are locked in a heated debate over my future. Since I was born late, they seem even more determined to shape me into their successor. Back with the young couple, after a fruitless round of bickering, Arkan sighed in defeat and offered a compromise. Fine, we'll teach him both. Of course, Dane will become an assassin, Lily declared with a triumphant grin. Dane, you'll become a spearman, the best there ever was, Arkan coaxed, his voice full of enthusiasm. He'll be an assassin, Lily reminded him firmly. As they continued their playful banter, the coachman at the front of the carriage turned back to announce, My lord, we've arrived. Arkan blinked in surprise. Already? How quickly time passes. He turned to his wife. Come now, Lily, take my hand. Oh no. What if someone from the city sees us? She whispered, blushing. So what if they do? I just want to hold my wife's hand. There's nothing wrong with that, he replied, his tone teasing yet tender. All right, but be careful, she muttered. As Arkan offered his hand gallantly, he helped her step down from the carriage, prompting baby Dane, snuggled in Lily's arms, to witness their romantic exchange up close. Ugh, what a sickening display, Dane grumbled internally. It's enough to hurt my eyes. Yet as his gaze wandered, taking in the sights around him, his eyes sparkled with growing excitement. Wow, look at how happy he is to be home. Indeed, Arkan agreed. Our little Dane seems delighted. Yes, Dane thought with a grin. If this is my home, then it'll be the perfect place for my talents to soar. And with that, his heart brimmed with anticipation, ready for a fresh beginning. 2 months quickly passed, and by now, young Dane had started to babble a few words, filling Lady Lily with immense joy. Oh my Dane is already babbling, and in response to her words, the protagonist's mouth kept moving nonstop, making sounds like a rapid-fire popping noise. For him, this was quite a new experience. So this is what it feels like to babble. What a new experience, he thought. After all, during his time wandering on the battlefield, he had very little interaction with children. The few children he met were injured, bandaged up, and crying, with no place to go. Many of them cried for their lost parents, eventually succumbing to hunger and vanishing. Compared to that, the Soger's household was a rich and fortunate place, one where he wouldn't starve to death. I've been reincarnated into an easy mode, not into some hellish existence, Dane thought happily. At that moment, his father, Count Sogers, barged in, laughing loudly. Haha, Dane, look here. This is a spear. What do you think? It's long and beautiful, right? The enthusiastic man seemed eager to instill the idea of being a spearman into Dane's mind while he was still young. In response to this, Dane could only give a faint, awkward smile. This man is my father, Arkin Sogers, the strongest level 6 spearman in the kingdom. Dane thought, though he looks so gentle, he's a heroic warrior known as the Green Storm. Meanwhile, Lady Lily, seeing her husband proudly flaunting a weapon in front of their baby son, became quite irritated. She grabbed the spear from him and questioned him. Really? How can you bring such a sharp object into our son's room? In response, Arkin's demeanor became much more subdued. I just wanted to show it to Dane, he said, a bit defensive. I've told you before. Don't do this. If you keep acting like this, I'll start teaching him basic stealth techniques from an early age. Lady Lily replied coldly, which made Arkin break out in a cold sweat. Lady Lily had been the kingdom's best assassin before, so it was clear she meant business. Although Arkin was slightly afraid of his wife, he still managed to muster up some resistance. Come on. Nowadays, who doesn't do this? Even the famous magical families have a staff placed next to their babies when they're born. What's the difference? This spear is sharp, he argued. Lady Lily snapped. A spear compared to a staff? The spear is far sharper. Watching the scene unfold, their son, Dane, could only sigh like an old man in a young body. What a harmonious family, he thought. At this point, Dane became aware of his situation. The reason why both of his parents were so concerned about his future was because both of his older sisters had chosen paths that were completely unrelated to spear fighting or assassination. Time passed quickly, and now, Dane was visited by his 2 older sisters. Look, Dane, if you keep doing this, Tada, your cheeks are going to puff up, the little girl in a red dress said as she did something that caused Dane's cheeks to puff out. After she finished, she couldn't hide her excitement. Look, Dane, you're so cute. Oh my cheeks, Dane thought, screaming internally, his fists clenched in frustration but unable to do anything. Looking at his older sister in the red dress, Dane quickly recalled her identity, Arabella Sogers. Thanks to her magical talent, Arabella had followed the path of magic from a young age. By the age of 12, she had already reached level 3 of a mage. Given that the highest rank for a mage was level 9, Arabella was a genius for surpassing the basic level at such a young age. As Dane remembered this, Arabella placed her hand on his cheek and teased him. Dane, do you want to learn magic with me when you grow up? I study alone every day, and I'm so bored. Hey, don't make that face. Don't tease me, Dane muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, his other older sister spoke up. Summoning magic isn't bad either. Dane turned his gaze to his sister in a blue dress, Claire Sogers. Claire was an excellent summoner, having learned summoning magic at the age of 7. Now, she could control 2 summon creatures at the same time. At first, Dane thought she didn't like him, but it seemed more like she was jealous of him. Recently, she seemed to have warmed up to him. At this moment, Claire gingerly poked his nose with her finger, then quickly withdrew her hand. She gave Arabella a confused look. Why is his nose so soft? Yeah. Hee. Arabella giggled in agreement. Then, Claire mischievously turned to her younger brother and said, Dane, if you also had a talent for summoning, it would be so much fun. I could teach you later. She smiled warmly at him. Before these suggestions, Dane could only smile in his heart. Haha, everyone wants to teach me their talents. My father is a level 6 merchant. My mother is a former assassin who once attempted to assassinate the king. My eldest sister is a genius mage, while my second sister is also a genius summoner. The Sogers family is truly a perfect noble family. Exactly the kind of ideal family I had imagined. So what's the point of revenge in this life? Even though my death was tragic, it was a battlefield. Saying that I will take revenge on those who defeated me is truly laughable. Dane thought in frustration. It seems that at this moment, he had decided to give up on revenge and move on. Returning to the story, very quickly, he was awakened by some arguing in front of him. Merchant skill. You must choose the spear. Arkan shouted. Stealth and assassination are more useful. Lady Lily reminded. At the same time, his two sisters and Arabella Clare also shared their opinions. No magic is the trend nowadays. Summoning skill is also good. Seeing them discussing his future like this, Dane sat quietly on the side and couldn't help but smile lightly. I've always wanted a home. I'm so lucky to have been born here. Thinking of this, the argument started to get louder, making his head ache. Indeed, this is a harmonious family, isn't it? Dane asked himself. Speaking of the Sogers family, the Sogers family has a very special ritual. The ritual of selection. When a child in the family turns 1 year old, many objects are laid out on a table in front of them, and everyone guesses the child's future based on the object they choose. And today is the day Dane turns 1 year old. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday, right? Someone said, and those around him exclaimed in surprise. Has young Master really turned 1 already? Time flies so fast. The young ladies have become summoners and mages. Right. I wonder what young Master Dane will choose, people said with curiosity. After the ritual, we will know soon. Now let's go inside, a certain uncle said with a smile. Shortly after, inside the grand hall, everyone quickly gathered to wait and see what Dane would choose. At this moment, the little lord was placed on the table, and in front of him were 4 items representing different directions. From left to right, a spear, a yellow plate, a small pouch, and a short sword. Looking at these items, the guests around them began whispering among themselves. Oh, this time the young ladies also brought their items. Oh my, how cute. When did they grow up? Turning towards Lily, she whispered to Dane. Dane, just choose what you like. Hearing his mother say this, the protagonist's eyes showed a moment of contemplation. Sigh, what should I do? Surely, everyone expects me to pick their items. Over here, Count Arkan also looked at his son and smiled, as though he was certain of victory. Little Dane will be attracted to Long Way. Long Way was the spear made from the rare Durkan ore. When mana was poured into it, it would become heavy and sharp, just like its owner's mana. It was a mystical magic spear, the one Arkan had used all his life. Choose your father's spear, Dane. Arkan thought to himself. Meanwhile, Lady Lily had already clasped her hands and was praying. The boy is too handsome to be an assassin, but Dane would still choose the dagger. The dagger placed on the table by Lady Lily was called Black Eye, made from Ethrin ore. It contained all the elements in the world and could hold and combine with various poisons. Over here, his older sister Arabella also stared at her younger brother with a confident smile. Dane will definitely become a great mage. Later, he will follow me to the academy. The item she placed on the table was a small spatial pouch, an item that only mages or those with magical talents could use. Little brother, quickly choose my pouch. Arabella thought to herself. On the other side, his sister Claire seemed a bit shy. If Dane knew summoning magic, I would take him flying on a dragon with me. That's my dream. Little brother, Claire silently whispered. The item she placed in front of Lily was a summoning seal. The Summoner's Seal. Summoners use this seal and receive a unique emblem according to their talent, and they can use it to call forth their summoned creatures. Returning to Dane, with his own awareness, he could naturally see and feel the expectant gaze of his family upon him, and the more he looked, the more pressure he felt, to the point where he began to sweat heavily. Oh no, why does it feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Dane sighed deeply, overwhelmed by the pressure. This is such a hassle, but I can't avoid it. What should I choose? He thought to himself. I'll just base it on everyone's expressions and choose. As he thought, he slowly moved forward, deciding to leave his future in the hands of their expressions. Upon seeing him begin to move, the group also got excited. Oh, he's choosing. That's right, Dane. Choose what you want, Arkin called out. But immediately, Lady Lily interrupted. No, the short and sharp one is the most beautiful. Dear, I like that pouch the most. Remember I showed it to you? Right, Dane. Come summon with me. Various coaxing voices began to ring out, giving Dane quite the headache. He hadn't even made his choice yet and was already feeling the pressure. Then, as Dane approached the 4 items, for some reason, all 4 items emitted a brilliant glow, causing his face to freeze for a few seconds in confusion. Huh? What's going on? Wait, what? Behind them, the young couple had no idea what was happening either. What's going on? Lady Lily asked. I don't know either. Arkin shook his head. Meanwhile, the guests around them, witnessing this scene, grew even more excited. Look, all 4 items are reacting. Oh my God, how can this be? It seems like the young master is a genius in everything, someone exclaimed. At the same time, Dane was visibly delighted. Haha, I was already very skilled on the battlefield, but this life really feels like a whole different level. Turning to Arabella, she looked at the situation, and she could only turn to ask her father. Father, what should we do? This has never happened before. Right. I can hardly believe it myself, Arkin responded. Then, the young couple exchanged looks and reached a consensus. Then the 4 of us will teach him together. Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters looked at their parents in confusion. What? All of us? Up front, Dane also burst into a very happy smile. Time passed quickly, and 6 years later, in a certain training session, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. At that moment, Dane was sparring with his father, Arkin, observing his son as he blocked Arkin's attacks. Arkin smiled in satisfaction and said, Well done, Dane. You have completely mastered the techniques I taught you. Thank you, father, Dane quickly replied. Seeing this, Arkin patted his son's head and chuckled joyfully. Good, good. You're truly my son. At the same time, from a distance, a young man dressed like a butler approached, holding a spear. He spoke. Sir, I've brought it. Ah, right on time, Arkin exclaimed as if remembering something. Dane, confused, asked, Father, what's this? That's right. This is your birthday gift. Arkin said, I was going to give it to you at your birthday party, but I wanted to give it to you now instead. Here, take it. I've been preparing this for 2 years. This was a spear crafted by a famous artisan from the capital. Happy early birthday, Dane, Arkin said with a joyful smile as he handed the spear to Dane. Upon receiving the weapon, Dane tossed the spear aside casually and eagerly examined his birthday gift. Thank you, father. I'll take good care of it, he promised. Only when he closely examined the spear did he realize how magnificent it was. It's really amazing. The black body with the silver tip is so beautiful and lightweight, Dane thought to himself. Arkin, noticing his son's reaction, asked, How do you like it? Yes, I really like it, Dane said with a smile. Good. I told them to craft it according to your physique, so just get used to it, Arkin replied. Hearing this, Dane couldn't stop smiling as he swung the spear around happily. While he was still enjoying himself, Arkin suddenly asked, Dane, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? At the question, the young boy paused and thought for a moment before responding. Let's see. The length of the spear helps keep the opponent at a distance, and its small contact area improves its offensive effectiveness. Arkin nodded approvingly. Exactly. But when you reach a certain level, it becomes harder to use than a sword. This is the basic issue with a spear. To attack your opponent, you must maintain a minimum distance. But don't worry, every weapon has its own strengths. Even the sword, a weapon considered perfect, has weaknesses in some situations. Yes, I understand. Father, the young boy nodded. Since you have a new spear now, let me show you something interesting, Arkin said as she began spinning her spear like a fan, creating a gust of wind that spread pressure all around. Dane realized this was the magical power of a level 6 spearman. and the sheer force of the magic radiating out was already overwhelming. He thought to himself, "This is amazing." Then, in Dane's view, Arkan suddenly closed his eyes, spun around, stepped forward, and gripped his spear tightly. With a powerful thrust, the air around the spearhead twisted into a vortex. Dane stood frozen, his mouth agape. "Wow, this is incredible. She's just thrusting the spear forward." Turning to Arkan, the latter pulled his spear back and explained, "The reason the space here is distorted is that I released the magical energy in my body and struck with the spear at the same time. This technique optimizes the core's attributes by concentrating magical energy in one spot." Dane replied, "Yes, I've heard my sisters say that I can surpass my physical limits, and when the number of cores increases, those limits are expanded." He then remembered that in his previous life, he had 4 cores. Meanwhile, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Arkan boasted, "That's right. You catch on quickly. I have 6 mana cores." 6. Dane was stunned, exclaiming, "6?" But he reassured himself, thinking, "If I hadn't died, I would have definitely reached this level." Turning to Arkan, he said, "Why don't you give it a try? Use your new spear. Relax your mind. Forget everything you're thinking, and just thrust the spear forward." "Yes, Father," Dane responded. He then followed his father's advice, taking the stance to strike with the spear, while his mind wandered. "In my past life, after realizing my talent in swordsmanship, I lost interest in spears. I only used them as a backup," he thought. "All right, now it's time to give it my all." As he thought this, he closed his eyes tightly to focus. Watching Dane's form, Arkan nodded in satisfaction, thinking, That's a solid stance. It took me 7 years to perfect this technique, but with Dane's natural talent, I wonder if he'll..." As soon as Arkan thought to himself, his eyes widened in shock. He had just witnessed something astonishing. When Dane thrust the spear forward, the space around the tip of the spear cracked like glass about to shatter. "Dane, how did you do that?" Arkan asked, amazed. "Haha, I'm truly surprised," he added with a laugh. Dane, not hiding anything, openly shared his thoughts. "When I thrust the spear, I focused the mana at one point and transferred it into the spearhead. When the force hit the tip, I cut off the flow." Hearing this, Arkan was even more astonished. "Wait a minute. You focused mana into the spear and cut off the flow? Dane, did you create a mana core?" Dane nodded. "Yes. When I was reading the book on creating mana cores, I tried practicing it, and fortunately, I succeeded," he added confidently, though the truth was, with his knowledge from his past life, creating a mana core wasn't too difficult for him. In fact, he had created one while inhaling mana earlier. Arkan was still in disbelief. "Wait, you created a mana core while reading a book? It seems like our family has truly produced a genius. I could feel it when you were little, but now I can say it for sure, Dane. One day you'll become an extraordinary warrior. You'll amaze me even more in the future." Dane silently smiled to himself, while Arkan, despite his pride, was starting to worry. Could my son really become a summoner, assassin, spearman, or mage? Time quickly passed, and now it was Dane Soger's 7th birthday celebration. The Sogers family gathered, and the party was full of distinguished guests from various noble families. Among the guests was someone familiar from Dane's past life, someone who had once taken him to sell salt. "Haha, Arkan, it's been a long time," a familiar voice called out. Arkan turned around, smiling, and greeted the person. "Duke Bout, how have you been lately?" "Oh, there's no need to be so formal. Just talk like usual." Arkan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. The voice belonged to Bout Thurman, the head of the most powerful family in the Althean Empire, the Thurman family. Turning toward Arkan, at this moment, the uncle quickly rushed toward Bout and whispered, "A lot of people are watching us. I'll act normal later." "Haha, whatever you want." Bout chuckled and then turned to ask, "Where's that kid?" Hearing this, Arkan also turned to call for his son. "Dane, come here and greet Duke Bout." Dane thought to himself, "It's Duke Bout. I didn't expect to run into him here." as he recalled the face of the man who had defeated him in his past life. Afterward, when Dane was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said, "So this is the kid, Dane, the son I always brag about." In response, Dane calmly greeted, "My name is Dane Sogers, sir." Even though on the outside he was polite, inside he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He couldn't suppress his anger when he met the man again. "It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thermion," Dane said, slightly bowing as he greeted respectfully. Seeing Dane's actions, Uncle Bout burst into a hearty laugh. "Your son is well behaved. It seems like he never gives you any trouble. So, he's learning the spear technique just like you?" Arkin nodded and admitted, "That's right." At the same time, a little girl walked up to the group and politely greeted, "Hello, Count Sogers. My name is Layla Thermion. It's an honor to meet you." This red-haired girl was Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of Duke Thermion. After calling the two children over to greet them, the two fathers sent them away. Then, as if thinking of something, Uncle Arkin turned to ask, "I wonder how your wife has been lately?" In response, Bout's face grew a little sad as he said, "I've tried everything, but there's still no progress. You've worked hard, but I'm sure your wife will get better," Arkin said, offering some words of comfort. However, Bout knew that these words were just a form of soothing, and he also reminded Arkin, "If you suddenly don't see me around, I hope you'll understand, as I will have used magic to quickly return to the capital." Then, Bout turned his gaze around and asked, "By the way, where's that boy Dane?" As he spoke, he looked around with his eyes and, without hesitation, praised the main character. "This kid's quite sharp. I want to talk to him a bit more." "Well, I don't know either. I haven't seen Layla around either," Arkin replied. Just then, as Duke Bout glanced out the window, he noticed that, at some point, the two children had made their way out into the garden and smiled. "Looks like the two little ones are bored of the party." Meanwhile, as Layla walked around the garden with Dane, she suddenly smiled and shared openly, "Actually, I don't really like following my father around everywhere, but now I'm happy I came with him." After saying this, she looked at Dane and seemed to ponder for a moment. "Under the moonlight, you look even more handsome." On the other side, Dane, hearing her words, smiled and replied, "That's great. Our territory is a very beautiful and peaceful place." He smiled, but his response seemed to bring up some unpleasant memories for Layla. "It seems like that's true," she said. "There's always something going on in Thermion. Every day the nobles come to meet my father, and sometimes even the royal family shows up. Every time, I have to go greet them. I really hate it. I prefer simple clothes and sword fighting," Layla said, sounding frustrated. It seemed like the constant noble greetings had made a young child mentally exhausted. However, Dane wasn't too focused on this. What caught his attention was Layla's interest in sword fighting. "Oh, so she also practices sword fighting," he thought in surprise. Returning to Layla, feeling a bit awkward, she turned back and asked, "What about you?" I like both places. It's not as lively as the capital, but every day I look forward to training with the spear." Dane expressed his thoughts, which made Layla a little surprised. "The spear," she involuntarily exclaimed, but after recalling Dane's identity, she quickly understood. "Ah, right. I forgot the nickname of Count Sogers is the Green Tornado. I've heard my father talk about how talented you are." Layla paused for a moment and then turned to ask Dane, "So, do you want to join the academy?" In response, Dane simply shook his head slightly. "No, I'm not training with the spear for that reason." "Then why?" Layla asked, surprised. "Isn't training for joining the academy the usual goal? Getting accepted is quite difficult." "You know," she said quickly. At this point, Dane became a little embarrassed, scratching his cheek as he answered, "Well, I want to train so that when I do get there, I can do even better." Layla was truly surprised by his answer and paused for a few seconds. "Huh? But what if you fail?" "Then I'll just try again." Dane shrugged and said, "And if I still fail, I'll consider that path isn't meant for me," he replied, scratching his head. Layla's carefree attitude made her feel a bit worried for him. I don't believe you. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family? Not really, Dane mumbled. Layla then looked at him with a hint of envy. I'm so jealous. In my family, failure is seen as something shameful. Well, forget what I just said. She waved her hand. Seeing Layla act so much like an old person made Dane feel a little pressured. I didn't know you'd worry about things like that, he thought. Sighing, he asked, why are you like that? You seem really good at things. Upon hearing Dane's words, Layla's eyes sparkled with joy, and she eagerly asked, really? So, could you take a look at my swordsmanship? Huh? Your swordsmanship? Dane asked in confusion. Yes. Layla smiled and said, seeing her expectant expression. Although Dane wasn't entirely keen, he still agreed. All right, but just for a bit. On this side, Layla couldn't contain her excitement when Dane agreed, and immediately turned to ask, that's great. So where's your training ground? Come with me. Is it okay for a moment? She thought to herself. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the training ground where Dane often sparred with his father. Now, with a sword in hand, Layla began to demonstrate her swordsmanship for him. Each stroke and powerful thrust were displayed before Dane, causing even a natural genius like him to nod in acknowledgement. Wow, she attacks and defends so gracefully, and her strikes are timed perfectly, Dane thought. But after a while, the rhythm seemed to falter slightly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully with a puzzled look, while Layla, having finished her demonstration, didn't take a break but hurriedly turned to ask Dane, so, what do you think? Very impressive. It was really a feast for the eyes. Dane praised. Really? Layla asked, clearly delighted. Seeing her eager expression, Dane felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, maybe I should tell her. After a moment, Dane spoke up. Yes, but starting from the third stance, it seems you're a half step off. From what I remember, other positions are fine, but you tend to be a half step behind, which throws off the subsequent strikes. As Dane continued, Layla's eyes widened more and more. In the end, she completely froze at his words. Did I come off too bluntly? Dane wondered to himself and awkwardly added, sorry if I upset you. It's just that I haven't seen swordsmanship like that in a long time. Turning back to Layla, it seemed that Dane's criticisms had hurt her pride, so she became determined to show him that she could do better. Is that so? She thought. Well, I haven't shown you everything yet. With that thought, Layla gripped the sword tightly and continued to practice, until her foot caught on something, causing her to lose her balance and crash into Dane, hugging him tightly. Thank you so much, Dane. You really have sharp eyes. Catching the mistake I've been making all this time. I'll remember this, she said, while rubbing her cheek against his, making Dane extremely embarrassed. You're suffocating me, he said awkwardly. And can you put that sword down? He quickly pushed her away, trying to regain his composure. Oh, sorry, Layla exclaimed, before looking at him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Naturally, she had just embraced him out of nowhere, and Dane was flustered, adjusting his clothes. At the same time, it seemed that their disappearance had caused concern among the servants, so they began searching for them. Young Master Dane, where are you? Miss Layla, they called. Hearing this, Layla snapped out of her daze and looked behind her. It seems they're looking for us, she said. We should head back then, Dane responded. As they came into view, the servants sighed in relief. Oh, there you are. We've been looking everywhere for you. The scene shifted to the main banquet hall, where the most important part of the party was about to begin. Lady Lily handed Dane a small wooden box and said, Happy 7th birthday, Dane. Congratulations on receiving your first mana core. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mother and Father. Dane responded softly, and as he opened the gift from Lady Lily, he was slightly surprised. This is a brooch, just like the ones the other girls always show me. Lady Lily smiled and said, Keep it safe, Dane. This brooch will serve as a symbol of your honor and status. As she finished, the guests around them nodded and congratulated him. Happy birthday. Young Master Dane, the youngest of the Sogur's family, is finally officially recognized. You'll become a great person, just like the Count. Upon hearing this, Dane couldn't help but smile. This is the first time I've been praised like this, he thought happily. However, just at that moment, the entire hall began to shake violently, like an earthquake. What's happening? People exclaimed in panic. Damn it, is there an intruder? They all whispered, filled with confusion and concern. Meanwhile, Dane noticed the situation was escalating, so he quickly turned to look at his father. However, as if he had anticipated this, his father calmly said, "Stay calm. No need to panic. It's happening again. I thought we'd have a quiet day today. Can you guess who it is, Dane?" Lady Lily asked playfully, and just as if realizing something, Dane's father's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way," he murmured under his breath. Quickly, a bright light energy began to appear from the ceiling of the grand hall, causing the nobles below to panic and quickly retreat. "What's going on?" someone shouted. And following the gazes of everyone in the room, a red figure leapt out from within the light. "Check the time. Is my sister Arabella late?" Arabella, the eldest sister, smiled as she made her entrance. Upon seeing her, the guests around them widened their eyes in shock. "That's Lady Arabella, isn't it?" someone asked. "It seems like it. She just used teleportation magic." "Wow. I heard you need to be at least level 5 to use a small teleportation gate." They all marveled, praising her. However, Dane, not one for the fanfare, felt a headache coming on. "She's as loud and dramatic as usual," he thought to himself. But there was no time for peace, as a loud scream suddenly rang out from outside. The girls at the window turned pale when they saw something in the sky. "There's a monster up there." "Oh my goodness, it's a wyvern," someone exclaimed. "That's Lady Claire," another person gasped, recognizing the familiar figure. As they looked toward the sky, Lady Claire was riding a wyvern and descending toward the hall. "Looks like I'm late," Claire muttered to herself before quickly landing and entering the grand hall. As she entered, the guests began to whisper to one another. "I heard she's a genius summoner, but controlling a wyvern is quite a shock. Isn't she only 16? Ignoring the murmurs, Arabella smiled and greeted Claire. "You're here." "Yes," Claire replied, and then both of them turned to face Dane. "Happy birthday, Dane," they said in unison. "Happy birthday, Dane," Arabella said, smiling brightly as she handed over her gift. Claire followed suit, offering her own present as well. Seeing the unexpected arrival of both sisters, Dane felt a bit awkward. "Thank you both for coming all the way here to celebrate my birthday," he said, trying to hide his discomfort. "Of course, we had to come," Arabella replied cheerfully. "Now, open your gift. I'm sure you'll like it." Dane's father, Arkin, was so moved by the sight of his two daughters that he nearly shed a tear. "You girls only gave me a letter for my birthday, but you prepared gifts for your little brother," he grumbled, half jokingly, causing his wife to laugh softly beside him. Turning back to Dane, as he opened the gift from Arabella, he found a ring inside. However, something about it seemed unusual. "Sis, isn't this a spatial ring?" Dane asked, eyeing Arabella with a curious expression. He noticed its peculiar design immediately. Arabella, with a proud smile, nodded. "Exactly. I designed it myself. It's enchanted with advanced spatial magic. But, of course, my professor helped make it," she added with a slight boast. "Wow," Dane said sincerely, realizing how difficult it must have been to imbue spatial magic into an object. Even more impressive was the fact that it could withstand such intricate enchantments. The more he thought about it, the more he marveled at how skilled his sister was. "Thanks, sis," he added, genuinely grateful. Arabella, noticing his admiration, quickly took the ring and said, "Give me your hand. I'll put it on for you. Just so you know, I've embedded your genetic code into it, so only you can use it. It's a one-of-a-kind item," she said, beaming with pride. Meanwhile, Lady Lily, overhearing the conversation, walked over to inspect the ring. "Wow, based on the mana wavelength. It looks like it's made with the highest grade magic stone, she commented in awe. Arabella eagerly explained. If you channel some mana into the ring, it will create a small pocket space. That way, you won't have to constantly open and close your storage bag. She seemed quite pleased with her creation, eager to show off its functionality. Hearing this, even Dane, no matter how naive he might have been, instantly understood the immense value of the item in his hand. A treasure like this could only be used by high-ranking individuals on the battlefield, such as noble commanders or powerful mages. Thank you so much, sis. Dane stammered, his eyes wide as he gazed at the ring. I never imagined I would have something like this. However, the surprises weren't over. As Dane began to channel mana into the ring, the space around his hand seemed to warp, as though a subspace was about to form. Don't tell me, Arabella said, astonished. You're opening the subspace faster than I did? Dane, you really are a genius. Dane, now even more amazed, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. This is incredible, he muttered. I never thought I'd be able to use something like this, let alone create a subspace so quickly. Arabella continued to praise him. You two must be ready to handle mana cores and mana rings by now, right? Just then, Claire, noticing the situation, quickly handed over her own gift. Dane, open mine too, she said with a smile. Dane, still in awe of the ring, nodded and quickly opened the new gift. Inside was a strange monster egg. Huh? Why is this egg? He asked, examining it carefully. But before he could continue, Claire's expression changed, and she rushed to warn him. Be careful. It's not just any egg. Her voice grew more serious. It's a summoning egg. I tried summoning Decoron once, and this appeared instead. Dane was taken aback and frowned. What is it? Then, he turned the egg over in his hands. His curiosity piqued, but also a little wary. Claire leaned in closer and whispered, It's a Shu Ma. Unlike summoned beasts, it's a different kind of entity. Once summoned, it can exist forever in this world. It's not like anything you've ever seen before. Dane's eyes widened with realization. I've heard of them, he said quietly, his tone filled with a mixture of awe and fear. A Shu Ma is different from a summoned beast. It can live forever once summoned. That's incredible. Seeing that Dane had understood the gravity of the gift, Claire gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. No one else knows about it. Dane, only you. So keep it a secret until it hatches. Okay. Dane nodded, a smile spreading across his face as he replied. Of course. I'll keep it a secret. The weight of the gift, as well as the responsibility, was now settling on his shoulders. Arabella, noticing that Claire and Dane were whispering to each other for too long, couldn't hold back and yelled, Hey, what are you two whispering about for so long? But Claire, undeterred by her sister's outburst, continued to give instructions to Dane. Remember to channel mana into the egg once in the morning and once in the evening, so it will recognize you as its master. I don't even know when it'll hatch, but this is the best way to care for it. Dane nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll definitely do that. As the conversation unfolded, Lady Lily couldn't help but smile, observing the wonderful gifts. Look at these amazing presents. Dane, your sister's coming back is truly a blessing, she said warmly. Dane, feeling touched, replied, Yes, Mother, it really is a blessing. At that moment, Arkan, the family patriarch, cleared his throat and reminded everyone, All right, my dear daughters, while I'm happy that you're here despite the original plans, shouldn't you greet your parents? Arabella, realizing her lapse, quickly turned to her father. Oh no, Father, how have you been? I've been so focused on giving Dane his gift that I forgot to ask. I'm sorry. Haha, it's fine. It's fine, Arkan replied, smiling. After a thorough glance at both of his daughters, he added, It seems you're both doing well. You traveled a long way just to visit your younger brother. Rest well? Yes, Father, they both replied in unison. Meanwhile, Layla, watching the family reunion with a hint of envy, couldn't hide the emotion in her eyes. Dane, noticing her gaze, wondered to himself, Layla, is she leaving now? But why does she look so lonely? As time passed, the next morning, as Dane wandered around, he encountered Count Bout, who seemed lost in thought. The Count mused, she's even better than I expected, just as anticipated from the best mage at the academy. Truly a valuable talent. She's also a perfect match for my son, the best swordsman at the academy. If the two families combine, they will form a power that even the royal family would hesitate to challenge. No one would dare mess with my family or its heirs. It's time to bring up the engagement between our eldest children in the conversation today. Bout suddenly stopped in his tracks, hearing the distant sounds of something unusual. What's that noise? Are they training? Who's practicing this early in the morning? He thought, perplexed. The one training, of course, was none other than Dane, our main character. Just after waking up, he had headed straight to the training ground to familiarize himself with his new weapon. The sound of his spear slicing through the air echoed throughout the room, and Bout, hearing this, approached, surprised by the sight before him. It's the youngest child of the Sogers family. Well, this is quite a surprise. Bout mused, observing Dane's movements, his focus and style. He doesn't move like a 7-year-old at all. Even his basic thrusts have the precision of someone well-trained, to the point where even seasoned soldiers could learn something from him. This is hard to believe. I've heard rumors about him showing incredible talents since he was just 1 year old, but I thought those were just exaggerated stories. I never thought they were true. But his surprise didn't end there. As Bout continued to observe, he noticed Dane's footwork and stance. Wait a minute. That stance and those steps, they resemble those of a swordsman. No way. Could he have learned swordsmanship at such a young age? Bout thought to himself, still in disbelief, before turning his attention back to Dane. After a few more martial movements, Dane retracted his spear, his voice cold as he spoke. I don't know who you are, but you'd better change your face instead of hiding there like a coward. Hearing the sound of Dane's voice, Bout, who had been hiding in the shadows, was slightly startled. Damn it, I've been caught, he thought. But what was more important was that the movement he had seen was oddly familiar. He was sure he had seen it before. But where? Bout furrowed his brows, trying to recall, but he quickly brushed aside the thought and stepped into the training room. Apologies, Dane. I didn't mean to spy on you, Bout said, entering the room. Upon seeing the familiar face, Dane rushed over to greet him. Oh, it's you, Sir Duke. Dane Sogers, the youngest son of the Sogers family, greet you. Duke Bout Thermion. Bout observed the look in Dane's eyes and silently thought to himself, I can tell this kid is no ordinary child. After thinking for a moment, Duke Bout quickly continued. I was so absorbed in watching the impressive training of the new stars of the Sogers family this morning that I completely forgot about you. Please forgive me, Dane. Dane shrugged as if to say it was no big deal. But in truth, Bout had only said that to be polite. Who would have thought that Dane would actually respond to it? Ho ho, this kid's got guts. Bout laughed lightly, and now he had the chance to observe Dane more carefully. As he looked at him, he couldn't help but notice. How is it that this kid doesn't even flinch a little bit after training for such a long time? When I was his age, I didn't even have a mana core. Bout thought to himself in surprise. Then Bout pointed at Dane's spear and asked, Your thrust is excellent. Surely you must have inherited Arkan's talent. But the spear you're holding. Yes. Someone told me that your father put a lot of effort into preparing this spear for you. I am truly grateful that you noticed it. Dane smiled in response as if to show off, and his behavior made Duke Bout respect him even more. That's the best answer. My own son, even when he was alive, had excellent skills and manners, but not to this level. Perhaps I should consider a marriage alliance with this family. Thinking this, Bout began to entertain the idea of marrying his daughter to Dane, and to carry out his plan, Bout casually started the conversation. Actually, my Layla is also training with a sword. You two are the same age, so you could become good friends once you join the academy. Yes, sir. I'm sure I will get along with her. Dane smiled in reply. Ha ha ha. I like your straightforwardness. Young man, Bout said. Anyway, it seems I've disturbed your training long enough, so I'll take my leave now, he said, turning as if to leave. But at that moment, Duke Bout suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind Dane. Oh, Dane, I'm curious about something. Since then, have you ever practiced swordsmanship? Facing Dane, hearing this question, Dane was startled internally. Oh, looks like my habit has been exposed without me realizing it. Surprisingly, he figured it out with just one look. Dane thought to himself and quickly changed his expression, answering, No, sir. I've only read a few basic textbooks on swordsmanship, but I've never actually practiced it. He tried to cover it up, but with everything he had seen earlier, Bout still felt something was a bit off. This is strange. I swear I sensed something like pure battle spirit in him before, he thought, staring intently at Dane's clueless face, then shaking his head. Haha, what am I thinking? There's no way that's possible. He's just a kid after all. Once he finished thinking, Duke Bout decided to put his suspicions aside and adjust his clothes. Oh my, I was just intending to take a light stroll, but I've been out here for so long. Well then, it's time to say goodbye. See you later. Dane. Yes, sir. I wish you a safe journey back. Dane bowed to bid him farewell. Back with Bout. Before leaving, the Duke didn't forget to invite Dane. Well then, if you ever come to visit the capital, remember to find me. I must return the hospitality I've received here. At the Count's castle, I really like you. You know. Of course. Sir. I will. The young general said confidently, watching Bout's large figure walking away. Dane couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How interesting. I wonder if he remembers me, the one who defeated him in my past life. Just thinking about it makes me fired up. If I prepare slowly, step by step, I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Bout Thermion. This time, I will defeat you, he told himself. Time passed quickly, and after Bout left, Dane continued to focus on his training, especially now that he had made up his mind to defeat Bout. It wasn't until the butler Herman came to remind him that Dane finally stopped for a moment. Sir, it's time to head back, Herman said. Hearing the reminder, Dane turned and said, Herman, have you been waiting for me this whole time? It's my duty to quietly meet all your requests. Herman calmly replied, handing Dane the towel in his hand. Thank you, Dane said in response. The fact that Herman could approach him without him noticing made Dane think. Maybe Herman should study assassination or stealth. He seems to have a talent for that. Thinking this, Dane took the towel and wiped the sweat from his face, then asked, So, how's everything? People are pretty busy, right? Yes. It seems everyone is preparing for the upcoming banquet, and it looks like other nobles have already started arriving. After all, it's difficult for more than 30 noble families to arrive exactly on time. Herman replied, Yeah, that's right. How are my sisters doing? Dane asked next. They opened a teleportation gate and went to the academy already. They said there was no other choice since the midterm exams are coming up. Yeah, that's a shame, but I guess it can't be helped. Let's head back now. Yes, young master. Herman nodded. When I have time, I should check out the gifts my sisters gave me before. Dane thought. Time quickly passed, and after attending the banquet and greeting nobles from various families, Dane had to sneak out to the garden to relax for a bit. Living the noble life is so tiring. My schedule is even more packed than usual, especially since it's my birthday. At least I can find some comfort resting in the garden like this, he said while observing his surroundings and silently admiring the gardeners. The gardeners who take care of this place are really skilled. I feel oddly peaceful when looking at these flowers. My eldest sister told me that in nature, flowers contain the most mana. Since I have time, I should analyze the mana in these flowers. Without thinking too much, Dane sat down in front of a cluster of flowers and slowly closed his eyes to sense them. I've practiced as much as I could, even with magic and summoning magic. There hasn't been any significant progress. I still don't know for sure which one to focus on. Having too many talents can be troublesome sometimes. The fortunate youth quietly lamented about his own talent, before a light breeze suddenly appeared from his palm, scattering the flower petals around him. The mana of that flower Such a small flower. Yet it holds such a strong and fierce flow of mana. If someone can sense the mana in nature and turn it into their own mana, then it would stay in their body and become a layer of magic. The mana attraction of this body is truly incredible. I can see things that others can only sense with their sixth sense. Haha. At that moment, just a slight sensation, and the surrounding mana actively entered his body as if it were a whale sucking in water. Feeling the flow of energy pouring through his body, Dane's eyes lit up with excitement. Here it is. Before I could only sense mana vaguely, but now I can feel it more and more clearly. Transitioning to another corner of the garden, two boys were having a conversation with each other. I'm so bored. As soon as we got here, Dad got busy talking to other nobles. He's pushing us aside. Let's just show our faces and then go back to our rooms to rest like last time, said the brown-haired boy, using the stick in his hand to smash the flowers around, making his younger brother worry. Can we do that? He asked, to which the older brother, without a care, responded angrily. What are you talking about? It's like it's our birthday. Who cares? You think the young master of the Sogur's family would care about things like this? Damn it. I think we're lost again. Why did they build such a big garden anyway? As they were talking, they noticed Dane's figure ahead. Hey, bro, there's someone over there. The younger brother pointed out. Huh, is that kid lost like we are? The older brother called out before he began putting on his arrogant expression. Hey, you there. In that outfit. Are you a servant? Whatever. Just take me to the exit, he arrogantly said, which made Dane turn around. And as soon as he saw the two of them stepping on the flower beds, he rushed over and shouted, Get off of that. Don't you see what you're stepping on? Seeing Dane suddenly become irritated, the older boy responded in confusion. What's this? Why is this brat yelling at us just because we stepped on a few blades of grass? Without answering, Dane turned around and retorted, Why? Instead of going on the path, did you guys walk on the flowers? You've ruined them. Huh. Small but mouthy. Huh. Do you even know who I am? The foolish older brother began to threaten Dane by flaunting his status, completely unaware that he was arguing with the young master of this family. Naturally, Dane, with his status, wouldn't back down from anyone. Of course I know. You're the idiot ruining the flower bed, Dane said, frowning. The arrogant nature of the boy opposite him couldn't handle the insult, and immediately, he lunged forward, grabbing Dane by the collar and shouting, What did you say? Idiot. Do you know who you're talking to? I'm the son of Count Tyron, a guest at this castle. Hearing this, Dane quickly recognized the boy's identity. Count Tyron, the noble who was captured after Dane defeated him on the battlefield. He was a noble that people found utterly unpleasant. Truly like father, like son. Dane then understood why the brown-haired boy acted so arrogantly. Not understanding Dane's thoughts, the bratty noble was still trying to intimidate him. You must have heard of the Tyron family, right? We're famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace. So watch how you speak to me. Hearing this, Dane realized there was no point in talking to this guy anymore. He looked at him with utter contempt, which only made the Tyron boy even angrier. Are you crazy? A common servant like you dares to look at me like that? He raised his fist, ready to strike Dane. But before he could act, Dane was faster. He used his head to ram straight into Tyron's nose, causing him to stagger and fall backward. The younger red-haired brother, seeing this, ran up in panic. Bro, are you okay? Turning toward the Tyron boy, he suddenly felt something wet at his mouth. He reached up and found blood pouring from his nose. This madman. What the hell? My nose is bleeding. I'll kill you. You damn bastard. He screamed like a rabid dog, while Dane just smirked and said, You want to kill me? Go ahead. Show me. Hearing Dane's provocation, the hot blood within Tyron boiled over. You've lost your mind. All right then. Let's fight to the end. Beside him, his younger brother, clearly worried, exclaimed, Brother, worry about your nose first. Stay out of this. Tyron barked, immediately charging at Dane to teach him a lesson. However, with his first punch, the young noble simply took a light step back, effortlessly dodging the attack. TCH. Slippery little brat. Tyron growled in frustration. As for Dane, watching Tyron's clumsy, untrained moves, he instantly realized that this boy wasn't a seasoned fighter. Humph. Judging by his stance and footwork, he's definitely not a trained swordsman, so he must be either a mage or a summoner, Dane thought to himself. Meanwhile, Tyron flailed his arms, throwing punches and kicks that failed to even graze Dane's clothes. This brat is too fast. I can't catch him, Tyron huffed, panting heavily like an exhausted ox. On Dane's side, while easily dodging each blow, he had enough leisure to let his mind wander. The flow of magic I sense right now, if I could control it with sheer willpower, wouldn't I be able to manifest it physically? Should I try it out now? The idea filled Dane with a thrilling excitement that urged him to act immediately. Following his instinct, streams of mana began to surge rapidly into his palm, gathering at a blinding speed. Then, with a resounding boom, a powerful burst of energy exploded outward as Dane unleashed his magic. The force blasted Tyron's body backward like a ragdoll, sending him crashing to the ground as a loud thud echoed through the garden. Tyron let out a groan of pain, coughing violently from the impact. The blast had been so powerful that even the stone-paved ground was left with a deep, jagged groove. Seeing the devastation around him, Dane suddenly felt a pang of worry. Oh no! The flower garden is completely ruined. Turning his gaze back toward Tyron, the young noble, despite suffering a heavy blow, still managed to push himself up. Trembling but conscious, realization dawned on his bruised face. His voice filled with both fear and fury. Damn it, you can use magic? Who are you? Meanwhile, Tyron's younger brother, noticing his siblings' growing rage and recognizing the danger of their situation, tugged at his arm in desperation. Brother, stop this already. If this keeps going, something really bad is going to happen. In response to his younger brother's warning, the older boy grew even more furious, so much so that his head seemed ready to burst into flames. Get out of my way. I'll deal with this bastard myself. His reason completely clouded by anger, he began muttering an incantation. Hear my call. Blah blah. As the chant echoed, black mana began to surge violently around Tyron, enveloping his body in dark energy. Seeing the display, Dane's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized what was happening. A summoner. Just as he suspected, a swirling vortex of energy appeared behind Tyron, and from within the portal, the head of a large wolf emerged, leaping out in a flash. Watching his summoned beast materialize, Tyron's mouth curled into a smug grin, his laughter dripping with arrogance. Ha ha ha. How's that? This is Jinpu, my summoned beast. Now you'll understand the price for daring to mess with Digron Tyron. He jabbed a finger toward Dane. Jinpu, tear him apart limb from limb. On Dane's side, he watched the scene unfold, and upon realizing Tyron had only summoned an ordinary wolf, his expression soured with disappointment. A common wolf? That's it? It's nothing compared to Sister Arabella. She can summon dragons for heaven's sake. Meanwhile, Tyron continued barking orders. Yes, Jinpu, go for his throat. Rip him to shreds. At his command, the wolf lunged forward, its sharp fangs bared, rushing straight toward Dane. But something strange happened. As it locked eyes with the calm, composed young noble, an inexplicable aura seemed to emanate from him, a protagonist's natural charm, an irresistible pull of dominance over the scene. The wolf skidded to a halt, planting its four paws firmly into the ground to stop itself. Then, to the utter bewilderment of both Tyron and his brother, the beast's fiery red glow began to fade, replaced by a serene blue hue. Jinpu, the fearsome summoned creature, lowered its head in submission before Dane. Tyron blinked, his disbelief palpable. What's happening? Jinpu, what are you doing? You're supposed to tear out his throat. The younger brother, Mouth Agape, muttered. Brother, is it wagging its tail? Tyron's face twisted in confusion and rage. No, Jinpu, what's wrong with you? Attack him, tear him apart. But his furious commands had no effect. Jinpu remained utterly loyal, standing obediently by Dane's side. Back to Dane. He slowly extended his hand and gently stroked the wolf's fur, which caused the creature to wag its tail even more enthusiastically. "Good boy," Dane murmured softly, still puzzled by the sudden shift in the beast's behavior. How did this happen? Thinking back, he recalled how even Arabella's summoned beasts had always been oddly friendly toward him. At the time, he had simply assumed it was because they shared the same bloodline. But now, in a situation completely unrelated to family ties, another thought crept into his mind. Perhaps he possessed some innate affinity for magical creatures. Of course, that also meant Digron's level of favorability had likely hit rock bottom. Turning his attention to Digron, who was still shaking his head in disbelief, the young noble refused to accept what had just unfolded. "This makes no sense. How can a summoned beast betray its master?" he bellowed. Hearing this, Dane shot him a glance filled with amusement. "So, do you still want to continue?" The brown-haired boy clenched his fists in frustration. "You little," he growled. His temper flared once again, but the scene left his younger brother practically in tears. "Brother, just stop. We lost. It's over." "Shut up," Digron barked, his voice trembling with fury. "I'll cancel the summoning right now." Unbeknownst to him, however, canceling the summoning would leave him with absolutely no recourse, nothing but his bare hands to fight with. His younger brother, clearly understanding this far better than Digron himself, continued pleading desperately. "Brother, listen. Actually, The boy's words trailed off, his hesitation drawing Digron's attention. Then, with a sinking dread, Digron noticed a growing warmth spreading down his legs, a dark, unmistakable stain spreading across his trousers. His face turned crimson with embarrassment, his eyes bulging in sheer humiliation. "Damn it. This is so shameful," he muttered through clenched teeth, as his brother looked away in silent horror. On seeing their state, Dane kindly offered some advice. "Hey, the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building." However, instead of gratitude, Digron grabbed his brother's arm and stormed off, calling out, "You wait right there. I'll be back soon. Come on, Dinar." With that, the two brothers hurried away, leaving Dane shaking his head in exasperation. "Hey, at least dismiss your summoned beast," he grumbled inwardly. Time passed swiftly until the late afternoon. Dane, having nothing better to do, decided to experiment with summoning magic. "Turns out, it's simpler than I thought," he mused, recalling how Lady Claire had taught him. Using her method, he carefully severed the faint link between Digron and Jinpu, replacing it with his own connection. To think that someone with no talent for summoning, managed this just because of affinity levels. As he pondered this, a sudden voice boomed behind him, rough and commanding. "Is that the brat who bullied you?" "Yes, that's the one," Digron snarled, pointing directly at Dane, who turned and sighed as he watched Digron return with reinforcements. "Ha, the fool went and made things worse. He didn't just bully me and Dinar." Digron's voice rose, thick with anger and indignation. "He also broke the bond between me and Jinpu." Finally, a massive man with a face like a sweaty pig waddled toward Dane, his expression a mix of haughtiness and disdain. "I am Mogard Tyron, head of House Tyron, one of the great noble families. Are you the boy who injured my son and stole his summoned beast?" Dane, unfazed, replied flatly, "Yes, I am." As he spoke, his eyes glanced over Mogard's bloated frame. "Huh, he looks even fatter than when I captured him on the battlefield. Peace must be treating him well." Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Mogard pointed a chubby finger at him. "As a guest here, I might have been willing to let this slide, but this is no minor matter. What's a boy like you doing here all alone? State your name and your rank at once." With a cold smirk, Dane obliged. "Dane Sogers, youngest son of Arkan Sogers, Lord of the South and head of the Sogers family." At his words, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of both father and son. "What?" Mogard stammered, his eyes widening in horror. "This brat is Dane?" However, Mogard quickly hatched a plan in his mind. The youngest son of the Sogers family? He sneered inwardly. It seems the tables have turned. I was humiliated as a prisoner of war by Eric, and I gained nothing from that defeat. But now, I can use this opportunity to demand compensation from the Sogers Count. I'll make him answer for this and use it as leverage to secure mining rights. Those aristocrats who look down on me will bow at my feet. With this cunning thought, a smirk crept onto his face. He shifted his tone to sound more amicable. "Ah, so you're the host of this birthday banquet, Dane?" "Yes," Dane replied calmly, his demeanor completely unshaken. Mogard felt a surge of anger boil within him at the boy's composed attitude. "Arrogant brat," he fumed silently. "I didn't travel all the way to the desolate southern lands just to celebrate your birthday." His teeth ground together as he seethed, but he forced a smile and clapped a hand on his son's shoulder. "So, what do you intend to do about this? You injured my son, a guest at your party, and even stole his summoned beast. This is a crime." "That's right. Today will be the end of you," Digron chimed in triumphantly. "I'll demand Count Sogers take responsibility. Let's go." "Father." "Of course." Dane had no intention of backing down so easily. "I understand. But before that, I demand an apology." At Dane's calm yet firm request, the faces of the father and son turned a deep shade of purple, as if their veins might burst. "An apology? Are you insane? This is absurd." Before they could finish their outrage, Dane raised his voice. "Yes, that's right. I did punch your son in the nose and injure him, but it was in self-defense because he threatened me. And I didn't steal Jinpu. Your son's summoned beast came to me of its own free will." "What?" Digron yelled, his voice cracking with disbelief. "Jinpu would never do that. Father, he's lying." Unlike his furious son, Mogard's eyes narrowed as a thought took hold. "Wait a minute, the Sogers family. I heard their second daughter is a summoning prodigy. Could she have taught him how to sever a bond?" Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he contemplated the possibility before speaking again. "Even if your story is true, losing a summoned beast is a grievous tragedy. Yet you're asking for an apology?" "Yes, I am," Dane answered steadily. Mogard's expression twisted, his frustration palpable as he stared down the unflinching boy. Digron, meanwhile, kept yapping like an overexcited dog. "Humph. Who does this brat think he is? Acting so high and mighty? Interrupting while adults are talking. How arrogant." His constant noise made Mogard sigh inwardly. "Talking to this boy is giving me a headache." Taking a deep breath, Mogard lowered his voice slightly. "All right, fine. I won't scold you anymore. Let's see what Count Sogers has to say about this." When Mogard turned his attention back to Dane, he noticed the calm expression on the boy's face. A flicker of amusement crossed Dane's mind. He's looking forward to this, isn't he? Just as the conversation was reaching its peak, the sharp clatter of footsteps broke the tension. The figures of Count Arkensogers and Duke Bout Thermion appeared, both cutting imposing silhouettes as they approached. "Are you looking for me?" Arken's deep voice rang out, causing everyone to stiffen in surprise. "Count Sogers," Mogard muttered under his breath, his attempt at bravado faltering. Even Digron swallowed nervously as the presence of both powerful nobles loomed over them. Time slipped by as the sun finally dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over the scene. Digron, however, was already spinning a tale from his own twisted perspective. "I was walking through the garden with my little brother, and we got lost. So, I kindly asked the Count's son to show us the way," he began, his voice taking on a dramatic lilt. From where he stood, Dane watched his father's calm expression and felt a swell of admiration. "That's my father for you," he thought. "He's always composed, fair, and deeply protective of his family. But he's not one to blindly favor anyone, even in disputes like this." Digron, oblivious to Dane's thoughts, continued weaving his story, his tone growing more exaggerated as he reached the fabricated climax. "But then, he punched me right in the nose, using some strange technique to humiliate me. I was terrified, so I only summoned my beast to scare him off, and he stole it. He even tried to attack me again." As Digron finished, he put on a woeful expression, his eyes wide with mock vulnerability, as though he were the most unfortunate victim. His father, Mogard, chuckled softly, clearly amused at how convincingly his son could twist the truth. Dane, on the other hand, sighed inwardly. He can lie so effortlessly while keeping a straight face. Truly impressive. I can't wait to see what his future holds. Finally, when Digron had run out of steam, Mogard straightened his back and spoke. Count Arkin, I intended only to warn your boy, but theft of a summoned beast is serious. This can't simply be overlooked. In response to these words, Arkin calmly said that they could not listen to only one side, and that he wanted to hear Dane's story before evaluating the entire situation and reaching a conclusion. Right? If Mogard was concerned about his judgment, Arkin suggested that Duke Thermion offer his perspective as well. While speaking, Arkin gestured toward Thermion, who stood beside him, and Thermion nodded in agreement with the proposal, stating that if Arkin required his involvement, he would assist in resolving the matter in this manner. On the other side, noticing Thermion's intervention in the discussion, the faces of Mogard and his son grew visibly pale, and an uneasy thought crept into Mogard's mind, cursing under his breath that Thermion's involvement would only complicate matters further and that he had a bad feeling about this situation. While Mogard was lost in his anxious reflections, Arkin turned toward Dane and asked him to explain the events, prompting Dane to ponder briefly, thinking that merely recounting what had happened would suffice. With this thought in mind, he began to speak truthfully, though with some minor deviations from the actual events, admitting that certain things Mogard's son had claimed were indeed true. However, he pointed out that the garden they had painstakingly nurtured had been trampled upon recklessly, and it was Mogard's son who had become angry and grabbed someone else's collar. Liar! Since when did that happen? Digron, Mogard's son, shouted in protest when he heard Dane's words. Meanwhile, Arkin's face darkened, veins visibly bulging in his temples, but he forced himself to maintain composure and instructed. Continue, Dane. Hearing his father's words, Dane spoke up again, adding, and also, I heard very clearly when he summoned Jinpu. He ordered it to kill me, and I didn't steal the summoned beast. It came to me because it saw my kindness. I never stole his summoned beast. Dane spoke loudly and confidently, and at this point, Mogard, unable to hold back upon hearing the completely different story, intervened. Nonsense. How could someone who's not a summoner take control of a summoned beast? That brat must have used some secret technique. In response to this, Dane explained, No, I have an innate connection with summoned beasts. A summoned beast that is not close to its master will recognize me as its master. Mogard sarcastically responded, How funny, while Arkin, not well versed in summoning magic, couldn't verify the truth of the claim. He asked, Is that really possible? Dane confidently replied, Yes, it is, reaffirming his statement, turning back to Mogard. For his own benefit, despite being extremely nervous, Mogard stubbornly laughed and said, Haha, he doesn't want us to believe that, does he? Before Mogard could say more, Thermion, acting as a mediator, took a moment to think and then suggested, We should prove it with the summoned beast. Upon hearing this, the faces of Mogard and his son stiffened. The Duke had intervened, turning to Arkin. Hearing the suggestion, Arkin patted his son's shoulder and asked, Dane, can you prove it? Dane confidently replied, Yes, father. Meanwhile, Mogard turned to look at his son as if to assess the situation, but Digron's face twisted with anxiety. What now? I can't summon Jinpu anymore. The boy was sweating, panic rising, and Mogard, unaware of this, noticed his son's inaction and reminded him, Digron, what's going on? Hurry up and summon it. Father, I can't. Digron stammered, and Mogard yelled in disbelief. How can you not summon it? The beast you've summoned several times a day? Seeing the confused expressions on the faces of Mogard and his son, Dane couldn't help but smirk. I've severed the connection. So of course, he can't summon it now. With this thought in mind, Dane turned to Arkin and said, Father, I'll summon it now. To do this, It seems I need the mark that he possesses. In front of them, Digron, hearing this, turned to question Dane. What did you say? My mark? I can't believe you want my mark. Ridiculous. Even if you use the mark of another summoner, it won't work. In response to this, Lord Sogers also sternly said, based on what you're saying, even if the boy uses your mark, it won't have any effect. So what's the harm in trying? Isn't that right? Isn't it supposed to prove your words? Damn it, Digron thought in fear, realizing that he couldn't refute the point since Lord Sogers was correct. Meanwhile, Mogard, with no other choice, turned to his son and said, show them your mark, Digron. But father, Digron, his eyes beginning to well up, hesitated. Hurry up, Mogard shouted. Helpless, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal mark. A summoner's mark is unique. No one else can use it. But Dane, thinking to himself, knew that the summoning mark was just a medium, and the real connection came from Jinpu's bond to Digron. Jinpu, which was summoned with Digron's magic, has been bound to him and will respond to his call. Then, before everyone's eyes, as Dane channeled his magic into Digron's summoning card, an energy vortex appeared, and from within it, a wolf emerged before Dane. The wolf happily licked his face, and despite hearing Dane's words beforehand, everyone was still stunned when they saw the scene unfold. Father, how is this possible? Jinpu, my Jinpu. Digron and Mogard stuttered, disbelief on their faces. Amazing, Bout said in awe. Didn't you say the boy had never studied summoning magic? Yes, that's right, Arkan replied in a daze. Meanwhile, Dane gently petted Jinpu and whispered, I'm sorry for summoning you just for this, but thank you for appearing. Damn it, this is a disaster, Mogard thought to himself, feeling the situation spiral out of control. After Dane recalled the summoned beast, Arkan spoke up again. What should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summoned beast. Do you acknowledge this? It seems Dane was right. Isn't that so? Hearing this, Mogard could only force a strained laugh. It seems we misunderstood about the stolen summoned beast. My son never intended to kill Dane, right? Yes, I just wanted to scare him a little. I never meant to kill him, Digron quickly explained. See, the boy didn't mean that. Mogard chuckled, as if trying to end the matter there. Faced with these words, Dane clenched his fists in frustration. Haha, this bastard just makes up his own story, Dane thought, growing angrier. Just as Dane was about to decide what to do next, suddenly, a voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. That's not the case. Everyone turned and saw that the newcomer was none other than Layla. Regarding Lord Bout, when he saw his youngest daughter suddenly appear, his face became a bit flustered. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard your voice as I passed by, the girl replied, then turned to Arkan and Mogard to greet them. Good day, Lords Arkan and Tyron. Right? The plump man nodded, his heart filled with some anxiety, thinking, this kid is really the Duke's daughter? Ignoring his attitude, Arkan immediately focused on Layla's earlier words and asked, So, what do you mean by that? Is he lying? His face showed extreme anger, and at this point, Layla began explaining what she had witnessed. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation when I was out for a walk earlier. Upon hearing this, Digron's face turned pale. What? She heard everything, he thought in shock. Is that really true? Layla, would you mind telling us everything you overheard? Arkan asked quickly. Yes. This is what happened. The girl began recounting what she had seen. Thanks to this, Dane no longer had to explain everything himself. I didn't expect this, but with her here, everything went smoothly. As time passed, with Layla standing as a witness, the father and son of Mogard had no more excuses to deny it. Left with no choice, the plump Mogard turned to his son and said, Digron, what are you standing there for? Apologize quickly. Only at this point did Digron finally accept the reality and mutter, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I want you to save that apology for my son, not for me, Arkan said coldly. Seeing this, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand. I was about to have him do that. Digron, seemingly realizing the situation, reluctantly walked toward Dane, grinding his teeth and muttering, Sorry, Dane. Looking at the annoyed expression on Digron's face, it was clear that he wasn't sincere at all. Dane could easily tell this as well, although he didn't want to accept the apology. Given the third-party witness, he realized that it was better to act generously than stubbornly reject it. Turning to Digron, he gritted his teeth and walked toward Dane. Sorry, Dane, his face clearly showing discomfort, and it seemed that he wasn't truly apologetic at all. Of course, Dane could tell this as well. He only bowed his head to accept the apology since there was no other option. With the testimony of a third-party witness, was this really an apology? Dane didn't want to accept it, but based on his experience, it would be more beneficial to act generously rather than stubbornly. Thinking about the pros and cons, Dane decided to accept. All right, I accept your apology. Thank you, Digron said, sounding pleased. Meanwhile, the plump Mogard breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Phew, that was a close one. On the side, Duke Bout saw Dane easily accept the apology and smiled, thinking, I knew he was special. He could be stubborn and refuse, but the fault clearly lies with the other side. Putting that aside, turning back to Arkin, although his son had accepted the apology, Lord Bout wasn't going to let the matter go so easily. You two can stop arguing here. But personally, I don't intend to let this matter go. Your son intended to kill mine with a summoned beast. Lord Arkin. No, that's not what happened, the plump man hastily explained. But before he could finish, Lord Bout cut him off. I don't want to hear any more excuses from you. Lord Bout said coldly, Lord Tyron, take your family and leave this castle. This made the plump man's face change. What? You're asking us to leave? I came all the way here without complaint, and now if I'm thrown out, everything will be for nothing. I need to stay in this castle no matter what. He screamed inwardly and quickly reached out to grab Arkin. Lord, please forgive us. I'll do anything you ask. Just this once. In response, Arkin once again waved his hand dismissively and said, I don't need anything from you. I'll be sending soldiers to your room soon. Let's go, Duke. Arkin added. Hearing this, Duke Bout just shook his head slightly and said, Let's go, Layla. Turning to Dane, he watched as Mogard was scolding Digron behind him and thought to himself, Serves him right. They started this mess, so it's just reaping what they sow. Dane couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, though he was surprised that his father could be so frightening when angry. Putting that aside, as they were walking, Duke Bout suddenly spoke up, asking, Is it true? Did you take him down with a mana bullet? He said this while turning to Dane with a curious look. Yes, that's correct. Dane nodded in reply. Even though Duke Bout had already witnessed Dane's talents, he still couldn't help but feel amazed at his abilities. Using a spear, summoning beasts, and now magic? Truly incredible. Has there ever been anyone with such talent in history? Bout said, turning toward Arkin with an envious look. This made Arkin feel a sense of pride in his heart. Indeed, I'm really proud to have such an outstanding child. Talent aside, he's incredibly calm. Normally, when children fight, they're stubborn and adamant about winning. But Dane isn't like that. I have no doubt that your son will grow up to be a noble man. Thermion calmly commented. Although Arkin was overjoyed inside, he remained humble. It's still too early to say anything for sure. We'll have to wait until he matures to know for certain. At this point, Duke Bout turned toward Layla with a look of gratitude. The resolution of today's issue is thanks to you. If you hadn't acted as a witness, things could have gone in a different direction. Back to Bout. Upon hearing this, the Duke began to pick up on the signals. Oh ho, is he starting to see Layla in a good light? Thinking this, the Duke had not forgotten his intention to pair Dane with Layla, so he quickly turned and suggested, Haha, she's just repeating what actually happened. But if that's the case, why don't we talk about their marriage? Huh. The Duke said this with a smile, as if it were as casual as selling vegetables at the market. Naturally, This suggestion left Arkin feeling startled. Don't tell me he actually wants Dane to marry his daughter. The more he thought about it, the more Arkin felt that Bout might genuinely have that intention. So, Bout began to divert the topic. Oh my, the sun is setting already. It's almost time for the banquet. I'll head out to prepare. With that, Arkin quickly turned and made his exit, leaving Bout behind, still unable to say anything further about the marriage proposal. Count Arkin, Bout called out, before turning to instruct his daughter. Layla, take your time and go back with Dane. After giving Layla her instructions, Bout hurried after Arkin. Lord Arkin, let's talk for a moment. Meanwhile, Layla, hearing their conversation, blushed deeply, her face as red as a flame. Dane, however, remained completely calm as if he hadn't heard anything. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, why did the summoned beasts listen to you instead of their summoner? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but I've never seen anything like this before. However, Dane himself couldn't explain it. I'm not sure either. It just is like that, he shrugged. Layla, though, felt like Dane was hiding something, so she pouted. Humph. You're hiding something, aren't you? This isn't fair. I helped you. What do you mean not fair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you with swordsmanship? Dane reminded her. Oh right, now that you mention it. Layla silently thought to herself, then turned back to Dane. Well, you did help me a lot this time. Dane thought to himself and then said, okay, so we've helped each other once, right? We can continue helping each other in the future. On the other side, hearing this, Layla suddenly felt overjoyed. Wow, that's a great idea. I want to use it now. She seemed to be in a hurry. Dane, wondering what she might want to ask, thought to himself, what does she want to ask? Layla then responded, teach me how to use mana bullets. This request caught Dane by surprise. What? Why do you want to learn it? Of course, because I want to get better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to be really good and make my mother proud. You see, my mother loves me a lot. She'll be so happy if I become really good. And even faster, Layla said happily. Back to Dane. Upon hearing Layla's words, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. She's still so young. Why is she in such a hurry? Oh, right. I've heard the adults talk about this, he thought, remembering that Countess Thermion was gravely ill. Thinking about the situation of the girl before him, Dane became a little thoughtful and then agreed. All right, if that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really? Really? So, should we start tomorrow? Then? I'll stay here until then. Or do you want to start tonight? Layla said excitedly. All right, either way is fine. Mana bullets won't be hard once you understand the flow of magic. Dane explained. I'm so excited, Layla said, her enthusiasm palpable. Dane then responded. All right, your turn now. What's your request? Hearing this, Dane slightly narrowed his eyes and said, let me think. What I want is… The next words were concealed by the author, and the scene shifted to the main banquet hall. The chaotic incident between Mogard's son and Dane had already reached the ears of the noble guests in the banquet. I heard that Count Tyron was expelled from the castle, one of the guests asked. What did he do to deserve that? Someone nearby, a well-informed source, immediately responded. I heard it was because of his eldest son. Apparently, he caused trouble with young Master Dane and was taught a lesson. Another person added, yeah, I heard he provoked young Master Dane and got a lesson for it. Everyone who heard this clicked their tongues in disapproval. Tisk, TSK. They come all the way here and still cause trouble. How embarrassing. Also, have you heard? There's a rumor that young Master Dane is an outstanding summoner. If that's true, the Sogur's family will become a prestigious summoner family, someone said admiringly. It's not just that. Apparently, he even knows how to use magic. Oh my, is that true? Voices of admiration started to ring out. Meanwhile, our main character was receiving a visit from a bearded noble. So you're young Master Dane, the one in the rumors? The noble introduced himself. I'm Baron Open. Do you know anything about my territory? Open? In front of him, Dane listened and bowed respectfully. I know a little. I've heard that it's famous for its roasted salmon and sapphire stones. Seeing that Dane had some knowledge about his territory, Baron Open let out a hearty laugh. Haha, what a bright young man. Yes, the salmon and sapphire stones of the Open family are the best on the continent. I've heard you have many talents in various fields. That doesn't seem to be a lie. He continued. Anyway, I brought my daughter here. I was about to introduce her, but it seems I'm a bit late. Here, Sylvia, go ahead and greet him. The Baron gently nudged his daughter forward. What? Why so sudden? Dane thought to himself, not knowing what was going through his mind. Sylvia stepped forward and politely greeted. Hello, my name is Sylvia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, I'm Dane, the young man responded, somewhat awkwardly. Noticing that Dane seemed a bit mild-mannered, Sylvia suddenly stepped closer to him and flashed a mischievous smile. So, you're the heir of the Sogers family in the future, right? Well, I don't really know about that. Dane hesitated, unsure how to respond. Don't pretend you don't know. I heard you have many talents in various fields. Sylvia teased. Please take good care of me. After all, it's possible that we might become family in the future. With that, the bold girl grabbed Dane's hand tightly, causing him to take a startled step back. Yes. Please take care of me. Dane stammered, still taken aback. Why are kids today so straightforward? Dane thought to himself, a little bewildered by the girl's boldness. At that moment, Layla's voice suddenly rang out from beside them. Dane, you're here. When she noticed Sylvia holding Dane's hand so affectionately, she immediately turned to face the main character and asked, Who is this? She's... Dane stammered, unsure how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Sylvia took the initiative to introduce herself. Nice to meet you, my lady. I'm Sylvia Open, the eldest daughter of Baron Open. She then turned to Layla, a little too aware that she was losing her claim on Dane, and gave her a cool look. Oh, is that so? Layla said with a smile, but her expression didn't match her words. She then stared at both of them. Her eyes narrowed, making the atmosphere tense. Dane felt a cold chill run down his spine. Oh no, that familiar killing intent? Girls are really terrifying, he thought to himself, imagining the two girls bickering. After exchanging pleasantries, Layla took Dane's arm and said, Sorry, I need to borrow Dane for a while. We have an appointment. Right, Dane? She emphasized the word appointment, making it clear that even if there were no such appointment, Dane wouldn't dare refuse. Yeah, you're right, Dane answered quickly. He then turned to Sylvia and said, Sorry, we'll talk later. Sylvia, with her quick wits, realized that Layla was marking her territory, but for now, she could only force a smile. Oh, I see. That's too bad. How dare she take him away? Layla thought to herself, casting a glance at Sylvia, filled with caution. Meanwhile, Dane, noticing the tense interaction, couldn't help but gulp nervously. The beloved daughter of a duke, with power over thousands, compared to the daughter of a baron from the east, these two don't seem to get along well, Dane thought to himself. After stepping outside, Tyron casually asked, How do you two know each other? Is she the one you're going to be engaged to? His blunt question caught Dane off guard. He quickly waved his hand in denial. Engaged? No, that's not it. We just greeted each other. Really? Layla asked, her voice cheerful. Of course. It's true, Dane replied, though he couldn't quite understand why her expression suddenly became so much brighter. As time passed quickly, the scene shifted to an ancient ruin. Dane, standing in front of a large courtyard, introduced the place. Look, we've arrived. This is the secret spot that only you and I know about. Layla's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, who would have thought there's a place like this? That's right, no one will bother us here. Dane confidently reassured her as they ventured deeper. The massive vines and plants that covered the surroundings only fueled Layla's excitement. Wow, this is amazing. I didn't know such a place even existed. No one will know what we do here. Dane, now ready to get to the main point, spoke up. Exactly. This is the perfect place for practice. By the way, have you ever felt mana yet? Layla paused for a moment, thinking before answering. A little. Not enough to form a mana core. But I've tried absorbing mana by breathing it in. Hearing this, Dane's face twisted in slight frustration. So you haven't reached the stage of mana manifestation yet. He couldn't help but wonder. I learned this on the battlefield, but I thought someone from the Duke's family would have taught her this already. Realizing that the Duke had agreed to guide Layla, Dane decided to take over the instruction himself. All right, let's start simple, Dane said. First, you need to feel the mana you've absorbed into your body. Layla raised an eyebrow. Feel it inside my body? Dane nodded, confirming. Yes, if you want to channel mana from your body, you need to learn how to control it from within first. It's important to imagine it. Close your eyes and picture the mana circulating inside you, just like blood flows through veins. Layla, hearing this, looked nervous, her face sweating. Okay, I'll do as you say, she gritted her teeth, determined. Seeing her struggle, Dane recognized that she didn't fully understand yet. He encouraged her. This is the foundation of using mana. A very basic step. I know you can do it. Layla, following Dane's instructions, closed her eyes tightly and focused her energy to feel the mana inside her body. However, after a while, she opened her eyes again, looking a little flustered. Dane, it's not working, she said. Dane wasn't too surprised by this. It's fine. It's your first try. Focus again. Give it another shot. Layla nodded and tried once more. Meanwhile, the two of them were so focused on the task that they didn't notice that Uncle Arkin had quietly followed them to this hidden location. Although they thought they were safe from being detected, Arkin's sharp eyes had caught every move. Watching Dane guide Layla through her training, Arkin's gaze softened with amusement. Oh, even though he's young, my son already knows how to teach others. He's growing up. Just as he said this, the voice of Uncle Bout suddenly rang out from behind, startling Arkin. What are you doing here? Arkin spun around. Oh, dear God, it's you. Duke Bout? He gasped, recognizing his old friend. Bout laughed heartily, as if sharing the same sentiment. Huh, no need to be so surprised. Is there a secret couple meeting in the dead of night? Arkin, confused, asked. A couple? How did you get here? With a mischievous grin, Bout answered. Did I sneak in? You're the one who's being way too stealthy. Your wife's a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you haven't learned a thing from her. Arkin let out a tired sigh. I've tried. All right, he muttered, realizing that his covert actions had been exposed by Bout. Then Bout offered a bit of advice with a chuckle. If the master of the estate is snooping around other people's business, word will get out, and people will gossip about him. My old friend. Arkin froze for a moment, then quickly retorted. I wasn't spying. I was just following my son. Bout raised an eyebrow, smirking. Oh, you're like that. Huh. I'm following my daughter. You know. Arkin sighed deeply. I have no right to say anything about you. But you, my friend, are a hopeless father. Let's move past this, since both of them are like peas in a pod. They then took great interest in observing the couple in front of them. The man suddenly realized and said, Show me. What is it? Following their gaze. At that moment, Dane raised his hand in front of him and began channeling his mana into his spatial ring, which immediately caused a ring of green light to appear in front of him. Seeing this, Layla's eyes lit up, and she asked, You have a space bag like this? Yes. My sister made it herself and gave it to me as a birthday gift, Dane explained. Hearing this, Layla was stunned. Oh my, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid attention to me since they went to the academy. At this point, Layla noticed Dane pulling out a mirror from his space ring, and she asked curiously, But why a mirror? I bought it because I need it. Dane replied. What? Really? Layla asked again, and seeing the curiosity on her face, Dane quickly explained. It's easier to imagine something in your head if you look into a mirror instead of just using your imagination. Really? Layla said, confused, as this was the first time she'd heard such knowledge. Yeah, just stand in front of the mirror and look at your whole body. Dane nodded. After hearing this, Layla's face showed curiosity as she slowly stepped forward, saying, "Okay, let me try." She then looked at herself in the mirror and began to close her eyes, trying to feel the energy inside her body. Seeing her like this, Dane nodded in approval. She's taking it seriously. Meanwhile, the two fathers who were hiding in the distance, even if they were a bit slow, realized something. It seemed like Layla had taken a liking to the young man. Bout spoke up. "So it's that obvious?" Arkin asked, and Bout replied with certainty. "Of course. She's not usually this open." This conversation made Arkin, the Duke, a bit surprised. "Is something wrong?" "She's a bright child," he asked. Upon hearing this, Bout's face suddenly grew more serious, and he responded, "That's how it seems on the outside. But inside, I'm not so sure." After her brothers left for the academy, her mother became bedridden, so she couldn't be with her as she was before. This made it hard for her to open up to others, he said sadly. "I see." Dane sighed, empathizing with the situation. But then Arkin gave his friend a confused look. "But if you understand her situation so well, why are you being so cold to your own daughter?" Bout seemed to think for a moment before responding. "Do you understand? There's a reason. When I raised my sons, I gave them too much attention, and when they grew up, they became spoiled." Hearing this, Arkin quickly interjected, "Hey, don't compare Layla to them. She'll get hurt." No wonder she asked Dane for help. Arkin muttered, "You're still nagging like before." Bout grumbled, "What? When have I done that?" Arkin asked, startled. "Forget about it," Bout replied, then turned his gaze to Arkin expectantly. "So, will you send your son to the capital? If so, would you consider letting him stay at the Duke's residence?" Arkin, hearing this, looked toward his son, who was being guided by Dane. At that moment, with Dane's help, Layla successfully felt the mana within her. I did it, right?" she asked happily. "Yes, you did a great job." Dane nodded in praise. Seeing the two of them, Arkin smiled and said, "I've let Dane make decisions just like with Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I'll definitely do as you suggested." "Oh, it would be wonderful if you came as well," Bout said, excitedly. "What, do you want to argue with me all day?" Arkin exclaimed. "You've become sharper," Bout said with a click of his tongue, as his intentions were exposed. Meanwhile, as the two of them bickered, they were unaware that their conversation had been overheard by Lady Lily, who had silently followed them to this place. She had been wondering where they had gone, but was now taken aback by their shameful behavior. Love for children really has a strange influence on them, she thought. "I'll just pretend I didn't see anything," she said with a smile. Time quickly passed, and after Dane had helped Layla feel the mana within her body, they both promptly left the ruins area. As they walked, Layla didn't forget to thank Dane. "Thank you, Dane. You're truly a genius. I've heard many people call me a genius, but compared to you, I'm not that talented." Layla sighed, witnessing what true genius looked like. Meanwhile, hearing her words, Dane turned to encourage her. "This is just the beginning. You'll definitely get even stronger." As he said this, Dane looked around as if searching for someone. Those two have quietly left," he muttered, seemingly realizing that they were being watched by their two fathers. Layla, unaware of this, asked after hearing Dane's comment, "Are you going to the academy too? It's where all the geniuses of the Empire gather." Her eyes gleamed with anticipation, but Dane didn't seem to notice this, casually shrugging. "I'm not sure yet. Do I really have to go? I can train on my own and get stronger." Layla, unable to hold herself back, turned to explain to Dane, "You fool. Studying isn't everything. That's where you form noble connections. You need to go if you want to build relationships from a young age," she shouted. Seeing Layla present her case like an old man, Dane could only awkwardly scratch his cheek. "Haha, For a 7-year-old, she really understands how the world works, he thought. Though he understood that Layla was just looking out for him, his response remained unchanged. I know, but right now I'm not interested in going to the academy. There are still piles of books I haven't read in the library, and I still have so much to learn from my parents, he explained. Layla, not ready to give up, pressed on. But don't you want to play with other kids? I heard your older sisters went to the academy too. She was persistent, and Dane, thinking to himself, nodded. I'll think about it later if I want to go. You better tell me if you decide to go. Layla quickly reminded him. Okay, I will, Dane answered. On the other hand, trying to entice the protagonist, Layla started making promises. When you come to the capital, you should visit my house and watch me practice too. Promise? Of course. I'll send you a letter if I go to the capital, the young general affirmed confidently, turning back to Layla, as if recalling something. She asked, by the way, Dane, when are you going to tell me your request? I'll tell you when I go to the capital. Dane smiled. What? Layla exclaimed, completely astonished. Time quickly passed, and the series of birthday celebrations for Dane finally ended. At this moment, Duke Bout's carriage was leaving the Sogers family estate. We're leaving, they said as they departed. Watching the carriage leave, Dane noticed a small box with a beautiful design in their hand. Remembering the gift from before, this was a present Duke Bout had given him before leaving. What's this? Dane asked. It's a birthday gift for you. I hope you'll like it. Bout smiled. Just by looking at the design, Dane immediately realized that this was something extremely valuable. Turning to Bout, the uncle explained further. The symbol of our Thermion family is revenge, a sword and a blacksmith. The history of the Thermion family began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our family now owns the best forge in the empire. No, in fact, it's the best forge in the entire continent. All the weapons made by the Thermion family have led the empire. Everything was forged at that forge, Bout said proudly. Without needing further introduction, Dane, with his knowledge from his past life, already understood this very clearly. Yeah, I know. They have all kinds of ores and all kinds of weapons and mystical artifacts forged on the continent. This symbol is used to identify those with honor and skill, Dane thought to himself. And just as he predicted, Thermion continued to explain the purpose of the symbol. If you go to the forge and show them this symbol, they will make a weapon for you based on your preferences. Behind them, Arkan and Lily couldn't help but express their astonishment upon hearing this. Oh my, what a valuable gift. Isn't this something even the royal family would desire? Arkan exclaimed, his face gradually breaking into a sweat as he realized the true worth of the gift. However, to Bout, it seemed like it wasn't that precious. Before leaving, he patted Dane on the head and advised him, grow up well and help your father. Thank you for the gift, Duke, Dane hurriedly said. Up ahead, Layla smiled and waved goodbye to him. Back in the present, seeing her son deep in thought, Lady Lily sat down beside him and gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. Are you sad to part with her, Dane? Hearing his mother's words, Dane's voice was tinged with sadness as he shared. Yes, I'm really sad. She's my first friend. When we get to the capital, I'll meet her again. Just become more handsome and shock her when we meet again, Lady Lily said enthusiastically. Turning back to Dane, hearing this, he began to gather himself but couldn't stay here forever. He silently told himself, I'll meet her again when I visit the capital. Stay healthy, Layla. Meanwhile, back in Duke Bout's carriage, he suddenly had a thought to himself. Strange. Every time I look at Dane, I'm reminded of that young warrior named Eric, with the talent of a level 3 warrior at such a young age. If he were still alive, he'd probably be a level 6 knight in the Draenix Empire by now. Dane, I want to see you grow up quickly, the uncle said, his voice full of expectation. Time quickly passed, and a few days later, back at the Sogers family estate, Dane finally had the chance to examine the 2 gifts Arabella and Claire had given him. Looking at the summoning egg in front of him, Dane mumbled, I'll feed it mana every morning and night. but it's still too early for it to hatch. A familiar egg, although I'm not a summoner. If I feed it mana to mark it as my own before it hatches, I can control the summoned creature forever, something that is usually only temporary. Thinking to himself, Dane began stroking his chin in contemplation. The quality of my mana clearly needs to be suitable, but there might still be many complex conditions that haven't been met yet. I've heard that some eggs never hatch because the conditions for hatching are never fulfilled. I hope this egg isn't one of those. With that thought, the young lord gently reached out with both hands, taking the egg and channeling his energy into it. Even in his boredom, he tried varying the intensity of his mana. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. No matter how I changed the flow and strength of the mana, there's still no response, he thought. Realizing he had been a bit too hasty, he quickly calmed himself, stored the egg away, and exhaled a deep breath. Phew, wanting to succeed on my first try was too greedy, he scolded himself. At that moment, Herman's voice rang out from outside the door. Young master, are you finished? Oh, it's you, Herman. I'll be right there, Dane replied, hurriedly heading toward the door. But just then, the egg behind him emitted a faint light and seemed to shift slightly. This made Dane halt his steps, spinning around to check. Did I just hear something? He murmured, staring intently at the egg. At the same time, the butler Herman, hearing the noise, quickly rushed inside. Young master, what was that sound I just heard? Wait a moment. Let me check the egg first, Dane replied. As Dane stared at the egg, his eyes widened in anticipation, but soon his expression fell into disappointment. There was nothing unusual happening. Maybe I was imagining things, he thought, chuckling at his own false hope. Haha, I got my hopes up for nothing. Seeing Dane's disappointed look, Herman quickly deduced what had happened and asked, did the egg react at all? No, I must have just imagined it. Let's go. Dane waved his hand dismissively. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the training grounds. Today, instead of practicing his spear techniques, Dane was practicing with a sword. After finishing his training, Herman, who had been watching from the side, applauded him. Great job, young master. When did you start practicing swordsmanship? I just wanted to swing it around for a bit, Dane calmly explained. Indeed, you are truly talented, even with a sword. Herman continued to praise him. Dane, gazing at his reflection in the blade of the sword, felt a surge of satisfaction. It's really fun to learn a new weapon. I haven't held a sword in ages because my father always watched so closely. Luckily, I haven't lost my skills. Meanwhile, Herman took out a tray of biscuits and said, Please, have a snack before we continue. Sure, thanks, Herman, Dane replied happily, accepting the treat. Training here is nice, isn't it? Elsewhere, Dane's father, Count Arkin, was deep in thought. Another year of this, it's exhausting, but we've gained a lot from the last banquet. I can confirm that many nobles are turning their attention to the south. Most of them want to build good relationships with us. Since the war ended, the south, with its favorable climate, holds much that the nobility covets. Their interest is obvious, but it's still not as intense as the attention Dane has been getting. Arkin reflected on the unexpected conflict with the eldest son of Count Tyron, but the boy handled it so calmly, explaining the situation clearly in front of the adults. He even confidently showcased his talents. He's so mature. Sometimes, I wish he'd act his age, be a little more childish. But I guess that's just me, Arkin mused, glancing at the clock beside him. It's almost time. Long Vi. Let the boy try swinging it today, thinking it, and acting upon it. Not long after, Arkin brought the spear with him as he headed to the training grounds to find Dane. And there, he discovered that Dane was practicing with a sword in hand. Swordsmanship? Why is Dane using a sword instead of a spear? Arkin wondered inwardly, but it did not take him long to draw his own conclusion. Ah, of course. It must be that old duke who told the boy something. Otherwise, why would he be practicing swordsmanship here after spending so much time mastering the spear? Observing further, Arkin noted with interest, but it seems the boy already has quite a bit of skill with the sword. the strength and precision he displays. Even some people who spend their entire lives practicing swordsmanship cannot replicate that. When did he even learn to handle a blade like that? One thing, however, was certain. His son also had a natural talent for swordsmanship. Arkan thought deeply, and after watching for a while longer, he finally spoke to break the silence. Dane, I've been watching you for a while now. When did you learn swordsmanship? Hearing his father's voice, Dane immediately stopped his movements, a slight trace of worry crossing his face. I've been found out. Maybe it's better to tell father the truth, he thought to himself. After a moment of deliberation, he responded, I didn't really learn it. Huh? Really? So it's pure talent. Then? Arkan's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Spear mastery, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship, too. If it were anyone else, I would never believe that a child could be gifted in all of these fields at once. Pausing as if making a decision, Arkan asked seriously, Dane, are you curious about this world? Pardon? What do you mean? Father? Dane replied, his curiosity piqued. The world beyond these walls. Arkan explained, I believe this territory is far too small for someone with your abilities. Staying here might limit your potential. He spoke with such honesty that Dane couldn't help but fall silent. It seemed clear now. His father had realized that it wouldn't be right to keep him confined to this place forever. After reflecting for a moment, Dane admitted, I'm not sure, but I am a bit curious. A gentle smile appeared on Arkan's face. Good. Then we must prepare you to step into the outside world. Really? Dane asked, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Of course. Arkan nodded. Though I'll miss having you close. A father must honor his son's wishes. He raised the spear he had brought with him and struck its base firmly against the ground. Today, I brought something special for you. As Dane looked closer, Arkan continued, Do you recognize it? This is Long Vi, the spear that reacted to you on your very first birthday. As Dane held the spear Long Vi in his hands, a vague but growing memory began to surface in his mind. Yes, I remember it now. It reacted to me back then. Here, take it, Arkan said, handing the spear to his son. The moment Dane's fingers wrapped around Long Vi, an overwhelming surge of energy exploded through his body. Incredible. Such immense power. Dane marveled silently as the force coursed through him, filling every corner of his being. On the other side, Arkan stroked his chin thoughtfully, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The reaction is even stronger now than it was when he was just a baby. No one can dismiss it as coincidence anymore. I need to know, he corrected himself. I will make sure his talent with this spear shines brighter than anyone else on this continent. A burning sense of determination welled up within Arkan as he stepped forward and placed a firm, reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. I've decided, he said, his voice resolute. Before you leave, I'll at least help you master this spear. So get ready. Dane, one day, Long Vi will be yours. Until then, grow strong enough to wield it with pride. Of course, Father, Dane replied without hesitation. I'll work hard, not just for Long Vi, but to live up to all of your teachings. His words carried such conviction that they brought a proud laugh from Arkan. Haha, that's exactly what I expect from my son. Well then, shall we begin? Time slipped by quickly, and after a grueling training session with his father, Dane finally made his way back to his room, exhaustion weighing heavily on his body. He lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting far beyond the confines of the room. The outside world. I've always been curious about it. His mind wandered deeper into memories of his past life as Arik, a soldier whose entire existence had been consumed by war. In those days, his world had been limited to marching across blood-soaked fields, maintaining weapons, eating tasteless rations, and preparing for the next battle. The only escape had been victory or death. There had never been any other way out. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But now, as Dane, the circumstances were entirely different. He didn't know what role his talents would play, how the world would receive him, or what kind of impact he could make. Yet for the first time, he had the freedom to go anywhere and do anything. For a moment, I wanted to stay here, to bask in the warmth of this place. He reflected, but Father's words have changed my mind. A spark of determination ignited within him, and before he realized it, he spoke aloud. It's time to step out into the world. And just as Dane finished his declaration, Lady Lily, who had quietly entered the room, overheard him. So, you've made your decision, my son? She asked gently, her voice drawing Dane out of his thoughts and making him startle slightly. Mother, when did you come in? He asked, surprised. Don't worry, she said with a soft smile. It seems my deep-thinking son was so lost in thought that he didn't even hear me knocking. Ah, I see, Dane admitted, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Lady Lily, not the least bit upset about his distraction, looked at him with warm eyes and asked, So, I hear from your father that you've been quite contemplative. Do you find yourself curious about the world beyond our borders? Hearing this question, Dane's expression shifted. He lowered his gaze slightly before answering. Yes, Mother. Father said that staying here would be a waste of my talents, and after thinking it over, I find myself curious about what's out there. I'm sorry. I didn't want to upset you, he added, his voice tinged with guilt as though his decision was a betrayal. Lady Lily's heart softened at her son's pained expression. She sat down beside him, placing a gentle hand on his head to soothe him. There's no need to apologize. Dane, she whispered, your sisters have already left. And if you leave too, her voice trailed off, but she composed herself with a tender smile. It's all right. I understand. My dear, I know how great your talents are. Even if you wish to stay by my side, the world would still call to you. If I could keep you close a little longer, it would be wonderful, but life rarely grants such luxuries. So go, pursue your desires and follow the path your heart leads you to. Strengthened by his mother's words, Dane felt his resolve grow firm. He straightened up and said with determination, Yes, Mother, even if I leave this home, I'll return often and share my stories with you. I'll tell you everything I see out there. Thank you, my son, Lady Lily said, her eyes glimmering with both pride and a touch of sadness. It seems I'll need to prepare to send you into the world, just like your father. Prepare? What do you mean by that? Dane asked, curiosity lighting up his face. I had planned to teach you basic observation and reconnaissance at a more leisurely pace. She mused with a wry smile. But now, it looks like you'll need to learn how to set traps, and avoid them too. She chuckled softly, and her words carried a sense of anticipation, as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Only Dane felt the quiet days of his life slowly slipping away. Oh no, am I going to have to take more of Mother's special lessons too? And skills to dispose of bodies? Seriously? He thought in exasperation. Oh, and you'll need to learn human anatomy as well, Lily added with a casual smile. Heavens above. I'm going to collapse from exhaustion before I even step outside. Dane sighed inwardly, his future already feeling overwhelming. Yes, dear. Mother will teach you many things. Lady Lily concluded cheerfully. Yes, Mother. I'll do my very best. Dane replied confidently, his mind racing. Special lessons from parents who teach with love. That's right. If I'm going to step out into the world, I'll need to be thoroughly prepared. Southern region of the Arabella Empire. Sogur's territory. With its warm climate and abundant natural resources, this region was vital to the Althian Empire's resilience during the Long War. Thanks to the wise governance of Count Sogurs, it remained peaceful, and even the remnants of rebellion had been subdued. Finally, a sense of enduring peace had returned, as though the age of war had never existed. Along one of the lively streets in the Sogur's territory, two young women in their 20s walked side by side, engaged in animated conversation. Hey, have you heard the latest rumor? What rumor? Her friend asked curiously. They say young Master Dane stopped by some shops recently. Really? He did? Yes. He even bought something. I heard the shopkeeper's daughter fainted when she saw him. Oh my goodness. So the stories are true? Totally true. They say he's getting more handsome by the day. I wish I could see him just once, the girl said dreamily. He doesn't have a betrothed yet, right? The girl in the purple dress began to fantasize, causing her friend to gape in shock. What? Are you crazy? Snap out of it. He's only 14, she exclaimed, watching in horror as her companion started drooling. It seemed a budding child hunter was being born. In response to the teasing, the dreamer smirked mischievously and shared more juicy gossip. But I heard he doesn't seem 14 at all. People say he's already as tall as the Count. Wow, could it be because the Countess is tall too? Ah, superior genes. Of course. I bet people would think he's 20 just by looking at him. Silver hair, blue eyes. If I ever saw him, my heart would stop. As she spoke, her eyes began to gleam like car headlights, bright with unrestrained admiration, while the girl in the brown dress listened with growing excitement. A spark of anticipation appeared on her face. Next time he visits, I have to see him. I wonder when he'll go out again. I heard he visits that shop often, she added. Oh, speaking of which, the forest warden told me something else. Really? Yes. If we talk to the warden first, it'll be easier to spot him. Wait, are you actually serious about this? Her friend exclaimed in disbelief. Scene change. Outskirts of Soger's territory. In the depths of a mysterious pine forest brimming with ancient magic, known ominously as the Forest of Doom, Dane was in the midst of completing an escape mission assigned by his mother. Cloaked in a dark green mantle and wielding his spear, he moved cautiously through the trees. Taking a small piece of cloth from his pouch, he held it in front of his face, letting it sway in the air to gauge the wind's direction. The wind blows southward. I saw cherry spiders in this area before, so I'll head west. Dane muttered to himself. He tucked the cloth away and thought quickly. I have 3 hours to get out before sunset. With a determined breath, he sprang into action, bounding between tree branches. He moved with the grace of a shadow. The first rule of an assassin: never let the enemy find you. Dane's task was to evade both nets and traps strategically placed by his mother and escape this perilous forest. Every step was a test of speed, precision, and instinct. Having just landed in a small clearing, Dane inhaled deeply, drawing in the magical air and mana that saturated his surroundings. He held the breath for a moment before exhaling slowly, allowing his aura to meld seamlessly with the forest's energies. He sharpened his senses. Before long, he spotted the hidden dangers lurking ahead. Invisible strands of thread, nearly undetectable to the naked eye, stretched across the clearing in a web of peril. One wrong move would trigger the trap. Touching even one strand will activate it instantly. Simple but deadly. Fortunately, this type of trap is easy enough to disable, he mused, a hint of confidence flickering in his eyes. Rolling up his sleeves, Dane prepared to dismantle the deadly mechanism, his fingers steady and sure as he approached the first wire. However, this was a trap set by Lady Lily, so there was no way he could resolve it so easily. At this moment, strange noises began to echo from above Dane's head, catching his attention, and only when he looked up did Dane realize that, at some point, atop the trees before him, there was a group of monstrous creatures that resembled giant chipmunks, staring at him with ravenous eyes. And then, one among them let out a screech and hurled itself straight toward Dane, its cry sounding like an alarm signal that immediately triggered the rest of the horde to charge at him as well, thirsting for a taste of his blood. Seeing the ferocity of these beasts, Dane instinctively took a few steps backward, thinking to himself, "This is bad. It's a pack of Ruzult. I can't believe they're here." They were rushing at him with terrifying speed, and he knew he had to deal with them quickly. Just as he reached for his spear beside him to fight back, his movement suddenly froze. Wait, if I engage them now and accidentally touch one of the traps, it'll be even more dangerous. There was no other choice but to escape the area for the time being. With this thought, Dane abandoned any desire to fight the beasts and immediately grabbed his spear and took off running, while the chipmunk-like creatures chased him relentlessly. And as they moved, Those foolish monsters crashed into numerous, nearly invisible threads strung in midair, causing Lady Lily's traps to activate instantly. At that very moment, as soon as the threads snapped, the walls on both sides of the forest echoed with the sharp, whistling sound of spikes being launched. And before the ravenous beasts could react, their bodies were riddled with holes as if they were honeycombs. Seeing their miserable state, Dane paused for a beat, uncertain whether to feel relieved or pitiful. Haha, they fell into the trap. I took them down without lifting a finger, he thought, chuckling to himself, only to realize that one particularly fortunate chipmunk had survived the storm of spikes and was now racing toward him with a desperate fury to launch one final attack. However, although slightly surprised that the chipmunk-like monster had survived, Dane quickly dodged to the side, evading its attack with swift reflexes. "It's too fast," he muttered inwardly, feeling a hint of admiration mixed with frustration. The creature, realizing its strike had missed, immediately dug its claws into the ground to halt its momentum. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and expelled a dark crimson mist that seemed to pulse with an ominous glow. Though Dane had no idea what it was, instinct alone told him it was highly dangerous. Whatever it spits out can't be good, he reminded himself, staying vigilant as he twirled his spear rapidly in his hands like a fan blade, dispersing the reddish mist into the air around him. Yet, being held up by such a lowly creature only fueled his irritation. "Damn it, I can't afford to waste more time here," he thought, feeling a surge of impatience building within as the looming threat of failure in his mother's assigned task weighed heavily on him. With no better choice, Dane launched himself forward, ready to end this nuisance once and for all. At the same moment, the monstrous chipmunk lunged toward him with equal ferocity, its ravenous gaze fixed firmly on his neck. Both combatants raced headlong into each other, and in a flash of movement, the air was filled with the sharp whistling sound of slicing force. Moments later, Dane's spear cleaved the creature in two with surgical precision, but even after splitting it apart, his irritation remained, and in a fit of lingering annoyance, he swung his spear backward once more, severing its head cleanly in half as if to ensure it wouldn't bother him any longer. Time passed quickly as the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows over the forest floor. Finally, with a gasp of relief, Dane stumbled out of the treacherous woods, collapsing onto the ground with the exhaustion of a man who had just run for his life. Huff, huff, I'm gonna throw up, he muttered between labored breaths, feeling like his lungs were on fire. At least I made it out safely, he added, a weary grin briefly flickering across his face. But as if fate itself enjoyed toying with him, a new sound shattered his moment of respite. His ears twitched as ominous noises echoed from nearby, and despite feeling utterly drained, Dane forced himself upright, his entire body tense with readiness. What now? Damn it, when did I let my guard down? He cursed inwardly, his teeth clenched in frustration, gripping his spear tightly as he prepared for whatever might come next. However, the person who had just arrived turned out to be none other than Lady Lily herself. "Well done, Dane," she praised with a gentle smile. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in total, you're even faster than I am." Seeing her appear so suddenly, Dane blinked in surprise and asked, "You've been watching me this whole time?" "Of course," Lily replied with a soft chuckle. "I couldn't possibly let you go alone, even though I know your talent better than anyone. A mother's heart is a different matter. You did well. I couldn't find a single mistake. Are you hurt anywhere?" As she spoke, her hand gently ruffled Dane's hair with motherly affection. "I'm fine, Mother," Dane responded, feeling warmth bloom inside him. Honestly, at this rate, Lily sighed with mock exasperation. "You'll be recruited as an assassin before long." Her words made Dane grin awkwardly, scratching his head sheepishly. Then, with a graceful motion, Lily reached into her sleeve and withdrew a dagger. Its black blade shimmered with an ominous sheen. A weapon steeped in history, it was the very same dagger used in Dane's 1-year-old ceremonial weapon selection. She held it out toward him. "Here, take it," she said, her tone warm yet firm. It suits you far better than it does me now. Dane's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the familiar weapon, its dark aura sparking a flood of memories. Mother, this is Hakjiak. Your dagger, he stammered, almost disbelieving. Are you sure I can have it? Lily nodded serenely. Of course. I no longer need it. Hakjiak was forged from the mystical or ethereal, a metal that absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, it can even store every poison known to the world, she explained, her voice tinged with pride. Yet, she didn't need to say much more. Dane already knew the dagger's properties by heart. The knowledge danced vividly in his mind. It can absorb toxins and wield them as a weapon. He mused, feeling its deadly potential almost pulse in his hands. Without hesitation, he accepted the dagger eagerly. Thank you, Mother. I'll treasure it, he said earnestly, gripping it tightly as though holding a piece of his very soul. Seeing him accept the gift wholeheartedly, Lady Lily couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within her chest. Thank you, Dane. Let's head back and rest, she said with a warm smile. So, this is everything Mother wanted to teach me, Dane thought to himself quietly. However, just as they were about to turn back, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from deep within the forest. The cry was so sharp that birds from nearby trees took to the sky in a frantic flurry of wings. Hearing this, both Dane and Lily froze in place. Mother, did you hear that? Dane asked, his brows furrowing. Yes. Lily nodded, her expression turning serious. It sounds like someone's in trouble. Hurry, Dane. Yes, Mother, he replied without hesitation, and together they raced toward the source of the distressing sound. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to a secondary tower belonging to the Sogers family. Inside one of its dimly lit rooms, an elderly man with a long, white beard suddenly bolted upright from his slumber, his face drenched in terror as though he had just escaped from a nightmare. His eyes darted frantically around the room, disoriented and breathless. Where am I? He muttered, voice trembling. I remember. I was eating mushrooms in the forest. Hearing the old man's hoarse voice, Dane entered the room, carrying a cup of steaming tea. You're awake, he said calmly, placing the cup down. The detoxification process is still ongoing. Please don't move too much. The old man squinted at Dane with a look of curiosity and asked, Detoxification? You were the one who saved me. Yes, Dane replied plainly. You ate a redcap mushroom. Fortunately, we found you just in time. The mention of the deadly mushroom drained the color from the man's face, turning his already pale features ghastly white. A redcap, he whispered, dread lacing every word. In response, Dane handed him the cup and said, Yes, it's highly poisonous. Had we been any later, you would have been nothing more than a corpse by now. Here, drink some water. Thank you, the man said weakly, his hands trembling as he accepted the cup and drank deeply, tilting his head back until the last drop was gone. As the man gulped down the liquid, Dane's keen eyes scanned him thoughtfully. That emblem on his belt, it belongs to the Nixian magic tower, he observed, a flicker of realization sparking in his mind. This man isn't just anyone. Without the Hakjiak, there's no way I could have saved him. After drinking the water, the old man turned to ask again, Thank you, but where am I? You're in the secondary tower of the Sogers family. Dane shrugged as he replied. Since the Sogers family was so well known, the old man quickly deduced where he was. However, upon realizing this, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. So, not only did I get lost heading south, but I also ate a poisonous mushroom and ended up here. Noticing the old man seemed to be recovering a little, Dane continued, Please, rest for now. I've informed my father. He'll be here soon. Huh? Your father? The old man asked. His curiosity piqued. Dane nodded, confirming, Yes, I'm the youngest son of Count Sogers, Dane Sogers. At this revelation, the old man's eyes widened in recognition, and he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ah, so you're the younger brother of Arabella. The genius whom all the magic towers have their eyes on. But how did you find me? Dane didn't seem bothered by the question. Actually, I was training with my mother in the forest, he said nonchalantly. The crazy forest? The old man exclaimed in shock before recalling the dreadful memories of his own time in that forest. Even I, an 8th level mage, got lost in there. The mana flow reversed while I was casting a spell, and I collapsed. So that's what happened to me. The old man looked at Dane with a hint of disbelief. Is that true? That forest has ancient energy, and there are traps everywhere. Yes, that forest is our family's inheritance. It's extremely dangerous for outsiders. Moreover, because the energy there is different from the modern mage's mana, it's best for mages to avoid it. You also ended up in danger after eating a poisonous mushroom, Dane explained calmly, helping the old man understand the situation. I see, the old man said, as realization dawned. So, I nearly died there. He sighed, but then a more pressing thought crossed his mind. Wait a second, does that mean this boy is strong enough to train in that forest? Without thinking, he asked, You also made the antidote, didn't you? Yes, I did, Dane confirmed. The old man was even more shocked. The boy looked so young, barely in his teens. Yet he had the knowledge and skill to concoct an antidote that required such expertise. Haha, how can a family like this exist? Not only are there 2 genius daughters, but even the youngest son. He paused, shaking his head in amazement. If it were still wartime, the Sogur's family could become the most powerful family in the Althean Empire. After thinking for a moment, the old man chuckled and said, Haha, I've said too much. It's really true. Huh. Dane nodded in response, and his straightforward answer made the old man fall silent. Look at this kid. He's got some guts. The old man thought to himself before pausing for a few seconds, then continuing. Well, let me introduce myself first. I'm Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago, I was the master of the Nishan Magic Tower. If you need anything, just let me know. I have everything in this world, except for the things I don't have. Sidrain spoke with pride, likely referring to his spatial storage, as many mages lived without homes by storing everything in a pocket dimension. Dane, considering this, thought for a moment and then asked, Is that true? His calm demeanor made Sidrain pause. What's going on here? Sidrain thought, I just said I'm the master of a magic tower. Anyone else would be surprised or show some respect. But this kid just keeps acting indifferent. Not wanting Dane to miss the significance of his words, Sidrain gestured dramatically as he explained. You'll never get another opportunity like this in your life. Don't be modest. If you need something, just tell me. Upon hearing this, Dane furrowed his brows as if thinking about what reward he might want. This expression made Sidrain smile victoriously. However, Dane's next words immediately wiped the smile off Sidrain's face. I'll take some time to think about what I want. Then I'll tell you later, Dane replied. Upon hearing this response, even someone as old as Sidrain couldn't help but feel irritated. What? He doesn't care at all? What kind of kid is this? Dane didn't pay much attention to Sidrain's reaction. After finishing his business, he quickly left the room, saying, You should rest and recover. Before leaving, behind him, Sidrain was still bewildered, not fully understanding the situation. Haha, this is the first time someone has treated me like that. The old man chuckled foolishly, then began to make an important decision. I was planning to stay for just a day or two and then leave. But now, I think I'll stay longer. I need to investigate this interesting kid more thoroughly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training grounds. After finishing his practice and taking a break, Dane shared the story of finding Sidrain in the forest with his companion Herman. Upon hearing Sidrain's identity, Herman couldn't contain his amazement. The master of a magic tower? He must be extraordinary in the field of magic. Herman exclaimed. Definitely. From what I heard, he's an 8th level mage. Dane nodded in confirmation. 8th level? So, he's stronger than Miss Arabella? Herman asked. Yeah, if that's true, Dane replied. Upon hearing this, Herman's tone became even more excited. Master, Does that mean someone with such power owes you a favor? Magic towers are like independent territories on the continent. They're like nations. What a big deal, he marveled. Meanwhile, Dane couldn't believe his luck. Who would have imagined that he's such a big shot? He looked at Herman and, after congratulating him, Herman began to wonder. But why would the master of a magic tower be wandering around in a forest like that? In front of them, while practicing his swordplay, Dane voiced his thoughts. It's not just any ordinary forest. Mages treat it like a forbidden area. They call it the Apocalypse Forest. Herman clicked his tongue. If it's the Apocalypse Forest, then even mages would face challenges there, he said, understanding how dangerous it must be. But he was lucky to survive. And it's thanks to you, young master. Dane didn't respond to Herman's question. Instead, he looked at the sword in his hand for a moment and then turned to say, Herman, get me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light. Herman was taken aback by Dane's complaint, then turned to inspect the swords on the rack behind them. So that's the problem. These swords are all damaged from the wars and brought back by the Count. No wonder. I'll go prepare a long sword for you to train with tomorrow. Since Dane didn't have a new sword immediately, he accepted the situation. Thank you. I'll continue training with this sword for today. Then, he remembered the gift the Count Bout had given him years ago. Now that I think about it, I do have that. The seal Count Thermion gave me. It's already been 7 years since that day. If I get the chance to visit the capital, I'll definitely go see him. After finishing his training for the day, Dane headed back to his room. On his way, he ran into his father. Arkin, it looks like you trained hard today. Huh? Yes, father, Dane replied, surprised to see his father back so soon. I thought you had some business to take care of outside. The work finished faster than I expected, and I had a reason to rush home, Arkin said with a smile. Immediately, Dane guessed the reason. Is it because of the master of the magic tower? Arkin nodded and sighed. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe he can help Arabella. He could be a good mentor for her. Dane listened to his father's words, but as Arkin spoke about helping Arabella, he began to worry. As I thought, Dad believes the master of the magic tower can help Arabella, but I'm not sure if he can handle her temperament. He recalled the time Arabella had punched a senior with no hesitation. She was so decisive. Too, Dane thought anxiously. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Count Arkin patted his son on the shoulder, praising him. Anyway, you've saved another life. Well done, Dane. I just did what I had to do, Dane humbly replied. Not everyone can do something like that. What you did was truly wonderful, Arkin encouraged. As the two walked together, Dane suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, by the way, did my sisters not come this time? Count Arkin sighed in regret. About that, it's always so hard to see my daughters. Arabella just finished her long semester and is choosing a magic tower to join. I heard Claire received an invitation to a meeting as a teaching assistant from her professor. Dane was happy for his sisters, knowing both of them had made impressive achievements. Both of my sisters are really impressive. Arkin smiled, proud of his son. But I'm really looking forward to you, too. I wonder how the world will treat a multi-talented child like you. Dane shrugged. I don't know either. Arkin laughed heartily. Just thinking about how you surprised Bout makes me laugh. As they talked, Dane couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation when his father mentioned Bout. Duke Bout Thermion. I hope one day I'll have the chance to duel with him again. Then, his mind shifted to Layla. I wonder how Layla is doing. The last letter I got from her was a year ago. I guess I'll find out when I get to the capital. Days passed quickly, and a few days later, inside the room, the old man Sidrain was once again shouting loudly. What? I'm not fully recovered yet? I'm about to lose my mind being stuck in this room for so long. Hearing the old man complain so much, a person dressed like a doctor, exhausted himself, had no choice but to accept it. So he said, then please don't go too far. And for now, you're not allowed to use magic. What? Not allowed? Sidrain exclaimed. Because for a wizard like him to be prohibited from using magic felt like being deprived of his very essence. On the other side, the doctor, fearing that the old man might not understand the seriousness of the matter. Had to remind him again. Yes, your magical flow has not yet been fully purified, and we have not neutralized all the toxins in your body, so you'll need to wait a bit longer. Hearing this, although Sidrain desperately wanted to use magic, he was not stubborn enough to refuse, so he reluctantly accepted. I suppose that's how it is. It's been a while since I haven't been able to use magic. I guess I can consider it a change of pace, but if I stay here any longer, I won't be able to stand it. With that, he excitedly stood up, eager to explore the surroundings like a child. The doctor, seeing this, could only sigh at his behavior, thinking to himself, he doesn't even know his way around here. Ignoring the doctor's words, Sidrain slammed the door shut, which made the doctor suddenly feel a bit anxious. If he causes any trouble, I suppose I'll be the one who gets punished, he muttered to himself. The scene shifted to a corner of the domain, where a group of maidservants gathered and began discussing the old man. There are only two types of wizards, the geniuses on the left and the madmen on the right. One of the maids whispered, "Listen, he's been up and down every floor of the house at least a dozen times. And now he's been staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. But he's supposed to be the strongest wizard, right?" Another maid remarked. "So what if he is? He must be crazy," the first maid replied. "Lady Arabella needs to live a normal life." Though, as the chatter continued, the maids described Sidrain's odd behavior. And indeed, as they had said, the old man Sidrain was sitting in front of the carefully tended roses, admiring them. "I'm really curious," he murmured. "Who created this garden? I never expected these flowers to possess such an extraordinary amount of magic." He pondered as he observed the magical aura emanating from the roses. At the same time, Dane walked over and greeted him. "I came by to check on you, but I couldn't find you. So you were here all along." Hearing the familiar voice, Sidrain turned to respond. "Haha, you thought I went off somewhere, right? Someone told me I had to stay here until I fully recovered," he explained. "Yes, that's what I was hoping for too," Dane smiled and said, looking around at the peaceful surroundings. Sidrain felt as if his soul was being healed. This place is really a good spot for someone to rest and recover. Now I understand why the nobles head south when the vacation season arrives. Indeed, it's wonderful here. I'm a bit sad to have to leave so soon. Dane nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Sidrain grew curious and asked, "You're about to leave? Where are you going?" In response, Dane openly shared, "Not far. I plan to head to the capital." "The capital? Oh, you must be planning to go to the academy, right? And your sisters are there too, aren't they?" "Yes, they're living there comfortably," Dane smiled and replied. At this, Sidrain began observing Dane with a curious gaze. "Your sisters are very well known for their exceptional talents. I wonder how talented you are, too. Should I test it?" he thought to himself. His curiosity began to take over, and he couldn't help but activate his sensory abilities. He extended them to cover Dane's body and immediately discovered a terrifying source of energy inside him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Heavens, what is this dense mana? Sidrain thought. His mana is so concentrated. It's almost unbelievable. If you consider the geniuses of his age to be streams, then this boy is a waterfall. Such a huge amount of mana is usually unstable, to the point where it could spill over. But how could it be? As he turned toward Dane, his probing actions couldn't escape Dane's sharp gaze. So, Dane spoke up. "Do you think it's a bit rude to evaluate someone's magic without their permission?" Sidrain awkwardly scratched his head. "Ah, you noticed. Huh, you have skills. Huh? I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking," he apologized. Immediately afterward, Sidrain's mind was in turmoil. No way I can believe something so unbelievable. Can it really be possible for someone to have condensed mana like this boy? He said this while looking at Dane as if he were an alien, making Dane feel a little confused. Huh? What did he see that's so shocking? Back with old man Sidrain. After observing Dane a bit longer, he was once again astonished. Wait a minute. Why can't I see any magic layers? With such density, I should be able to see the layers, he thought to himself. A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. Could it be? Does this kid have 2 mana cores? To test his theory, Herman immediately turned to Dane and asked, "How did you create your mana core?" Seeing the man's crazed expression, Dane was also a bit puzzled and asked in return, "Is there a problem?" "Of course there is," Herman shouted. "You have such an insane amount of mana, and yet you still want to wield a spear? Not to mention, you possess magic that only requires a core, without needing magic layers. Are you trying to throw away your greatest talent?" His voice was filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't fathom ignoring such a terrifying magical talent and not learning more about it. Hearing this, Dane shrugged and replied, "Well, can't I just use both?" Back to Herman. Upon hearing Dane's response, he gritted his teeth with a loud creak, and his face twisted in frustration as he began to pull at his hair. "This is insane. What should I explain first?" he muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Herman slowly began to explain to the young man. "Do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are strong because they possess both a mana core and magic layers, but they interfere with each other. When they collide, problems arise. It's the law of nature. The mana condensed in the core is transmitted to the magic layers, so the magic layers can't withstand the impact and will explode," Herman said seriously. His explanation made Dane, though he had never experienced it himself, break out in a cold sweat. "Wow, I've done a lot of research, but this really seems impossible," he thought to himself. Turning back to Sidrain, the old man was so furious that he didn't even look at Dane anymore. "TCH, such wasted talent. Truly wasted," he muttered in frustration. Meanwhile, as if he hadn't noticed Herman's angry demeanor, Dane asked, "So, you can't use magic without magic layers?" In response to the question, the old man pondered for a moment before speaking. "It's not that it's impossible, but without the adjustment of the magic layers, how can you use spells that require pure magic? Besides, it's not like no one has thought of this before. However, most of the people I know who tried this met with failure." Hearing that he still had a chance, Dane slapped his chest and said, "Then let me try. I've never tried before, but it seems feasible." The old man was thinking to himself, "What on earth is this crazy kid talking about? If I rearrange the magic?" Dane muttered as he raised his hand to gesture in the air, and with every movement, a trail of blue energy filled with strange ancient symbols lingered behind him. Then, he clenched his fist, and suddenly, a fierce flame ignited in midair. Miraculously, it seemed not to affect the protagonist at all. Seeing the fire appear, Dane's face unconsciously broke into a slight smile. "Oh, it worked. But it's only a basic first-level spell." On the other side, Sidrain's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets in disbelief. "What? How is that possible? This kid doesn't have any magic layers. How is he using magic?" Unable to contain himself, the old man shouted, "Unbelievable! You should only be able to use magic through the adjustment of magic layers. Yet you still." The more he spoke, the more confused he became. Turning back to Dane, the latter waved his hand and created some kind of magical shield, then shared his theory. "My sister Arabella said that my affinity for magic is very high. Maybe that's the reason." Upon hearing this, Sidrain was still struggling to believe it. "Huh, even so, is this what ordinary people say when they describe talents that can't be mimicked? What they call innate talent?" Sidrain thought silently to himself, for the first time experiencing the feeling of being a commoner looking at true geniuses. Not knowing the old man's thoughts, Dane was also a bit surprised that he had succeeded on his first try. "It really works. I can use magic without magic layers now. Now I get it." The old man nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Sidrain's face opposite Dane was blank with disbelief to the point where he nearly lost his balance. The innate mana affinity, not to mention the pure mana that was denser than anyone else's in the world. Could this person truly exist? With this thought, a strong feeling of urgency surged within Sidrain's heart. "Would you like to be my disciple?" he proposed. However, It seemed that Dane was still not interested in using magic very much. Nevertheless, the old man didn't give up and continued to pester him. I'm telling you, we should have a talk. It would be such a waste to overlook a talent like yours. Do you know how to use level 2 magic? I don't know that code, so I can't. Dane answered awkwardly. His response made Sidrain laugh joyfully. Haha, excellent. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you level 8 magic right away. Before Sidrain could finish his sentence, Dane coldly declined him. No thank you. I don't accept. Seeing himself, the master of the magic tower, and an 8th level mage, repeatedly rejected by this little brat, Sidrain's anger reached its peak. His eyes turned white, and he gritted his teeth like a rabid dog about to be put down. Fortunately, before he could pounce on Dane, the cheerful voice of Count Arkin rang out. Haha, I didn't expect you to get so close to my son like this. Dane greeted his father, who was approaching. Hello, father. Well, son, what were you two discussing? Arkin asked. At this point, Dane was already annoyed. Oh, he kept insisting I become his disciple, but I refused. Disciple? Arkin glanced at Sidrain with an ambiguous look, causing the old man to feel slightly embarrassed. He turned to try convincing Arkin. Well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a great mage. Haha, is that so? Arkin calmly chuckled, because his son's talent was at least 10 times greater than this old man's. Sidrain, as if worried that Arkin wouldn't believe him, patted Dane on the back with a loud thud, confirming, perhaps it's even greater than I imagined. He can even use chain-level magic without needing any magic layers. Hearing this, Arkin's face shifted slightly, and he turned to confirm with his son. No magic layers? Is that true, Dane? Yes, father. The young man replied innocently. Arkin smiled and said, I'm sure you don't have any basic magical knowledge, do you? That's why your talent is even more impressive. Sidrain chimed in. With this praise, Arkin nodded, clearly impressed, and thought to himself, this former head of the magic tower has sharp eyes. Truly, he immediately recognized my son's talent. It's not just talent, it's genius. My son could even become a rare magic swordsman. At this, a vision of Dane in knight's armor, holding a sword aloft, flashed in Arkin's mind. He imagined his son declaring, a sword is better than a spear, and the image made his expression darken. Sidrain, oblivious to the change in Arkin's mood, smiled and continued, yes, a magic swordsman. Finally, you're interested, right? If you become my disciple, I'll take full responsibility. I'll make you the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. However, as Sidrain spoke, he suddenly stopped, sensing an eerie chill. He quickly looked up and realized the source of the chill, the white, feral eyes of Arkin glaring at him. And then Arkin's voice rang out, filled with authority. He will not become a magic swordsman. Sidrain recoiled, stunned. What? Is that an issue? He asked. Puzzled, Arkin turned to Dane with a resigned expression, but internally, he couldn't help but laugh at how the people in his family were all so alike in their determination. My son will not become a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman. Arkin yelled, his frustration spilling over. Sidrain, taken aback, staggered back a few steps, clearly shaken. What? That's a problem? He then glanced at Dane, who stood quietly by, unable to do anything but smile inwardly at the chaos around him. Haha, why is it that everyone in this family is like this? He thought. Time passed quickly, and at this moment, Dane was reading a book in his private room, still undecided about becoming Sidrain's disciple. At the same time, the protagonist was also delving a little into magical knowledge, as becoming a disciple was of great significance to a wizard. Wizards typically nurture their successors through an act called inheritance, a tradition that has existed since ancient times and continues even in modern times, especially now that universal magic education has been established. Indeed, the master of the magic tower was not just looking for an ordinary disciple, but someone who could inherit his position. Considering that an 8th-level grand wizard was constantly around him, It meant that his talent was something truly astonishing. After hearing so many compliments, Dane could also feel something stirring inside his body. At this point, Dane's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled a memory from when he was younger. Ah, I know now, he thought to himself. At that moment, in Dane's mind, an image appeared of his sister Arabella presenting him with a magical crystal ball and instructing him to pour magic into the ball whenever he wanted to contact her. With this thought, Dane immediately opened his wardrobe, took out the magical crystal ball, and said with joy, "All right, just ask Sister Arabella, and it will be done." Meanwhile, in another area that looked like a library, his sister Arabella suddenly heard her younger brother's voice. "Sister Arabella, it's me, Dane." Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand abruptly stopped, and with a smile, she said, "Dane, my little brother." After that, Dane quickly began to recount everything to his older sister to seek her opinion. And of course, after hearing everything, Arabella was also astonished by her younger brother. "What, Dane, you can use first-level magic? But you don't even have a magic circle," she said in surprise. "Well, I don't have one, but I can still use it." Dane shrugged and replied, which made her smile awkwardly. "I knew you were a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this good," she said. Back to Dane. He continued, "The magic circle only functions to purify and circulate mana. It could be because my mana is already so pure," he explained. Hearing this, Arabella nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Well, I have a way to check. Dane, I'll send you a magic stone through the transmission device in your room. You just need to pour some mana into it." "Got it," Dane happily replied, also marveling at how lucky he was to have such a good sister. "My big sister is so nice to me," he thought. "Mana has always intrigued me, and the advice from a level 6 wizard is incredibly useful." On the other side of the line, as if thinking of something, Arabella reminded him, "Speaking of which, if you can use magic, you'll attract a lot of attention at the academy." I don't want that," Dane said, panicked. "That's unavoidable." Arabella replied confidently, "Talent attracts attention more than anything else. Just let me know if anyone bullies you at school, and I'll take care of anyone who dares to touch my little brother." Her confident words made Dane remember something and ask, You didn't mention it, but I heard you broke the nose of that guy who always flirts with you. Wasn't he the second son of Duke Well?" Hearing this, Arabella recalled the annoying face of that guy and gritted her teeth. "Don't mention that bastard's name again," she said angrily, causing people around her to look at her with cautious eyes. Seeing this, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, "By the way, even without the magic circle, over time, do you think your mana could become even purer?" In response to the question, the protagonist's voice became hesitant. "Well, I don't really know about that." "Then let me check it out later." Arabella nodded. However, before she could chat with her younger brother any further, a female student approached from a distance, reminding her, "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." Hearing this reminder, although she was reluctant, Arabella had to speak up. "Dane, I have to go. I'll call you back later." "All right. See you later, sis," Dane said. "I'll send the magic stone to you as soon as I can," Arabella replied. Back to the protagonist. After waiting for his sister to end the call, he couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. "I'm about to experience a whole new world. I didn't even expect my mana to be this pure. Could I possibly have the heart of a dragon?" Dane said, placing his hand on his chest as if to feel it. Meanwhile, Sidrain, still unable to convince Dane to become his disciple, was sighing deeply, like a person on the verge of death. "Oh, I'm doomed. I used mana to probe him, and now the situation is even worse. I was planning to leave here earlier, but I can't go until he accepts my offer. What should I do to get him to agree? Should I give him some magical artifacts, or perhaps share the knowledge I've accumulated over the years?" Sidrain wondered, but soon after, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. "No, that would be too much. If I give him that, and he still refuses, I'll leave empty-handed." The more he thought, the more he felt like his hair was turning gray. Just then, suddenly, Dane's voice rang out from outside the door. "Are you in there?" "It's me, Dane Sogers." Hearing Dane's voice, a spark of hope flashed in Sidrain's eyes. What's he here for? Did he finally accept my offer? With anticipation on his face, Sidrain called out, "Come in." Hearing that, Dane opened the door, quickly walked inside, and said, "Good, you're here. I have something to discuss with you." "Huh? What do you want?" the old man asked, looking at Dane. Suddenly, the old man, seeing Dane's appearance, assumed that Dane had come to ask to become his disciple, and he smiled, thinking to himself, "Haha, I knew it. Eventually, you'd want to become the disciple of an 8th-level great mage like me." He laughed joyfully, but before the old man could finish, Dane coldly corrected him. "No, that's not it." Hearing this, Sidrain's smile instantly vanished, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "TCH, then why are you here? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic?" "I'm not uninterested in magic." Dane shook his head. "Then why don't you want to be my disciple? Haven't you already found a master?" Sidrain asked, but Dane shook his head again. "No, I don't have a master yet." At this point, even the most patient of saints would have felt a bit frustrated. What the hell? Is this kid messing with me? Sidrain thought to himself. If not, then what the hell does he want? Sidrain ground his teeth together and said, "But of course, Dane wasn't here to chit-chat with the old man. I don't know how to level up to the 2nd tier. It's hard for my sister to teach me since she's far away. So, the best option is to learn from you. Sidrain, you still owe me a life." Dane thought to himself, seizing this opportunity to remind the old man, "I don't just want to be a regular mage." Dane continued. On the opposite side, the old man seemed to catch on and said, "What? So you want to become a magic warrior?" "No," Dane replied. "I want to become a mage, a warrior, an assassin, and a summoner." The old man's jaw dropped in shock. "What? Does such a class really exist?" He scratched his head. But that wasn't all. "Oh, and a swordsman too," Dane added. At this, Sidrain could only shake his head in disbelief. "This is ridiculous. It's too complicated. You still refuse me even though you don't realize this is your only chance." "Yes, that's right," Dane calmly replied. With such a determined tone, Sidrain began to fall into deep thought for a moment. "Damn it, he's too persistent," the old man muttered quietly to himself. However, in times of difficulty, it seemed like his mind started to come up with ideas, and he soon thought of something that might work. Maybe this will do the trick, he thought. With this idea in mind, Sidrain immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Do you want a letter of recommendation? I hear you want to enter that academy, right? If I write you a letter, you'll be admitted directly." Sidrain spoke eagerly. In front of such an enticing offer, Dane found it incredibly tempting. The conditions were indeed very attractive. "All right," he sighed. "Let's discuss the details then." Sidrain, eager, called out, "Can I make a condition?" Hearing this, the old man smiled inwardly, knowing Dane had shown interest. He's interested now. I'll seize this opportunity and make sure he can't escape," he thought, then cheerfully said, "Of course, go ahead and speak." Dane, unfazed, then asked, "Could you teach me how 2nd-tier magic works?" "Of course. I know all types of magic in the world." Sidrain proudly patted his chest. "Really? Then I'm counting on you," the protagonist said, his voice filled with anticipation. "Haha, no problem." The old man waved his hand dismissively while thinking to himself, "He's still so young. A letter of recommendation or knowledge of 2nd-tier magic is nothing to me." With that thought, the old man was eager to show off his vast knowledge. "Let's start right away," he said. "Though my health isn't great, it doesn't matter." "All right, let's begin." Dane nodded in agreement. He's completely fallen into my trap," Sidrain thought gleefully. However, contrary to the old man's expectations, Dane wasn't as naive as he seemed. "By the way," Dane said, I'll consider this as my way of repaying you for saving me in the forest." Hearing Dane's words, Sidrain's face in front of him went blank, and he asked, "What? But you said it yourself. You owe me a life debt, so I can ask for anything I want. And I've already stated it." Dane said this with a sly smile, making the old man's eyes widen in disbelief. "Wait a minute. What about becoming my disciple?" Sidrain asked. "Of course not." Dane shook his head. Upon hearing this, no matter how clueless Sidrain had been, he finally realized that he had been tricked by a 14-year-old. "What? I was fooled by a kid," he thought. And as his mind started to race again, he soon realized something unusual in Dane's request. He then shouted, "Wait a second. You're asking for two things, but I only owe you one favor." In response to this question, Dane coldly said, "Huh? I don't think so. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I also removed the poison from your body. Moreover, I even had to carry you back here, but I didn't count that." The protagonist confidently listed his deeds, making the old man's face go pale, thinking, how could this kid be so cunning? "Oh my back hurts a little now." Sidrain groaned inwardly. In the end, experience from old age couldn't match the vitality of youth. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the training grounds. Because Dane had already trapped him, they were both here to practice magic. Of course, Sidrain wasn't planning to give up so easily. "It's okay. If I keep insisting and persuade him, maybe in the future, he will change his mind. It would be a waste to let such innate talent slip away," Sidrain thought to himself. He then started to give instructions. The fact that you condense the mana core before the magic circle is nothing to mention. The important thing is being able to use magic even without the circle. The method of transporting second-tier magic that I'm about to teach is very complicated. Many have given up at this stage, so focus and listen carefully," Sidrain said while casting a proud glance at Dane behind him. "Okay." Dane calmly agreed. "Haha, look at that sparkling gaze." Sidrain thought to himself, "But I won't let you achieve your goal that easily. I'll teach you some manners," the old man silently declared in his heart. Finally, the lesson officially began. Second-tier magic was on a completely different level from the first tier. It required calculating the amount of mana, measuring the concentration of mana in the surrounding air, and even factoring in the condition of the body at that moment. The reason most people gave up on learning magic was its complexity. Sidrain explained this, his voice steady with experience, while Dane attentively took out his small notebook and began jotting down important points. Observing this focused demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose in Sidrain's mind. "Well," he asked, "do you understand what I'm saying? Surely you'll soon beg me to explain it in simpler terms," he thought, envisioning a scenario where Dane would plead for more straightforward words. A smirk tugged at his lips as he spoke aloud. "That's the basic idea. Do you get it now?" In response, Dane confidently nodded. "Yes, I understand. I must learn a great deal, not just the mechanics of magic, but also things I have yet to discover," he said calmly. Across from him, Sidrain was utterly stunned by Dane's unexpected response. "What? You actually understood everything? Then tell me about the laws of magic operation," the old man demanded. Still skeptical, without hesitation, Dane kept writing while casually answering. "The first law is coexistence. Mana can exist simultaneously within the physical world and alongside other sources of mana. Through coexistence, a mage utilizes both their personal mana and the surrounding mana to perform magic. The second law is conservation. If mana gathers sufficient material elements, conservation allows it to manifest spells using various elemental attributes." As Dane continued to explain, throwing in his own elaborations, Sidrain froze like a block of wood, unable to believe his ears. This child not only grasped the essence of magic, but also added his interpretations with remarkable insight. "Most people find this tedious," Sidrain mused, "but it seems he doesn't feel that way. How can someone like this even exist?" His heart sank in astonishment. Since Dane had answered flawlessly, Sidrain decided to dive deeper into the lesson. With each level increase, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining further, "I'll demonstrate," he declared. Pausing briefly, he waved his hand to the side, causing streams of blue energy to wrap around his arm. The strands quickly intertwined, forming a grid-like symbol with elegant precision. Looking at the symbol he had just created, Sidrain turned toward Dane and began to explain. This is an example of first-tier magic. It can be cast using basic laws and simple principles. However, starting from the second tier, things change significantly. First-tier magic cannot even begin to compare. After this brief explanation, Sidrain proceeded to conjure larger streams of energy, which swirled with numerous intricate and cryptic characters floating in the air. "This is how second-tier magic operates," he said with calm authority. Dane's eyes followed the complex formations created by Sidrain's demonstration, and even he had to admit that the level of intricacy had jumped to an entirely different dimension. The threads of magic interwove with a complexity that felt far more difficult than the theoretical knowledge he had read. His brow furrowed in thought as he tried to grasp the layers of intricacy. On Sidrain's side, the subtle change in Dane's expression brought a grin to the old man's face. "How does it feel?" he asked with amusement. "This is second-tier fire magic, Flame Dart. If you want to create more powerful spells, you must cast the same magic multiple times in quick succession." Surprised? "I'm guessing you've never seen second-tier magic in action before?" Sidrain thought with growing satisfaction. "Looks complicated, doesn't it?" he continued aloud. "Most people spend at least a year mastering the basics of first-tier magic before they're even capable of attempting second-tier spells. No matter how brilliant you are, at this stage, you can only understand fragments of it. The key to advancing lies in grasping the laws behind the magic. Without that, no amount of power will help. I'll observe you for a week and slowly explain the technicalities to you." As these thoughts took shape in his mind, Sidrain silently planned his next steps. However, he still underestimated the exceptional talent sitting before him. "Should I give it a try?" Dane's calm voice suddenly broke Sidrain's train of thought. "Huh? You? Well, it's going to be difficult. But go ahead," the old man replied dismissively, fully expecting Dane to fail. "All right, then," Dane answered, his tone composed. Drawing upon everything he had observed so far, he began to mimic Sidrain's actions. Streams of soft energy enveloped Dane's body, and, to Sidrain's astonishment, the grid-like magical symbol quickly took form around him. This is first-tier magic, right?" Dane asked, his voice untroubled. "Yes, it is." Sidrain nodded, his expression betraying a flicker of surprise. Internally, he marveled. Ho-ho, he's not only formed clearly defined lines and structured shapes with precise dimensions, he did it so effortlessly. Mastering first-tier magic already. "I see," Sidrain admitted, a hint of grudging admiration beginning to grow. On the other side, seeing the old man confirm his success, Dane calmly moved forward with casting second-tier magic. "And this is what you just showed me," he stated. As the energy surrounding him began to shift, the streams twisted and turned, perfectly replicating the intricate patterns of the second-tier magic that Sidrain had demonstrated moments ago. Sidrain stared in speechless disbelief at the sight before him. His mind raced. Seriously? Did he just replicate the mechanism of second-tier magic perfectly? He grasped it immediately, after watching me perform it only once. The thought left him awestruck, curiosity bubbling within. He finally voiced his question. "How did you do that?" "When I observe, I memorize the laws and patterns. Once I visualize the structure of the magic in my mind. It's not that difficult," Dane explained with casual ease. Though his words were simple, Sidrain knew the reality was anything but. "This is absurd. It's beyond imagination, even for a magical prodigy like myself." Mastering second-tier magic took time and practice. He reflected with growing astonishment. But this boy, he manifested the spell perfectly without even relying on structured magical tiers. The sense of wonder hadn't even fully settled when Dane made things more intense. "Then, I'll try using Flame Dart next," he suggested. "Wait, what?" Sidrain blinked. Incredulous. Dane, however, didn't bother repeating himself. He raised both hands to either side. His expression focused as he gathered his mana. Streams of energy swirled around him, forming brilliant trails of light. Carefully guiding the flow, Dane manipulated the mana into a series of fiery formations. In a sudden burst of power, four blazing arrows materialized midair, hovering around him like spectral guardians. Flames crackled along their forms as they stabilized in perfect alignment. Watching this flawless execution, Sidrain felt a surge of emotion he hadn't experienced in years, pure amazement mixed with disbelief. Dane glanced at his creation, a slight smile forming on his lips. It looks like it worked, he remarked with quiet satisfaction. Back with Sidrain, watching the young boy beaming with joy as his magic successfully took form. The old man could only feel a profound sense of disbelief. Impossible. Ridiculous. If I had possessed talent like that, I could have reached the pinnacle of 9th-tier magic by now. Unaware of the storm brewing in Sidrain's thoughts, Dane casually controlled the flaming arrows, drawing them closer to himself before turning and asking, "Am I doing this right?" Yes. Very impressive," Sidrain answered, coughing a bit to mask his amazement. "You learn everything I teach remarkably fast." Even Dane seemed surprised by his own progress. "Yes, I was also astonished to succeed on my first try," he admitted. Meanwhile, Sidrain felt a growing sense of trepidation. This boy's terrifying talent, a mage who bypasses magical tiers? The world will erupt in chaos if his abilities are exposed. I must hide his powers to protect him from those who would seek to exploit or manipulate him, especially until I can secure him as my disciple, he thought, already planning how to write a recommendation letter to the prestigious academy. "All right, let's move on to the next spell," Sidrain declared. "Yes, sir," Dane responded eagerly. Thus, the day continued to fly by, and soon night fell. Lying in bed, Dane's thoughts drifted back to the morning lesson. Learning magic was more enjoyable than I expected. I need to master both theory and practice. But having the ability to wield magic now? He reflected on his past life. In that life, I was forced to abandon magic altogether. Survival left me no choice but to wield a sword. I never knew when death would come, and magic, requiring extensive study before yielding practical results, was a luxury I couldn't afford. But this time, I can immerse myself in both practice and knowledge. I can combine what I learned from my sister with my innate talent, growing explosively with even the simplest guidance. And with a former tower master teaching me, what magic will I learn tomorrow? The thought filled him with excitement, and soon sleep claimed him. Time passed quickly, and 2 weeks later, Sidrain and Dane found themselves in discussion with another figure, Arkan. "What? You want to make magical potions?" Arkan exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes," Dane replied calmly, "but since I lack some of the materials, I'll need to venture outside the estate to gather them." "Already trying your hand at potion making?" "Huh," Arkan muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Beside him, the tower master Sidrain confidently affirmed, "Don't worry about the boy. He's already grasped the mechanics of 4th-tier magic." Turning back to Arkan, though he was well aware of his son's extraordinary talents, the man couldn't help but marvel every time he heard of Dane's accomplishments. "Isn't it supposed to take a whole month just to master 1st-tier magic? And magical reagents? Where did you even learn about those? That's not exactly common knowledge." In response to his father's curiosity, Dane flashed a radiant smile. "I learned by reading magical texts in the library. They fascinated me." Hearing this, Sidrain chuckled heartily, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Haha, just as I thought, only a genius would be curious about magical reagents. Most people find them dreadfully boring. But for you, even the simple act of gathering materials must be fun, right?" "Absolutely," Dane replied with an eager nod, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Across from them, Arkan watched the exchange in silence, his expression thoughtful. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. "All right, this will be a valuable experience for you. Since you'll be leaving the estate, Take the chance to inspect the territory while you're at it. Yes, father. Dane responded respectfully, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then, the trio of Dane, Herman, and Sidrain left the estate and made their way down into the bustling streets of the town. The mere sight of Dane's appearance caused an immediate stir among the townsfolk as they recognized his identity. It's young Master Dane. Look, it's him. The young master's here. Look, he's carrying snacks. That's the new product. His silver hair is gleaming beautifully today. Greetings and excited chatter filled the air. And Dane, ever gracious, turned to the crowd with a warm smile and a slight nod. I hope everyone's doing well. I'll be back for more snacks later. Beside him, Sidrain watched the lively reception with a thoughtful expression, stroking his beard. It seems that Count Sogers isn't a bad man after all. Well, judging by how he's raised his son, it makes sense. His eyes scanned the bustling streets and festive atmosphere, taking in the warmth of the people and the pleasant weather. The South really is different, he mused aloud. So much good food, such bright weather, and such kind people. It's a rare scene compared to the capital. Yes, it's a very warm place. Dane agreed. Then he glanced ahead. How much farther is it to the magic item shop? Sidrain gave a curious look. Not far. I hope. You do know where it is, don't you? For someone who had spent most of his life indoors at the estate, this was a daunting question. Dane scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Honestly, I've never been there myself. What? Sidrain's exclamation was loud and incredulous, drawing a few glances from passers-by. Seizing the chance, Dane turned to his ever-reliable butler. Herman, could you lead the way from here? Yes, young master, Herman replied dutifully, guiding his horse forward to take the lead. He glanced back as he pointed. It's just this way. Not far now. Time passed quickly as the group made their way through the streets, and soon they arrived at the magic item shop. As they stepped inside, a woman behind the counter immediately lit up with delight. Oh my goodness! Is it really young Master Dane? The silver hair and those emerald eyes, just as the stories say. Dane gave a polite nod and greeted her with a kind smile. Thank you for welcoming us. How's business these days? At his inquiry, the shopkeeper shrugged with a small sigh. Still the same. Not many people in the territory buy magic items. Most of my sales are to foreigners or anyone particularly curious about magic. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if recognizing the older man accompanying them. Bowing respectfully, she added, I can't believe I have the honor of meeting the former master of the Magic Tower, Lord Sidrain, right here in my shop. Hearing the shopkeeper's polite greeting, Sidrain returned a gentle smile, while Dane blinked with mild surprise. She recognized him with just a glance? He mused. Well, it makes sense. There aren't many who've held the title of Master of the Magic Tower in the Empire, except this old legend right here. Meanwhile, noticing that the group likely had specific items in mind, the shopkeeper wasted no time offering her assistance. Feel free to browse around. Young master, if there's anything you need, just let me know, she said warmly before stepping away to let them explore at ease. Since this is your first time in a magic item shop, take your time and look around, Sidrain remarked. I'll be having a word with the shopkeeper. That works for me, Herman replied, stepping aside. While the elder mage engaged in conversation, Dane began examining the assortment of items on the wooden shelves, ranging from bottles of strange liquids to glowing trinkets. His eyes widened in amazement. Wow, this place is full of interesting things. Some of them feel familiar, too, he murmured, feeling an odd sense of recognition. When I touch these magical tools, I can feel their magical reactions. Maybe it's because of my heightened magical sensitivity. As the thought passed through his mind, a particularly strong aura pulled his attention. What's this? That's a powerful reaction. It's coming from over there, he whispered, focusing on a far corner. The shopkeeper noticed his gaze and quickly interjected. Oh, young master, those are just decorative items. Decorations? I see, Dane muttered, although he wasn't fully convinced. Sidrain, catching sight of Dane's curiosity, called out, "Why not come take a look at some of these crafting ingredients? Moonroot is a particularly fine choice." Seizing the opportunity, the shopkeeper chimed in eagerly. "Ah, an excellent recommendation. I have over 50 different potions made with moonroot, each one hand-cultivated for top-notch quality." Dane, however, couldn't shake the odd sensation gnawing at him. "Strange, this really feels off," he whispered again, his eyes narrowing as he traced the aura's source. Turning abruptly, he finally pinpointed it, a peculiar stone tucked away on a shelf. "It's this, that stone is calling out." With a sudden surge of determination, he hurried over to it, prompting a curious glance from Herman. "Young master, is something wrong?" "Herman, there's something about this stone," Dane explained, gesturing toward it. The butler tilted his head and squinted. "It looks like an ordinary decorative item to me." "I'm not so sure. It feels strange, really strange," Dane insisted, reaching out to grasp the stone firmly in his hand. The moment his fingers closed around it, a spark of energy surged through his palm. As he channeled his magic into the stone, the reaction grew exponentially. "I see now," Dane thought, his eyes widening. "The more magic I pour into it, the stronger the response. Could it be it only reacts to my magic?" Without knowing the strange nature of the stone, the shopkeeper continued introducing her products with a cheerful smile. "Your eyes are truly sharp, my lord. Using it as a model would be absolutely perfect. Let's see. So take this bundle of moon roots and a few Conwell berries for me. May I ask, what exactly is this?" Dane asked as he raised the stone in his hand. Hearing his question, the shopkeeper turned her gaze to the item in his hand and exclaimed with surprise, "Where did you get that stone? What's the matter with that stone?" Sidrain asked curiously. "Oh, nothing. It's just a decoration." She waved her hand dismissively. However, Dane only grew more confused by her response. "Decoration? No way. What kind of decoration reacts to magic like this?" Speaking of the shopkeeper, somehow, the sight of the stone in Dane's hand made her expression twist with irritation. "Arg, every time I look at that stone, it makes me feel so annoyed." Upon hearing this, the old wizard turned with interest and asked, "Why? Did someone trick you?" The shopkeeper let out a long sigh and began explaining. "A few years ago, some traveling merchants paid me with a large package. When I opened it, it was filled with these stones. By then, the man had already left. I had no idea what they were, so I sent them for appraisal. But in the end, they were declared to be nothing more than ordinary stones. I didn't know where else to put them, so I just left them there." "How strange. There's no way this stone is ordinary." Dane pondered silently, but instead of sharing his suspicions with the old wizard, Sidrain, who stood beside him, he chose to keep the matter to himself. Back to the shopkeeper. Seeing that Dane hadn't chosen anything, she quickly offered a suggestion. "My lord, if you're looking for something more impressive, please come this way. I have a few rare magical artifacts I can show you." Saying this, she deftly retrieved a roll of parchment and began her enthusiastic pitch. "Here is a spell-marked calling card. Blah blah." Ignoring her spirited sales pitch, Dane kept his focus firmly on the stone in his hand. "Even though this place is filled with amazing things, the only thing I want is just this." Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the shopkeeper continued her enthusiastic presentation. "If you place it inside, it will automatically store the information you want, and you only need to call out the person's name for their card to appear." However, before she could finish her explanation, Dane interrupted her. "I'll take the calling card scroll and this stone." While the calling card was understandable, Dane's decision to take the seemingly worthless stone left the shopkeeper baffled. "Huh, why would you want that useless rock?" she asked in surprise. On the other side, the Tower Master Sidrain also raised an eyebrow. "What do you plan to do with it?" he inquired. In response, Dane simply smiled without offering much explanation. With that, after gathering everything they needed, the group quickly left the store. As they made their way down the street, Sidrain took the opportunity to comment, "I never expected you to be interested in decorations or art." Or does that stone have something special about it? Seeing that the old man had caught on, Dane chuckled softly. Haha, so you noticed. Of course I did. If not, why would you buy a useless rock? Sidrain replied calmly, realizing he could no longer hide the truth. Dane finally shared a bit more. Exactly. This stone is definitely not just an ordinary decoration. It can react to my magic. Hearing this, Sidrain's face lit up with curiosity. Really now? I'm not sure what that stone is, but hearing you say that makes me quite intrigued. There are too many people around here. Let's head back to the estate and take a closer look. That sounds good to me. Dane nodded in agreement. The group urged their horses forward to hasten their return to the estate. Time quickly passed until the afternoon, and now both of them were preparing to begin studying this stone. Do you know what it is? Dane asked. Are you underestimating my invaluable experimental tools? The old man replied. With these, we will know what it is. Although a mage has already evaluated it and said it's nothing special, Dane asked again, and hearing this, the old man's gaze carried a hint of disdain. Imph. No matter what he says, how could it compare to this of mine? I burned all my money on these advanced tools. They can analyze anything you put on them. Sidrain said as he turned to look at the magical tool he had just taken out from the space bag. And seeing him assertively confirm this, Dane's eyes also showed a bit of anticipation. Great. Let's try it right away. All right. I'm quite eager to. Just place the stone on here and channel your magic into it, the old man said. He then placed the stone on the star-shaped symbol, and as he infused magic into it, the hidden magical circles inside the device activated and began analyzing the object. There's something truly special about this. Finally, I can puff out my chest with pride, the old man thought to himself, smiling inwardly. Soon, from the star symbol, countless energy rays shot out. Seeing the ancient runes within the energy flow, Dane couldn't help but exclaim, It's a magic code. Over here. With his knowledge, Sidrain also noticed the anomaly and pointed out, Yes, but it's not just ordinary magic. Looking at the extremely complicated flow of magic that hovered in the air, Dane could only stand there, wide-eyed, staring in amazement. This is incredible. This is a type of magic that contains laws, structures, and casting methods I've never seen before. It might even be as complex as level 6 or level 7 magic, he thought to himself. Gradually, things began to make sense. So the magic hidden inside the stone is the one that triggered this magical reaction. Dane mumbled. Sidrain, on the other hand, smiled and agreed. Exactly. As you said, your magic is the key that unlocks this magic. I say this because it only responds to your magic. Hearing these words from the Tower Master, Dane became even more curious. So what exactly is it? What kind of magic is hidden inside this stone? Why does it only react to my magic? The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he felt. Meanwhile, Sidrain wanted to try analyzing the magic. Let me take a look. The sealing magic inside is somewhat unfamiliar to me, but since I'm the former Tower Master, I'll give it a shot. Back to Dane. Seeing that the old man was taking charge, he turned to ask, if it works, maybe I'll finally understand why my magic is different from others. Maybe so. Let's hope it works. Sidrain nodded and replied. In another part of the castle, at Arabella's personal laboratory, she was reviewing a collection of analysis reports carefully pinned to the walls and muttering to herself. As expected, it's different. Clearly, it's not like normal magic. There's a special characteristic. There's a special magical attribute that Dane shared with me that I don't even possess. However, there's nothing about what field of magic this fits into in the results. No magic reagents. No magic gates. No magic techniques. If it's not related to any of these fields, then what could it be? It definitely has to be related to something. Arabella thought deeply, until suddenly a light bulb went off in her mind. That's right. There's one field of magic that's been lost. Maybe Dane's magic will fit into it, she thought, and hurriedly began to check her collection of magical books. Where did I put it? Ah, here it is. Alchemy, divination, necromancy, and even an ancient magical code. she said as she quickly searched through her collection. Her hand accidentally brushed against a book, sending it tumbling to the ground. What? This is an ancient magic book? She said in surprise, as she wiped off the dust from the cover, clearly untouched for a long time. Thinking back, there was a magical kingdom that existed long ago, and there were spells inherited from Asana. But because they were ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, no one knew how to use them. Arabella chuckled to herself mockingly. Haha, what am I saying? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago. Dane's magic can't possibly match it. After laughing, her face grew serious again. But then again, it doesn't matter. I have nothing to lose. I'll just try, she thought, and immediately began using her magic to operate a typewriter in front of her. Before long, the typewriter started printing out a piece of paper with the results. Something's coming up. After waiting for the machine to finish, Arabella quickly grabbed the paper and checked the results. What is this? Alchemy, divination, or I hope it's not necromancy, she muttered, her eyes narrowing, and she wasn't sure what the results were. But after reading a little, a bolt of lightning struck her mind. No way. What is this? Arabella screamed out loud. Back with Dane's group, using his magical strength, Sidrain quickly completed breaking the seal, and suddenly, the stone began to shatter into several pieces, making the old man's face light up with joy. The seal is broken. There's something inside, Sidrain said. Dane frowned. That's right. So let's take it out. Sidrain nodded, and then from the fragments of the stone, the old man pulled out a very ordinary-looking bracelet. A silver bracelet? Dane asked in astonishment, while the old man rolled his eyes in disbelief at the worthless metal fragment they had been waiting so eagerly for. It looks like something anyone could buy at the market. I thought there would be something special inside, but there's nothing, he muttered. Here it is. Since it only responds to your magic, try wearing it, Sidrain said as he casually tossed the bracelet to Dane. Seeing this, Dane took the bracelet and slowly put it on his wrist. And just as they had predicted, as soon as Dane wore it, the bracelet suddenly emitted a soft blue light, causing the old man's expression to change. Oh, it's definitely reacting now. Back to Dane. At this moment, he also noticed the change in the bracelet and said, I see some strange characters here. What's this? Let me see, Sidrain said, squinting his eyes to observe the tiny characters. Do you know what these are? Dane asked curiously, and quickly, with just a quick glance, the old man recognized them. Yes, these characters are an ancient script that no one can read in this world. Ancient script? Dane asked in confusion. They are characters used by the ancient magical kingdom of Archana. The old man explained calmly. Dane had heard about this ancient kingdom. Archana. He remembered Arabella mentioning it when he was young. She said that during that time, even the smallest item was created with magic. But then one day, that era ended, and all that remained were some ruins and stories passed down through generations. Along with this magical code, back to Sidrain, seeing that Dane's magic was connected to the long-lost magical kingdom. His face was filled with excitement. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to be related to the ancient magical kingdom. That must be why I was able to move so easily through the forest these past few days. Dane nodded. Seems like it. The magic from that forest originates from Archana, right? The old man glanced at him and, at the same time, hoped that Dane's potential would become even greater. Looking back at Dane, after observing the bracelet and feeling it, he shook his head. But I don't sense anything else from this bracelet. In response to this, the former Tower Master, unsure of anything further, could only give him some advice. You can study it gradually. However, don't talk about this outside. Yes, I'll follow your advice. Dane nodded, and just then, both of them suddenly heard a strange noise, like something had just cracked. What's that sound? They both asked in unison. Sidrain, looking worried, said, Don't tell me that sound is a warning of a monster attacking. That would be understandable, since he was currently in a vulnerable state. But just at that moment, after checking and sensing again, Sidrain realized he could now use his magic without causing harm to his body. And thanks to that, the old man regained his confidence. Haha, great. My body has almost fully recovered. I can relax a bit now. I can finally return the favor. He continued, feeling eager to break something to celebrate. Turning to Dane, he said, "What are you still doing? Go grab a spear or something." "What does that sound?" "It sounds like it's coming from over there." Dane calmly explained, "This sound has nothing to do with a monster. This sound means my sister is trying to contact me," he said, looking at the pendant in front of him, which was emitting a constant ringing sound. Sidrain's enthusiasm deflated immediately. "What? You should have said that from the start." "Haha, there's no way a monster would appear in this area." "Well then, if you don't mind, I'll talk to my sister for a moment," Dane awkwardly responded, and then quickly contacted his sister. "Arabella." "Yes. Is something wrong?" Arabella seemed a little annoyed after waiting so long for him to answer. "Dane, why did it take you so long to pick up?" "Sorry. Sis, did you need something?" Dane asked. Hearing this, Arabella got straight to the point. "While I was analyzing the magical code of yours." She paused as if sensing something. "Wait, is there someone with you?" Dane, almost anticipating her question, asked. "Don't tell me you've figured out that my magic is ancient magic too." "What? How did you know?" Arabella exclaimed. After explaining everything, Arabella finally understood the situation. "Oh, I see. When you and Lord Sidrain were analyzing the stone, you figured out it came from the ancient magical kingdom, and you said it only reacts to your magic, right?" "Yes, that's correct." Dane nodded. Meanwhile, Sidrain, upon hearing that Arabella also realized Dane's magic was ancient magic, gritted his teeth in surprise. The girl figured that out just by analyzing the boy's magic? "I knew she was a genius, but she's even more talented than I imagined," he thought to himself. Turning to Arabella, who had clarified everything, she asked anxiously, "Is there anyone else who knows about this?" "No," Dane replied. "Good. Dane, listen carefully to what I'm saying. And Lord Sidrain, please listen too. You'd better keep this secret. If you reveal this now, you won't be able to handle the consequences," Arabella warned. At the mention of Sidrain's name, the old man cleared his throat a few times. "Ahem. Lady Arabella, I've heard quite a bit about you from Dane." "Oh, Lord Sidrain, I realize I've jumped straight into the topic without introducing myself. Don't worry, I'll keep this secret, because if it gets out now, not just Dane but the entire Sogur's family will be in big trouble," Sidrain reassured. As expected of him, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Arabella responded happily. "Is this conversation being recorded?" Sidrain asked. "No, once this conversation ends, it will automatically disappear," Arabella answered. "Good. No one wants evidence lying around. Besides, I plan to return to the magic tower to investigate this matter," Sidrain added. "Thank you for your help, Lord Sidrain," Arabella said. No, Lady Arabella. I'm doing this out of the responsibility of a magician. It's nothing." Sidrain waved off her thanks. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, while we're talking, I heard you're looking for a magic tower to join. Have you decided which one to join yet?" Upon hearing this, Arabella understood the implication in Sidrain's question. "Not yet. However, I'm not considering the Nixian magic tower. It's not specialized in the field I'm interested in." She hesitated. "Before, I wondered where that boy got his decisiveness from. Seems like it's from his older sister," Sidrain thought to himself. However, very quickly, Sidrain's focus shifted back to Dane, and Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him too much. "Haha, I understand," he said. "Anyway, you don't have to come from our tower." In response, Arabella offered some reassurance. "I'm sure there are other talented individuals out there who will join your magic tower. Anyway, Dane, we'll discuss the details later." Okay. Take care, sister." Dane nodded and quickly disconnected the device. After seeing the end of their conversation, the old man, the tower master, nodded and said, "Your sister has become quite the skilled person." Hearing this, Dane felt a bit proud. Of course, she's the one who created this. She told me this crystal ball is the trend among young magicians these days. Looking at the communication device in Dane's hand, Sidrain shook his head slightly. Indeed, quite impressive. But I don't need a device like that. Once you reach level 8, communicating with others isn't really a priority. If something important needs to be said, they can come meet me directly. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes. I understand, Dane replied, pleased that the old man was satisfied. He also speculated that Sidrain likely didn't have many friends. Skipping over that, soon Dane went to tell his parents about the ancient magic he possessed. You say ancient magic? Arkin's voice sounded slightly worried. That makes me a little concerned. Haha, don't worry, Dad. Dane laughed. It's nothing. If anyone targets me, I'll make them pay. His uncle spoke firmly, and next to them, Lady Lily added, that sounds good. I'll make sure anyone who targets you will fall silent in my own way. Watching his parents getting so protective, Dane began to sweat for anyone who might try to harm him. Haha, they're full of killing intent, but with these two protecting me, I have nothing to fear, he thought to himself. Then Arkin started stroking his chin and said, but if that's the case, then that means there's ancient magic hidden in our bloodline, right? Hearing his father's speculation, Lady Lily nodded and said, that's a good question. We don't know if any of our ancestors had it, but I'll check with my side of the family. With both parents considering this, Dane felt a bit curious inside. If both sides of the family investigate this, will they find something? He wondered. It wasn't extremely important, but he was still intrigued. Setting the ancient magic topic aside, Lady Lily turned her thoughtful gaze to her son and said, it seems like you've already reached a few limits. Dane, if you stay here, it'll hold back your development. You should consider moving to the capital now. Hearing this, Dane's face became a bit confused. The capital? He asked, and his uncle Arkin nodded in agreement. Yes, you know, at least you have to be 14 years old to enroll in the academy. And now you're old enough. I actually wanted to keep you here for another year or two before sending you off, but it seems there's nothing more for you to learn here. Turning to Lady Lily, who could sense Dane's worry, she gently held his hand and advised, Dane, if you choose this path, you can leave anytime you want. Dane was a bit surprised by this response and thought, I didn't expect them to think this way. Dane, you'll do great. Go and fulfill your potential the way you want, Arkin said with a smile. Encouraged by his parents' words, Dane no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what you both mean. I'll prepare to go to the academy, he said, and Arkin nodded approvingly. That's good, Arkin said. It's time for me to level up too. Dane smiled inwardly. I guess it's time for a new chapter, he thought, feeling a sense of excitement for what lay ahead. Time quickly passed, and at this moment, Dane also shared his plans with Sidrain. Oh, so this is your choice? He asked again. Yes, but a little sooner than I expected, Dane said with a sigh. You've made a very good choice. Staying here any longer would only limit your potential. That would be a waste. Sidrain continued. Also, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't immediately reveal too much about your talents. Even though the academy is a place that welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way, the old wizard said seriously. And with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Dane understood part of this. That's right. Before, Arabella also told me about this. She had to face people insulting her. Back to Sidrain. Well, normal kids won't keep up. But the Thermion family is a different story. The old man nodded, making Dane recall Layla. Ah, right. Think about it. I told her I would visit her if I went to the capital. If I don't visit her, she'll be very disappointed. Dane thought to himself, I should also think about what kind of weapon I should make with the seal that Duke Thermion gave me before. He reflected inwardly, unsure of the thoughts running through the protagonist's mind. The old man on the opposite side stroked his beard thoughtfully and then said, Let's see. If it will be another 3 months before you join the academy, then you should leave here after 2 months. Upon hearing this, Dane nodded and replied, It seems reasonable to do so. What about you? Dane asked. Hearing the question, the old man shared his own plans. I plan to return to the magic tower. I think there is something I need to do. Thanks to you. I no longer feel bored. If there are any clues about ancient magic or anything related to it, I will let you know. Really? If that's the case, I would be very grateful, Dane hurriedly said. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. If time is short, we need to speed things up. Reaching level 3 is very difficult. Level 2 is nothing compared to level 3. Yes, I will study diligently, Dane replied. And I also have a gift for you. A gift? Sidrain's voice carried a bit of surprise. Dane took out a small wooden box from his spatial ring and placed it in front of Sidrain, nodding as he said, "Yes, my sister sent this to me through teleportation magic yesterday. It's a newly released item." At that moment, both of their gazes fell on the box, which contained a small piece of stone. This is a new compact crystal ball that hasn't hit the market yet. Arabella invented this new product, and since she cares about me, she gave it to me when I asked for it. On the opposite side, the old man, Sidrain, seemed to be fascinated by the new gadget. He quickly picked up the stone, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "It's quite compact and beautiful, though I don't actually need this, but I'll graciously accept the gift you've prepared for me." "Oh, I can record with my magic on this," he said. "Yes, please use it to contact me," Dane replied. Though Sidrain had claimed he didn't need it, he looked quite excited. Dane thought to himself, "Looks like I'll be teaching the old man how to use modern devices." "Yes, you can use it like this," Sidrain said cheerfully, making Dane feel a little concerned inside. "I hope he won't contact me too often," he thought. Time quickly passed, and by the evening, Dane suddenly found himself deep in thought about the time ahead. The academy. I need to seriously prepare in these next 2 months. My interest lies in reaching a certain level in summoning magic. I'll set my goal to officially enroll in the summoning class, receive the summoning mark, and get the chance to take the ability assessment exam. He continued thinking, since Claire is an assistant professor, I'll probably run into her often when I enroll. Dane then turned to look at the egg resting in the display case beside him and muttered, I forgot to infuse that old friend of mine with magic." Without hesitation, Dane began to channel his mana into the egg, as he always did. While doing so, he thought, "For 7 years now, I've been infusing magic into it day and night, yet it still hasn't reacted in any way. However, if the magic I infused didn't go anywhere else and the egg has absorbed this energy, it will definitely hatch one day," Dane thought with hopeful eyes. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to Arabella, who was explaining the academy's exams to Dane. "Yes, there's the general exam and the specialized exam," she said. On the other end, Dane listened and started to understand, but still had more questions. "I see. Could you explain in more detail?" Arabella thought for a moment before continuing. "The general exam is a kind of preliminary test to classify candidates. It covers culture, history, and matters related to the empire. For you, it's definitely not going to be a problem. Of course, the better you perform, the more beneficial it will be, because it's factored into the entrance exam score." She paused for a moment before adding, "The next exam is the specialized one. As the name suggests, you choose a major and take an exam on that subject. The content depends on the professor, but I'm confident you'll pass. Plus, you have a letter of recommendation." Arabella spoke with complete confidence and without any doubt in Dane's abilities. "I understand now. You both passed it easily, right?" Dane asked. "Yes, that's right," Arabella replied. "It really wasn't difficult at all." She shrugged and then reminded her younger brother, "However, once you choose your major, you'll have to stick with it for the specialized exam, unless you want to switch later on." "I see," Dane said, then chuckled awkwardly. "You still haven't given up on this?" "All right, I'll think about it." He paused before asking, "So if I want to switch my major after enrolling, would I have to change departments entirely?" "Usually, yes," Arabella answered, "unless you graduate and want to start over. Of course, you can attend other major classes, but usually, from the 3rd year onwards, advanced courses are restricted to students in the relevant majors," Arabella explained slowly. With this information, Dane fell into thought for a moment, then said, then I'll have to choose just one major to study. On the other end, Arabella seemed to recall something and quickly reminded him. Oh, by the way, there's a program called the elective major, specifically for talented people like you. There's even something like that? Sounds interesting, Dane exclaimed, but Arabella warned him. However, it's not as easy as it sounds. So, I have to remind you, if you don't intend to purposely fail, you probably won't find anyone wanting to sign up for that. Why's that? Dane asked curiously. Because up until now, no one has ever passed that exam, Arabella replied. Ah, I see. Dane nodded, realizing. Hearing Dane's voice, Arabella paused for a moment, then anxiously asked, Don't tell me you're thinking about testing yourself with that, are you? No way. Dane quickly denied. Sister, Sir Sidrain is here. I'll contact you later, and immediately ended the communication. At this point, Arabella felt a bit regretful, wondering to herself, did I push him too hard? No, but magic is still better, she thought. Meanwhile, a female voice echoed from ahead. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'm coming right now, Arabella replied as she left. Back with Sir Sidrain. That afternoon, he delivered the letter of recommendation to Dane as promised. Here, the letter of recommendation I promised you, he said, handing it over. Dane quickly took the letter and asked, Did you really write this for me? Sidrain, adjusting his beard, puffed out his chest and replied, Not just the form, but the content too. I've written several letters of recommendation, but this is the first time I've put so much effort into one. Consider it an honor. Despite his somewhat arrogant demeanor, it was undeniable that Sidrain had put significant thought into the letter. Dane felt a sense of gratitude. Yes, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Looking at Dane, Sidrain suddenly sighed. If you want to be my student, I'd know better, he said. But even if I accepted you as a student, I don't think you'd call me teacher obediently. His words hit home, causing Dane to momentarily stop breathing. Haha, how did he know? Dane thought, feeling a bit awkward. Changing the subject, Sidrain then asked, Have you prepared for your trip? Yes, Dane replied. Actually, I don't have many things to bring. Moreover, the academy dormitory is already well equipped, so most of the necessary things are already provided. Upon hearing this, Sidrain clicked his tongue and shook his head. The facilities are good, yes, but they're monopolized by a few people. However, you're not the type who'd let those people walk all over you, right? Haha, Dane thought. It seems like the academy is just a gathering place for some nasty nobles. He couldn't help but smile wryly. As soon as Sidrain noticed Dane's expression, he quickly guessed what was on his mind and reminded him, Don't forget this. The place might be harsh. If you show disrespect, many people will immediately reveal their true nature and show their claws. Hearing this reminder, Dane immediately corrected his attitude and thought, It's probably no different from a battlefield, right? After that, he nodded affirmatively. Yes, I understand now. Seeing this, Sidrain gave him a final piece of advice. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Also, that crystal ball you call a crystal orb is really useful. I'll make good use of it. Then, feeling as if they were parting ways, Dane asked, But why do you talk as if you're leaving? Upon hearing this, Sidrain's eyes flashed with surprise. You noticed? I plan to leave tomorrow. Really? Dane said regretfully. Well, I can't stay here forever. Can I? Sidrain replied. Your father offered me the position of magic advisor, but I'll think about that later when I have time. You know, I still have a lot of work to finish when I return. I thought I was done, but there's still so much more I need to do. He said this while patting Dane's shoulder. This made Dane think about the ancient magic Sidrain mentioned earlier. Is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him is like helping myself. Really? Not bad at all. Dane thought to himself. Anyway, thanks, little one. Yes, thank you for everything. Dane nodded and said, I'm looking forward to seeing how strong you've become when we meet again. Sidrain replied, Well, I'm off now. Don't come to see me off. or I'll feel embarrassed." With that, the old wizard turned and walked away. "Yes, please take care," Dane added, feeling a bit sad. Perhaps it was because they had spent so much time together. But Dane couldn't help but feel a little down as Sidrain left. Time quickly passed, and one day, Arkin and Lily were talking to each other. "Sidrain has left safely, right?" Arkin asked. Dane said he would set off today. "Correct?" "Yes. He said he was ready," Lily replied, her expression still a bit concerned. "I heard he'll leave early, so I feel a little more at ease. But I do wonder if he'll run into any trouble on the way." Lily was a bit anxious, knowing it was Dane's first time stepping into the wider world. Arkin, noticing this, patted Lily's shoulder and reassured her. "We'll use the teleportation gate that Arabella set up. There's nothing to worry about." Lily's expression softened, and she sighed in relief. "Yes, I was just worrying for nothing." Meanwhile, Arkin, thinking about the love and care they had given Dane, smiled contentedly. "You know, I think we've raised our children very well. While other families are busy squabbling over the position of family head, our children have a clear direction. One day, we'll have to make a decision, but I won't show favoritism," he said calmly. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Dane entered, now fully prepared for his departure. "Father, Mother, I'm ready," he greeted them as he stepped inside. Seeing him, both Arkin and Lily nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, Dane, you've arrived. Are you leaving now? Have you packed the sign your mother gave you and the black emblem?" Lily asked with concern. "Of course," Dane smiled. "I've got everything with me." Lily, still a little worried, gave him one last reminder. "If you really do run into any difficult situations, go to the place I told you and show them the emblem." Yes, I remember," Dane assured her. "By the way, those people are your old colleagues, right?" he asked curiously. "Yes," Lily replied, smiling warmly. "They're very close friends of mine, though it's been a long time since we've met. I'm sure they'll help you if you need anything." At the same time, Arkin, who had been listening quietly, was starting to sweat a little. Could it be that our Dane is going to start down the path of an assassin? He thought to himself. To prevent this, Arkin quickly advised Dane, "When you get to the capital, find Duke Thermion before heading to the academy. The Duke will help you." "Yes, Father," Dane replied. Just before their separation, Lady Lily couldn't hold back her tears. "Dane has grown up so much. He's about to leave us," she said, her voice trembling. Seeing his wife in such a state, Arkin could only force a smile, chuckling awkwardly. "Haha, let's send him off with a smile, my dear." "Yes, you're right," she replied, gently wiping her tears. As she did so, Dane, feeling a tightness in his chest, suddenly felt the weight of the moment. His legs felt heavier as if the reality of leaving had begun to sink in. Then, "I'll take my leave," Dane said, managing a half-hearted smile. With that, he turned to leave, and Arkin, watching his son from the window, grew somber. "Gil-lad," Arkin called out coldly. "Make sure to follow him closely. Ensure that Dane reaches the teleportation gate safely and report back to me." "Yes, Master," Gil-lad responded, his tone emotionless, as he turned to leave and carry out the task to ensure the young master's safety. Lady Lily, seeing the preparations made by her husband, sighed with resignation and spoke softly. "It's been a long time since we've had shadows like this. You know what to do, right? Keep an eye on Dane's teleportation. Make sure there are no abnormalities." Meanwhile, at the location of the teleportation gate, Dane noticed something strange. The gate wasn't set up inside the family estate, but in an open field. As the butler Herman gazed at the teleportation gate, his eyes widened in surprise. "Young master," he said in awe, "to see something like this in person, it's truly impressive." "Yes, this is the teleportation gate that my eldest sister prepared," Dane replied with a smile, gazing at the intricate and complex design of the gate. He couldn't help but be impressed with his sister's efforts. "Now I understand why she spent an entire year working on this." The butler then asked, "If we enter here, will the teleportation be activated?" Yes, I think so. Dane smiled. His mind drifted back to when the gate was being built. He wondered just how much effort his sister had put into it. Unlike other magic spells that could be triggered by simply rearranging codes, teleportation required precise energy transfer, and the gate she installed was flawless. It met all the necessary conditions for immediate use. Dane silently marveled at his sister's work. Before the departure, Herman, with a slightly saddened expression, spoke to Dane. Please take care, young master. Yes. Make sure to stay healthy too. Herman, Dane replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Seeing the young man's eyes welling up with emotion, Dane slowly walked towards the base of the teleportation gate. He remembered his sister's words, just channel magic energy into the gate to activate it. Determined, Dane focused and began channeling a surge of magical energy, directing it toward his feet. As he did, the gate suddenly emitted a soft glow, and in the next moment, Dane's figure vanished within the shimmering light. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the capital city, Altheon. Dane found himself riding a horse at the city gates, where he observed the bustling crowds. His expression brightened as he thought, I've arrived. The entrance to the capital of Altheon, Dane muttered with a smile. At that moment, a knight raised his hand in greeting. Recognizing Dane's identity, I've been waiting for you. Young Master Dane Sogers. I'm Luik Asmar, the captain of the Thermion family's 1st Cavalry Squad. Dane, slightly surprised but still composed, responded, Oh, it's you, sir. Although he didn't know much about this man, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward at the personal attention from the captain. Noticing Dane's hesitation, Captain Luik continued, From now on, we'll be escorting you. He then turned to his subordinates. Make sure the route is secure. Yes, Captain. The two underlings responded in unison. Then, let's head out, Luik said. We're happy to assist you. Dane nodded in acknowledgement, though inside he was reflecting on the situation. This feels so strange, he thought. I never imagined I'd actually step foot in the heart of the Thermion Empire, a place I once despised. And now, I'm here as a promising figure myself. As Dane walked along the road leading to the mansion, he could hear the bustling sounds of merchants calling out, Hurry up, magic frozen parfaits. Only 1 silver coin. The lively atmosphere caught Dane's attention, and he couldn't help but admire the scene around him. Haha, so many strange things. I didn't expect the capital to be this lively. Just as he was thinking this, Captain Luik turned his head toward him and reminded him, Over there is the Thermion family estate. We've arrived. Dane followed his gaze and was immediately struck by the grandeur of the estate. The mansion is really magnificent, he thought, unable to hold back his awe. However, before he could take in more details, a strange sensation crept over him. He felt as though someone was watching him from behind. It was unsettling, like being followed by an unseen presence. Could it be just my imagination? Dane wondered. I'll put it aside for now. Following the knights, Dane quickly made his way to the main entrance. On either side, servants stood in an orderly fashion, greeting him respectfully. Welcome, young Master Dane Sogers, they said in unison. Dane nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Thank you for the warm welcome. Then he added, Your formation is impressive. The manners and etiquette are impeccable, exuding a natural and powerful aura, quite different from the south where I'm from. After his brief admiration, Dane proceeded to face Duke Bout, whom he last met when he was very young. Upon standing before him, Dane immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Dane Sogers humbly greets Duke Thermion. The Duke responded with a broad smile and nodded. It's been a long time. Dane, how have you been? The journey must have been tough. Come, rest inside. As they walked together into the mansion, the Duke took a moment to observe Dane and couldn't help but comment, Wow, just looking at you now, I can see you're completely different from 7 years ago. Among children your age. No, even among those a year or two older. There's no one who can compare to you. Arkan must be so proud of you. The Duke gave Dane a friendly pat on the shoulder as a compliment, while Dane responded modestly, You're too kind, sir. Upon hearing Bout's words, Dane nodded in appreciation of the thoughtful arrangements. Thank you, sir. And by the way, how's Layla been doing lately? He asked, curious about the girl. Bout responded with a chuckle. Of course, she's fine. But is there some trouble between you and Layla? The comment left Dane confused. What do you mean, sir? He asked, his tone filled with curiosity. Seeing Dane's confusion, Bout couldn't help but sigh. Recently, whenever I mention your name, she seems a bit upset. Maybe it's the pressure of the upcoming entrance exams? But knowing Layla, she'll get through it easily. He chuckled, then looked thoughtful. But still, I wonder what's really bothering her. Dane, still unsure, responded that he would ask Layla directly. I'll talk to her myself and figure it out, he said, though in his mind, a thought lingered. Could it be because she's reaching puberty? Bout, understanding that it might be best for young people to sort things out themselves, nodded. All right, we'll leave that for later. Just remember not to be too harsh with her. You'll understand in time. Now, go rest. Your servant will show you to your room. Soon enough, a servant arrived and guided Dane to his room. Before leaving, the servant bowed and wished him well. Please make yourself comfortable, young master. Thank you, Dane replied with a nod. Once the door was fully closed, he took a moment to observe the lavish room and mumbled to himself. I'll be staying here for about a week to prepare for the entrance exams. This guest room is a bit too luxurious. Though, first, I'll unpack my things, then head to the training area afterward. Then, Dane casually tossed his bag aside. But before he could organize his belongings, a figure with pink hair emerged from inside the wardrobe and spoke up. I'll take you to the training area. Dane, why did it take you so long? I've been waiting forever. Hearing the familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned around and responded cheerfully. Layla, long time no see. How have you been? Contrary to Dane's excitement, Layla's mood seemed somewhat annoyed, just as Old Man Bout had warned. Oh, I'm fine, perfectly fine. But don't you have something to say to me? She asked, marching toward him as if ready to settle a score. Dane, sensing trouble, backed away a few steps nervously. Huh, what do you mean? He stammered. Why didn't you write me a letter? Layla suddenly shouted. At last, realization dawned on Dane, and he understood why his close friend was so upset. His eyes filled with regret as he explained. I meant to reply but kept forgetting. I'm sorry. Sorry? That's it? Layla retorted, her voice rising. Dane's face twisted with unease as he tried again. I came straight here, didn't I? I had to prepare to leave my family, so I wasn't in the right state of mind for anything else. Forgive me this once. Please. Layla puffed her cheeks, turning her face away in silent protest. Recognizing how angry she was, Dane sighed in defeat. To calm her down, he reluctantly offered, What can I do to make it up to you? Whatever you want. I'll do it. Really? She asked, finally glancing at him with renewed interest. Dane silently reminded himself, just get out of this mess first. But what does she want? Aloud, he asked. Yes. What do you want me to do? With a gleam of enthusiasm in her eyes, Layla promptly suggested, All right then, how about a little sparring match? A sparring match? Dane echoed in confusion. Yes. Fight me. Layla reiterated, her smile widening. Though Dane found the request a bit peculiar, he couldn't help but grin. All right, let's see what you've got, he agreed. Switching to Layla's perspective, seeing the confident posture of the protagonist, a sense of pride welled up in her as she spoke. Are you sure you won't regret it? I may look the same, but I've grown so much stronger that it's incomparable to before. I'm not the same girl who learned how to release magic from you anymore. She shared this with delight, causing Dane to feel a bit surprised. Observing her confidence, he couldn't help but realize how much she must have matured over the past 7 years. Thinking about it, as if remembering something, Dane asked, Speaking of which, in your last letter, you mentioned winning some kind of competition? On the other side, Layla's eyes lit up with joy when she heard Dane bring it up. So, you still remember? I won the Dantaire Prize organized by the royal family. Ah, Right. That's it. The competition for boys and girls under 15 in the Empire. Wasn't it? Dane asked again, and Layla nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. It was a contest with very high standards. If you had been there, I'm sure we would have faced each other in the finals. Such a pity, she replied with a wistful smile. Hearing this, Dane felt a tinge of excitement and responded, well, that regret can finally be resolved now, don't you think? For some reason, Layla's expression shifted slightly with concern as she asked, are you sure about this? You still have your entrance exam. What if you get hurt? Don't worry about me. Dane dismissed her concern with a confident wave of his hand. Seeing his firm response, Layla realized there was no reason to hold back. All right then, it's late today, but tomorrow, first thing in the morning, let's have our match. She agreed with a determined nod. Time quickly passed until the next morning, shifting the scene to a spacious courtyard. As promised, Dane and Layla both stood ready for their sparring session. However, when the discussion turned to the weapons they would use, Dane hesitated slightly and asked, training weapons, right? Hearing his question, Layla's eyes widened in surprise. Don't tell me, are you still using blunted weapons? In response, Dane shook his head gently. No, but this is just a light sparring match. Then training weapons are fine, she replied with a casual shrug. Even the most skilled warrior can't predict every scenario. What if someone gets hurt? Dane's serious gaze and tone caught Layla off guard, leaving her with no choice but to sigh at his depth of thinking. Don't worry, she assured him. The best healer in the Empire works for my family. And what if a situation arises that even a healer can't fix? Dane countered with another pointed question, leaving Layla momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her reaction, Dane added firmly, if you want to wield a real blade, you must think that way. Layla let out an exasperated sigh, clearly irritated. It's just a sparring match. Why so serious? Fine, fine. We'll use training weapons, she conceded with a shake of her head. She turned toward the waiting attendants and instructed, bring the training weapons over. Yes, my lady, they responded, quickly fetching the requested equipment. From Dane's perspective, as he watched Layla's current demeanor, a faint smile crossed his lips. Indeed, she had grown into a proud, confident young woman, just as the rumors had claimed. Many believed she would soon rival the prowess of her two brothers, who were rising stars among the Empire's knights. Perhaps Duke Thermion's family had birthed its first female head of household. The moment Layla had learned to release her mana had marked a major turning point. Dane mused quietly to himself, feeling a mix of admiration and respect. Meanwhile, Layla had similar thoughts running through her mind. Thinking about Dane, because of you, I was able to grasp the basics of controlling magical energy much faster than my peers. And now I have 2 mana cores. Reflecting on this, she glanced at Dane and said with a determined tone, I've been waiting for this day for so long. If I win, would you be upset? At that moment, a servant arrived carrying 2 training weapons, announcing respectfully, My lady, the weapons are here. To which Layla nodded in acknowledgement, casually tossing a wooden spear to Dane. As soon as it landed in his hands, the protagonist swung it a few times to gauge its weight and balance, murmuring to himself, as expected, since it's a training weapon, it feels light. But is there really anything wrong with that? On the battlefield, you just use whatever you can get your hands on. Bracing himself immediately into a combat stance. Shall we get started? Seeing this, Layla tightened her grip around her sword and responded with a confident nod. Let's do it. And so, they both stood face to face, staring intently at each other, neither making the first move. Turning inward, Layla reminded herself, thankfully, I've faced spear-wielding opponents before. I even fought one during the Danteir Cup, and it wasn't too difficult. A spear has great reach, but its power diminishes drastically in close quarters. If that's the case, I just need to close the gap quickly. With that thought driving her actions, she gathered all her strength into her legs and launched herself forward like a speeding arrow, aiming to get as close as possible to Dane and neutralize his advantage. When she was nearly within reach, Layla thrust her sword straight ahead with force. But just as the tip was about to make contact with him, his figure vanished abruptly, leaving her movement frozen mid-strike. What? Where did he disappear to all of a sudden? She thought in bewilderment, right before feeling the wooden spear gently pressing against her hand from the side, causing her to gasp in disbelief. How long have you been there? She stammered, her eyes wide with shock. And beside her, Dane responded calmly with a tone of mild reproach. It's a good thing this is just a practice weapon. If it had been a real one, something serious could have happened. His words left Layla still grappling with the swift defeat, mumbling in confusion. But I was sure my sword had already touched you. Back to Dane. Seeing the frustrated expression on his close friend's face, he offered a suggestion once again. Let's go. We'll start over. Using the same strategy won't work. So be careful with your movements this time. Hearing his words, Layla instinctively gripped her sword tighter, reminding herself, it's been so long since we've met. Maybe I got too nervous. This time, I won't hold back at all. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes caught sight of Duke Thermion observing them from the balcony above. And naturally, Dane also sensed his presence. He even deduced the reason behind the Duke's silent observation, thinking to himself, Duke Thermion is here to see the final results. I understand his intentions well. After Layla won the Dantaire Cup, she poured her heart into training, and he's worried. Today, I'll relieve him of those worries. Switching to Layla's perspective, the realization that her father was watching only fueled her determination even further. Dane, get ready, because my father is watching too. I'm going all out, she declared with fiery resolve. Dane responded with a calm nod. As much as you want. With nothing more to say, Layla gripped her sword tightly and swung it with all her strength. Her slash unleashed two sharp wind blades hurtling directly at Dane. However, he deftly spun his spear like a windmill, effortlessly dispersing her attack. Yet, this was exactly the opportunity Layla had been waiting for, and she dashed forward to close the distance. How's that? Not so easy now. Huh, Dane? She called out as her sword arced toward him in a powerful thrust. But Dane's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as he calmly uttered, still a long way to go. Give it everything you've got. Meanwhile, Duke Thermion, or about as known to some, remained silently engrossed, scrutinizing every movement in the battle unfolding before him. So far, the duel between the two seemed evenly matched, their skills clashing in perfect balance. And yet, a strange unease loomed in the air. The smile Dane had worn earlier had completely disappeared, replaced by the serious countenance of a warrior preparing for a real battle. Returning to the battlefield, Layla was continuously moving, attacking Dane from every direction. However, she still couldn't break through his defense. Despite her skill, every strike from her sword was easily blocked by Dane. With no other options, the skilled swordswoman was forced to keep attacking in hopes of finding an opening. It was then that she noticed Dane had suddenly left an opening around his waist. Seeing this, Layla clenched her teeth and reminded herself, the opportunity is here. Acting on her instinct, she didn't hesitate and thrust her sword towards the gap. However, what she didn't know was that everything had already been calculated by Dane. The moment her sword lunged forward, Dane struck her wrist with his spear, causing her sword to instantly slip from her hand and fall to the ground. It seems I win this time, Dane said calmly. At that very moment, Duke Bout, who had been watching, spoke up, addressing the knight behind him. Another loss for the knight behind me. What do you think, Luick? Do you think this will humble Layla a bit? Hearing this, the knight captain wiped the sweat off his brow and sighed. So you knew about this? Bout's gaze never left his daughter as he replied, of course. I've known for a while, even before the Dantaire Cup. After she won the championship, it became even more evident. I was going to talk to her seriously, but I think it's better if she realizes it herself. Luick agreed with this and said that it was a very wise decision. Then, Duke Bout looked back at Dane and softly asked, how many mana cores do you think that boy has? Luick observed Dane fighting below and gave his guess, at least 3 cores. This made Bout furrow his brows slightly. I think it's at least 2. Maybe up to 3, he murmured, causing Luik to stroke his chin and ask curiously, "Why do you think that?" Bout turned his gaze forward and explained, "Look closely. Even though his spear technique is overwhelming Layla, it's not because of speed. What Layla lacks is combat strategy experience." Back on the battlefield, although Layla was attacking at an almost lightning-fast speed, none of her strikes could faze Dane. In fact, Layla herself couldn't believe it. "You can block all of them?" she asked. And Dane confidently responded, "I can see all of your moves." Back with Bout, his gaze shifted to a moment of recollection from the past, when Layla had grown the most after a southern inspection 7 years ago. Meeting Dane, perhaps, this time was no different. Meanwhile, the Night Herman, having observed Dane's abilities, praised him. "This is quite interesting. The young lady won the Dantaire Cup, but she can't use her full strength. Clearly, Count Sogers has trained him very rigorously." Hearing this, Duke Bout almost laughed out loud. "No, you don't understand Arkin. He's strict, but he's not the type to train harshly. Unlike me, Dane doesn't need harsh training." "What do you mean by that?" Luik asked, puzzled. Bout's response was simple: overwhelming talent that ordinary people can't surpass. Dane is a genius. He probably didn't join because he wasn't interested in the tournament. "Is that so?" Luik said in disbelief. "No way. He wasn't interested in the Dantaire Cup? That's the tournament everyone in the Empire dreams of." Unaware of Luik's thoughts, Duke Bout firmly believed that no one at Layla's age could compete with Dane. With a touch of hope, he murmured to himself, "Layla, I hope you'll realize your shortcomings in this battle. If you give up your complacency and focus on your swordsmanship, you could easily surpass your brothers." Back to the battle between Dane and Layla. The fight had come to an end, and once again, the victory belonged to the main character. Dane had won so easily that he hadn't even broken a sweat, while Layla was drenched in perspiration, her face exhausted from the intense battle. Despite her reluctance, Layla had to admit her defeat. "As expected of Dane, I couldn't beat him. He's a talent. But I didn't realize the gap between us was this big," she bitterly thought. Meanwhile, Dane lowered his spear and suggested ending the training session there. "You're tired. Let's stop here." "All right. You won," Layla acknowledged, causing Dane to narrow his eyes slightly, thinking, Duke Thermion's wish has been fulfilled. He must have sensed that she realizes she's not number one. After imparting a lesson to the sword fighter about who the true genius was, Dane turned and began walking away. However, just as he did, Layla shouted, her eyes wide in disbelief, "You, how exactly did you train like that?" Dane coldly replied with 2 words, "Hard work." But this response didn't satisfy Layla. She retorted, "Who doesn't work hard?" Dane's steps paused for a brief moment, and he muttered, "Then just work harder. I'll be going now." His words left Layla momentarily stunned. She then shouted back, determined, "Next time, you won't win." "All right, I'll wait for that," Dane answered calmly as he continued walking ahead. Layla, watching his retreating figure, began to recall memories from their childhood. "Dane is the only person I admire, and he's also the one I want to surpass. As long as I'm taught and keep waiting, I want to witness myself grow beyond being just a girl. But why does he keep surpassing me more and more?" With this thought, Layla unconsciously clenched her fist and muttered under her breath, words only she could hear, "Just wait. Next time I'll win." Time quickly passed, and the day of the exam arrived. As talented individuals from across the Empire gathered to attend the entrance exam, including their families and attendants, thousands of people flooded the capital. Around 6,000 candidates were set to join the Royal Academy this year. Simply paying the exam fee didn't guarantee entry, but 2/3 of the candidates failed the first round. Now, after the preliminary exam had ended, over 2,000 were preparing for the specialized second exam, transitioning to a certain office within the Royal Academy. The professors were gathered for a meeting. A voice unexpectedly rang out. 2,000 people passed the first exam? That's a little more than usual. Seems like quite a spectacle. At this, a professor dressed in purple spoke up, asking everyone, "How many do you think will pass this round?" In response, a blonde-haired female professor shared her guess, maybe no more than 200. From another corner, a question was raised. What about the candidates in this exam? Are there any promising talents? Someone replied, "Has the first exam summary not been finished yet?" Professor Nabo, the head of the magic department, answered, explaining, "We're still finishing the summary, but who will get the highest score? I wonder." Curious, Ingrid, the head of the education department, chimed in, "Who will it be?" The other professors had their own guesses in mind. The top swordsmanship student must be the daughter of Duke Thermion, right? One of them speculated. Yes, that's the one who won the Dantair Cup. The finals were spectacular. Duke Thermion has raised her well. Looks like the top swordsmanship student will be someone to watch, said Professor Del Paniso, the head of the summoning department. With eager anticipation, Professor Esterand, the head of the swordsmanship department, confirmed her statement confidently. It's practically a sure thing. No competition. Exactly. There's no one to challenge her. Another professor nodded, which caused the others in the meeting to feel envious of Esterand. The swordsmanship department had truly gained a talent. When will we get a genius like that? They all murmured. However, while the others were chatting happily, Professor Nabo appeared deep in thought. He then took out a letter and placed it on the table. Speaking slowly, "I have a different perspective." Ingrid, curious, asked, "What's this?" "It's a recommendation letter from Sidrain, sealed with the power of the Nerusian magic tower," Nabo revealed. Ingrid was shocked. Does this mean Sidrain has really recommended someone? Despite the surprise, the head of the swordsmanship department, still uncertain, confirmed, "But no one can surpass the winner of the Dantair Cup." His sweaty expression, however, showed that he wasn't entirely confident in his own statement. As the others began to murmur amongst themselves, Professor Nabo continued, "Sidrain, the famous recluse, who doesn't take any apprentices, has sent a recommendation for a 14-year-old, third-year student." Third year? Who is this person? Professor Del Paniso asked eagerly. Nabo answered quickly. His name is Dane Sogers. The mention of Dane Sogers left everyone stunned. Another member of the Sogers family, a family that had already produced two geniuses in the fields of magic and summoning. Now, even their youngest son was being personally recommended by Sidrain. Back in the professors' meeting, the news of such an outstanding student from the Sogers family intrigued them greatly. After all, the Sogers family was no ordinary one, and with both of the continent's top families enrolling at the same time, it was bound to be a major topic of discussion. As they continued, Professor Esterand, the head of the swordsmanship department, suddenly had a thought and stroked his chin with interest. Wait, isn't that the family known for their expertise in education? But if the recommendation letter came from a magician, it seems the Sogers family might become more famous for their magic now. Professor Ingrid, the head of the education department, couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I was certain he would join the education department. In response, Professor Nabo chuckled. If he joins my department, he and Arabella would be quite the powerful duo. He smiled smugly, thinking to himself, after all, the Royal Academy thrives on magic. At that moment, a flustered assistant hurried into the room with the exam results. Apologies for interrupting, but we have completed the first round of exams. I have the results here. Hearing this, everyone eagerly awaited the data. Let's take a look at the numbers, they urged. On the screen in front of them appeared the results. 1.367 students for swordsmanship, 227 for magic, and 152 for summoning. The overwhelming number of students in the swordsmanship department left the professors in awe. 1.367 for swordsmanship and only 227 for magic? It's clear that swordsmanship stands out, they muttered. Professor Esterand, upon reviewing the results, happily commented, as expected, the top scorer is from the Thermion family. Professor Nabo, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he scanned the list. Wait, where's Dane Sogers? I don't see his name. His remark caused the others to exchange puzzled glances. Isn't he the one recommended by Sidrain? Meanwhile, Professor Ingrid checked her own list and shook her head. He's not here either. There's nothing we can do. In a moment of panic, a man in the meeting turned to the assistant who had entered earlier and asked, "Is there anyone missing from the list?" The assistant, a bit flustered, checked the list again and hesitated before speaking. There's one student who applied for the open field specialization. Among the 2.000 candidates, Dane Sogers scored the highest in the first round. What did you say? Esteran shouted. Wide-eyed, Dane Sogers came first? Cutting back to Dane, he was still deep in thought, reflecting on the time that had passed. It's been a month already? Time really flies. It feels like just yesterday I was sparring with Layla. Now the first round of exams is over, and I'm waiting for the results. Thankfully, the exam wasn't too hard, he mused, feeling relieved. At that moment, Layla, the swordsmanship prodigy, rushed over to Dane. Dane, have you gotten your results yet? What place did you get? Hearing this, Dane confidently extended his arm in front of her to show off, proudly declaring, I came first. Layla, exasperated, groaned. Of course, it's you. I missed out on first place. She then turned to Dane, asking, how exactly did you manage to study like this? Mostly the questions my sister sent me, Dane replied casually. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl, feeling a bit frustrated, commented, I saw those too, but they were still tough, especially the military studies. How is a 14-year-old supposed to know anything about strategy and military management? Huh? I thought that was the easiest part. Dane replied, surprised. Didn't you find it interesting? His reaction was largely because of his advantage from having learned this in his previous life. As for Layla, she gave him a bewildered look as if he were from another planet. What? Are you even human? Not just military studies, but also fine arts, music, and even the history of the Draenic Empire? She asked in shock. Dane smirked arrogantly. That's my specialty, he said with a grin. As he spoke, he recalled his past life, where he had unconsciously gained a lot of knowledge while living through the battles and wars. Changing the subject, Layla asked, by the way, where are you taking your second round exam? 3 places in total, Dane replied. Upon hearing this, Layla immediately guessed the specialization Dane was aiming for, her eyes widening in surprise. 3 places? But are you really applying for the open field specialization? She asked in astonishment. Tell me honestly, what else besides the education and summoning departments? However, Dane just smiled to himself, still enjoying the moment without revealing too much. I'll tell you later, he teased. Layla continued to shout, still unable to understand why Dane chose the specialized field of biology. I can't wrap my head around it. Why choose that specialization? Dane simply replied that it was because he wanted to study that field. This only left Layla feeling more confused, reminding him that specialization has a very low acceptance rate. You know? In response, Dane explained his reasoning. I heard that with the biology specialization, you can take any class you want, and you don't even need to choose a major until graduation. You can learn all subjects with specialized instructors. Layla, already well aware of this, interrupted him. Who doesn't know that? Aren't you just trying to avoid studying alongside me by signing up for that major? She said loudly. Of course not. Dane shook his head and replied. Then do you really think you can pass in that field? What can you do besides spear techniques and summoning? Layla asked, her tone getting sharper, almost like an angry lioness, which made Dane hesitate for a moment, wondering whether to reveal all his abilities to her. The scene shifted quickly to a meeting with Professors Nabo, Ingrid, and Delaware, who were now discussing the results of Dane's test. Finally, we've gathered everyone. Nabo began. The biology exam requires passing 3 rounds. Looks like he'll have to participate in the exam. Spear techniques and core summoning magic are practically opposites, making it nearly impossible to pass both. Del added, I mean, some people have passed 2 rounds before, but most couldn't make it past the last one. What was he thinking? She glanced at her colleagues. Nabo nodded. Exactly. It's better to choose one between spear techniques and summoning, right? You only need to register for one. The two female professors sighed. The biology department was established 200 years ago, but hardly anyone has ever passed. Back then, it wasn't as difficult, but now standards are higher. The academy needs talented individuals. And back then, during the conquest era, all talents had to be utilized. Ingrid, a bit curious, sighed and asked, if that's the case, why keep the department open? No one applies, and no one passes. Why not just shut it down? Nabo shook his head. It's symbolic. It represents the most exceptional talents of the empire. Dell nodded in agreement. Yes, it's very important. Even though it has faded in prominence, it still carries weight. Nabo then pulled out some documents and added, I've looked into it. Only 2 people have passed in the last 100 years. One dropped out, and the other was a former emperor. Hearing this, Ingrid's face turned pale, worrying for Dane. What you're saying is, if you're not a genius, there's no way to pass. Dell nodded quietly, adding, if he's from the Sogers family, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. After all, they're not just any family. Ingrid shrugged. If it's up to us, he could pass. But we have our positions to consider. We can't afford to make mistakes. Let's see how this plays out. Does he have enough confidence to take on this challenge? The group murmured amongst themselves, all intrigued by the unfolding situation. Time swiftly passed, transitioning to the second examination hall, where all 3 professors were already present to conduct Dane's evaluation. Standing calmly before them, the protagonist introduced himself. I am Dane Sogers, applying for the General Studies major at the Royal Academy. Upon hearing his introduction, Professor Nabo gave a small nod and asked, do you understand what it means to apply for this major? Of course. I've heard that one must pass all 3 stages of the examination to be accepted. Dane replied with a respectful bow. It was then that Professor Ingrid, as if giving him a final chance, spoke up. You said your name is Dane, correct? It's not too late to reconsider. I hold great respect for Count Sogers. He's one of the finest men in the empire. I wouldn't want to see his son be disqualified. So perhaps, before she could finish, Dane interrupted her with a steady tone. Thank you for your advice, but I came here with the intention to give it my all. The resolute determination in his voice silenced any further attempts to dissuade him. Indeed, if he were the type to back down easily, he wouldn't have applied for this field in the first place. Realizing this, Professor Nabo sighed lightly before proceeding to explain the rules. Very well. If that's your decision, then there's no other way. The examination will consist of 3 stages, each tailored to your chosen major. Failing even one will result in immediate disqualification. These words were simple enough for even a cow to understand, let alone Dane. I understand. He nodded firmly, satisfied with his response. Professor Nabo turned toward Professor Dell and spoke. All right, as we agreed earlier, we'll begin with the summoning trial. At this, Professor Delaware, a woman with striking purple hair, calmly rose from her seat and approached Dane. From the protagonist's perspective, he had already heard of her before. Professor Delphinus from the summoning department was renowned as the highest-ranked summoner in the Althian Empire. It was said that she once set a record by maintaining control over 3 second-tier or higher summons simultaneously. So this is her, Dane thought to himself as she drew closer, his heart steeling for the challenge ahead. He quietly thought to himself, impressive in any regard related to summoning. Hearing her question, the main character didn't show much surprise. As expected, this was a free-form challenge, with no specific standards or forms to follow. After thinking for a moment, Dane spoke up with his suggestion. Then, could you summon a creature for me? A summoned creature? Delphinus asked, as though unsure of Dane's request. Yes, any kind will do. Dane nodded again. Upon hearing this, the other 2 professors, who had been watching from their seats, nearly fell backwards in shock. What? Did he just ask the professor to perform a summoning? Ingrid said, stunned. Meanwhile, Professor Nabo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, started to speculate about Dane's intentions. What's his plan here? Since there's no fixed format, I think this could theoretically be explained. Does he want to see a summoned creature up close? After a few seconds of contemplation, Professor Delphinus, although still unsure of Dane's intentions, nodded and agreed to his request. Fine, bold, but interesting. I know this is not normal at all, so I must keep my eyes wide open to see what will happen. Saying this, she began to chant the incantation, and as her words filled the air, streams of energy light began swirling around. Eventually, they gathered together, forming a spatial gate high in the sky. As soon as it appeared, a strong gust of wind blew through, causing several onlookers around to fall to the ground. Not paying attention to this, from within the spatial gate, a massive wolf head emerged. This was a summoned creature with the head of a wolf, but a body resembling that of a human. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a fierce howl, creating waves of sound that spread out around it. This was the frenzied summoned creature Edorak. Turning toward Dane and looking at the terrifying summoned creature before him, he was not only unfazed but even slightly amused. Such a chilling sound, he thought. It's the most ferocious of all level 4 summoned creatures, infamous for attacking anything it sees. Since this is an entrance exam, I wasn't expecting much, but this is actually quite interesting. With that thought, Dane couldn't help but smile with excitement. On the other side, Professor Delphinus also looked at Dane with an expression full of challenge and curiosity, saying, "All right, I've summoned any creature I wanted. Now, what are you going to do?" Around them, a few assistant professors, who witnessed this scene, widened their eyes in fear for Dane. Edorak is the most ferocious of the level 4 summoned creatures. Even many knights would have trouble defeating it in a one-on-one duel. What are they going to do now? Professor Ingrid said anxiously. Meanwhile, under the gaze of everyone, the young man began to slowly approach the giant wolf. This caused even Delphinus, who had summoned the creature, to be shocked and try to stop him. "What are you doing? Stop. If you provoke Edorak." Before she could finish her sentence, the giant wolf began to go into a frenzy, growling with terrifying sounds to warn Dane not to approach. However, the protagonist remained calm and continued moving forward at a steady pace, asking, "As long as I prove it by any means, right?" "Yes, but if you prove it by putting yourself in danger," Delphinus warned. But before she could finish her sentence, Dane interrupted her confidently. "That won't happen. Don't worry." As he spoke, he extended his hand slightly forward, and this action immediately made the giant wolf grow cautious. It continued growling fiercely, its eyes filled with madness, staring at Dane. However, for some reason, the longer it stared at him, the calmer its rage seemed to become, until it finally bowed its head in submission before Dane. "Good boy," he complimented, and the unbelievable scene left both Professors Nabo and Ingrid in disbelief. "What is going on here?" Nabo muttered. Meanwhile, Dane patted the giant head of Edorak. "You're bigger than Jinfu." "Huh." As for Professor Delphinus, who had summoned this creature, she knew it better than anyone else, making her even more unable to believe what was happening. "I can't believe it. I can't believe Edorak, known for its viciousness, is so easily submissive like this." She then suddenly realized that a faint blue energy thread was connecting her summoned creature to Dane. "Is that a magical tether with Edorak?" she thought to herself. It was faint, so it wasn't submission, but it completely erased Edorak's hostility. She whispered to herself, This could be something extraordinary." Naturally, the other 2 professors could also see the thread. "Haha, even seeing it with our own eyes, we still can't believe it. Could it be an innate empathy?" They marveled, amazed at what they witnessed. Meanwhile, Delphinus began analyzing how Dane had managed this feat. Did he approach Edorak, quickly analyze the magical tether, and then create a similar magical tether to connect himself to it? She thought. Since there's no fixed method, this could be the most suitable approach to tame such a creature. His ability surpasses mine. He was always praised by his master. With talent like this, his future is indeed something to look forward to. With this thought, she took a step forward and confirmed the results of the test. Dane Sogers, your abilities have been fully acknowledged. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid basic skills. There's no doubt now. You've passed the test. Nearby, Professors Nabo and Ingrid also agreed with her. Upon hearing this, Dane gave a slight smile. Thank you. Time quickly passed until evening, and Dane was recounting the results of his test to Layla, causing her to be shocked. It ended in just 30 minutes? Then you really are the valedictorian. Upon hearing this, Dane looked curious and asked, What's wrong? I heard you're the top in swordsmanship, aren't you? No, you're the valedictorian. Layla shook her head and said, Come on, cheer up. They've already thrown a celebration for us passing, haven't they? Dane smiled in response, but Layla couldn't hold back her tears and began to cry. I'm not hungry. You should eat more. With that, she could only sigh inwardly, feeling devastated. I can't believe it. There's such a huge difference. It feels like an unstoppable force, like a natural disaster. Thinking about this, she aimlessly wandered around, while Dane, seeing her broken state, wanted to comfort her. However, before he could say anything, Uncle Bout stopped him, saying, She wants to be alone. Let her be. Don't worry. Layla will get through this. Then, Bout paused for a moment and asked Dane, Have you contacted your father yet? I'm sure Count Sogers is very proud. Of course, Dane didn't need much reminding. He had already done it. Yes, everyone is very happy, he nodded in response. Hearing this, the Duke looked around at the people in the party and continued. If it's in the field of free specialization, then it's very well deserved. Everyone around them was surprised. Now that the exam is over, rest well and prepare for school. In response, Dane didn't forget to thank him. Yes, thanks to your care, Duke. I've had a great time. Then, Bout seemed to recall something and asked Dane, By the way, have you thought about what item you'll commission the blacksmith to make? Upon hearing this, Dane candidly shared his thoughts. I'm thinking of a sword, but I don't have any specific plans yet. My body is still growing, so I'm not sure what kind of sword to make. I'll think about it a little more, since this is a good opportunity. Hearing Dane's explanation, Bout nodded, as if understanding. Right, there's no rush. Take your time. At that moment, a servant beside them spoke up. Duke, it's time for you to go to the Duchess. Upon hearing this, Bout's expression changed to urgency. I know. I'm heading there now. After saying this, he quickly left to meet his wife. Watching Bout's retreating figure, Dane guessed that the Duchess's illness seemed to be ongoing. Beside him, Layla explained further. Luckily, her symptoms haven't gotten worse, but they haven't improved either. This has been going on for years now. Looking at Dane, he could only sigh inwardly. It's such a shame. I've never had a family member fall ill, so I can't really understand how it feels. Should I go comfort Layla? He asked himself. Time quickly passed, and 2 days later, in the morning at the Royal Academy, the students who had passed the exams were gathered for the opening ceremony. At that moment, an elderly man stood before everyone and began his speech. It's a great pleasure to meet the new students of the Royal Academy. I am H. Wald Holmet, the principal of the Academy. This year, I've witnessed many new students who have passed the fierce competition and are now standing here. I believe that the future of the Empire will be very bright. All of you are talented individuals of the Empire, but among these new students, there are many exceptional talents, and in particular, there is one student who has been admitted to the free specialization program, a program where only 2 students have passed in the last 100 years. This student has been accepted by the 3 deans of the Faculty of Divine Arts, the Faculty of Magic, and the Faculty of Summoning. Upon hearing this from the principal, the group of students below began to panic and looked at each other. Oh my God, someone passed into the free specialization? I can't believe it. Who is this incredibly talented person? Turning back to H. Wald, without letting the crowd wonder for too long, he immediately called out, Now, please welcome the top student, Dane Sogers. to come forward and represent the new students. Hearing the call, Dane calmly walked forward, and as his name was heard, the surrounding students couldn't help but be amazed. Is that the one who passed the free specialization exam? What kind of blessing has the Sogers family received? At the same time, Dane's parents were present to witness their son's participation in the opening ceremony. Did you see Dane over there? The kid has grown a lot. Looks pretty good too. First place. Huh. Archanbaut praised, making Arkan smile broadly, then politely responded, compared to you, he's nothing. Hearing this, Bout's face shifted slightly, showing some frustration. I have to raise two sons, and neither of them has turned out well. The youngest entered school without anyone noticing. The eldest got expelled, and the youngest ran away. Meanwhile, you have two daughters. I'm really jealous of you. But you still have Layla, right? Arkan replied with a forced smile. Hearing this, Bout looked over at his daughter with a bit of regret. I wish my wife could be here, he muttered. Meanwhile, over at Professor Delphinus' position, she was speaking with Dane's older sister, Claire. You've always been close with your summoned beasts, right? She asked. Yes, Professor. Claire nodded, which only reinforced the professor's thoughts. Indeed, it seems that harmony has existed since birth. Delphinus then observed Dane with a look akin to studying a strange creature, a child without any marks or signs of a summoner surpassing all others. Unbelievable. Not paying much attention to her, Claire voiced a concern. Professor, if Dane's compatibility is so high, is there a possibility he could summon creatures from beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon? Delphinus repeated, raising an eyebrow. That's another world, where creatures that vanished 100 years ago were once connected. As for your question, who knows? Those creatures choose their summoners. Then, it's possible. Claire mused, back with Principal Hwald. He looked at Dane with a pleased nod. So, you're the famous Dane Sogers. Huh. You can freely showcase your talents here at the academy, he said, handing Dane a piece of paper. Seeing this, Dane took the paper from the principal's hands and confidently replied, I will remember that, Principal. Just then, a voice called out, Now, let the representatives of those who passed the exam swear the oath. Time passed quickly, and the opening ceremony came to a close. Looking at the piece of paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself, I finally entered the academy. It took so long to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, this is a fresh start. The scene shifted to the main lecture hall of the academy, where assistant professors were reminding the new students. The academy introduction ends here. You may take a break for now. Later, enjoy some refreshments and relax before the next session. Hearing this, the group of students began chatting excitedly among themselves. Meanwhile, Layla, the swordswoman, didn't forget to warn her close friend. Listen, Dane, there will be many people targeting you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you need to be careful. If anyone makes any offers, think carefully about it. She paused for a moment and lowered her voice. I heard that place is full of strange people, those who weren't raised properly at home. Dane, seeing Layla act like a concerned mother on her child's first day of school, couldn't help but feel a bit bored. I got it. I know already. Layla immediately noticed that Dane hadn't taken her words too seriously, so she reiterated, Don't ignore me. Listen carefully. At the same time, upperclassmen started laughing and running inside, inviting the new students to join their clubs. Haha, we've definitely got some new recruits. Grab that red-haired kid. He's the talent we've been looking for. They cheerfully called out, inviting students as if they were running a pyramid scheme. Layla sighed, watching the scene. The upperclassmen have already started recruiting new students during the break. As for Dane, this entire situation felt a bit amusing to him. I've heard my sister talk about this. Looks like there are a lot of interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, the upperclassmen quickly remembered his presence and shouted to each other, Find the Sogers kid, the one who ranked first. No, we must recruit him into our club. As they spoke, they all turned to stare at the protagonist, causing Layla to panic. Dane, Everyone's targeting you. What should we do? First, let's get out of here, Layla said as she immediately grabbed Dane's wrist and pulled him away. However, the upperclassmen weren't about to let them escape so easily. Dane Sogers, join the fitness club, where we build perfect physiques, a large upperclassman said enthusiastically. On the other side, a blonde upperclassman added, Hey newbie, how about the map research club? If you join now, you'll get access to a completely new map. Our astrology club gathers the most talented individuals. Over there, that's the heir of the Thermion family. We can't let our precious lady escape. They continued chasing the two, acting like zombies chasing fresh meat. Layla, hearing this, was completely overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. I'm not joining. I'm not joining, she shouted, desperately trying to break free from their grasp. Meanwhile, the chase itself felt strangely familiar to Dane. I'm used to being chased by enemies, but this is the first time for something like this. Being at the top of the list really is exhausting, he grumbled inwardly. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a hallway where a professor was calmly walking. He seemed to have a special identity, which led the assistants to start whispering. Is that Kelthas Redfield? Someone asked. The person next to them nodded. Yes. I heard he resigned as the leader of the Royal Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow, a remarkable figure has arrived. But this is a bit troublesome. Another person added. Isn't there a new student in the free system after decades? Lately, it's been so easy to just write essays and meet minimal requirements for a comfortable life. Now that peaceful life is over, we'll have to start preparing lesson plans. Won't we? Even I feel a little burdened, let alone him. The murmurs of complaint continued as the staff discussed the upcoming changes. Meanwhile, Professor Kelthas was feeling a headache coming on. The orientation for the new students was slowly coming to an end, and this situation was beyond belief. Why did it have to be the top student now? He thought to himself, then turned his gaze toward Dane in front of him and asked, You must be Dane Sogers, right? You're here early. Hearing his name being called, Dane turned around and gave a polite bow. Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you. All right, come in. Kelthas responded quickly, inviting Dane into his office. Once they entered, Kelthas couldn't help but complain about his unfortunate fate. I've worked so hard to get this position. I came here to rest, not to teach students. Even being a guide for knights has worn me out. After a moment of grumbling, Kelthas became curious and asked, So why did you apply to the free system? Because I want to do whatever I want. Dane answered calmly. Kelthas raised an eyebrow. Have you ever considered switching to the special system? Dane shook his head. No, I haven't. Kelthas' expression darkened slightly at the response. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to guide him. Huh. He thought for a moment and then asked, Do you know any swordsmanship? I'm not trying to offend you, but at least since you're in the free system and I'm your professor, you should have some level of skill in swordsmanship. Dane immediately sensed something wasn't right. He could smell an ulterior motive. He suddenly brings up swordsmanship. This doesn't feel like a warm welcome at all. He frowned and replied, It's not that I'm not interested in swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Kelthas immediately stood up from his chair, a glint of excitement in his eyes. All right, then, how about we test it right now? Dane nodded nonchalantly. Sure. Kelthas' face lit up with a smile, clearly pleased. Got him now, he thought inwardly. Great. Let's head to my practice field. Kelthas had an agenda. As a professor, he had the authority to evaluate students, and he was planning to use Dane's apparent lack of swordsmanship as an excuse to fail him. If he could show Dane's awkwardness with a sword, he could easily dismiss him from the free system. The scene then shifted to the training room, where Kelthas reminded Dane, There are plenty of swords here. Choose whichever one you want. Yes, Professor. Dane nodded, scanning the swords laid out nearby. However, the sight of the swords haphazardly placed alongside trash scattered across the floor disappointed him. This is the training field? Even without specialized students in the free system, this is a bit much, Dane thought to himself, sighing internally. He then decided to pick up a sword that seemed suitable enough. Is this one enough? Kelthus asked. Yes, this one will do. Dane replied confidently. Kelthus began to explain the rules. If you can land even a single hit on me with that sword, you'll pass. It's not difficult because I'll only move within 2 steps. His self-assurance was evident, but he didn't know that standing in front of him was a top-tier swordsman. Understood, Dane said calmly. Let's begin. Kelthus, with a cold tone, was also pondering. He's accepting the conditions so calmly. Is it because he's confident? He wondered. He didn't have long to think before Dane lunged forward and initiated his attack. Dane aimed his sword at Kelthus' waist. It was a quick move, but Kelthus easily dodged to the side. However, Dane's speed caught him by surprise. Wow, he's fast. Is this why he was placed in the free system? Kelthus thought to himself. Before he could process this, Dane's sword came at him again, faster than before. The sword moved like a machine, and Kelthus was forced to block it with his own sword, pushing Dane's weapon back. He swallowed nervously. That was close. He thought to himself. He uses an unconventional sword style. Could he be a fool who just knows how to wield a sword? But he moves like a battlefield swordsman, not a noble or a knight. Kelthus furrowed his brow in deep thought. But before he could analyze further, Dane charged at him once again. The young man's body was a blur of motion, his sword striking from every direction. Kelthus struggled to block and deflect each attack, finding it incredibly difficult to keep up. The relentless speed and precision of Dane's sword strikes were forcing Kelthus to constantly retreat and defend. This wasn't the fight he had expected. The longer the fight went on, the harder it became for Kelthus to keep up. I'm level 6, and I'm struggling this much? Am I really fighting against a 14-year-old? He thought in disbelief. And he doesn't even need any handicap. But something about the way Dane moved seemed strangely familiar. A feeling that began to stir an old memory. Kelthus thought back to a time on the battlefield when he'd witnessed an enemy soldier wielding an exceptionally powerful sword technique. In the Draenix Empire, there was someone so strong, but he didn't wear any medals or insignia of a knight. Who was he? While Kelthus was lost in these memories, Dane seized the opportunity and delivered a swift strike toward his flank. However, Dane immediately stopped his sword the moment it made contact with Kelthus' body, marking the end of the test. Looking at the sword that had touched his body, Kelthus cursed himself inwardly. Why did I let my guard down? Meanwhile, Dane, seeing that he had one, allowed himself a satisfied smile as he sheathed his sword. Professor, I think I've met the requirement. Despite his reluctance, Kelthus had to admit, you passed. He gave Dane a scrutinizing look, his thoughts racing. This kid is a genius, an extraordinary genius. Even with the handicap, he didn't fall behind someone at my level. After realizing Dane's exceptional talent in swordsmanship, Kelthus couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, why didn't you apply for the swordsmanship department with skills like yours? Dane answered calmly, I think my family would be disappointed. Kelthus was taken aback by this response, but soon, recalling Dane's background, he understood. His father is a master of teaching. His 2 sisters are masters of magic and summoning. He probably chose this path to meet his family's expectations. Kelthus had completely misunderstood Dane's reasons and thought him lacking in confidence in swordsmanship. Dane, unaware of Kelthus' inner thoughts, asked, Professor, have you confirmed everything? Snapping back to reality, Kelthus quickly nodded. Yes. You can go now. I'll send the official notice soon. Thank you, Professor. Dane bowed and swiftly left the room. Watching Dane's retreating figure, Kelthus sighed deeply. What a failure. I bet the department heads who judged him felt the same way. All my plans to get him out of here and live comfortably have gone up in smoke. Next, Dane met his older sister Claire outside the schoolyard, and she was a bit surprised that Dane had completed the test so easily. Really? You passed the test? She asked in astonishment. It's strange. Professor Kelthus is not someone who easily lets students pass. He only participates in one regular meeting a year. But this time, the headmaster called him. and he really dislikes any kind of hassle. Hearing this, Dane found it somewhat hard to accept and complained. He's really someone who likes to live by his own rules. Well, that's why I'm surprised, Claire responded, but she was relieved that nothing bad had happened. Dane, Claire laughed, making Dane feel a little pleased inside. My second sister doesn't praise me, but she feels relieved that I'm safe. That's one of the reasons I like my second sister. At that moment, their sister Arabella came running from afar and called out, "Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were. So you're with Claire? You passed the test, didn't you?" She smiled brightly. The moment all three sisters gathered, people around them began to gossip excitedly. "Look, the Soger sisters are getting together. I think just Arabella and Claire alone are amazing. But now the youngest is even better than the older sisters. What kind of family are they from?" The group secretly exclaimed. After that, Dane followed a guide to tour the dormitory area. While the guide introduced, "My name is Max Howe, and I'm in charge of all the dormitory operations. The dormitory is divided into 3 sections based on entry levels, and the highest-ranked area is called Dantaire 1, named after the first emperor. Student Dane, since you're the top student in the free major, you'll be staying in this section. The dining hall, training ground, and library are all up to standard, and there are also resting rooms and magic viewing rooms. Additionally, there are secret facilities that may or may not be available, but depending on your scores, you might have to leave this section." Arabella and Claire also stayed in this area, but they were just there to graduate, he added. Then, he took out a key and continued, "Here's the key to your room. We will provide you with 2 spare keys. So if you lose them, let me know. Please be careful. There are a lot of strange students here. They're not bad people, but sometimes unexpected things happen. Okay, you should check the room. If you need anything, let the logistics department know." After speaking, Max left immediately, while Dane exhaled. "Phew, should I go check the room?" he thought. Then quickly walked around to explore and muttered to himself, "It's really high class, but why is it so quiet? Something feels very strange. I can't feel any human presence. It's as if everything has evaporated. So, what exactly is going on here?" Dane frowned, pondering the situation. Driven by immense curiosity about the situation, Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing the energy within his body, spreading it outward. He attempted to disperse his sensory aura, wondering if it would work. As he did so, his energy slowly expanded, flowing into every corner of the dormitory. Soon, vivid images began forming in his mind. He caught a faint whiff of oil, followed by the subtle sound of gears clicking into place. A trap, he realized. At that moment, Dane started piecing things together, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "So that's how it is. This must be some kind of initiation," he muttered. Just as he suspected, somewhere within the dormitory, a group of students was closely watching him through a simulated display. When they saw Dane standing completely still, refusing to move, a red-haired student curiously asked, "Why isn't he moving? Does he actually have sharp instincts?" Beside him, a blue-haired student turned and grumbled, "Hey, Arnold, you don't think he already figured out all the traps, do you?" Arnold, a young man with an air of confidence, simply smiled, adjusted his glasses, and responded with absolute certainty, "That's impossible. The Joulard family has been the finest hunters for centuries. I have complete faith in my traps." This handsome student was none other than Arnold Joulard, the eldest son of Baron Joulard and a third-year student in the marksmanship department. Despite Arnold's firm declaration, one of the students in the group couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. "Are you sure this isn't dangerous?" they asked hesitantly. Of course, Arnold wasn't foolish enough to set up anything truly harmful. He chuckled and reassured them, "Relax. I removed anything that could actually injure him. It's just enough to make a fool out of him." Seeing that there was no real danger, the students' nervousness quickly turned into excitement as they eagerly anticipated Dane's humiliation. "Haha, this first initiation is going to be fun." One of them sneered. "That kid's going to be in such a miserable state by the time he makes it through." Arnold's voice carried a mocking tone as he smirked. But then a voice of concern suddenly spoke up. Are you sure this is okay? That's the Sogers family we're talking about. And? We all went through our own memorable initiation, didn't we? Arnold scoffed. Just watch. He's going to be so terrified he might pass out. He spoke with such ease, completely unbothered by any consequences. After all, when it came to noble families, minor pranks among their younger members were hardly something that would force the adults to intervene. Unlike Arnold's confident demeanor, a girl in the group furrowed her brows and reminded him, did you forget that he's the valedictorian of the liberal arts division? This time, things might be different. His two older sisters are both geniuses. If he managed to get into the liberal arts division, that means he's even more talented than they are. This girl was Priscilla Nealiel, a member of the prestigious Nealiel family and a fourth-year student in the neurology department. From Arnold's perspective, her skepticism hit a nerve. He widened his eyes and snapped. What are you saying? Are you implying that he won't fall for my traps? Before Priscilla could respond, a brown-haired student nearby teased. Sounds like even you aren't so sure about it yourself. Shut up. That's nonsense. Arnold bellowed. Despite his loud protests, deep inside, his anxiety was mounting. Adjusting his glasses, he tried to reassure himself with optimistic reasoning. There's no way he could see through my traps. I use stealth techniques, and I even applied oil to muffle any mechanical sounds. Just as he was thinking this, Dane suddenly started moving again, sending the entire group into a frenzy. Hey, he's on the move. For real. Get out of the way. Everyone rushed forward, scrambling to find the best vantage point. Back to Dane, compared to the traps he had faced before, especially the ones set up by Lady Lily. These were nothing more than child's play. One glance was all it took for him to see through them. A rope trap? One slight touch and it'll snap. Guess I'll use a magic bullet instead. Without hesitation, Dane gathered mana into his palm and fired a magic bullet straight at a brown sack hanging from the ceiling. The moment it was hit, the sack burst open, sending a cascade of water pouring down like a waterfall. However, upon observing the amount of water, Dane was slightly surprised. That's less than I expected, he thought. But before he could dwell on it, something unexpected happened. A stone tile on the floor suddenly slid open, releasing a thick, brownish gas that immediately spread into the air. The stench was so unbearable that Dane nearly passed out on the spot. What the hell is this disgusting smell? Seriously, this is just childish, he muttered in irritation. Back at Arnold's group, their anticipation of watching Dane embarrass himself had completely flipped into frustration. And all of that frustration was now directed straight at Arnold, the one who had so confidently declared that his traps were foolproof. Hey, Arnold, what the hell was that? You said there was no way he'd noticed the traps. What do you mean, no way? He saw through it right at the start. It's just a coincidence. A total fluke. Arnold stammered, struggling to find an excuse. A fluke? Priscilla's voice dripped with suspicion, but Arnold nodded furiously, doubling down on his claim. That's right. I went too easy on him in the beginning. That's all. Just wait. He will fall for a trap, he insisted, gritting his teeth. Seeing his determination, the other two boys exchanged glances and hesitantly nodded. Yeah, maybe there was just a small mistake. Let's give Arnold another chance. Hearing this, Priscilla could only sigh inwardly, but an uneasy feeling gnawed at her. Why do I feel so anxious about this? She muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Dane continued walking down the hallway and soon came across the second trap. With just a glance, he immediately saw through its design. Sighing in disappointment, he murmured, Man, this one's just as sloppy as the first. Should I just destroy it and be done with it? As the traps Arnold had set were triggered, numerous boxing gloves suddenly flew out from all directions around the hallway, shooting randomly in every direction. However, with Dane's exceptionally agile movements, he was able to effortlessly dodge each one without breaking a sweat. Even the intricately arranged spike traps, designed with great care, couldn't touch our protagonist. Inside the observation room, As they watched Dane's performance, the group of young students was left utterly speechless, muttering in awe, just as expected from the Sogers family. Meanwhile, Arnold's face had gone blank as he watched his carefully crafted traps become utterly useless in the face of someone like Dane. Even his two friends in the room were beginning to lose all faith in him. Dane, it's like he knows exactly where everything is. Arnold worked so hard to hide them, and yet he spotted them so easily, one of them remarked with disbelief. But Arnold, unable to accept the embarrassment, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, it's too soon to give up. There's no way he's going to avoid the last trap." Priscilla, sensing his frustration, hesitated before asking, "What's the last trap?" Without giving a clear explanation, Arnold merely grinned mysteriously. "Hee hee, you'll see soon enough." And so, in no time, they witnessed the final trap Arnold had prepared. Before Dane stood a massive red dragon, and behind it, there was another huge, goat-headed monster. From Dane's perspective, upon seeing these large monsters appear before him, he immediately made a guess. These must be summoned beasts. Looks like they've prepared some pretty strong ones. He nodded in admiration before something odd caught his attention. "Wait a minute, there's something off here." As he spoke, he furrowed his brow and focused intently. Soon, he realized that the images of these monsters seemed to flicker and distort. Not quite real. This is just an illusion, trying to scare me without real strength? No wonder they look suspiciously strong. A normal student might have run away by now, but not me. I don't need to dodge. All I have to do is disrupt the mana flow, and they'll disappear on their own. As Dane focused his energy into his palm, the students in the observation room were completely stunned by his lack of fear. What? He's not running away? He even looks pretty calm. Wait, what's he planning to do? Is he concentrating mana? One of them gasped, and that sentence hit Arnold like a thunderclap. His face broke into a cold sweat as panic took over. Did he realize they're just illusions in the blink of an eye? No way. How could that be possible? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Priscilla, standing behind him, clicked her tongue and shook her head. "It's all ruined," she whispered. Back with Dane, after gathering enough energy, he unleashed it directly toward the illusionary monsters. In an instant, the illusions shattered, vanishing as though they had never existed. Once done, Dane smirked and said, "What a joke. Let's see where the person who set this up is hiding." Cut to Arnold's group. For some reason, they suddenly bolted out of the observation room, their faces filled with pure panic. That's an Etherac. Run. Why is that thing here? Arnold. Damn it. Do something, one of the students shouted. But Arnold, terrified out of his mind, had no strength left to fight back against the gigantic wolf chasing them. "I don't know. What the hell is that thing?" Arnold screamed. "Isn't that the thing you prepared?" the red-haired student asked urgently. Just then, the giant wolf opened its massive mouth and let out an ear-splitting roar, causing the red-haired student to scream in fear. At that moment, Dane's voice echoed from nearby. "So this is where you guys are hiding?" Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group saw a glimmer of hope and turned toward him, pleading for help. "New guy, if this is your doing, can you handle it? We'll apologize. Please get rid of that thing." Back to Dane. After feeling that he had sufficiently intimidated the upperclassmen, he canceled the summoning of the wolf, causing it to vanish through the portal. It wasn't until it had completely disappeared that the students were finally able to exhale in relief. Next, the long-haired student adjusted his clothes and, somewhat awkwardly, began talking to Dane. "Ahem. Looks like the initiation ceremony has failed. Welcome to the club. I'm Droyan Valentine, a fifth-year student from the alchemy department, the sole heir to the Valentine Marquis family." He had a good build and was quite handsome, no surprise with all the beautiful girls around him. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Dane, seeing this, reached out and firmly shook it, replying, "Ah, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." Meanwhile, in his mind, Dane couldn't help but think, what the heck is this guy talking about? Not picking up on Dane's inner thoughts, Droyan continued to praise him. You're really good at avoiding traps. So, you're majoring in something like free studies. Huh, that must be why the initiation ceremony failed. Arnold's really disappointed. You know, he's the heir to the famous Goulard Hunter family, and he's the one behind all these traps. Droyan eagerly explained, which made Arnold extremely embarrassed. Damn it, why are you dragging me into this? He shouted. Dane smiled to himself. So he's the one who designed those traps. Huh. Droyan then called the others over. Hey, everyone, come over and say hello. Ah, sure. The group responded, quickly moving forward. Droyan then pointed to the girl named Priscilla and introduced her. This is Priscilla. She's a fourth-year student in the Holy Magic department. It's best not to mess with her. Someone who wants to become a priest. She's really… Before Droyan could finish his sentence, Priscilla had already figured out what he was about to say. She swiftly pushed the fishy guy aside and cut him off, saying, Kind and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Priscilla Neriel, the abandoned child of my family. Joining the Holy Magic department means I can kiss any dreams of marriage goodbye. In response to this, the protagonist gave a nod. Ah, yes. I'm looking forward to working with you. And after that, both of them shook hands as a form of greeting. However, immediately after, Priscilla's eyes widened in shock, almost as big as a cow's, as she sensed the terrifying amount of energy within Dane. What is this? Why is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level of someone our age? It's unbelievable. Impossible. Behind them, Droyan seemed a bit confused as he saw Priscilla overreacting like that. Is that really such a big deal? He asked. It must be, replied the red-haired guy, while Arnold also seemed a little annoyed by the situation. They're making a big deal out of a little dense mana, he muttered. Not paying attention to him, the red-haired student stepped forward and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Dane, I'm Skal Hespero, a second-year student from the martial arts department. I'm not like those muscleheads, so don't get me wrong. Muscle is important, but martial arts is not just about strength. As anyone can see, if you're interested, just let me know, and I'll teach you real martial arts. Then, Dane's gaze moved to the last person, Arnold, who arrogantly turned his face away as if he didn't care about the introductions. His uncooperative attitude annoyed the others a little. Hey Arnold, what's up with you? It's your turn now. Don't tell me you're upset because your traps got destroyed. Is it really that petty? How small-minded. The group scolded him, causing veins to bulge on Arnold's forehead. Left with no choice, though irritated, he reluctantly turned to greet Dane. But the only thing he said was his name, Arnold Goulard. That was all that came out of his mouth. Fortunately, Dane didn't mind much. He remained cheerful despite Arnold's grumpy attitude. I'm Dane Sogers. Nice to meet you. Arnold still seemed annoyed that all his traps had been defeated, and Dane silently wondered to himself, should I compliment them? Not wanting to look at Arnold's gloomy face anymore, Dane decided to give him a few compliments. These are really good traps. You seem to understand the mechanisms and activation well, but the paint is easy to spot. Why not try mixing F3 silver and D6 black in a 4:6 ratio instead of using F6 black? At this level of brightness, it'll be harder to notice. Other than that, this is a trap that anyone would fall for. On the side, the group couldn't help but be stunned by Dane's talent as he offered advice on improving the traps. Is he teaching Arnold how to set traps? He's really an interesting guy, they murmured. After the greetings were finished, the group led Dane to his room. As Dane followed them, he reflected in his mind. These people are really interesting. But it feels great to have a few kind friends. Things are starting to get interesting now. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a corner of the schoolyard. At this moment, Dane was standing and talking with his close friend Layla. However, after hearing what Dane had said, the swordswoman couldn't help but shout in shock. What? You're attending 6 specialty classes this semester? In response, Dane slowly explained that there were only 3 specialties, and each required 2 classes. Layla shook her head at Dane's rather calm reaction. There's also general education courses. How are you supposed to have time to sleep? Usually, in the first year, it's only 4 classes. So, let's see. I guess I can skip the first one, Dane replied, not particularly stressed about it. Hearing this, Layla gave him a look of disapproval. How can you be so carefree? That's why military studies got added to the general education classes. Ugh, you're so careless. I really hate military studies. My grades dropped a lot in the first semester because of it. Layla lamented, and Dane had to agree with her. True. It really is the hardest subject, Dane muttered under his breath. Layla checked the time and spoke up. I knew it. You're the top student. I'll see you in the swordsmanship class later. I have to go to a general education lecture. Curious. Dane asked, which general education class is it? Oh, it's Understanding Cosmetics and Skin Care, Layla said, her face lighting up with excitement. Dane could only chuckle inwardly at her enthusiasm. Haha, typical girl. He nodded and replied, got it. See you later. Time swiftly passed, and the scene shifted again to the military studies class. Here, the main character, Dane, had arrived. Naturally, his appearance attracted curious and scrutinizing gazes from everyone in the class. That's Dane Sogers. What's he doing here? Is he planning to attend the lecture? Could it be? The son of a count. He seems kind of aloof. Oh, I think I know what you mean. The gossip reached Dane's ears, making him a bit uncomfortable. I can hear everything, he silently muttered, then opened his textbook, preparing himself for the General Education Military Studies lecture. Based on what I read yesterday, there were things I knew, but also things that were completely contrary to what I expected. Makes sense. If theory and reality were always in sync, no country would ever lose a war, I thought. But the reason military theory is taught is because the fundamentals are very important. Just as this crossed my mind, a middle-aged professor with a stern face walked into the classroom, causing the entire room to fall silent. Hello, everyone. I am Francisco Gabius, the one responsible for teaching military theory. Just call me Professor Gabius. Once we take attendance, we'll begin the lesson. Looking at the serious expression on the professor's face, Dane couldn't help but think more highly of him. Looking at his face, this guy seems to have a lot of experience on the battlefield. Really looking forward to this, Dane thought to himself. After attendance was taken, Professor Gabius began the lecture. His voice echoed through the silent room. To truly understand military theory, it's crucial to comprehend its impact on the battlefield. Soldiers can be careless, but commanders always have to weigh victory against the lives of their soldiers. Clearly, theory is incredibly important. We need to base our understanding on theory in order to make sense of real-world situations. By recognizing the inconsistencies in reality, we can truly grasp the practical purpose of military theory. I'm very curious. I wonder how many of the students here will become elite soldiers. So, what do you think is the most important thing in war? In response to this question, while everyone else was still pondering, Dane suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this, the professor's eyes narrowed a little, and he asked, all right, let's hear from the student who raised their hand. With absolute confidence on his face, Dane answered, the most important principle is supply lines. Upon hearing this, Professor Gabius looked at him with approval. He nodded and continued. Correct. Victory, success, and improvement. All of these can only be achieved when the supply lines are secure. Interesting. We're just starting. And already we have a correct answer, he said with a smile before asking Dane another question. Do you know the 3 most important things about supply? In response to the question, Dane answered, first, strict military management. The supply chain from the central command to the front line isn't just a matter of physical distance, but it's a whole system that stretches out. If just one person has ulterior motives, corruption becomes easy to occur. This would lead to a lack of supplies. When Dane spoke these words, he was entirely relying on his battlefield experience. He wasn't boasting but truly understood the issue. Most supply issues arise from misconduct at the intermediary level. even though initially, the shipments are transported safely. Exactly, Professor Gabius continued. And this time Dane was quick to answer, the standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of the supplies are standardized, mass production can be carried out. This is incredibly helpful for rapid supply, ensuring that the frontline units can maintain their strategy without suffering losses. Upon hearing this, the students in the room exchanged wide-eyed glances and whispered to each other. What is he talking about? This isn't even in the textbook. Not only the students, but even Professor Gabius couldn't hide his surprise. He then asked the final question, and once again, Dane provided the correct answer. Finally, Dane responded, that would be local production. The longer the war goes on, the more the first two principles are neglected, and the quality of supplies will decrease. This requires the soldiers on the battlefield to figure out ways to be self-sufficient at a minimum level. Even though the quantity and quality might be low, it will still be enough to have emergency rations in critical situations. Dane said with a slight smile on his face. These are all things I've witnessed and felt firsthand on the battlefield, he thought to himself. The room had become utterly silent. After Dane's words, the students stared in disbelief, unable to say a word. Eventually, Professor Gabius couldn't help but loudly praise him. That was an excellent answer. What year are you in? First year, Dane replied. Gabius's face showed clear confusion as Dane's answer hit him. Sweat started to bead on his forehead, and he asked again, What? You're just a first-year student? How could a kid who's just enrolled know all of this? He pressed Dane further. Strict military management, standardized supply chains, and on-site production for self-sufficiency. These are practical experiences that soldiers and officers face on the battlefield. How can someone with no battlefield experience know this? On the other side, Dane's face was a little thoughtful. Of course, he couldn't just admit that he'd directly experienced these things. So after about 2 seconds, he quickly made up an excuse. My dad used to tell me about all of this. Your dad? What's his name? Gabius asked. His curiosity piqued. It's Dane Sogers. Dane replied, his face full of pride. Once Gabius heard the family name, he was immediately convinced. The Sogers family? So, you're the son of the Green Gale. That explains it. If you're from the Sogers family, then you must be the student who passed the liberal arts major exam. No wonder your level of knowledge is different from other first-year students. With this realization, Gabius no longer had any doubts. He raised his voice and addressed the whole class. Haha, did you all hear that? The military theory we are about to study is exactly what Dane Sogers just explained, applying theory to real-world situations, based on textbook knowledge, is the ultimate goal of military studies. Let's move on to the next section. He then turned to Dane, his face filled with anticipation. It's been a long time since a Sogers this outstanding has appeared. Time passed quickly, and as the class ended, Dane was in a bit of a panic as he rushed out of the room. Muttering to himself, he said, I almost got pulled into the Imperial University. Right after class ended, Professor Gabius had called him over and tried to convince him to enroll in the Imperial University. It seemed like the professor was in a hurry. Dane then recalled the advice from his sister Claire. If anyone suggests you apply to the Imperial University of the Empire, just refuse, decline, and leave immediately. Her advice had come in handy, but it seemed like the professor wouldn't give up that easily. Now the real issue is that I'm still not used to the Academy's map. It's so huge. The meeting place with Lily is at the central fountain square. Thinking to himself, Dane squinted at the map in front of him. It didn't take long before he located his target. Oh, here it is. Crossing the Mist Garden is the fastest route, he muttered to himself. The Mist Garden was a place where, even on cloudy days, visibility was so limited it felt like there was fog everywhere, making it easy to get lost and wander around inside. It was a vast garden enveloped in mist, which caused people to avoid it altogether. On top of that, there were rumors of ghosts appearing at night. But this place doesn't seem as bad as what my older sister said. The weather is good, and I've already arrived here so quickly, Dane said, as if contradicting his earlier thoughts. Just as he finished speaking, as if to prove him wrong, he suddenly heard a desperate scream from behind. "Help! Is anyone there? Please, someone help me." Hearing the pitiful cry, Dane turned around to see where the sound was coming from. His curiosity piqued. Huh? Is someone there? The sound came from inside. His mother had always told him that if he ever heard someone in danger, he should help immediately. With enough time before the next class, he figured he could rescue whoever needed help and still make it on time. Dane reminded himself of this and quickly headed in the direction of the scream. Not long after, Dane successfully rescued a nameless student. After being saved, the young man gratefully thanked him. "Thank you. I thought I'd be stuck in there forever." Dane waved it off and asked, "All right, are you hurt anywhere?" The young man, who wore glasses, replied that he was a little tired but otherwise fine. Then, he introduced himself. "I'm Ernest Dyland, a first-year student in the exploration department." Hearing this, Dane stared at the confused young man as if he were an alien. "Huh? An exploration student? And you got lost?" His voice was filled with surprise, which made Ernest's face turn a little red with embarrassment. I got too excited and just wandered around without thinking." "Excited enough to get lost?" Dane sighed, but quickly brushed it off. "Forget about that. Tell me more about your family. If you're a Dyland, your family must be from the West, right? Your crest is probably a ship and a sailor?" Of course, the Dyland family was famous for their exploration efforts. "Right." Ernest nodded eagerly. "That's right. My family has been exploring the seas and distant lands for generations." But for Dane, it seemed a bit too much. He silently reminded himself, "That sounds a bit tough for you." Gabius scratched his head awkwardly and then asked Dane in return, "I'm surprised you know about our family. What's your name?" "I'm Dane Sogers," the main character replied with a smile. As soon as Gabius heard Dane's last name, his expression immediately changed, and he exclaimed, "So you're the new student who passed the free major exam after 100 years? Yeah, that's me." Dane scratched his head sheepishly. Meanwhile, Gabius started looking at him with the kind of admiration one would have for a celebrity. "Oh my, I can't believe it. I've always wanted to meet you, even just once." Dane, feeling even more awkward at Gabius's overly enthusiastic reaction, tried to maintain composure. However, after a moment, he noticed something unusual about Gabius's appearance and furrowed his brows. He said he wasn't injured. "But what are those bruises? And those scars? They don't seem like the kind you'd get from an exploration accident." Could it be? Dane thought to himself, a certain idea forming in his mind. To confirm his suspicions, Dane decided to ask, "Were you exploring this garden?" Hearing this, Gabius responded, "Exploring? I'd call it excitement. For me, anything new I encounter is an exploration. Not just this garden, but people, objects, everything." With that, Gabius opened his backpack and showed Dane a plethora of items he had collected. "Look at this." Dane was taken aback. "Are all these exploration tools? There are so many. My goal is to explore every corner of the academy." Gabius continued. Then, pausing for a beat, he lowered his voice slightly and added, "The Mist Garden, of course, is part of that. There's definitely something here. With the clouds and thick mist, doesn't that seem a bit odd?" At the mention of the Mist Garden, Dane's expression changed, and he nodded. "That's right. So, have you discovered anything yet?" Gabius could only shake his head regretfully and respond, "Not yet, but I'm sure there's some kind of power inside this garden." But wasn't it impossible for anyone to uncover the truth about it? Dane shrugged in response. However, Gabius had his own thoughts on the matter. "Yes, but what if there's a reason no one has thought of for not uncovering it? Or what if someone already tried and still couldn't solve it? A reason why it can't be uncovered?" Dane asked, puzzled. At this point, the bespectacled young man slowly began to voice his theories about the strange phenomenon of the garden. "Exactly. We can't know for sure now, but what if it's a force created by unknown factors or objects, like the legacy of an ancient Vanished kingdom? Or things summoned from beyond the horizon? Dane, listening intently, found his interest piqued by Gabius's words. If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would definitely be interesting. He nodded in agreement. Gabius, seeing Dane agree with him, became even more excited. You think so too? I really want to uncover the secrets of this place. Dane, however, hadn't forgotten about his lecture and decided to momentarily pause the conversation. Oh, right. I'm on my way to class. Hearing this, Gabius was startled and quickly apologized. Ah, I see. We should get out of here right away. But before they could even move, the weather suddenly changed, and it began to rain heavily, making Gabius's face fall. He turned to Dane, his voice urgent. This is bad. I've heard that when it rains, the mist becomes even thicker. What? If that's the case, it'll be hard to get out, right? Dane quickly asked. Exactly. We'll lose our sense of direction. Gabius gritted his teeth. Sure enough, as they spoke, the mist around them began to thicken, reducing their visibility significantly. Gabius pulled out a compass from his bag to try to determine their direction, but the needle spun wildly, unable to settle on any fixed point. As expected, the compass isn't working. We can't move forward like this, Gabius said bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asked, can't we use our exploration skills to figure this out? Gabius shook his head slightly and put the compass away. There's another path here, but the mist is too thick to go down it. There's some kind of unknown force at work here. Upon hearing that, Dane's face began to break into a cold sweat as he muttered, an unknown force. Huh, damn, have we walked into a trap? Not knowing what Dane was thinking, Gabius turned to him and said, my body feels heavier. What should we do now? I'm sorry, Dane. This is all because of me. Seeing Gabius so worried, Dane spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry. We should wait and see how things unfold before making any decisions. However, for some reason, the main character suddenly felt something very different from Gabius. This mist, it feels somewhat familiar. Is it just my imagination? What's going on? I don't feel weak. On the contrary, I feel strangely empowered. Could this be? Back to Gabius's perspective. He was now so worried that he was on the verge of tears. Wiping his eyes, he shouted, this is bad. If this keeps up, Dane will be in danger. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of brilliant light appeared beside them, causing Gabius to stop crying, turn, and notice that, somehow, Dane was emanating a powerful energy from his body, strong enough to push Gabius back. What's going on? That's terrifying magic power, he screamed. As the magic energy spread, the mist around Dane started to dissipate. The mist? It's clearing up from Dane? Dane, what's happening? Gabius hurriedly asked. In response, Dane's face grew more confident. Gabius, let's go. I think I know the way out now. Really? How do you know? Gabius asked in astonishment, his mouth hanging open. However, Dane didn't elaborate much. In his mind, he thought, maybe I can uncover the secret of this place. With that, they both began moving quickly. Behind Dane, Gabius couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. What's going on? This is the mysterious mist that even many mages couldn't unravel. Yet Dane is walking through it like it's nothing, and the mist is clearing wherever he goes, making the visibility clearer. This is really a miraculous guy. Before long, Dane quickened his pace. We're almost there, he reminded Gabius. Really? You found the way? Gabius said excitedly. However, the place Dane led him to was entirely different. They had reached the center of the misty garden. Gabius gasped in surprise, looking at the fountain in front of them. Turning back to Dane, he couldn't help but notice the stunned expression on Ernest's face. It was clear that Ernest knew something. So Dane quickly asked, what is it? Is there something special about this? In response, Ernest's eyes widened even further in disbelief. Of course, most students come to the Misty Garden for this exact reason, he said. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he let out an ah and continued, Wait a minute. Don't tell me. You don't know the legend of this place? Dane, who barely knew anything about this school to begin with, could only shake his head. A legend? This place actually has a legend? Seeing his reaction, Ernest took a deep breath and explained. There's a legend that says if you reach this spot before the mist clears, you'll be reunited with the person you desire most. Dane, upon hearing this, immediately lost interest. Ugh, another one of those cliché love stories? He muttered to himself with a sigh before shrugging and continuing. But if getting here is this difficult, then how does it even work? At that, Ernest's curiosity seemed to be piqued as well, and he nodded in agreement. You're right. That is strange. Dane then turned his gaze toward the fountain in front of them, staring at it intently before voicing his thoughts. If no one is constantly supplying it with mana, could there really be a power source strong enough to sustain itself indefinitely? As soon as those words left Dane's mouth, Ernest's eyes widened again, this time in revelation. If that's the case, then this entire garden might actually be one giant mechanism, he exclaimed. Dane nodded in agreement, elaborating further. Given how unnecessarily complex and intricate this garden's layout is, that could very well be the truth. Ernest, now filled with excitement, added, then that means if this garden is an ancient mechanism, this magical fountain could be some kind of artifact from the past. Meanwhile, Dane had his own thoughts forming in his mind. And maybe the mist itself is connected to it. That feeling, he was certain of it now. It was as if something inside the fountain was responding to him, like reuniting with an old friend. This is ancient magic, Dane silently concluded, reaching out to touch the fountain, carefully feeling the energy emanating from it. Then, all of a sudden, Ernest noticed something. Inside the fountain, ancient symbols were carved into the stone. His eyes widened in shock as he gasped. Wait a minute. This is the ancient secret language. The ancient secret language? Dane echoed, his curiosity piqued. Ernest adjusted his glasses and nodded eagerly. That's right. At first, I wasn't sure since I couldn't see clearly, but now that I'm touching it, I'm certain. This is the language of the long-forgotten secret kingdom. Hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his amazement. You even know about this? Of course. I'm from the Dillon family. Learning ancient languages is essential for explorers like us. Imagine reaching ancient ruins but not being able to read anything. That would be frustrating. I haven't mastered every language yet, but I learned this one from my father when I was little. Let me try deciphering it. Ernest's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire face lighting up with enthusiasm. He was so eager that he even pulled out a notebook and a pen to start taking notes. Without waiting for Dane's approval, he dove straight into the translation, his passion for discovery burning like a wildfire. Dane could only watch and chuckle to himself. Haha, his explorer instincts just kicked into overdrive. And so, time began to pass as Ernest focused all his intellect on deciphering the ancient inscription on the fountain. He mumbled to himself as he worked. This word means worthiness? And this one, what is this? Oh, got it. Piecing the words together, his eyes suddenly widened in excitement. Dane, I've cracked it, he exclaimed. Dane immediately turned to him. Really? What does it say? Without hesitation, Ernest handed over his notebook and proudly announced, "Those who are worthy shall prove their strength." It was an enigmatic phrase, leaving Dane slightly puzzled. Worthy? Prove? Could it be referring to ancient magic? For some reason, the closer he got to the center of this place, the more familiar it felt. Dane mulled over the thought in his head. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed to be contemplating the same thing. Huh, isn't that funny? If worthiness here refers to ancient power, then there's no way anyone could qualify. Dane simply gave a faint smile and replied, Thanks, Ernest. Then, Dane focused his inner strength into the bracelet he and Old Man Droyan had obtained earlier. From Ernest's perspective, watching Dane suddenly channel his power into something with such intent made him immediately ask, Hey, Dane, what are you doing? Dane didn't respond. Instead, He remained deep in thought. They say runes hold power simply through their form. If I use this bracelet, it might trigger a reaction. And just as he predicted, the ancient inscriptions engraved on the bracelet began to glow. There are strange markings appearing on the bracelet. Ernest shouted in surprise. Then, Dane extended his hand forward, as if responding to him. The bracelet detached itself from his wrist, floated toward the fountain, and began to resonate with it. The ground beneath them trembled violently. What the hell is going on? It's shaking like crazy. Dane, what did you just do? The fountain. It's sinking into the ground. Ernest cried out in shock. Meanwhile, Dane couldn't suppress the excitement surging through him. Yes, that was the right answer all along, he thought to himself. By now, even a fool could tell what was happening. The mist, it's disappearing too. Activating an ancient artifact this easily. The worthy one, the fountain's inscription spoke of, was it actually Dane? Ernest found himself staring at Dane, as if trying to decipher exactly who his friend really was. But before he could dwell on it any further, a massive blue crystal in front of them suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Seeing this, Dane quickly called out, Ernest, look, something's glowing at the center. Ernest snapped out of his thoughts and focused his gaze forward. And then, both of them stood there, mouths agape in awe. Wow, it's beautiful. It looks like a gemstone. That must be the power source of the fountain, Ernest exclaimed, his voice filled with realization. And Dane agreed with this assessment. Maybe. It's also the cause of all the strange phenomena in this garden. Now then, we're about to face ancient power, Dane said calmly. Then, beneath the protagonist's feet, a complex magic circle appeared, radiating an intense energy. Dane extended his hand, feeling the powerful force emanating from it. This power, ancient magic, it's the same as the power I possess. His eyes locked onto the ancient script inscribed on the crystal, and a realization struck him. Arcana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. This is amazing. I can understand the ancient language that I couldn't read before. This is truly the legacy of the Arcana Magic Kingdom. That means I've already absorbed its power, Dane exclaimed in excitement. However, just a second later, a sharp pain erupted in his chest, forcing him to clutch at it. My heart. It hurts all of a sudden. Something's happening to my heart, he screamed internally. Before he could fully grasp what was occurring, he sensed it. Inside his heart, a magic circle was forming. This is a magic circle? Dane questioned himself. The core and the circle, their roles completely oppose each other. Having both is incredibly rare. This combination is inefficient and could even damage the body. That's why magic swordsmen always have heart problems. That's why I never wanted to form a circle meant solely for magic. But I never expected it to be forcibly implanted into my heart. A deep sigh escaped him, and worry clouded his face so visibly that even Ernest noticed immediately. Turning toward him, Ernest asked, his voice thick with concern, Are you really okay? You've been looking pale this whole time. Not wanting to make his friend worry, Dane forced a weak smile and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I was just thinking too much. Hearing this, Ernest hesitated for a few seconds, studying Dane's expression. In the end, he chose not to press further and gave a small nod. Yeah, I'm still in shock too. But the power you just absorbed, right? The mist, the ancient script, it all seems connected to you. Switching back to Dane's perspective, Ernest's curiosity didn't surprise him much. Of course, his friend had countless questions. He had just witnessed everything unfold before his eyes. I should get a better grasp of the situation first, Dane thought to himself. With that in mind, he conveniently shifted all responsibility to his older sister. I was just following what my sister taught me. I don't really know the details either, he said. Oh, well, if you ever figure it out, let me know. Ernest replied with a grin. Of course. Dane nodded. As they left the mysterious garden behind, Ernest reflected on everything they had been through today. His excitement was unmistakable as he shared his thoughts. Today felt like my blood was boiling. This is exactly the thrill of an adventurer. Dane, do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? We could share any strange phenomena or secret places we discover. That sounds fun. Dane responded with a bright smile. Deep down, a small sense of anticipation sparked within him. Perhaps there were even more places like this one, brimming with magic. Then, as if suddenly remembering something important, Ernest exclaimed, "Wait, Dane, didn't you say you had a class coming up?" That reminder made Dane jolt in realization. His class. He had completely forgotten. He patted Ernest on the shoulder before dashing off. "You're right, Ernest. Sorry. I have to go. See you later." "Haha. See you later." Ernest chuckled, watching Dane's figure gradually shrink into the distance. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Dane really is an interesting friend. If I keep exploring with him, something amazing is bound to happen. I can't wait. Meanwhile, Dane was sprinting across the academy grounds like a gust of wind. Yet as he moved, he began noticing strange sensations within his body. Weird. Why does running feel so much easier than before? Despite having both a core and a magic circle, an unstable combination that should disrupt energy flow, he felt no discomfort. Normally, the presence of a circle would interfere with mana from the core, making it inefficient. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, I don't feel anything unusual. No, it's actually the opposite. The mana circulates through the circle, then somehow gets drawn back into the core. Not only that, but the mana in his core felt purer than ever before. This is incredible. I need to contact my sister, Dane thought to himself. Time quickly passed. The scene transitioned to a remote territory located in a desert region. This was Hengston District. At this moment, our protagonist, along with countless students from the Royal Academy, had gathered here for an unknown reason. Standing beside Dane, his close friend Layla excitedly commented, "So this is the famous Hengston District I've heard so much about?" "Oh, I see the entrance." Before them stood a massive gate. Layla let out a gasp of admiration as she gazed upon it. This must be the legendary magic barrier. Magic barrier? Dane echoed, his voice filled with curiosity. Hearing this, Layla immediately realized that Dane had absolutely no clue about what he was looking at. With a bright smile, she eagerly explained, "It was created by Saul Hengston, a legendary mage of the Academy. This barrier activates once a year, specifically for freshmen with magical talent. When someone passes through it, the barrier reveals a color based on their magic's quality and level." She continued, "Originally, this was designed to detect and eliminate dark mages trying to infiltrate the Academy. But after dark mages went extinct, it was repurposed for this." Thinking about this, Dane's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, "What does each color represent?" Layla, ready with an answer, explained smoothly, "Oh, it's like this. If someone has no talent, no color will appear at all. If they have decent talent, the color is yellow. If their talent is significant, the color is blue. And if they have overwhelming talent, it turns red." She spoke so fluently that Dane couldn't help but be impressed. He turned to her with admiration and said, "Wow, you really know your stuff." Hearing that, Layla playfully winked and responded with pride, "Of course. I want to know everything about the Academy." Then, as if remembering something important, she added, "Oh, by the way, all of your sisters got red. Anyway, I'll go first." With that, the young swordswoman confidently stepped through the gate. As expected, the shimmering aura around the entrance turned bright red, proving her overwhelming talent. "It's red." Layla cheered with excitement. "That's incredible." Dane nodded in agreement. "Hee hee, at least I'm good enough for this much." Layla grinned, raising a fist in triumph. Watching her, Dane couldn't suppress his curiosity. He had to test himself. "All right, my turn," he declared, stepping toward the gate. Even before entering, he had already made some assumptions. It's probably going to be red. After all, I've absorbed ancient magic. Maybe I'll be even stronger than normal. That was what he thought. But the result was completely unexpected. The color that appeared wasn't red. It wasn't blue. It wasn't even yellow. Instead, the light shining from the gate was green. Seeing the unusual glow, both Dane and Layla froze. Huh? Green? What the hell? There's no ranking for green, Layla exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. Dane let out a nervous chuckle. Haha. Yeah, seriously? Even he had no idea what was happening.
Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a lecture hall. At that moment, the first-year students were buzzing with curiosity over the appearance of an unfamiliar figure. Did you see his badge? He's from the finance department. What is someone who only deals with money doing here in the magic department? One student voiced his confusion. However, another simply shook his head. How should I know? Magic classes are always popular. Maybe he's just here to sit in on orientation and then leave. Standing before the group of students was a tall, broad-shouldered man with golden hair and a face full of arrogance. Seeing him, a red-haired student stepped forward and asked, "Senior Arthur, what brings you here?" Arthur responded without hesitation. "Oh, I just stopped by to take care of something after class. But he's not here yet." "Huh? I'm talking about the interdisciplinary student, Dane Sogers." The man speaking was none other than Arthur Diamant, a fifth-year representative of the magic department. Hearing this, a few first-years exchanged puzzled glances. He said he'd be attending this class. But I haven't seen him yet. Arthur took a quick glance around before nodding. Is that so? Well, I guess he's just taking his time. When he arrives, bring him to see me. After all, he's the younger brother of Senior Arabella. I need to keep a close eye on him. Understood, a first-year student promptly responded. Just as Arthur was about to turn and leave, his attention was drawn to the sudden commotion around him. Wow, he's really handsome. Look at his eyes. They're like emeralds. Being the top student must be nice. Wherever he goes, he's the center of attention. The one standing next to him, isn't that Layla Thermion? Admiring voices filled the hall. For Dane, who disliked excessive attention, being the subject of so much discussion was giving him a headache. Meanwhile, his close friend, Layla, couldn't help but tease him. Isn't this amazing? The top student always ends up being the talk of the town. No matter where they go. On the other side of the room, Arthur smirked as he caught sight of Dane. Oh, there he is, finally made it. With that, he strode forward and greeted him. Nice to meet you, Dane Sogers. I saw you clearly at the entrance ceremony. You really stood out. His sudden words left both Dane and Layla momentarily stunned. They both had the same thought. Who is this guy? He looks like a senior, but why is he acting so familiar? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Dane voiced his thoughts. And who exactly are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic manners? If you needed to see me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? His tone carried a subtle hint of irritation. Arthur's face twitched, veins bulging in anger. His eyes blazed with fury, and his teeth clenched audibly. This arrogant brat, he cursed inwardly. Not only Arthur, but even the surrounding freshmen could feel the tension in the air. It was as if a ticking time bomb had just been set off. They murmured anxiously among themselves. Did he really just say that to Senior Arthur? Isn't this going to be a huge problem? If you get on a senior's bad side, life at the academy is basically over. Back to Arthur. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself before speaking again. I came here specifically because you're the younger brother of a senior I respect. And yet, you act so arrogantly, completely unaware of your place. Have you ever considered that your behavior might affect your family's reputation? Dane scoffed, replying with thinly veiled sarcasm. HMPH. That never crossed my mind. But from what I can see, aren't you the one being rude here? Arthur's jaw clenched once again, his teeth grinding audibly. You really can't see the situation in front of you, can you? He said coldly. Then, he reminded himself, if I let this slide, my reputation will take a hit. Senior Arabella will understand. With that thought, he made up his mind. Dane needed to be taught a lesson. Looks like you need some discipline. As he finished speaking, mana began to gather in his palm. But before either of them could make a move, a sharp, authoritative voice rang out. Slam! A heavy book hit the desk with force. followed by an enraged shout. "What's going on over there? Is there a problem?" Arthur immediately froze, his posture stiffening. "Professor, I was just here to welcome the freshmen," he quickly explained. The man before them was Professor Drivo, head of the magic department. And he was no fool, he could see right through Arthur's excuse. However, since nothing had escalated yet, he decided not to press the matter further. Instead, he simply warned, "Oh, is that so? Then save the socializing for after class." Arthur had no choice but to back down. However, before leaving, he turned to Dane and muttered ominously, "I'll let this one slide." As Arthur walked away, Layla leaned in, whispering a quiet warning, "You should be careful. That guy doesn't seem like the forgiving type." And as expected, Layla's instincts were right. Arthur had no intention of letting things go so easily. His expression darkened as he turned to one of his lackeys and gave a chilling order. "Take him there." The subordinate flinched. "Huh? But he's Senior Arabella's younger brother. Are you sure about this?" Arthur narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "I'll explain it to Senior Arabella later. Just do it." Returning to the classroom, now that the commotion had settled, Professor Drivo finally began his lecture. "Today is orientation, so we'll keep things simple before wrapping up. However, since this is a combat magic course, we'll start by measuring everyone's mana." As he spoke, he placed a peculiar-looking device on the desk. It resembled a dish with a transparent hemisphere on top. On the other side of the room, the students stared at the mana measuring device in excitement, whispering among themselves, "Whoa, that's a mana measuring device, isn't it? I've seen one before." Not making them wait any longer, Professor Drivo proceeded with his demonstration. "By placing your hand on the device and channeling mana like this, you'll be able to see the number of mana circles you have." With that, he placed his palm on the device, infusing it with his mana. Immediately, several glowing circles materialized behind him. Seeing the number of circles appear, the students couldn't help but gasp in awe. 8 circles? That's insane. Definitely worthy of a professor. Ignoring the excited chatter, Drivo continued explaining, "Of course, even within the same tier, a more proficient mage will have a deeper, more vibrant color in their circles. However, if your circles don't appear at all, don't panic. It doesn't mean you lack talent. Yeah, some people just haven't fully formed their mana circles yet. That's normal." One student chimed in. Drivo nodded. "That's why we can't rely solely on circle count for evaluation. Since you've enrolled in this class, you should at least be capable of using basic magic. To get a more precise measurement, we'll be using these magic orbs instead." Holding up a small, glowing sphere, he instructed, "For this test, you'll use telekinesis, a fundamental spell, to control the orb. Like this." Without further explanation, he raised a hand, and dozens of orbs around the room began to levitate and dance through the air. Moving with effortless grace, the classroom collectively gasped. "Amazing, the magic runes are forming perfectly. He's moving all those orbs just with telekinesis?" Layla, unimpressed by the excessive reactions, let out an annoyed sigh. "Come on, don't make such a big deal out of it." Meanwhile, Professor Drivo continued, "Even basic spells can vary greatly in strength and precision depending on the caster. To move the orb, you'll need to channel your mana into it. Given your current level, successfully controlling 3 orbs would already be considered impressive." Hearing this, the swordswoman Layla glanced at Dane, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Do you think Dane can control even more?" Dane simply nodded in response. At that moment, Professor Drivo turned to Arthur and made a suggestion. "Arthur, you're only auditing this class, but would you mind demonstrating for your juniors?" Hearing this, the arrogant Arthur, who had been looking for a chance to show off in front of Dane, thought to himself, "This brat needs to understand the gap between us." With that, he eagerly responded, "Of course, Professor, I'd be happy to." Not just Arthur, but even Dane found himself a bit interested. "Now I'll see where all that arrogance comes from," Dane mused. Without delay, Arthur strode up to the podium and placed his hand on the mana measuring device. The result? 4 glowing magic circles appeared behind him. Seeing this, the first-year students erupted in excitement. As expected of Senior Arthur, he has 4 circles already? And look at that color. It's so deep and intense. It wasn't just the inexperienced freshmen who were impressed. Even Professor Drevo gave an approving nod. It seems you've improved yet again. Arthur, wearing a smug grin, replied, all thanks to your guidance. Professor Drevo then turned to the class. Normally, achieving 4 mana circles is something that happens after graduation. But your senior has already reached this level while still in school. This is what true overwhelming talent looks like. You all should take notes. Who knows? Maybe his advice will help you grow as well. These words sent the classroom into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Arthur shot a taunting glance at Dane. Don't get too comfortable, Dane Sogers. I'll make sure you see the difference between us. With that, he extended his hand, channeling his mana into the floating blue orbs, making them zip through the room at incredible speeds. The freshman watched in stunned amazement. He's controlling them flawlessly. No way. How many is he even moving at once? But in reality, Arthur was pushing himself to his absolute limit. Sweat drenched his back, his muscles strained from exertion. Yet he refused to let it show. Instead, he turned toward Dane with a smirk, his voice dripping with challenge. I've gone all out, so, what do you think now, kid? On the other side, the freshmen, seeing Arthur running at full power just to show off, didn't hold back their praise. Amazing, everyone, give him a round of applause. As expected from Senior Arthur. Which magic tower will he join in the future? Curious whispers began spreading throughout the classroom. Seeing that Arthur had completed his demonstration, Professor Drevo nodded in approval. Well done, you're free to go now. Arthur replied with a bright, confident smile. Yes, Professor. But before leaving, he turned toward the main character of his thoughts, Dane, and smirked slyly. Hey, I can't wait to see what your mana level is. Unaware of Arthur's inner thoughts, Professor Drevo addressed the rest of the students. Regardless, if you don't possess mana, nothing will happen. If anyone is worried, you may leave now. The classroom fell into complete silence. Nobody moved, nobody answered, because after all, to even be accepted into the Royal Academy, how could someone not have mana? Seeing this, the head of the magic department nodded. No one? Good. Then let's begin. Step forward in order, starting with the front row. And with that, the students began murmuring with excitement as they waited for their turn. Layla, however, had seen this play out many times before. She sighed and muttered, they call this an orientation. But in reality, it's just a way to put everyone's abilities on display for the whole class to see. Beside her, Dane took a second or two to think before nodding in agreement. Yeah, that is what the academy is aiming for. One by one, the students approached the mana measuring device to check their abilities. Some possessed a single magic circle. Others felt absolutely nothing. As for the orb control test, most of them did even worse. For the majority, the moment they attempted to move the orb, it dropped almost immediately. Meanwhile, the arrogant Arthur stood to the side, watching the entire time. His expression? Pure disdain. Tisk, what a complete mess. At that moment, the blonde girl standing beside Arthur quickly nudged him. Hey, it's his turn now. Hearing that, Arthur shifted his gaze, finally paying attention. Now, it was Dane's turn. Dane, I'll be watching closely to see just how far your arrogance can take you. He muttered under his breath, though no one else heard it. But honestly, Dane himself was just as curious about his abilities. To be honest, even I have no idea what to expect. Since I absorbed the ancient dark magic, there must be some kind of change. With that thought, Dane didn't hesitate any longer. He placed his hand on the device and began channeling his energy into it. On the other side, Professor Drevo was just as eager for this moment. During the entrance exam, he solved my test flawlessly. I can't wait to see how many mana circles he possesses. With great anticipation, the professor widened his eyes and focused all his attention on Dane. He didn't want to miss a single moment. And then, something completely unexpected happened. The mana measuring device suddenly flashed red, displaying the words, unable to measure. The entire classroom erupted into chaos. What does that even mean? Is it broken? If he doesn't have a mana circle, then that's one thing, but why can't it measure anything? The students quickly crowded around Dane, trying to get a closer look. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself had a theory. Could it be because of the ancient dark magic I absorbed? Meanwhile, Professor Drevo was even more shocked than his students. He knew exactly how accurate the mana measuring device was. It had a 100% precision rate, capable of filtering out anyone who tried to fake their ranking. And yet, now, it was displaying, unable to measure. I've never seen this happen before. With no immediate explanation for this bizarre event, Drivo could only come up with a temporary excuse. Perhaps it's overloaded. For now, let's just move on to Dane's orb test. Hearing that, Dane simply nodded. Understood, Professor. At the front of the room, Arthur, still smug as ever, sneered at Dane's so-called overloaded result. Hey, I knew it. Nothing surprising at all, rookie. But Dane paid no attention to him. Instead, he quietly stepped forward toward the floating magic orbs. Though, deep inside, he felt a bit disappointed. So, I really can't be measured? What a shame. But let's see if this method works. With that, Dane focused his mind and began channeling his energy into the orbs. And then, all of them lifted into the air. Not just one, not just two. Every single orb on the table floated effortlessly. The classroom exploded with shock. Someone screamed in utter disbelief. He lifted all of them? No way. The highest record in history was only 5. Even the senior students, who had witnessed many powerful mages before, couldn't believe their eyes. All of them? What kind of monster is this guy? The black-haired student standing beside Arthur blurted out in shock. And Arthur himself? His entire face froze. How is this even possible? He was completely speechless. Beside him, Layla stared blankly at Dane. He did it again. At this point, I'm not even surprised anymore. But I never thought he could lift all of them. He's even more incredible than I imagined. It looks like, after absorbing the ancient magic, he's grown even stronger. She silently speculated, her mind racing. Meanwhile, from Dane's perspective, controlling the magic orbs felt fun. So, he decided to take things up a notch. Alright, let's make this even more impressive. With that, he started arranging the orbs into a structured pattern. And the moment the shapes took form, Professor Drivo broke into a cold sweat. What am I even looking at right now? He's positioning the orbs with such precision. Is he forming a picture? Even Arabella couldn't do something like this. As everyone's eyes widened in shock, the floating orbs gradually aligned. And soon, 2 distinct figures emerged in the air. A lion and a serpent. Gasps filled the room. Someone shouted in disbelief. That's a lion and a snake. It's the Sogers family crest. The entire classroom erupted into chaos. Amidst the commotion, Layla could only sigh and shake her head. It's my turn next. Calm down, Dane. At her words, Dane finally retracted his magic, letting the orbs gently descend. Meanwhile, Professor Drivo didn't hold back his praise. Truly remarkable, Dane Sogers. Even Sidrain, a man who has never taken a disciple before, proudly calls you his student. The second those words left his mouth, the classroom froze. Silence. And then, wait. What? Did he just say the Sidrain? The former Grand Tower Master? Now it makes sense. Now I get why he's in the advanced magic program. Back with Arthur's group, his black-haired lackey was already sweating buckets. Hey Arthur, what do we do? That guy, he's not normal. He might even be stronger than you. Arthur, who was already panicking, snapped. Shut up, I'm thinking. His hands clenched into tight fists as he gritted his teeth, cursing Dane internally. Damn it, the Sogers family is terrifying. Why the hell are they all monsters? With that kind of power, we'll need to change our approach. This is frustrating, but if I start something and end up losing, I'll be humiliated. If I can't defeat him with skill, then I'll just have to subdue him another way. Arthur's arrogant smirk returned, this time, hiding sinister calculations underneath. At that moment, as if he had reached a final decision, Arthur turned to his 2 lackeys and declared, "We need to recruit him into the student council." What? The student council? Both of them shouted in shock. But Arthur simply nodded, confident in his plan. Yeah, once I get my foot in that council, it'll be easier to control him if he's under my command. Hearing this, the 2 lackeys still couldn't wrap their heads around the idea. But he's just a first year. The brown-haired one protested. The orange-haired girl quickly chimed in. Exactly. Even we wouldn't dare dream of getting into the student council. However, Arthur had already made up his mind. This would be unprecedented, a first year in the student council. But who cares? Rules are meant to be broken, right? Trust me, with him on board, our magic department's reputation will skyrocket. And then, a sly smirk crept onto his face as he thought to himself. And of course, so will my reputation and career. While Arthur was scheming, Professor Drevo, on the other hand, looked at Dane with deep regret. Absolutely phenomenal. Dane Sogers, if I had known about your talent earlier, I would have fought the other professors to make sure you ended up in the magic department. Hearing this, Dane remained composed and replied calmly, I'll do my best, no matter which department I'm in. Professor Drevo then turned to the rest of the class and shouted, Did you all hear that? Students in the magic department better stay on guard. And with that, he gave Dane a firm pat on the shoulder and added, If you ever have free time, come see me. For Dane, having direct access to the head of magic studies was certainly a valuable opportunity. So, without hesitation, he nodded. Of course, Professor. And just like that, as soon as class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. As they walked, the swordswoman let out an exasperated sigh. How do you even do that? Why do you keep pulling off these ridiculous feats like it's nothing? Dane simply shrugged, responding with an easygoing tone. Well, to be honest, I don't really know myself. The slight hint of smugness in his voice made Layla a bit annoyed. Oh, so you think you're special now? Huh? Noticing his friend's irritation, Dane quickly changed the subject, throwing her a compliment instead. But hey, you still managed to lift 5 of them. That's pretty amazing. Layla, however, just pouted and muttered under her breath. That doesn't make me feel any better. Then she turned away, refusing to even look at Dane. Seeing her reaction, Dane could only offer a sheepish smile and thought to himself, Is she sulking? But before he could dwell on it any longer, a familiar voice interrupted them. Arthur, flanked by his 2 loyal subordinates, approached with a confident stride. I've seen your skills up close. I may have been a bit rude during our last meeting. Would you mind having a private conversation with me? Arthur's sudden change in attitude took Dane by surprise. Him, acting polite after seeing what I can do. Dane narrowed his eyes slightly. Already analyzing the situation, Arthur wasted no time in getting straight to the point. He wanted Dane to join the student council. The student council was an elite governing body within the academy, responsible for policymaking and managing the school's treasury. Its members were all highly renowned students with access to exclusive privileges. For example, the student council had the authority to discipline students, approve departmental events, and control major decisions within the academy. Dane had already heard a thing or two about the student council from his genius older sister, Arabella. She told me about this before. It's an incredibly powerful organization, and only a handful of students ever get the chance to join. While Dane was lost in thought, Arthur continued his enthusiastic pitch. So, what do you think? I want to nominate you for the council. You've already surpassed all the entry requirements, there's no need for any tests. And if you become a council member, you'll automatically be part of the Danter Society. Hearing this, Dane raised an eyebrow and reminded him, I'm already in it. Of course, Arthur knew this well, but he pressed on. Yes, that's true, for now. But who knows how long you'll be able to stay in it. Besides, student council members receive even more exclusive privileges, things you won't get anywhere else. At this point, Dane was honestly skeptical. Just how much power do these people even have? Are they really granted this many special privileges? While Dane was still questioning things internally, Arthur leaned in with wide, eager eyes, speaking like some shady salesman trying to close a deal. So, are you interested in joining the council? Dane rejected him immediately, without a shred of hesitation. No, I'm not interested. Even if I were to join, I'd only do it on my own terms. Besides, privileges given without reason usually come with a steep price. Arthur's 2 sidekicks exchanged shocked glances. Meanwhile, Arthur himself felt his blood pressure spike from Dane's blunt refusal. Do you even realize what you're turning down? Getting into the student council is a dream for so many students. Just spend a little more time at this academy, and you'll understand how valuable this offer is. Come on, think it over. This isn't something that comes around every day. Standing beside them, Layla had had enough. What the hell is with this guy? Why is he so damn persistent? Fed up, She grabbed Dane's arm and yanked him away. Dane, if we die here, we'll miss out on the tarts. Hurry up. Dane immediately caught on that she was trying to bail him out and played along. Oh, right, almost forgot about that. Behind them, Arthur watched as they walked away without a second thought. Panicked, he called after them. Hey, where are you two going? I'm still talking. Dane simply flashed a grin and replied, I have something more important to do. So excuse me. As they walked off, Dane made sure to silently thank his best friend. Nice timing, Layla. That was perfectly executed. Arthur, however, wasn't ready to give up. Even as their figures grew smaller in the distance, he shouted, Dane, I'm not giving up. I'll convince you eventually. Dane Sogers. Time passed quickly. Now, Layla was still grumbling about Arthur. That guy is so annoying. It's clear he's desperate to drag you into the student council. If you had accepted, he would have used this as a stepping stone to turn you into his pawn. Dane chuckled and replied, Thanks for getting me out of that mess. Layla, however, wasn't just upset about Arthur's persistence. Her eyes widened in frustration as she ranted. The real problem is that he completely ignored me. He didn't even acknowledge my existence. Not even a single question. Dane raised an eyebrow, trying not to laugh at her indignation. So that's what's bothering you? Layla let out a deep sigh before continuing. Honestly, it's probably because of your ridiculously overpowered talent. Today's test just confirmed it. Dane smirked. So you're finally admitting it? Layla shrugged in defeat. Well, I don't have a choice. Do I? Then, Dane suddenly remembered something important. By the way, do they actually sell tarts here? Layla scoffed, as if he had just asked the dumbest question in the world. Of course, this is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists in this empire, then you can bet it's available here. With that, the two of them headed off in search of their well-earned treat. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo and Arthur were engaged in a conversation of their own. The professor smirked as he asked, So, you've seen Dane's talent for yourself now, haven't you? Arthur nodded in agreement. Yes, he's truly incredible. Drevo let out a booming laugh. Haha, he might even surpass Arabella. Arthur stiffened at the bold statement. Wait, are you saying he's on that level? Hearing this, Professor Drevo simply let out a small smile. Tilting his head slightly, he remarked, Magic truly is a mysterious domain. Difficult to define, but when it comes to innate magical talent, it's not impossible to recognize. Arthur, standing beside him, felt paralyzed by those words. Oh, hell, is he really saying that Dane's talent surpasses the senior I've always admired? The thought made his stomach turn. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo, sensing the tension between Arthur and Dane, decided to offer some advice. Arthur, listen, you should turn a blind eye to any issues you have with Dane. Support him well so that he can join the magic division. Arthur's fingers tightened around his own thigh, his irritation bubbling to the surface. Damn it, everyone's the same. They're all awed by his talent. Despite his jealousy, Arthur admitted, Actually, I met with him after class. I offered him a spot on the student council. But he refused. That revelation shocked the head of the magic division. What, is he hearing things from Arabella or something? His talent is too extraordinary for us to lose him. A heavy silence fell between them. But then, as if remembering something, Arthur cautiously asked about his recommendation letter. Before he could even finish his sentence, Professor Drevo grinned. Oh, that? Well, things haven't exactly been going smoothly. But don't be so impatient. You still have 2 years left, don't you? Someone of your caliber is bound to be recommended for the Magic Tower before graduation. Arthur smiled on the surface. But deep inside, he was cursing the professor with every fiber of his being. Bullshit, he said the same damn thing last year. Does he think I can't see through his real intentions? If I secure a spot in the Magic Tower now, that means he loses another student to play around with, doesn't it? You're blocking me, aren't you? I even heard it was you who cut the 2 Magic Tower spots I was aiming for back in my 3rd year. Realizing that there was nothing he could do against the professor, Arthur could only force himself to continue. Alright then, I'll do my best to convince Dane. Hearing this, Drevo finally gave a satisfied nod. Good, I'll be counting on you. Arthur. That single sentence made Arthur's face stiffen for a moment. Damn it, my entire future is in this old man's hands. Whether I like it or not, I have no choice but to follow his orders. That bastard. He cursed Drivo inwardly. Meanwhile, on Dane's side, he was casually lugging a large bag over his shoulder while chatting with Layla. By the way, Layla, is the road to the cafeteria always this crowded? Why are there so many club events happening? Layla, the swordswoman, explained, if a club doesn't have enough members or can't prove its activities, it gets disbanded. Dane nodded, adding, this is the first time I've taken part in so many events. Layla glanced at the bulging bag Dane was carrying and grinned. Well, we did win a ton of prizes. She started listing them out. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store discounts, and a treasure map? Stopping in her tracks, she picked up the map and asked, what is this? Dane responded. The senior who was hosting the event said it was bought from an auction in Arkender. The moment Layla heard that, her eyes lit up like a pair of car headlights. Bought from the Arkender auction? Then this must be valuable. Seeing the money-hungry look on her face, Dane could only chuckle to himself. Yeah, my father told me before. The Arkender auction is famous for gathering the rarest and finest artifacts across the empire. The country's top appraisers examine everything, ensuring that only the best of the best gets auctioned. Layla suddenly pointed at the seal on the rolled-up map. It's still intact. Is this a treasure map for the academy? Dane guessed. Layla nodded excitedly. I heard this academy has tons of hidden places and secrets. With that, she tossed the map over to Dane. As he caught it, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Ernest is going to love this. Inside the lecture hall, the grand auditorium, a place primarily used for general education lectures, stood tall and imposing. At this moment, our protagonist, Dane, was standing just outside the massive structure, taking in the architecture. So, this is where they teach the Empire's history. Huh? He mused, glancing at the intricate stonework. Before coming here, the head butler already taught me most of the material, so I don't have much to worry about. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Hey, Dane, looks like we're meeting again. Recognizing the voice, Dane turned around. Ernest, you're taking this class too? Ernest, always cheerful and eager, nodded. It's a mandatory course for all first-year students. I figured we'd run into each other sooner or later. Dane smiled. Yeah, looks like it. How are you feeling? Holding up okay? Ernest hesitated slightly, his response somewhat vague. Not much has changed. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Before Dane could press further, something else came to mind. Oh, right, Ernest, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. He grinned, ready to bring up the treasure map he'd won earlier. But before he could say anything, a group of students approached them, led by a red-haired young man with an air of confidence. Hey, you're Ernest, right? The moment he heard that voice, Ernest visibly stiffened. Dane, noticing the sudden shift in his friend's demeanor, narrowed his eyes. What was that? His expression just changed. He's shaking. He looks absolutely terrified. Across from them, the red-haired student grinned, as if he and Ernest were long-lost friends. Wow, Ernest, didn't think I'd see you here. It's been a while. Huh? For some reason, sweat began to form on Ernest's forehead. His breathing quickened. Seeing this, Dane's mind raced. He looks exactly like a soldier suffering from trauma. Ernest hesitated before responding. Braun, hey. Braun scoffed, shaking his head. If you got into the academy, why didn't you tell me? I was here first, you know. Beside them, Dane narrowed his eyes, his thoughts stirring. Are they friends? But something about this feels off. Meanwhile, Ernest bowed his head slightly, mumbling, sorry, I didn't know. Braun stepped closer, ruffling Ernest's hair with an exaggerated sigh. Damn it, how the hell did you even get in here? I figured you'd never make it. You still shake like a damn leaf every time you talk, don't you? Then, with a bright grin, he casually added, anyway, perfect timing. I was too lazy to go out for food. Go grab me a sandwich. The request made Ernest's face pale as he stammered. What? Right now? At Ernest's hesitation, Braun's expression darkened, and his voice dropped an octave. What's wrong? Don't want to do it, Ernest? Ernest forced an awkward smile and tried to explain. I'm hanging out with a friend right now. So, it's not really a good time. Braun glanced over at Dane, eyeing him up and down before smirking. A friend, huh? Well, he does look a little sturdier than you. What department are you in, buddy? If you're hanging around Ernest, I think I can already guess your skill level. His tone dripped with mockery, and Dane felt a flicker of irritation spark in his chest. I don't know which family he's from, but that carefree arrogance, it reminds me of the thugs I used to fight on the battlefield. His expression darkened slightly, but Braun, oblivious as ever, continued to sneer. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Braun chuckled, completely unaware that he was prodding a beast that had yet to bare its fangs. Right at that moment, a teacher nearby took notice of the group and shouted, "Hey, you lot, what are you doing? Class is about to start, get moving." Braun clicked his tongue in annoyance before turning to respond. Yeah, we're going." Then, he shot Ernest a sideways glance and smirked. "We'll talk after class. I've got plenty more to say to you. Things around here are about to get real interesting." With that, the red-haired troublemaker led his pack of lackeys into the academy building, leaving Ernest frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. Dane, who had been observing closely, stepped forward. "Ernest, you okay? Who are they? You seem to know them." Ernest took a shaky breath, trying to compose himself before muttering, "They're from another noble family. Back home, they used to bully me. I knew they were enrolled here too. But this academy is huge, so many departments. I thought I wouldn't run into them. Sorry for dragging you into this." His voice carried clear guilt, which made Dane pause for a moment. Then, with a reassuring nod, Dane simply said, "I'm fine, let's just get to class." He looks so pale. Just how badly did they torment him? Dane wondered, but seeing Ernest still visibly shaken, he decided to reassure him further. "Don't worry, I'll go with you." Ernest blinked, startled by the offer, before quickly shaking his head. "Go with me? No, that's not necessary. I can handle it on my own." Dane glanced at him, noting his scrawny build and sensing exactly what Ernest's so-called handling it would entail: being a punching bag for Braun and his goons. "So, you're just gonna walk right up to them and do whatever they say?" Dane pressed. "If you keep giving in, they'll never stop pushing you around. You did see my magic at the fountain, didn't you? What are you so worried about?" Dane reminded him. At those words, Ernest's mind flashed back to the moment Dane unleashed that terrifying energy at the fountain. The sheer power he displayed, it was something Ernest hadn't been able to fully grasp at the time. But now, standing beside Dane, a sliver of hope crept into his chest. Seeing that, Dane gave him an easy smile and made it final. "So, we're going together." Time passed quickly. Soon, the history class ended, and once again, the two groups found themselves face to face. Across from them, Braun casually remarked, "Man, it's quiet here. Feels nice. Hey, Ernest, doesn't this bring back some memories?" Before Ernest could answer, Dane stepped in. "Are you really his friend? Why drag him out here just to start trouble?" Braun shot him a warning glare, his voice low and threatening. "And who the hell do you think you are? Butting in? You got a death wish?" Dane's response was cold and unbothered. "I should be asking you that. For someone like Braun, arrogant, used to getting his way, and bullying others without consequence, having someone stand up to him was beyond infuriating." His face twisted with rage, veins bulging at his temples as he yelled, "What, you cocky little bastard, just because you got into the academy, you think you're hot shit? You must have heard of the Sauer family before, right? I'm the heir of the most powerful noble house in the West." But Dane only stuck a finger in his ear, lazily cleaning it out before shrugging. "Sauer family? Nope, never heard of it." That was the last straw. Braun's face contorted like a ticking time bomb, and his lackeys immediately jumped in to hype him up. "Did that punk just say what? Braun, are you really gonna let him talk to you like that?" Seeing his lackeys riled up, Braun had no intention of disappointing them. He snarled, "All right, go get him, beat the crap out of him." Braun's lackeys, eager to please their leader, grinned as they received their orders. Too bad they had no clue what Dane was truly capable of. Their confidence remained unshaken. "Ernest, you really picked the wrong friend this time. Now you're gonna get twice the beating," one of them sneered. Hearing this, Ernest's face turned pale. He took a step back, then urgently whispered to Dane, "Let's just go while we still can. It doesn't matter how strong you are, these guys are dangerous." Especially Braun. He's been called a swordsmanship prodigy since he was a kid. Dane's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, now I'm getting excited. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to Ernest. I'll leave one of them for you. Knock him down with your own fists. Me? Ernest practically screeched in disbelief. Dane continued, voice steady. Trust me, you can't keep living like this forever. Right? Ernest couldn't wrap his head around what Dane was saying. But before he could respond, one of Braun's goons charged in, yelling, "What's with that calm face? Huh? You're dead, you little shit." With a furious swing, the thug's fist crashed into Dane's cheek, snapping his head slightly to the side. Ernest gasped in horror. Meanwhile, the attacker laughed triumphantly. How's that feel, asshole? Finally woke up to reality? I'm just getting started. He raised his fist again, ready to deliver another punch. But did he really think he could get away with that so easily? Before the next hit could land, Dane simply lifted a hand, effortlessly catching the incoming punch in his palm. Then, with a grin, he spoke in an almost cheerful tone. You threw the first punch. So from now on, this is self-defense. The thug standing across from Dane cursed in frustration at his cryptic words. What the hell are you saying, you bastard? As he yelled, he swung his fist forward. But with Dane's close combat abilities, the thug's punch looked as slow as a turtle's crawl. Without breaking a sweat, Dane ducked to evade the attack. Then, he clenched his fist and drove it straight into the thug's side. Making his eyes roll back from the sheer pain, his large body staggered forward. Thrown off balance, Dane seized the opportunity. Swiftly sidestepping, he kicked the thug's heel, causing him to completely lose his footing and crash face first onto the ground. At that moment, another thug with brown hair lunged forward and swung his fist at Dane. But once again, Dane dodged effortlessly, and before his attacker could regain his stance, Dane landed a solid punch right to his chin, followed by a powerful shoulder slam. The force of the impact sent the thug flying backward like a discarded sack of rags, nearly crashing into one of his own comrades. Yet Dane wasn't done. He had no intention of giving these thugs a chance to retaliate. Without hesitation, he activated his magic, conjuring energy spheres and launching them at the remaining two thugs. The blast sent them soaring backward, knocking them out cold on the spot. Though the event seemed long-winded in description, in reality, the entire fight lasted only a few dozen seconds. Having taken down the gang in such a short time, even Dane was a little surprised. Phew, why do I suddenly feel so much stronger? Is it because of the ancient magic? Around him, both Ernest and Braun stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief at how effortlessly Dane had emerged victorious. What the hell? What the hell just happened? They mumbled in shock. Meanwhile, Arthur's gaze flickered with hesitation, but he quickly turned his anger on his lackeys, shouting, "Damn it, you useless idiots!" Up ahead, Braun's lackeys began to regain consciousness, coughing as they groaned. Braun, that guy isn't normal at all. But before they could finish speaking, Braun roared like a rabid dog. Shut up, you all are a disgrace. You got taken down this easily? Hearing that, Dane turned to him with a taunting smirk. Well, you planning to continue, or are you only good at running your mouth? Dane's words were dripping with provocation, and Braun's bloodshot eyes flared with rage. What the hell did you just say to me? Behind him, one of his remaining lackeys, having just witnessed Dane's overwhelming strength, hurriedly tried to warn him. Stop this, that guy is seriously strong. Did you see how he fired those magic bullets? But Braun? There was no way his pride would let him swallow this humiliation. Coward, you expect me to back down and be shamed in front of these damn kids? Move aside, I'll handle this myself. As he spoke, he activated his mana, summoning a spatial rift beside him. Reaching into it, he pulled out a long sword, its blade gleaming menacingly. His voice turned cold as ice. This place is pretty deserted. No one around to see anything. That means it doesn't matter what happens here. You just made a huge mistake, forcing me to draw my sword. Dane, unfazed, merely let out an unimpressed chuckle. That sword looks decent. I'll give you that. Unlike Dane's calm demeanor, Ernest was already panicking. This is bad. Braun's drawn his sword. This could turn really ugly. As he watched Braun unsheathing his weapon, Dane honestly didn't know whether to be amazed or just outright baffled. Is he an idiot, or just so confident it's ridiculous? This guy's reckless as hell. Does he not care about the Academy's rules? Dane thought to himself. But Braun wasn't done with his threats. You know, when the sky gets overcast, fog starts rolling into this area. A fog so thick, no one ever finds those who go missing. One of his lackeys, seemingly the only one with a shred of common sense, hesitated before whispering, Braun, are you sure about this? What if you get expelled? Braun's only response was a crazed glare. Whipping around, he barked, shut the hell up, go grab that idiot Ernest and bring him to me. Seeing the murderous look in Braun's eyes, his lackey no longer dared to argue. He could only sigh in bitter resignation. Damn it, fine. And with that, both thugs charged forward. Meanwhile, Ernest was so terrified by the situation that he was on the verge of wetting himself. Shit, what am I supposed to do? Dane, if you're fighting Braun, then what the hell am I supposed to do? Despite the tension, our protagonist remained as calm as ever. He spoke in a steady, reassuring tone. Don't worry, those guys aren't anything special. In a one-on-one fight, you can win. You've been through a lot of expeditions. Your lower body strength has to be solid. So just get in close and land a solid hit. Ernest's eyes widened at Dane's words, unsure whether to believe him or not. But before he could think too much about it, Braun and his lackeys had already closed in. You're dead meat, Braun sneered. But just as he was about to attack, Dane suddenly spun around and dashed off to the side. The unexpected move sent Braun into a rage. Ha, so you won't let me get close? Guess you've actually picked up some real combat experience. Huh? Dane didn't bother responding to the taunt. Instead, before taking off, he simply shot Ernest a confident look. Just do what I told you. With that, the two of them quickly made their escape from the area. Meanwhile, Ernest found himself gripping his fists tightly. Somehow, Dane's words had lit a fire inside him. He's right, Dane's right, I can't keep living like this forever. Across from him, the brown-haired thug stepped forward, scratching his head with an air of mockery. Oh, clenching your fists now, huh? And look at those eyes, got a little fire in him. He smirked. Guess having friends really does make a difference. Just standing next to him gave you a confidence boost. Huh? He cracked his knuckles, stretching his fingers as he continued. Come on, just take a few hits and get lost. Will ya? I'll go easy on ya. Meanwhile, sweat was pouring down Ernest's face. His mind was racing. Don't panic, think, what would Dane do in this situation? A memory suddenly flashed through his mind. Dane effortlessly dodging the attack from the black-haired thug earlier. But before Ernest could fully process a plan, the brown-haired thug burst into laughter. Well, guess I'll just throw the first few punches. With that, he swung a fist straight at Ernest's face. But just before the hit could land, Ernest instinctively dropped his stance. Lowering his body, using the crown of his head, he absorbed the force of the attack before lunging forward with all his might. Then, with everything he had, he threw a full-powered punch. The me you used to know, the old me, is dead. Ernest's fist crashed into the thug's face with crushing force, sending spit flying from his mouth as pain exploded through his skull. Staring at the thug writhing in pain on the ground, Ernest still couldn't quite believe he'd taken the guy down. Sweat was pouring down his face as he shouted at the top of his lungs. I did it. Not far off, Dane heard Ernest's victorious yell and couldn't help but tease. Hey Braun, looks like your buddy's already down for the count. Hearing that, Braun panicked and shouted, What? No way. There's no chance my friend lost to a loser like that. He immediately turned around to check for himself, and what he saw was his teammate laid out on the ground like roadkill. While Braun was distracted, Dane's eyes drifted to two brooms lying nearby. He mumbled under his breath, Oh, looks like I just found something interesting. Calmly, he picked one up, broke off the brush head, and held onto the wooden shaft, treating it like a makeshift spear. Braun felt completely insulted, roaring, You seriously think you can fight me with that? Dane grinned and replied coolly, This is all I need. His nonchalant tone, like he was just out shopping, made Braun's face darken with rage. He shouted, You arrogant punk, I'm gonna crush you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just leave a tiny scar on your pretty little face. So every time you look in the mirror, you'll remember the fear you felt staring at me. With that, he lunged at Dane, swinging his sword relentlessly. Each strike sliced through the air with sharp whooshing sounds. But to Dane, Those attacks were almost laughably simple. With just a few basic steps, he dodged them all effortlessly. Braun gritted his teeth, reluctantly giving credit. "You're better than I expected." Dane smirked and shot back. "That's 'cause your swordplay is way too predictable." Braun exploded, yelling, "What the hell do you know about swordsmanship? You think you're the Duke of Thermion's kid or something?" As he ranted, Braun was silently analyzing the fight in his head. He's trying to hold out by channeling mana into that stick. But it won't last much longer. Then, trying to shake Dane's focus, Braun started taunting again. "You're just a rat trapped in a cage. What the hell do you think you can do with that busted stick of yours?" On the other side, Dane simply smiled quietly. Without saying a word, he focused more mana into his staff and suddenly lunged forward with a powerful thrust. In a flash, the tip of the wooden rod slammed straight into Braun's chest. The blow hit so hard that Braun's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he doubled over like a shrimp, writhing in agony on the ground. How can a wooden stick hit that hard? Braun thought in a panic. Watching from the sidelines, Ernest's eyes went wide in disbelief. "That's insane. He took Braun down with just one hit. I knew Dane was strong, but I didn't know he was this strong." Completely unaware of Ernest's admiration, Dane calmly approached Braun, who was still curled up on the ground clutching his stomach. He said coldly, "Get up. Once you draw your weapon, you fight to the end. My father used to say, when you draw a weapon outside of a fair duel, it means you've accepted whatever consequences come with it." Even someone as thick-headed as Braun couldn't deny it anymore. Dane was nothing like the easy target he thought he was. His thoughts raced. "Shit, this guy's on a whole different level." Braun gritted his teeth and yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Dane's voice turned icy as he answered, "Dane Sagras, firstborn of Count Sagras, first-year student in the Faculty of Liberty." The moment he heard that name, Braun's eyes nearly burst out of their sockets. The name Dane Sagras rang in his ears like a thunderclap. "Count Sagras? Wait, you're the first student to be accepted into the Faculty of Liberty in 50 years? That prodigy, the youngest child of that noble family?" Dane muttered, almost like he was talking to himself. "Guess I should have introduced myself earlier." Meanwhile, Braun was internally freaking out, completely losing it. Damn it, no wonder he was so confident. But why the hell is someone like him hanging around with that idiot Ernest? Back with Dane, he stood silently for a moment, staring down at Braun. Then, as if debating something, he began thinking out loud. "So, what should I do with you? You drew your blade, and you lost. Should I take your life for it? From my point of view, this wasn't even a fair fight. But you did pull your sword." As he spoke, Dane's eyes grew colder, his expression darker. The air around him changed, the pressure, the killing intent, it all leaked out in waves, smothering the space around them. Braun's face turned pale with terror. "He's serious. He's actually thinking about killing me." Realizing his life was on the line, Braun didn't hesitate for even a second. He scrambled up and immediately dropped to his knees in front of Dane, begging for his life. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were from House Sagras. I swear, I'll never do something this stupid again." But before he could finish groveling, Dane shook his head and cut him off coldly. "You still don't get it, do you? You're apologizing to the wrong person." As he spoke, Dane pointed to Ernest, who was still standing off to the side watching. And it was only then, faced with the very real threat of death, that Braun's tiny brain finally clicked into gear. He immediately turned to Ernest, grabbed his arm tightly, and started pleading through tears. "I'm really sorry, Ernest. I truly regret everything. Please, forgive me. I was wrong. I was a total jerk. Please give me another chance." He sobbed uncontrollably as he begged, his voice shaking. Seeing Braun in such a pathetic state, a flood of memories came rushing back to Ernest. He thought to himself, "Braun, the guy who used to scare the hell out of me, now he's on his knees like a beaten dog." Dane stepped up beside him and said gently, "Hey, Ernest, end it your way. Whether that means giving him a good punch to vent, or accepting his apology and walking away, just do whatever feels right to you." Ernest's lips tightened. He was clearly conflicted. Meanwhile, Braun could sense that whatever Ernest said next would seal his fate. Gripping Ernest's arm even harder, he confessed with desperation, "You're right. Hit me as much as you want. I deserve it." Back in Ernest's mind, Looking at Braun in that state, something inside him just cooled off. Honestly, I really do want to land at least one punch, he admitted inwardly, but then he let out a breath and gave his own challenge. Braun, next time, let's fight fair. Just you and me. If you do that, then I'll forgive you. The words caught Braun so off guard. He stopped crying mid-sob. He just stared in disbelief. But Ernest didn't seem to care. He turned his back and said, "So for now, I'll let you off the hook." Dane smiled quietly beside him and gave a nod. "You did well, Ernest." And with that, the two of them walked off, leaving Braun frozen and speechless behind them. At that moment, the swordswoman Layla showed up and called out, "Dane, I waited forever for you. But you never came, so I had to come find you." As she spoke, her eyes drifted toward the thugs sprawled out on the ground, and she raised an eyebrow. "What's this? You got into a fight or something?" Dane casually replied, "Someone started trouble with me first." As he spoke, he threw a quick glance back at Braun, who was still lingering behind them. Layla noticed the look and grew a bit curious. Who the hell would be dumb enough to pick a fight with Dane of all people? Out of everyone here, they had to mess with him? Braun, standing a short distance away, paled the moment he recognized Layla. His face went as white as a sheet. "No way, that's Layla? The daughter of Duke Thermion is here too?" Unbothered by his reaction, Dane turned to Layla and casually asked, "He said he's in the swordsmanship department with you. Do you know him?" Layla put her hands on her hips and shook her head. "Nope, never seen him, and honestly, not interested." Then she turned her attention to Ernest, eyeing him with curiosity. "And who's this?" Dane responded smoothly, "This is Ernest Dillon, a first-year student in the exploration department." Feeling a bit awkward, Ernest scratched the back of his head and greeted her politely. "Nice to meet you, Lady Layla." Layla quickly waved it off. "Oh, come on, no need to be so formal. Just treat me like a friend." Then she tilted her head and asked, "So, what do you study in the exploration department?" Ernest answered, "Stuff like ancient ruins, hidden locations, you know. Exploration stuff." Walking between the two of them, Dane chimed in, "His family's pretty well known for their expeditions." Hearing that, Layla's eyes lit up with excitement. "Then we should totally show him that map we found. Right? He might actually know something about it." Dane responded with a playful wink. "That was the plan all along when I came looking for him." Ernest, meanwhile, was still a little lost, blinking as he tried to catch up. "Wait, what map are you talking about?" Dane turned to him with a grin. "We took part in the last club event and ended up getting our hands on a treasure map." Ernest's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, I heard someone found a treasure map. I didn't realize it was you guys." As Ernest spoke, his face seemed to light up with excitement, so much so that even Layla was visibly impressed. "It's like he's a completely different person all of a sudden," she remarked in awe. Dane let out a soft chuckle. "Probably because he's obsessed with ancient relics." Layla then made a suggestion. "Why don't we find a quiet place to sit down and take a closer look at it?" After relocating and taking some time to examine the map in his hands, Ernest's eyebrows knit slightly as he concentrated. "This map is more complicated than I thought. Since it's a treasure map, it's not something you can understand just by glancing at it. It doesn't show the entire academy, only points to a specific area." Layla pointed to a particular part of the map and asked, "What's this? There are all kinds of strange markings written here." Dane leaned in and studied it carefully, then shook his head. "I can read the words, but they don't really connect in a way that makes sense. I wonder if there's some sort of cipher or pattern." At this point, the group didn't seem to make any more progress. Layla looked around and asked, "So, what do we do now?" Ernest responded confidently, "First, we need to figure out who created the map. With things like this, there's no universal format, but if we can identify the creator, we can at least guess the kind of logic or traps they might have used." Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So deciphering it right away might be a little tricky." "Huh?" Before he could finish that thought, Ernest added, "But here's one thing I'm sure of. The location marked on the map isn't inside the academy grounds. These architectural patterns were only used back when the academy was originally constructed." Hearing this, both Layla and Dane's faces lit up in unison as they exclaimed, "So it must be somewhere nearby." From Ernest's perspective, seeing the two of them all excited, as if they were already about to stumble upon a legendary treasure. He sighed and gave them a reality check. The problem is, this style of architecture uses a unique kind of ancient magic developed by Saul Hankston. That name rang a bell. Layla had heard it countless times and immediately turned to Ernest in surprise. Wait, Saul Hankston? Wasn't he the founder of the Academy, and also a legendary archmage? Unlike her, Dane quickly pieced it together and said, that kind of magic can't be used anymore, right? Because Saul Hankston never left behind any apprentices. Ernest nodded in agreement. Exactly. Nice job, Dane, you really know your stuff. Back to Layla. She finally understood why Ernest had looked so disheartened earlier. I figured this wasn't going to be easy. But I didn't expect it to be this complicated. Ernest just shrugged casually. In the end, the key is still figuring out who created the map. Once we know that, we can use their background to decode the symbols and actually read the thing. Standing beside them, Dane grinned and proposed, once we crack the code, let's go treasure hunting together. The suggestion was met with immediate enthusiasm from the other two. Count me in, that sounds like fun. Layla chimed in, before I came to the academy, all I ever did was work with my family. This'll be my first real adventure like this. The sight of the two getting all excited, like a couple of kids going on a camping trip, made Dane chuckle to himself. You two look pumped. This could take a while. So let's just investigate things step by step. Ernest nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'll dig deeper into it. Oh, here, let me give the map back to you. As he spoke, he started rolling the map up to return it to Dane. But Dane waved him off. No, you keep it. It'll be easier for you to decode it while you have it. Ernest shook his head. No need, I've already memorized the whole thing. That statement stunned Dane. No way, just how good is your memory? Even Ernest didn't quite understand it himself. I don't know why, but I tend to remember codes and text-based things really clearly. Dane and Layla both let out impressed reactions. So you've got a freakishly good memory for certain things. That's gotta be super handy for exams. Dane nodded and added, in any case, got it. If you need any help, just say the word. With that, he reached out to take the rolled-up map back while Ernest, with a small grin, replied, thanks. This is actually my first time going on a quest without any of the boys from my hometown. So I'm really looking forward to it. To celebrate the start of their new little team, Layla made a cheerful suggestion. Let's go grab something to eat. Call it a celebration for forming our group. Sounds good. The other two agreed right away. And just like that, the group of three headed off together to share a meal. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the dorms, specifically Dane's private room. Now finally alone, he began sorting through his belongings. Man, a lot happened today. He muttered, I should take a moment to organize all this stuff. Where should I put the important things my family gave me? Somewhere visible, maybe? His eyes landed on something specific. But what about this summoning egg? Where am I supposed to keep this? They did say you're not supposed to store living creatures in dimensional storage. After that, Dane glanced around the room, trying to find a proper place to set down the large egg. But just then, the egg suddenly began to shake violently, catching him completely off guard. What the hell? Why is this happening all of a sudden? It's been 7 years and this has never happened before. Is it because I moved to the academy? No, that can't be it. As mysterious as this academy is, the mana distribution here isn't that different from back home. Which means, it has to be the ancient mana I absorbed in the garden. I didn't expect it to trigger a reaction this quickly. Alright, time to go all in. Maybe this is it. Maybe it's finally going to hatch today. No more waiting around. Dane hurriedly placed the egg on the table and began channeling his mana into it. But even before he could fully commit, the egg suddenly emitted a powerful pull of its own, forcefully drawing mana from his body. Dane's eyes widened in shock. It's draining me dry. I've been feeding it mana for 7 years. And it still wants more? Just how much energy does it need? I can't stay here. My whole room's about to collapse. What do I do? He could feel the pressure rising. It was overwhelming, but deep down, he knew this was the perfect chance. A rare opportunity to finally hatch the egg. Panic growing, Dane made a split-second decision. He grabbed the egg and rushed straight to Claire's lab. When he burst through the door, Claire's eyes nearly popped out of her head at the sight of the egg now radiating waves of powerful energy. It's reacting like crazy. What the hell is going on? Dane quickly explained. It's still shaking like mad. I've stopped feeding it mana. But it just won't calm down. Suddenly, Claire remembered something important and shot him a warning. Wait, Dane, isn't now the time for dormitory check-in? Skipping it could seriously hurt your standing. Of course, Dane had already anticipated that. He just chuckled and reassured her. Don't worry, I've got that covered. You can relax. The scene shifted back to the student dormitories. Just as Claire had mentioned, a tall young man was marching down the hallway with two of his buddies in tow. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "My name is Albert, chairman of the dormitory council. I'll now begin roll call at the Danterre Hall." Inside the dorm room, the students quickly rushed out as soon as they realized roll call was underway. At the Imperial Academy, roll call across all dormitories followed a strict protocol. Arnold glanced around nervously and muttered, "Why aren't Priscilla and Dane out here yet? Do they even know roll call is happening right now? If you're late for the monthly roll call, it's a 1-point deduction. If you miss it entirely, that's 2 points. Be late 3 times in a semester, and you'll face disciplinary action and get assigned to service duty. And if you miss it more than twice, you'll get demoted from the dorm." Meanwhile, Albert, the guy leading the roll call, noticed the murmuring among the students and immediately barked out, "No moving around, no talking either. This is the Danterre Hall. Floor 9. We don't mess around today." His intense attitude made Arnold even more anxious. Why does it feel so serious all of a sudden? Driven by curiosity, Arnold asked, "What do you mean?" In response, Albert waved his hand through the air, summoning a glowing blue screen. "Thanks to the new mana surveillance system we just installed, this is interesting. Look here. We caught someone sneaking out of the dorms. The name's Priscilla. We tracked her mana signature leaving the dorms just 5 minutes ago. But get this. The system still shows her as being inside her room." Without another word, Albert marched over and swung open the door to Priscilla's room. Sure enough, it was empty. Albert stared into the vacant room, his expression shifting into a twisted grin as he growled through clenched teeth. "Normally, we don't get this strict about roll call, but maybe it's time to start changing the rules." His words carried a sharp edge that sent a chill through everyone in the group. Arnold and the others all silently screamed in their heads, "Damn it. A storm of penalty points is coming." After a few more checks, Albert's anger seemed to subside, at least a little. "The rest of you are fine. The rooms are clean enough. Arnold, however, will lose 2 points for being absent without permission. Make sure that's officially recorded." "Yes, understood," the group replied weakly. Albert continued, "And the last one, Dane Sagres, right? He's a freshman, isn't he? Don't tell me, he already missed his very first roll call?" Before Dane could explain himself, his friend Droyan quickly stood up to vouch for him. "No way. He's definitely in his room. I saw him earlier, he was still unpacking." Albert didn't give him a chance to say more. With a quick gesture of his hand, he cut him off. "Save it, we'll know for sure once we check." With that, he made his way straight to Dane's room, and sure enough, there was Dane, seemingly busy doing something inside. Albert looked a bit surprised. "Dane Sagres? So you are in here. Didn't you know roll call was happening?" Dane scratched his head awkwardly and gave a sheepish grin. "Ah, sorry, I got too caught up organizing my stuff and didn't notice." That easygoing smile of his took the edge off the situation, and even Albert had to let it slide. He nodded. "All right, fair enough. It is your first day. After all." Cut to the scene inside Claire's lab, where the real Dane was actually hiding out. The one Albert had seen? Just a decoy. Claire practically shouted, "Wait a sec, that's the MK1 illusion projector, isn't it?" Dane smiled as he held up his hand to reveal a small circular device. "You once said most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference if I used this little thing to project a realistic image of myself." Claire stared at it, pressing her lips together in disbelief. After a moment, she sighed. "I've heard that thing's really hard to use. Since it works remotely, the signal can get unstable pretty easily. Even a tiny glitch could give you away." But Dane seemed completely calm. "I figured that might happen, so I ran a bunch of tests ahead of time. As long as no one gets too close, it'll hold up just fine." His confident demeanor made Claire pause in admiration. This kid really does have guts. Then she shifted topics. "Anyway, What about the egg? It's definitely reacting to your mana. Dane, that could mean it's about to hatch. Although, a lot of summoning eggs do this and still don't hatch. But hey, even getting this kind of reaction is already a big step. Dane frowned slightly. So what should I do now? Keep channeling mana into it? Claire, the brilliant but often intense summoning researcher, crossed her arms and pondered for a second before replying. There's still so much we don't know about the summoning bond system. If we place it into the mana stabilizer right now, it could be risky, but I don't think we should just stop either. Besides, I think this lab is the safest place for it to hatch, don't forget. Big Sis always has a mana barrier around here to keep things under wraps. Dane nodded in agreement. Exactly. If we just leave it alone, it could hatch at any time and anywhere. After puffing her cheeks in deep thought, Claire finally made a decision. Alright then, let's do this. Your mana is impressively pure, Dane, but just to be safe, I'll attach a mana filter as well. Once again, Dane began channeling his mana into the egg, but this time, the pull was even stronger than before, strong enough that sweat started pouring down his face. Damn, it's still hungry? It's absorbing a ridiculous amount of mana. What even is this thing? Claire, standing nearby and watching closely, couldn't hide her growing concern. Her thoughts raced. This is a contract beast egg. Anyone with enough money can buy one, but getting it to hatch is a whole different story. The conditions for hatching are still a mystery. The only thing we know for sure is that the mana of the caretaker has to match the frequency of the creature inside. Whatever's in there. Just how talented is this kid? I knew he was gifted, but seeing it up close, it's something else entirely. Just as she was thinking that, cracks began to appear along the surface of the egg. Dane shouted in excitement. Sis, do you see that? Claire's voice was quick and breathless. Yeah, looks like it's about to hatch. Just a little more. Good job. Let's see what kind of creature we've got here. Then, under their watchful eyes, the egg began glowing with an intense light. A moment later, a small explosion rocked the lab, blowing the eggshell fragments in every direction. The shockwave hit hard. Dane was sent flying backward, and Claire had to shield her face and stumble back a few steps. Quick to recover, she rushed over to check on him. Hey, are you okay? Dane groaned and shook his head. Yeah, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. But sis, look over there. He pointed to the spot where the egg used to be. There, standing awkwardly in the middle of the lab, was a tiny, light purple dragon, curiously staring at them. A dragon? Claire gasped. The baby dragon suddenly let out little bursts of fire in all directions, making Dane shout, "Whoa, it can already breathe fire?" Before he could say anything else, Claire shoved him forward and barked. Quit standing there. Get closer, now. There have been cases where contract beasts imprint on the first person they see. Dane, that's your contract beast, go. Following his sister's advice, Dane slowly stepped closer to the little dragon, muttering to himself, up close. You're actually kind of cute. Huh? He then smiled and extended his hand toward the creature. Hey there, little guy. My name's Dane. Soon after, Claire's excited voice echoed through the room. You've connected with it, Dane. Upon hearing that, the protagonist replied joyfully. Yeah, this little guy is so cute. As he spoke, Dane gently reached out to hold the little dragon. Meanwhile, Claire, equally thrilled, rushed over and asked, how did you do it so easily? Let me see. After focusing on the little purple dragon for a moment, Claire's eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed, it looks like a creature summoned from the other side. Hearing that, Dane quickly asked, are you serious? Claire nodded firmly, saying, yes, only a select few summoning prodigies can do that. Even I can only summon a part of the soul. I never imagined our youngest brother could summon something like this. This is huge. Dane, seeing his sister's serious expression, the protagonist suddenly felt a bit worried and asked, so that means it's not a familiar summoned creature? Claire began to explain, I know all the commonly summoned creatures, even larvae, but I've never seen one with characteristics like this little guy. The closest thing might be a dragon, but clearly, this is different in the details. To that, Dane could only smile and say, it doesn't seem that special to me, so no one really knows what it is. In response, the blonde summoner could only say, we'll have to figure that out now. The problem is, there are no records of a creature like this. Suddenly, Dane speculated, could this be a new kind of creature? Why did it come to me? Does it have something to do with ancient magic? Unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Claire started scanning the mess in her lab and reminded him. Right, remember to keep the eggshell safe. Some creatures that hatch from eggs eat the shell for nourishment. I got it. So what should I do now? Dane asked, and Claire quickly gave him a list of instructions. First, approach carefully. Try to record everything. What it likes, what it dislikes, how long it sleeps, if it shows any aggression, how much it grows each day. Stuff like that. Blah blah. The more Dane listened, the more his mind felt tangled. He murmured to himself, so much, but it's definitely worth it. I don't know what it's thinking, but I'm starting to feel like I need to protect this little one. Over on Claire's side, noticing Dane's thoughtful expression, she seemed to sense his thoughts and said, are you planning to keep it with you now? People might freak out if they find out. Why not leave it in the lab? Hearing that, Dane nodded. Maybe, but we can't hide it forever. The protagonist's words made Claire feel a bit conflicted, unsure of what would be the best course of action. But before she could think too much, Dane waved his hand dismissively. It's okay, even if I get caught. I still have you too. It will feel like it's caged in if it stays locked in the lab. Claire sighed and agreed. That makes sense. Then let's take this opportunity to officially register you with a title. A summoner's title? Dane asked, and the blonde girl smiled, explaining, that's right, you're still a newbie, but your talent is obvious. It'll be tough to juggle everything. But now you have a summoned creature. This is your chance. After a few seconds of contemplation, Dane scratched his chin and nodded. Sounds right, let's do it. Claire responded, all right, you've already registered for the summoning course, haven't you? The orientation is tomorrow, and the professor is Tamaric Splavo. Right? If you show your talent there, there's no doubt someone will mention special enrollment. Usually, meeting the requirements is tough. But you're different, Dane. Of course, it'll still need approval, but I'm sure you'll meet all the criteria. As she said that, she gave Dane a firm pat on the shoulder, and the protagonist seemed to feel a little excited by the idea. Special enrollment, huh? Sounds interesting. What should I call it? Time passed quickly, and soon, Dane had returned to his dorm. The moment his presence was noticed, his friend Droyan anxiously asked, Dane, where were you? You weren't in your room after roll call. Dane replied, I had something urgent to take care of. Dane's words only made Droyan even more curious. How did you manage to get out during roll call? Priscilla was caught immediately. Well, there's always a way. Dane shrugged, causing Droyan to sigh. The Sagres family never fails to surprise people. His casual remark piqued Dane's curiosity, and he looked over and asked, did your sisters ever do that? Droyan nodded and replied, your sisters are legends in this dorm. Just ask any student here, and you'll know right away. But don't worry, I'm the only one who knows you were out, so you don't have to stress. After finishing his words, Droyan waved goodbye to Dane. As soon as Dane returned to his room, he collapsed on his bed, sighing, phew, at least we made it back safely. What was Priscilla thinking, just going outside like that? As he said that, Dane noticed the little dragon flying around the room, occasionally spitting out small bursts of flame. Dane muttered to himself, it's so excited, but it's really amazing. A few memories started to surface in Dane's mind. How he had managed to get back to the dorm without anyone noticing. Here it is. This is the secret path my sister told me about. The entrance is closed. This is the first way back. They've surrounded the dorm with a mana barrier. How am I going to break through it? First, I'll try to sense the flow of mana. There's bound to be a weak spot. As he spoke, Dane reached out and lightly touched the barrier, slowly trying to sense it. However, before Dane could break the barrier, the dragon beside it suddenly breathed fire, immediately causing a large hole to appear in the mana barrier. That's how Dane made it back to the dorm without being detected by the management team. Just thinking about the little dragon's power made Dane feel a surge of excitement. Is that a temporary flame that nullifies mana? I can't believe it. This dragon is truly an extraordinary summoned creature. Time passed quickly, and the next day, Dane shared the news about his new pet with Ernest. However, the name Dane had chosen for the dragon left Ernest a bit bewildered. Happy? You actually named it Happy? Who would ever name it that? Dane replied, I think it's friendly and easy to call. If you have a better name, go ahead and come up with one. Ernest was a little surprised by this. Glancing at the dragon for a moment. Let's see, it's cute, but maybe the name should carry a bit more weight. Seeing Ernest's serious expression, Dane couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't have to be that serious about it. After a few seconds, Ernest came up with a name and said, Carnaz. How about Carnaz? Upon hearing this, Dane immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned back and nodded. That's good. What does it mean? Mystery. It fits, doesn't it? Ernest replied, and Dane was very pleased with the name. Perfect. From now on, your name will be Carnaz, he said as he looked at the little dragon. Carnaz. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the Bermuders Hall, named after the scholar Bermuders, which was also the location for the Summoner Department's class. At this point, the students had quickly gathered here. In another corner, Digran, who had once fought with Dane when they were children, was also present. He immediately recognized the main character. Though a bit surprised, that's Dane Sagras? He took my summoning contract. And after we were humiliated at the banquet, our family completely collapsed in front of the public. The current family can only try to hold on to its status as city nobles now. What are the odds that I run into him here? Is he here to take a summoning class? Why does it have to be this class? Why couldn't it be any other class? I need to avoid him at all costs. Digran reminded himself quietly, his face dripping with sweat from tension. However, just then, a large guy called out to him from behind. Hey, Digran, first time repeating a class. Huh? Surprised, Digran turned around and answered. Oh, yes, senior. Without missing a beat, the tall senior threw an arm around Digran's shoulders, cheerfully reassuring him. Come on, it's not a big deal. Everyone has to repeat a class at some point. This is my second time repeating a class. You know, and that's just for this course. Just treat it like an easy A and surpass the new recruits without breaking a sweat. The big senior proudly boasted about his achievements, while Digran could only awkwardly respond to avoid offending him. Not long after, the professor entered the classroom, and the noise immediately quieted down. In front of everyone, the handsome Professor Temeric spoke. This lesson will begin with the basic theories of summoning. This is very important knowledge for those of you just starting on the path of summoner. The theory will appear on the summoner certification exam, so make sure you study it well. After the professor's words, the students started whispering among themselves. Wow, this professor seems really strict. I've heard the official summoner exam is incredibly tough. Hearing these whispers, the professor nodded and warned his students. Of course, if you're qualified, you could pass the special admissions exam, but don't think it's going to be easy. At this, one of the students yelled out a question. Professor, what are the requirements for the special admissions exam? In response, Temeric, clearly enjoying the moment, cheerfully said, Of course, I knew you'd ask that. Take a look here. With that, he waved his hand, creating a blue screen in the air and continued explaining. First, you must summon a level 5 or higher summoned creature using a sigil. Second, you must maintain the summoning for more than 30 minutes. At the back of the room, the students were shocked by these high demands. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, clearly doubtful. A level 5 summoned beast? Even with a summoning sigil, that's still not enough. A level 7 beast is already difficult enough, let alone having to sustain it for 30 minutes. How could anyone possibly do that? To prevent the students from discussing the issue further, Professor Temeric quickly laid out the final requirement. Finally, you must demonstrate your unique qualities and meet the qualifications for the special admissions exam. Even if you succeed with the first condition, you will fail if you don't satisfy the third one. No matter what, you must make an impression, only then will you be considered special. Hearing this, the students were completely taken aback. That's just unreasonable. The first conditions are already hard enough. And now there's a subjective requirement too? Has anyone ever passed this exam? Not only the other students, but even Dane had to scoff at the professor's conditions. In short, if the professors like you, you pass. If they don't, you fail. Looking at the students' reactions, Temeric wasn't surprised in the least. It was as though he had seen it countless times before. Now you understand why this is called the special admissions exam. Oh, and you also need at least 2 expert recommendations in the field to apply. On the opposite side, the students fell silent, unable to say anything further. Seeing their confused faces, Temeric secretly smiled to himself. Exactly. I knew they would be speechless. Now no one will dare attempt it. He then cast a glance at Dane and thought to himself. Dane Sagres, right? If he's that interdisciplinary student, what will happen? I've heard about his entrance exam from Professor Delfineso. How he was able to create a secondary connection with the level 4 Etherok she summoned. But until I see it for myself, I won't believe it. Maybe she has connections with the Sagres family and fabricated this to help him. I need to verify this myself. Tamaric continued with his lecture. Your first goal is to pass the regular exams. So keep pushing. If you can summon, it'll be easier. But honestly, I don't think the first-year students will manage it. On the other side, the students continued to look at each other in confusion. And no one said a word. Even Digran nervously gulped, worried about the situation, while the main character, Dane, had a look of suspicion on his face. He quietly thought to himself, new students must be feeling really confused, since they've only just gone through the theoretical and compatibility tests. Above, Professor Tamaric kept smiling, taunting his students. Is there really no first-year student who can summon? This year is truly disappointing. As he spoke, he casually glanced over at Dane. This made the back of Dane's neck tingle slightly. And he thought, he's looking at me so naturally. Is he trying to test my abilities himself? If that's the case, then, Dane decided to demonstrate his skills a little. So he stood up and said, I can give it a try. Professor. His declaration immediately got a response from the handsome professor. Oh ho, really? What's your major and your name? Dane replied, I'm a first-year interdisciplinary student. Dane Sagres. Ah, I've heard about you from the department head. They say you have exceptional talent. Tamaric complimented, and Dane waved it off modestly. Yes, if that's the evaluation the department head gave me. Tamaric, looking at Dane, seemed to stiffen a little. He subtly assessed Dane through their conversation. Well, look at this kid. Normally, people would either be modest or overly self-assured. But he responds so smoothly. After thinking this, Tamaric spoke directly. There are many rumors about you. But your talent, truthfully, sounds unbelievable. That said, could you show your abilities to everyone here? Well, he just said it outright. Dane thought to himself and nodded in agreement. If you want me to, I can do it. No problem at all. But if I prove myself, would you write a recommendation letter for me to apply for the special admissions exam? Dane's sudden request stunned all the students and even the professor in the lecture hall. It took a few seconds before Tamaric opened his mouth. You want a recommendation letter for the special admissions exam? Do you understand what that means? Since Dane had just heard Tamaric explain the conditions, how could he forget? He confidently affirmed. It means I have to show outstanding talent right here. Tamaric raised an eyebrow and asked. And if you can't do it, then what? Dane shook his head. I haven't even thought about that. Right after Dane's words, Tamaric's face began to twitch with veins. But he still tried to suppress it. He thought to himself, this kid is too confident. Even Claire Sagres, his older sister, would never be this confident. Thinking this, it seemed like Tamaric wanted to teach the young man a lesson. He agreed with a grin. All right, come up here. If you can really meet the conditions, I'd be happy to write a recommendation letter for you. But remember, it's easier said than done. Aside from the professor, the other students in the class began to shout like the place was on fire. What is he thinking? He's not even majoring in summoning. Well, I guess he's Claire's little brother. What is going on with the Sagres family? Ignoring the students' chatter, Tamaric gave his final warning. But if you fail, you'll have to accept the consequences. No matter what those consequences are. Are you still sure you want to try? After a few seconds of thinking, Dane replied, yes, I'll do it. Hearing this, Tamaric didn't bother to offer any further advice. He eagerly said, good, come down here. As luck would have it, I already have a summoning mark prepared. With that, Dane quickly walked towards the podium. In his mind, he thought, I didn't plan to do this on the first class. But oh well, who cares? Let's just take what we can get. With that, Dane reached out and grabbed the white card in front of him. He slowly channeled his energy into the card and whispered, answer my call. As soon as the words were spoken, a magical circle began to form in the air. And from within it, a massive wolf leapt out. It exuded an aura of danger. And with a single glance, it made the students shiver as if they were lambs facing a wolf. Oh my God, this is real. Isn't that a rank 5 summoning beast? How could he do that with a blank summoning mark? In another corner, the young man Digran immediately recognized the wolf as his own summoned beast that Dane had taken from him earlier. That's my Genfu. Unaware of Digran's thoughts, Dane confidently turned to the professor and said, Professor, I've summoned Genfu. On the other side, Temeric was still stunned by the situation. Sweat poured down his face as he screamed internally. How did this kid do it with just a blank summoning mark? Is he forming an official contract now? Or is there something else going on? But even so, he had only summoned it. There was no way he could maintain the summon for 30 minutes. Thinking about this, Temeric calmed down a bit and said, Impressive, just as it was described. But the second condition is not something easily overcome. In response, Dane didn't want to waste any time and quickly proposed another plan. That's true. I can't take up the class's time. How about I show the professor something else? His words sparked curiosity in Temeric, who asked, Something else? What do you mean? Not just him, but the other students were equally curious. They turned to each other, whispering excitedly, What's he going to do this time? The Sagres family is really something else. Back in Digran's mind, for some reason, he felt a bit worried. Oh my god. The third condition is to show something special. In the end, it all depends on the professor's judgment. If the professor is so determined, what is he planning to do? With those thoughts in mind, the students in the class fixed their eyes on Dane, determined not to miss a single moment. Temeric nodded in agreement. All right, let's see what you can do. After his words, Dane began releasing mana from his body, forming streams of blue energy that surrounded Genfu. At the same time, Dane whispered an incomprehensible incantation. Next, the body of the massive wolf began to rise into the air, lifted by the streams of energy. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Genfu's body gradually swelled, and its claws became sharper than before. Seeing this, even Dane, a magic user himself, was amazed. This is truly the power of ancient magic, he whispered to himself. The students, on the other hand, were almost losing their minds, with one of them exclaiming as if they had just seen a dinosaur come back to life. Is that an enhanced summoning beast? Isn't this something only fifth-year students can do? And he's not even in the summoning department. Meanwhile, the giant wolf Genfu let out a loud roar that silenced the entire class. Dane smiled and looked at Temeric, asking, Is this enough to prove my uniqueness, Professor? As for Temeric, he was completely stunned. My god. He's even enhanced the link? It turns out everything they said was true. How does this kid have such an unbelievable talent? I can hardly believe my eyes. The more he thought about it, the wider Temeric's mouth opened, unable to close. Seeing this, Dane nearly laughed out loud. It looks like even the professor's shocked. No wonder I feel the same way. He thought this to himself while gently patting Genfu. After a few seconds, Temeric finally regained his composure. He cleared his throat a few times before saying, well, this is truly special. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later. Got it, Professor, Dane replied with a smile, while Digran, watching from behind, secretly swallowed his anxiety. He's really matured. What a scary kid. After the commotion, the class resumed as usual. Dane couldn't help but feel the professor's gaze, which sometimes seemed puzzled. He thought to himself, I've heard that he's very serious. Big Sis will definitely be intrigued when she hears about this. This is part of my recommendation letter. Should I ask Professor Delfineso for the rest? Before he could dwell on it any longer, the class finally came to an end. Alright, that's it for today's class. As such, the students began to leave the classroom in groups. Just as Dane was walking, suddenly a voice called out, Dane Sagres. Hearing his name, Dane turned around, recognizing the familiar red hair, and furrowed his brow as he asked, Oh, you're Digran Tiran, right? The former master of Genfu? So, you're studying here at the academy too? Upon hearing this, Digran became flustered and said, You still remember me? Yeah, I had to retake the course after failing. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Dane couldn't help but feel curious. Isn't he here for revenge or something? Why is he speaking so calmly? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Digran awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, Actually, I've seen you before and was planning to just ignore it. It's been a while, but I've been thinking about how I really wronged you back then. So I came to apologize. I'm truly sorry for what happened. Please forgive me. With that, Digran bowed deeply, sincerely. Looking at this, a gentle smile spread across Dane's face as he nodded. It was something from many years ago. Don't worry about it, I'm fine. Hearing this, Digran cheerfully asked, Really? So, does this mean I can continue studying here? I won't cause any trouble or get in your way. At this point, Dane seemed to realize something. Oh, you thought I would report you and get you expelled or something? Dane thought to himself, then walked up and patted Digran on the back, reassuring him. No, don't worry, everything's fine now. These words made Digran feel overjoyed, and he excitedly said, Thank you, Dane. If you ever need anything, just let me know. At the same time, suddenly, the back of Dane's shirt puffed up and something began to move inside his jacket. This made Dane guess. Looks like Karnaz has woken up and is starting to stir around. Could it be that he's hungry? Thinking about that, Dane turned to ask, By the way, you're from the summoning department, right? Perfect timing. I need to get some supplies from a shop. Could you show me the way? In response, Digran happily agreed. Of course, it's called Use and Bowden. I go there often. It was founded by 2 alumni after they graduated, and it's been around for over 30 years now. As for the usual stuff, blah blah. The trend these days is blah blah. Listening to Digran talk excitedly and enthusiastically, Dane thought, he really does seem genuinely sorry. Huh? Looks like there's no need to act cold. At that moment, the little dragon Karnaz poked its head out, curiously looking around, which caused Dane to quickly remind it, Calm down, Karnaz. Right after that, the two of them headed to the shop together. Soft golden sunlight filtered through the tree branches, adding a warm touch to the late afternoon air. On the way there, Digran turned to him, curiosity in his eyes. So, what are you looking for? Maybe I can help you find it? Honestly, just tell me what tier your summon is. I'll handle the rest, Dane replied. All I need is food for it. Digran nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin with a confident sparkle in his eye. Oh, that's my area of expertise. I used to work in compatibility training, so this is nothing. By the way, what kind of creature is your summon? He asked. Dane hesitated for a moment, then answered, well, it's a wyvern. He thought to himself, well, Karnaz does kind of look like a wyvern. Hopefully the diet is close enough. Upon hearing that, Digran's voice shot up, practically yelling with excitement. A wyvern? You mean a tier 3 summon? That big? Seeing Digran get all worked up, Dane quickly raised a hand and lowered his voice. Yeah, but it's still young, so please keep it quiet. Digran jumped a little, eyes wide. At the same time, the little black-clad Karnaz squirmed slightly in Dane's clothes, letting out a few soft noises. Dane thought to himself, if this gets out, I'll know exactly who to blame. No one else but Digran. Still buzzing with enthusiasm, Digran continued. A wyvern, huh? Then soft food is the way to go. Even the young ones eat a ton. Give it a week or so, and it'll be tearing into meat like a pro. Dane nodded slightly, secretly impressed. He really does know his stuff. So how did this guy flunk the exam? When they arrived at the store, the place was bustling with energy. Shelves were stacked high with shimmering magical supplies. Digran scanned the aisles, then grabbed 2 small bags of food and turned back to Dane with a proud grin. Found it. This one's made from 17 different ingredients. And this one's a soft blend mixed with milk. Take both. Dane accepted them with a bright smile. Clearly grateful. Thanks a lot. I wouldn't have known where to even start without you. Seeing Dane being so polite, Digran frowned a little and replied with a nod. That's all you need? Nothing else? Dane shook his head. This should do for now. Digran perked up and offered. Well, since we're already here, might as well look around. They've got tons of good stuff. Dane nodded in agreement. Sure, let's take another lap. The two wandered leisurely through the shop, browsing all kinds of magical gear, from glowing robes and sparkling potion vials to dazzling 3-cast wands. Suddenly, Dane came to a stop, his eyes lighting up as he spotted an ornate magic staff on display. He spoke up, excitement in his voice. Whoa, this one looks pretty cool. Just then, a warning voice rang out from the side. Hold up, that's not something a newbie should mess with. You haven't even mastered your summon yet and you're already looking for weapons? You'll get cursed. Step away. Right next to the staff was a neatly posted sign that read, Do not touch unless authorized. Especially not for beginners. We are not responsible for what happens. Digran nodded in agreement, chiming in. He's right, Dane. That staff's usually for fourth-year students. Just touching it can drain your mana dry. But Dane didn't seem the least bit fazed. He thought to himself, come on, they're exaggerating. The more they tell me not to touch it, the more I want to. Ignoring all the warnings, Dane reached out and grabbed the staff. The shopkeeper shouted in panic. Hey, newbie, don't touch that, it's dangerous. But before the words even left his mouth, Dane's hand was already wrapped around the staff. The orb at its tip suddenly lit up with a mystical glow, radiating like a precious gem. Dane smirked, thinking, it's hungry for mana, huh? Immediately, he channeled his mana into the staff, feeling a rush of power flood his body. The shopkeeper stared in disbelief, stammering, what the hell? Did it actually stabilize after absorbing mana? Even if someone had enough mana, no one's ever been able to control that thing, the shopkeeper thought. Stunned, Dane stayed cool and collected, a small smile on his lips. Not bad at all, he murmured. Digran, standing nearby, was clearly blown away. Dane, I knew you were good. But damn, you're something else. The shopkeeper stomped over, hands on hips, clearly annoyed. You're a first year. Seriously? I've never seen anything like this. Dane let out a modest laugh. Well, I'm Dane Sogers, Claire's younger brother. The name made the shopkeeper pause, his tone shifting immediately. Wait, Claire? The top student in interdisciplinary magic? Even she couldn't handle that staff back in her first year. I've definitely underestimated you. If I'd known, I would have offered better recommendations. Dane smiled politely, thinking to himself, man, that switch in attitude was faster than flipping a pancake. The shopkeeper asked, so, you planning to buy that staff? Dane shook his head and gently set the staff back on its stand. Nah, it's too fussy. Can't hold enough mana either. The shopkeeper blinked in disbelief. What? That thing can handle enough mana for a fifth, maybe even sixth year. Dane looked at the staff again, thinking, feels like pouring a whole well into a teacup. Totally not worth it. He finally said, I'll just take the food bags. That's all I need. As he rang them up, the shopkeeper muttered, is it just me or are all noble kids like this? His sister's just as strange. Makes me wonder what she's like now. Dane gave a small frown and nodded, thinking, yup, that's my sister all right. After paying, Dane and Digran left the shop. The shopkeeper watched them go, muttering under his breath, why are all the geniuses so weird? Once they were outside, Dane found a quiet, shaded corner and carefully pulled out the 2 bags of food he'd bought. He placed them in front of the little Karnaz, who was already squirming excitedly from inside his coat, looking at the tiny wyvern with jewel-bright eyes. Dane chuckled softly and said, go on, dig in, easy though, don't choke. But Karnaz clearly wasn't listening. She dove headfirst into the food, making little humming noises of delight, with every bite of the soft, melt-in-your-mouth feed. Her tiny tail wagged like crazy, watching Karnaz scarf down her meal. Dane shook his head with a wry smile and thought, basic magic class is next. Layla said we've only got 5 minutes. Gotta head back to the dorm, fast. Just then, a sharp crash shattered the afternoon calm. The clattering of metal and glass echoed from a nearby alley, sending shards scattering across the cobblestones. Dane stopped in his tracks, eyebrows furrowing. What the hell was that? He muttered. A string of profanity followed, cutting through the air like a blade. Drop that damn shield of yours. Beat the crap out of him already. Another voice, just as venomous, snarled, you dumbass clown. A few punches and you've already gone mute? Dane squinted toward the alley, a chill crawling up his spine. The insults kept coming. No one was around yesterday. Today's your unlucky day. Then, weak, trembling, but burning with defiance, came a voice in response. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Dane froze. His heart skipped. Wait, that voice. Whipping his head around, his eyes locked onto the narrow alley. There, cornered by 3 thugs, stood Ernest. The kid looked like he'd been through hell, hair disheveled, glasses askew, limbs trembling, but those eyes, they still burned with fire. The red-haired leader smirked with cruel delight. Did you hear him? Says he's not scared. One of the others barked a laugh. Look at him. Mouth says tough guy. But he's shaking like a leaf. Ernest clenched his jaw, fists tight by his sides. These bastards waited until I was alone to gang up on me. He seethed. One thug raised his voice. Cocky as ever. Who's going first? No one around to stop us. Another licked his lips. My turn. My jaw's still sore from last time. All three moved in, full of swagger and bad intent. Despite the fear, Ernest stood his ground, fists raised, voice trembling but loud. Stay back. They laughed. This loser's actually trying to square up. Got lucky once and thinks he's hot shit now. Despair gnawed at the edge of Ernest's resolve. I can't win this, can I? But then, footsteps. Calm, steady, deliberate, and a cool voice, laced with sarcasm. Back at it again, huh? The blonde thug turned around, eyes widening in disbelief. He shouted, voice cracking. Dane Sogers? Dane didn't even flinch. He kept walking, slow and steady, a half-smile tugging at his lips. He gave Ernest a casual wave. Hey. Ernest's eyes lit up like he'd just been pulled from drowning. His voice trembled, this time from relief. Dane. As soon as Dane appeared, the bullies broke into a panic. What the hell? You said no one was coming, one of them growled. Another snapped back. Who cares now? Grab something, anything. Dane shot them a side glance, sighing internally. Great. This is turning into a hassle. He looked around quickly. No one else here, right? Good. Time to teach these clowns a lesson. Without warning, a surge of mana burst from his body, rippling through the air like a shockwave. The bullies recoiled in fear as, in an instant, dozens of glowing spears materialized overhead, each one aimed squarely at them. One of them shouted in disbelief. What the hell? He can use magic too? The buzz-cut thug stammered. Wait, isn't the Sogers family known for spear techniques? The redhead screamed in rage. You idiot, did you forget who his sister is? That's Arabella Sogers. Even Ernest gasped in shock. Hovering in the air with magical spears swirling around him, Dane looked down at the thugs. Voice cold and razor sharp. All right, make your choice. Back off nicely, or get flattened. Panic drained the color from their faces. Fear took over. Suddenly, the wall beside them cracked like something had slammed into it with force. The ground followed, splintering under invisible pressure. The bullies were already on the ground, groaning in pain and cursing through their teeth. Still trembling, Ernest stepped forward and said shakily, Thanks, Dane, my hands are still shaking like crazy. Dane gave him a gentle smile. As long as you're okay. That's what matters. Then he added, Ernest, from now on, let's train together. Ernest blinked. Wait, what? You told me once, you wanted to beat Braun, didn't you? Ernest rubbed his sore arm, chuckling awkwardly. Well, yeah, I did. Dane grinned. Then I'll help you get stronger. Ernest could only smile in return. Hey, guess I'm always counting on you. The two of them strolled across the school courtyard, side by side. Oh, by the way, Dane said, have you joined any clubs yet? Ernest shook his head. Nah, I've been looking, but there's no adventure or archaeology club anywhere. Seriously? I figured there had to be. Dane replied, puzzled. Well, Ernest explained, there is a map research society in our course. But that's a required class, not a real club. I even checked out the cartography analysis club. But those guys are just using it as an excuse to slack off. Big disappointment. Hearing that, Dane rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seems like most people just want an easy life. Huh. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, but why are you bringing up clubs? You thinking of joining one? Dane replied, not really. It's just that everyone's so aggressive about recruiting freshmen. It got me wondering if clubs are actually that important. They say you have to choose carefully. Ernest explained, once you join, you're stuck there for 2 whole years. Dane gave a half-hearted chuckle. That's stricter than I thought. Pick the wrong one, and that's 2 years wasted. The school courtyard was bustling with banners and booths for club sign-ups. Everything from dessert enthusiast society to book discussion club. Just then, Dane stopped walking. He turned to Ernest and said, Hey, why don't we start our own club? Ernest blinked. What? What kind of club? A club where we can do whatever we want. Ernest tilted his head, confused. What do you mean? I mean a club where we can train, explore ruins, hang out, grab food, do anything. No rules, no pressure, just our own space. What do you think? Ernest's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm in. Anything with you is bound to be fun. But then he hesitated. Wait, would a club like that even get approved? Dane answered confidently. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of it. If you say so, Ernest said, smiling. I believe you. But what made you come up with this idea? Dane grinned. Honestly, I'm tired of turning down all the pushy invitations. None of the clubs really interest me. So I figured, why not just make my own? Ernest's curiosity kicked in again. If I join, can I train in spear or sword techniques too? Of course, Dane replied. That's a given. You might even discover some hidden talent. Ernest lit up. Awesome. I bet we'll learn so much from each other. Then a thought hit him. Wait, don't we need at least 3 people to register a club? Dane nodded. We've got Layla. He added with a grin. Speaking of which, let's go ask her right now. Scene shifts to the club registration office. The 3 of them walked side by side, chatting along the way. Ernest asked, so we just submit this form here. And that's it, right? Layla, clearly excited, beamed. Sounds simple enough. Hurry up and fill it out already. Dane glanced at her and thought to himself. Classic Layla. She really dropped the Desert Exploration Club just to tag along with us. Layla turned with a bright smile and added, that club was all about meeting up weekly to sample sweets, totally my vibe. Dane nodded. We could totally do something like that too. If you're into it. Ernest chimed in. I'm obsessed with tarts. Honestly, I'm down for anything. Dane added with a smirk. And if you want to mingle with upperclassmen, go for it, just stick close to Ernest. That earned a cheerful giggle from Layla. Clearly satisfied with the idea. They all filled out the club application form together, then made their way to a nearby office for approval. But just as they were about to hand it over, Layla suddenly shouted, What, the rules changed? A blonde girl behind the desk calmly pushed up her glasses and explained. Yeah, the academy currently has over 3,000 clubs. And most of them are inactive. It's a management nightmare. So starting this year, new clubs require formal approval, not just registration. Dane's brows furrowed slightly. Approval? What exactly do we need to do? Layla groaned. Talk about bad timing. The blonde staff member continued. You'll need a letter of recommendation from an official faculty member. Want me to give you the request form? Dane gave a small nod. Yeah, please, I'll take it. They exited the office a few minutes later. Looking a little deflated, Layla sighed. Where are a bunch of freshmen like us supposed to get a letter like that? Ernest nodded. Seriously, we haven't even met most of the professors yet. Layla added. And we can't just randomly walk up to some professor and beg for a signature. But Dane smiled confidently. Actually, I have someone in mind. Both Layla and Ernest shouted in unison. What? Who? We're first years. They're probably not gonna even take us seriously. Dane just gave them a knowing grin. Trust me. The other 2 could only stare. Speechless. Scene transitions to the office of Professor Lot 2 du Keltas. Dane sat across the desk, doing his best to explain the club formation plan. But after a while, he couldn't help thinking to himself. Damn it, he said he'd listen, but why's it suddenly so hard to read him? Professor Keltas finally spoke, his tone curious but measured. So, what brings you here? Exactly? Dane responded politely. Professor, we're actually here because we want to start a club. Keltas raised his eyebrows, clearly a bit surprised. Oh, that sounds interesting. What kind of club? Dane smiled. A fun one. Sword training. Exploring the academy. A little adventure now and then. But we found out we need official approval now, which means we need a letter of recommendation from a professor. Keltas leaned back, intrigued. A recommendation letter? Dane nodded. Yes, sir. We're looking for a great professor to ask. At that, Keltas stiffened ever so slightly. His thoughts flared. Looking for a professor. Huh? You came all the way here and still have the nerve to phrase it like that? You little punk. You think you're gonna find someone better than me? Just as the thought ended, Keltas broke into a wide grin and spoke up. Haha, isn't there a professor sitting right in front of you already? No need to look far, I'll be your sponsor. Dane responded quickly. But professor, you're always busy. I didn't want to trouble you. Before he could finish, Keltas cut him off. Busy with what? I can at least manage something like this. So, what do I need to do? Dane smiled, a bit relieved. Really? Then, if you don't mind, Please sign this. He swiftly pulled the club registration form from his jacket and held it out. Keltis gladly took the form, signed with a flourish, and chuckled. My only student wants to start a club? Of course I'll support it. Dane bowed respectfully, smiling. Thank you so much, Professor. Once done, Dane regrouped with Ernest and Layla outside. Layla's eyes widened as she squealed. I can't believe it. We actually got the recommendation that fast. Are you close with that professor or something? Ernest chimed in, half joking. We couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Holding the signed letter, Dane replied with a grin. I kind of played it off like I was asking about sword techniques. I guess it earned me a few brownie points. Ernest nodded. Well, whatever works. The important thing is, it worked. Layla beamed, patting her chest dramatically. So this means we're really starting our own club? Dane nodded. All that's left is to submit the paperwork. The thought of officially forming a club lit up Ernest's entire face. This is gonna be awesome. I'm pumped already. Layla let out a breath in amazement. I thought this would be super hard. But Dane made it look effortless. Then Dane pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Okay, we need a name to register with. Any ideas? Turned out, naming the club wasn't as simple as it seemed. Ernest was the first to chime in. The name needs to represent who we are. This is a serious matter. Layla agreed. Yeah, I don't want anything childish or pointless. The two of them started pacing and muttering to themselves, clearly overthinking it. What kind of name? Dane watched them, a soft smile playing on his lips. They're really taking this seriously. Just then, he felt something wriggle under his shirt. Glancing down, Dane muttered, Karnaz, you're waking up now? The little dragon squirmed restlessly across his body, making Dane shift in discomfort. He whispered under his breath, Not now, Karnaz. Ernest looked over, curious. Dane, got any name ideas yet? Dane shrugged. I'm good with anything. Really? Layla stared at him in disbelief. Excuse me? You're the one who suggested starting a club and you don't have a name. Then her eyes narrowed as she pointed to his chest. Wait a sec, is that a lump in your shirt? Panic flickered across Dane's face. Oh no, I haven't even introduced her yet. He stammered. Well, that's just. Both Ernest and Layla were now locked onto him like hawks. What are you hiding in there? Layla pressed. Suddenly, one of the buttons on Dane's shirt popped off, and a dark blur shot out. Karnaz. The tiny, mischievous dragon zipped into the air, wings fluttering as she landed playfully on Dane's shoulder. Ernest and Layla were frozen in place, eyes wide, jaws slack. Dane gave an awkward laugh. Welp, guess the secret's out. Layla pointed accusingly. What, is that? A summoned beast? Why did it come out of your shirt? She narrowed her eyes. Wait, don't tell me. Is that egg you took from Claire's place? Did it hatch? The baby dragon gave a high-pitched growl that sounded more like a squeaky toy than a threat. Dane nodded. Yeah, she hatched not too long ago. Her name's Karnaz. Ernest grinned. Hey, Karnaz, long time no see. Layla's eyes widened again. Wait, you knew about this? Before she could grill Ernest further, Dane jumped in, changing the subject. Anyway, let's focus on the club name. Shall we? Karnaz can come along while we figure it out. At the registration office, the blonde-haired clerk held the form and frowned. Club of Magic Exploration, Summoning, Spear Techniques, and Swordsmanship? The trio just smiled awkwardly. It was a name that somehow managed to be bland and too long. You sure this is the name you want to go with? The clerk asked skeptically. Dane nodded, completely straight-faced. Yes, please approve it. Once they got the approval, the group stepped out of the office. Layla turned and glared. Dane, you are never allowed to name anything again. Dane frowned. Why? It sounded perfectly fine to me. Layla shot back. No, it didn't. Not even close. Ernest laughed nervously, trying to diffuse the tension. Don't worry about it. We can always change it later. Right? Scene shift. Inside the office of Professor Tamaric, head of the summoning department. The quiet was interrupted by a knock as someone stepped inside. Hope I'm not intruding, the voice said smoothly. Tamaric replied with a chuckle. Not at all, department head. It's a pleasure to see you, Delphinaso. She took a seat gracefully and asked, how have things been lately? Tamaric sighed. There are many promising students, but I'm worried the professors might get overwhelmed. She gave a knowing smile. I've heard there's one student who stands out above the rest. Tamarick hesitated. Ah, yes, that's true. Word sure travels fast, he thought anxiously. Delphineso lifted her teacup, continuing with gentle curiosity. I heard something interesting happened in your class. Don't worry, I'm not interfering, just a little curious, that's all. Tamarick quickly reassured her. Of course not. You're the department head, it's perfectly normal for you to ask. He set his cup down and added, there is indeed a remarkable student. Even more capable than I expected. It caught me by surprise. Delphineso smiled knowingly. That would be Dane Sogers. I presume. I personally approved his admission. She leaned in slightly. I also heard you promised to write him a letter of recommendation? Tamarick nodded. Yes, that's correct. Delphineso continued. Since this special enrollment requires 2 letters, I've decided to write the other one myself. Tamarick's eyes widened. You're writing it, personally? She smiled calmly. He clearly has talent. How could I possibly just sit back and watch? Tamarick tensed up. That snake. She's trying to take everything for herself. His hand clenched into a fist beneath the table as he muttered to himself. Of course, I underestimated her again. Delphineso's voice cut through his thoughts. Professor, is something bothering you? Snapping back to reality, Tamarick quickly replied. No, not at all. She fixed him with a direct gaze. Really? Well, once you finish the letter, I'd like to read it. After all, we should be transparent with each other on matters like this. Tamarick forced a tight smile. His brow slightly furrowed. Of course, naturally. Having achieved her goal, Delphineso stood up gracefully. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. As her figure disappeared beyond the doorway, Tamarick clenched his jaw, his thoughts swirling. His hand trembled, balled into a fist. He muttered, You think I'll just sit back and let everything go your way? She's trying to pull Dane into her camp, but this time, I won't let it happen. I have to win that genius over first. Scene shift, Academy courtyard. Dane walked through the breezy stone path, mumbling to himself. Only the history of the Empire's founding class left today. Right? He sighed. Still got time. Maybe I'll grab a tart or something. Suddenly, a voice called out sharply. Dane Sogers. Turning around, Dane saw a blonde girl he didn't recognize. He raised an eyebrow. Who are you? She stepped forward, offering a polite smile. Greetings. I'm a messenger from the Academy. Professor Delphineso, head of the summoning department, has summoned you. That smile, too perfectly composed. Dane narrowed his eyes. Not Professor Tamarick? He asked. May I know why the department head wants to meet me? The blonde girl replied evenly. She only mentioned something regarding your recommendation letter. She requested your immediate presence. Shall we go? Dane gave a small nod. A letter of recommendation, huh? But in his mind, unease stirred. A sudden summons from the department head. Something's off. The Imperial Academy, birthplace of the brightest talents in the Empire. A place where the flame of academic passion burns endlessly. And where competition is so fierce it surpasses all expectations. Among its many defining features, none are more notorious than the power struggles between professors. A department's influence determines the funding, resources, and facilities it receives, making its prestige a high-stakes game. At the top of this hierarchy are the 3 dominant departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, each receiving the lion's share of the Academy's budget. The reputation and evaluation of a professor rise and fall accordingly, directly impacting their core responsibilities and authority. Inside the office of the head of the summoning department, Professor Delphineso stood by the window, muttering to herself, I can't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I refuse to keep losing to those guys. She paused, eyes narrowed in thought. If that boy joins our department, surpassing the magic faculty wouldn't just be a dream, it'd be inevitable. The only problem is that Professor Keltis is from interdisciplinary studies. But his older sister, Claire, is already here at the Academy. That'll make it harder for him to say no. I just need to spark his interest in summoning. Once that happens, the door will open. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the office. Professor, I brought Dane. Without hesitation, Delphineso responded. Send him in. She smiled as Dane entered and greeted him warmly. Life at the Academy must be keeping you busy. Dane, With your talent, I'm sure many are eager to recruit you. Dane offered a humble reply. I still have much to learn, so I'm trying to approach everything with the mindset of a first-year student. Delfineso nodded, pleased. Modesty. That's a trait I admire. A hunger to learn is what makes a student truly stand out. Is there any subject you've taken a special interest in? Dane chuckled softly. Not just yet. Right now, I'm trying to do well in all of them. She nodded again, approvingly. A well-rounded pursuit. Classic new student energy. But do you know why I've called you here? Dane shook his head, clearly unsure. Delfineso continued. I heard about something extraordinary that happened in Professor Tamaric's class. You summoned DENDPFU and even established an enhanced link. With a talent like that, how could someone like me possibly sit back and do nothing? Her smile widened as she leaned in slightly. With your abilities, I think you should enter the special admission exam. Dane's eyes widened a little as the reason for his summons became clear. He responded politely. Thank you for holding me in such high regard. Delfineso pressed on. Professor Tamaric and I have agreed to co-author your letter of recommendation. This is the first time I've ever written one for a student outside the summoning department, but your gift is rare. Her expression sharpened slightly as she posed the real question. Have you ever thought about exploring summoning more seriously? Dane blinked, a little caught off guard. Summoning, ma'am? She nodded, speaking with surprising sincerity. Anyone qualified for the special admission exam doesn't really need more lessons, but that's exactly why I want to personally teach you. Dane paused, thoughtful. HMPH, for a department head to reach out like this. The summoning division must really be short on talent. He replied politely. Thank you, Professor. But about that, I've already started a club with a couple of friends. Delfineso's eyes widened in surprise. What, you've already formed one? Even with the new, stricter rules? Dane smiled. It wasn't easy, but we were lucky enough to get Professor Keltas to write our letter of recommendation. The moment she heard that name, her eyes narrowed. She muttered, that lazy bum Keltas? He skips every faculty meeting and shirks responsibility, and he beat me to it? Her fingers tightened in frustration. So he's the one who derailed my plan to draw Dane into the summoning club. After a deep breath, she composed herself and said, well, congratulations on forming your club. When you have free time, drop by my lab. I have some very interesting things you might like. Let's bait the hook first. She thought. Then she added with a casual tone. I even have some rare items, like unhatched spirit beast eggs. Just one of those could be worth an entire castle. Dane stiffened a little, instinctively touching his coat. Crap, I'm already raising one. He responded calmly. Spirit beast eggs. Huh? I'll definitely come check them out sometime. Delfineso smiled, her tone smooth and reassuring. Don't worry about the recommendation letters. Professor Tamaric and I will take care of them. If you have any questions about the exam, feel free to come to me anytime. Dane nodded, grateful. Thank you, Professor. I really appreciate your support. She picked up a cookie and said playfully, why don't we have a little dessert while we chat? What you brought looks amazing. As she took a bite, her mind wandered. Tamaric's probably already making his move. I'll have to finish that letter first. Just wait till they see who gets it in first. They're going to be shocked. The next day, Claire found Dane and approached him. Dane, Professor Delfineso just contacted me. He raised an eyebrow. She reached out to you? Claire nodded. Yeah, right after submitting the recommendation letter. The Summoners Guild got in touch with her. They're sending examiners to the academy immediately. Dane blinked in disbelief. They're coming already? He muttered under his breath. That's fast. They're clearly trying to recruit me. Claire's eyes widened. Professor Delfineso really likes you. What on earth did you do to get her attention? She's not exactly known for being easy to impress. Dane gave a sheepish smile. I'm not sure myself. Maybe just because I'm one of the top students? Claire continued. Well, either way, you're about to be called in for the exam. Back when I took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once. Keep them stable, and then perform an enhanced link. Dane nearly shouted. 3 at once? This is getting serious. He muttered under his breath. Claire passed the special admission exam when she was only 16. Claire added. Yeah, but no one ever knows what the test will be like. They don't reveal it ahead of time. With Professor Delfineso's recommendation, you're already qualified, but the Summoners Guild has its own internal politics. Dane frowned. Internal politics? Claire explained. You probably don't know this, but Professor Delfineso has rejected the Guild's requests multiple times in the past. They don't like her for it, so they're not going to let her gain an advantage that easily. Dane fell silent for a moment, thinking, so, the exam might be made harder just because of that. Huh? Claire nodded. It's possible, but I'm not too worried about you. Still, if you end up getting hurt because of these grown-up power games, I'd feel awful. Dane smiled. Don't worry, that's not going to happen. No way I'm falling into one of their traps, he thought to himself. 2 days later, the evaluation team from the Summoners Guild arrived at the academy, led by none other than Guild President Elgard Podin. He greeted her first. It's been a while, Professor Delfineso. She responded calmly. Has it, President Elgard? I hope you've been well. Elgard nodded, then asked directly. So, just how impressive is this student you're recommending? Delfineso answered evenly. Apologies, President. His talent is simply too exceptional to ignore. Elgard raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then perhaps you should have accepted the guild seat when we offered. It would have made things move along faster. Delfineso gave a light, almost dismissive chuckle. You know me. I value my duties here at the academy. If I joined the guild's leadership, I wouldn't be able to devote myself fully to my students. But inside, her thoughts were sharper. You think I don't know what you're doing, Elgard? Trying to pull influence into your faction? The guild's ambitions nearly got me killed more than once in those reckless operations. She turned smoothly and said, Now then, why don't we walk and talk? I'll take you to the student. Elgard nodded. Very well. But inwardly, he scoffed. HMPH. The letter of recommendation's been sent, so I'll cooperate, but I don't like that kid one bit. As they walked, Elgard asked, This boy, he's Dane Sogers, Claire's younger brother, right? Delfineso replied, Yes, his talent truly reflects the Sogers bloodline. Elgard continued, I heard he summoned a level 5 DENDPFU, successfully performed an enhanced link, and even managed multiple connections with spirit beasts during the interdisciplinary exam. Delfineso nodded. That's correct. Elgard turned to her, skeptical. That kind of ability is remarkable. It stirred quite a buzz at the guild. Even for a Sogers, I didn't expect the younger sibling to outshine his predecessor. Are you saying he's already on par with Galderon? Delfineso gave a measured smile. I'm not claiming he's reached Galderon's level just yet. But, once you see him in action, you'll understand. Elgard frowned slightly. We will be very strict in our evaluation. The special admission exam has always upheld high standards. Delfineso nodded. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything less. News of the Summoners Guild's arrival spread like wildfire across the academy. Wait, what? The Summoners Guild is here? What for? One student gasped. Another chimed in. Word is Dane Sogers got a special recommendation letter. A third student leaned in. You mean that freshman who shocked everyone in Professor Tamarik's class? The one who performed a spirit beast enhancement? A jealous voice yelled from the crowd. Seriously? Is there anything in summoning that guy isn't good at? Eventually, Delfineso and Elgard arrived at the entrance to the summoning department. She smiled warmly. All right, this is where the exam will take place. Elgard cast a glance at the emblem etched on the wall, muttering, Very well, let's head inside. Inside the testing chamber, light streamed through narrow windows, casting golden shafts across the wide arena floor. At its center stood Dane, composed and poised. He spoke clearly, his voice echoing with conviction. I am the youngest son of Count Sogers, Lord of the Southern Territories and head of the Sogers household. My name is Dane Sogers. It's an honor to meet you, sir. As he finished, a confident smile curved on his lips. Elgard narrowed his eyes, inwardly impressed. Remarkable. It's hard to believe he's only 14 and already carries himself like this. No wonder they rushed to send the recommendation letter. Gently stroking his chin, Elgard responded, I am Elgard Podin, chairman of the Summoners Guild. I've heard much about you, nothing but high praise. However, I must warn you, this examination will not be easy. Dane didn't flinch. He met the gaze head on and replied, I understand, I'm fully prepared. Still, in his mind, he added, This guy's acting friendly. But there's nothing pleasant about this at all. Elgard turned to his assistant standing nearby and commanded. No need for further words. Begin. Everyone, get ready. Yes, sir, the two replied instantly, springing into action. Standing behind them, Delfineso furrowed her brow and muttered. Let's see what kind of challenge the chairman has in store for us this time. Elgard glanced back at her and spoke out. His tone sharp. Pass or fail. Only I, Elgard Podin, will decide. If you object to this, you're free to withdraw right now. Without hesitation, Dane replied. I accept. Elgard went on. Any form of cheating is strictly forbidden. Should this exam be deemed unfair or compromised in any way, the results will be annulled, and your summoner credentials may be revoked. Keep that in mind. I understand, Dane said calmly. Good, Elgard said with a faint smirk. Then let's see what makes you so special. Raising his hand into the air, he declared, let the trial begin. Instantly, the assistants surrounding Dane activated summoning circles at their feet. Each one pulsed with arcane light, drawing energy from the air itself. Amplifying with every second, the room's atmosphere shifted, denser, charged. Seeing this, Dane whispered to himself, here it comes. Suddenly, the summoning circles emitted eerie, resonant hums. A surge of raw mana erupted outward, engulfing the entire chamber in a wave of pressure. Both Dane and Delfineso instinctively narrowed their eyes. Muscles tense. Delfineso's thoughts raced. They're activating the circle. That means all the surrounding mana is being drawn directly to Elgard. Then, with a commanding gaze and voice brimming with authority, Elgard opened his eyes wide and spoke. Answer my call. As soon as Elgard finished speaking, an immense surge of mana erupted from the summoning circle beneath him. A moment later, a massive, ferocious creature materialized, its head resembling that of a lion, yet far more menacing. Feeling the overwhelming energy flooding the room, Dane muttered to himself. Just as I thought, the chairman's mana is absurd. I didn't expect the test to be on this scale. Then, his eyes widened, locking onto the beast before him. That thing, it's far more dangerous than a typical summon. Crackling lightning danced around the creature, saturated with volatile mana, radiating a deadly aura that screamed danger. From behind, Delfineso's voice rang out in shock. No way. A Tier 3 summon. That's Antares. The Antares clenched its massive fists, tilted its head skyward, and let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the surrounding mana exploded outward in a storm of raw force, shrouding the testing arena in a thick, swirling cloud of dust and debris. Struggling to brace himself against the sheer pressure, Dane muttered internally. Now I get it. This is what Claire was worried about. Elgard, arms crossed, looked toward Dane and said, you're a prodigy, aren't you? Then a challenge at this level should match your potential. With a faint furrow of his brow, he continued, you may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your task is simple, subdue Antares by any means. Then, gesturing to the summoned beast that towered menacingly in front of Dane, Elgard declared, this is the trial for special admission. At the edge of the arena, Delfineso clenched her teeth in frustration. That bastard. He's doing this to humiliate me. He wants to make me look like a fool in front of everyone. Elgard added, his tone laced with mockery. But with talent as exceptional as yours, surely there's nothing to fear, right? Of course. If you're scared, you may withdraw now. Without hesitation, Dane answered, his voice calm and steady. No, I'll take the trial as planned. Elgard smiled thinly. Good, I'll grant you a moment to prepare. Immediately, Dane reached forward into a small dimensional pocket hovering before him, rummaging for something with intent. Inwardly, he murmured, perfect, I've been saving this for a situation like this. Pulling out the item, he looked at it with a nostalgic gleam and said softly, the spear Claire gave me on my 7th birthday. Looks like I'll finally get to use it. His gaze returned to Antares, now pacing like a caged beast. Dane whispered, it's huge. That means it'll have blind spots. I'll strike fast, then retreat. Elgard raised an eyebrow, watching with interest. A spear, huh? Just like a true Soger's. Elgard's gaze drifted toward a corner of the examination arena, where Professor Tamaric had just arrived, flanked by a group of curious students hoping to witness Dane's trial. As soon as he caught sight of the summoned beast, Tamaric's mouth fell open in disbelief. He stammered, "What the hell is this? You're making him fight a Tier 3 creature? That's insane." Hearing the familiar voice, Delfinaso cast a sideways glance and commented quietly, "Looks like Professor Tamaric's here. I imagine he'll object to this whole thing." But Elgard remained unfazed. He responded without even turning his head, "It's fine. The boy's ready. Let's begin." Then, with a sudden shift in tone, his expression darkened. Raising a commanding hand, he issued the order, "Antares, eliminate the opponent before you." The moment the words left his lips, Antares bared its fangs and let out a piercing snarl, its eyes glowing a menacing red. In a flash, the beast launched itself forward with terrifying force, charging directly at Dane. But Dane stood firm, calm as ever, watching the creature approach with unblinking focus. Under his breath, he murmured, "All right then, come at me." As Antares closed the gap, it abruptly accelerated, its claws tearing into the ground beneath it. But just as the beast swung its massive limbs, Dane, with his practiced spear technique, deflected the blow with a fluid motion, the shaft of his spear ringing against the impact. Without wasting a second, he pivoted and darted behind the creature in a blur of motion. Now, the calm on Dane's face had faded. His gaze sharpened, his grip tightened. It was time to get serious. And just like that, the two figures streaked past each other, moving at breakneck speed, blurring through the air like arrows loosed from divine bows. But Dane was faster. In the blink of an eye, the tip of his spear sliced clean across the side of the towering Antares, leaving a deep, nasty gash in its flank. The precision and elegance of the strike stunned the onlookers. Gasps erupted from all sides. What was that movement just now? But Dane didn't spare a glance for the crowd. Without hesitation, he dropped back into a defensive stance. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he thought to himself, "Looks like that special training is finally paying off." On the other side of the field, Antares barely flinched. The wound didn't seem to slow it at all. Instead, it let out a blood-curdling roar and charged again, wilder than before. The moment it got close, it raised its massive arm and smashed it toward Dane with terrifying force, shattering the ground into a cratered trench. The impact was brutal. Had Dane not dodged at the last second, he would have been flattened like minced meat. Enraged by its prey's escape, Antares' eyes gleamed with fury. Glowing an even deeper red, it lunged again, unleashing a barrage of thunderous punches, forcing Dane to leap backward over and over again, narrowly evading each crushing blow. Each of the monster's strikes cratered the ground, leaving massive bowl-shaped dents wherever it landed. And still, Dane couldn't help but marvel at its power. No wonder it's ranked Tier 3. That size, and it moves like that. Then, suddenly, Antares changed tactics. It was learning, realizing that a head-on charge wasn't enough to pin Dane down. Without warning, a blinding golden flame erupted from its body, its heat warping the very air. With a roar, Antares thrust its hand forward, unleashing a massive column of searing fire straight toward Dane. Professor Delfinaso, watching from the sidelines, couldn't hold back her panic. "He's taking a direct hit." Beside her, Elgard stroked his beard, nodding in smug satisfaction. Even with his enhanced strength, going toe-to-toe with Antares is madness. He mused to himself, "Looks like this test is ending faster than expected." Or so he thought. But Dane was done playing nice. Inside the blazing inferno, his spear spun like a turbine, slicing the air with enough force to whip up a violent wind that scattered the flames. The blazing torrent around him was extinguished in a spiral of mana-infused gales. Still, even Dane couldn't help but mutter under his breath, slightly rattled, "That was way too close. 1 second slower and I'd be toast." "All right then, time to end this." The protagonist's eyes narrowed with sharp resolve. A surge of mana erupted from his core, amplifying his strength as he launched himself forward with explosive speed. But Antares was far from sluggish. Before Dane could strike, the beast roared and slammed its massive fist into the ground. The impact was devastating, earth cracked. Stone was pulverized, but the blow missed its mark. Dane had already slipped to the side, moving like liquid shadow. His eyes locked onto Antares' exposed side. He clenched his grip on the spear and thought, This finishing move, it's something my father once showed me. Concentrate mana at the tip, compress it to the brink, then detonate. Single point burst. He dashed in. The window was brief. Antares hadn't reset its stance. In a heartbeat, Dane drove the spear, now surging with concentrated mana, straight into the beast's side. The weapon sank deep into Antares' flesh, and pain exploded across its body. The beast howled with a guttural scream that shook the chamber. But Dane wasn't done. He twisted the spear and pushed it further, releasing the built-up mana in a violent surge. Waves of glowing blue energy cascaded out from the point of impact. Then, boom, the energy detonated, blowing a massive hole through the creature's side. A clean, precise, obliterating strike. And yet, somehow, the beast wasn't down. Despite the catastrophic damage, Antares tensed its arms, muscles bulging, fists clenched, as if preparing to retaliate. In the crowd of students and professors watching, mouths dropped open. Unreal, that creature's attacks couldn't even touch him. And that mana output, what is he? Back on the battlefield, the monstrosity roared louder than ever. Flames engulfed its wound, brilliant, searing gold. In mere seconds, the gaping hole in its side vanished as if it had never existed. Regeneration. Even worse, Antares wasn't just healed, it was enraged. Insane, feral screeches poured out from its throat. And then, boom, an intense shockwave blasted out from its body, hurling rocks, dust, and debris in every direction. Dane instinctively raised his spear, bracing himself. He grimaced. Oh great, now it's pissed. The moment those words left his mouth, the lion-headed beast suddenly reared back and let out a deafening roar, then exhaled a blazing torrent of fire straight toward Dane. Caught off guard, Dane's eyes widened in alarm. Crap, he leapt hard to the side, barely dodging the inferno. The flames scorched the air where he'd just been standing, blistering hot and wild, but his expression quickly shifted from relief to horror. His spear, still embedded in Antares' side, hadn't come with him. It was stuck. Dane froze for half a heartbeat, his face paling as realization hit. Damn it, my spear.
Keltas barreled in from outside, sweat beading on his forehead, swearing under his breath. Damn it, am I late? Why hold an exam out in the middle of nowhere like this? His heart pounded with a mix of anxiety and irritation. When he pushed the door open, the sight froze him. His eyes went wide in shock. He ground his teeth and stared at the radiant mana barrier sealing the arena. His voice trembled with incredulity. What did they summon inside the testing field? Inside, Alterma threw its head back and roared, a sound that shredded the air. Its eyes burned like coals, flaring scarlet as they bore down on Keltas. His expression darkened. Shock hammered his chest. He clenched his fists and shouted, furious. What a third-tier Alterma, terror and excitement mixed together, making him tremble slightly. On the arena floor, Alterma had just knocked Dane's spear away. It clattered across the ground, leaving deep gouges. The wound from the spear still bled and had not healed. The creature snarled, its red eyes fixed on Dane like it wanted to devour him. Dane stood his ground and murmured to himself with something like admiration. It took that without even flinching. Tough bastard. He nodded and a confident half-smile tugged at his lips. Inside he thought, the spear won't hurt it. With a decisive flick of his hand and a determined look, he said, sorry, father, but I have to use the sword after all. Dane drew his blade from his hip, and the edge gleamed with mana. He narrowed his eyes at Alterma, a confident grin spreading across his face. Round 2, let us begin. The motion stunned the entire crowd. Elgard stroked his chin, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Switching to a sword. Delfiniso beside him nodded, thoughtful. Makes sense. This is an unconventional exam. Odd choices are not unheard of. Elgard agreed, though surprise flickered across his face. True. But what is unnerving is how calm he is, like a veteran of 100 battlefields. On the stands, the students whispered, their hearts racing with excitement. Keltas hung back, squinting as pride and curiosity rose inside him. He said, steady and sure, now we will actually see what he can do. Alterma lunged at Dane with feral speed, its hands clenching into a ring of searing flame that radiated blistering heat. Dane did not flinch. He stood firm and met the monster's relentless strikes with the practiced poise of a true swordsman's skill, precision, and superior speed on full display. After exchanging blows several times, Dane stepped back, a thought forming. He muttered, impressed, not bad. After weeks of fighting, it shifted from raw strength to speed. It is reading my moves more accurately now. Alterma pressed its assault, brutal and unrelenting, but it was not an easy enemy to subdue. Dane stayed composed, parrying blow after blow. When he finally found an opening, he slashed hard at Alterma's arm. The attack failed to wound. Dane murmured, surprised. Both arms are wreathed in flame hard to pierce with sword chi. Alterma accelerated, raining down punches like a storm. Dane's mind raced. I want to crush it with ancient magic. But too many eyes are watching, so I will have to do it this way. From the stands, Delfiniso grew pale with worry. She turned to Elgard, voice shaking, Chairman, this is too dangerous. If a student is hurt, we will all be punished. She clutched her chest, preparing to trigger the summon enforcement. But Keltas, who just appeared behind her, called out to stop her, his tone deep and confident. Wait. Watch first. Delfiniso spun around, startled. Professor Keltas, when did you get here? Keltas smiled, his eyes alight with conviction. I understand your concern, but it seems Dane's already found a strategy. On the arena floor, Dane continued to parry Alterma's relentless attacks. Suddenly, he spotted an opening. His eyes widened, flashing with decisive determination. A magical circle sprang up beneath his feet. Mana erupted brilliantly, and Dane surged forward, unleashing a flurry of sharp slashes. Deep gashes appeared across Alterma's thighs, forcing the creature to tilt its head back and roar in pain. The wailing sound echoed through the arena. Alterma staggered, its strikes growing erratic. It slammed both fists into the ground, face twisted in fury, flames erupting around its body. Elgard, seated in the stands, flinched, awe in his voice. Did he just combine swordsmanship and magic in that instant? Keltas nodded, a confident smile on his lips. Looks like we might need something even stronger for the next summon. Elgard's expression darkened, his fists tightening. Damn it. A third-tier summon should have been enough to trip him up, yet he has surpassed all expectations. His heart pounded with a mix of anger and admiration. Meanwhile, Alterma opened its mouth wide, flames curling around its jaws, signaling a devastating counterattack. Dane smiled faintly, thinking, a final struggle. Truly a stubborn king to the very end. He clenched his fist, eyes gleaming with resolve. I did not want to use this, but it is time to finish this. Above Dane, 3 spears wrapped in shimmering mana suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He locked eyes on Alterma, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The tension in the arena was suffocating, as if the world itself were holding its breath before the clash between Alterma's formidable power and Dane's explosive magic. Sensing the imminent danger, Alterma threw its head back and roared, the sound reverberating like thunder and shaking the ground. It opened its mouth, spewing a column of searing fire toward Dane, incinerating everything in its path. But just as it prepared the strike, Dane's 3 mana-wrapped spears shot forward at terrifying speed. Alterma froze, eyes wide with shock, unable to evade. The spear's energy erupted on impact, generating a massive mana explosion that shook the entire arena. The 3 spears pierced Alterma's body, leaving 3 gaping holes. The creature was hurled backward like a kite with a broken string, screaming in agony. Its cries of pain echoed through the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena, eyes cold and calculating, a faint smile of satisfaction on his lips. His heartbeat was steady, yet inside he was filled with the thrill of victory. He maintained the calm poise of a seasoned warrior. From the stands, Delfiniso turned to Elgard, pale and anxious. Chairman, this exam has gone too far. Keltas, standing behind her, furrowed his brow, his voice low and challenging. Too far? What do you mean? Delfiniso's eyes flashed with indignation as she explained. No matter how talented he is, forcing a first-year student to subdue a third-tier summon. Do you really think that is reasonable? Elgard sensed the tension, chuckled awkwardly, and tried to calm her. But the result was fine, was not it? His words only made Delfiniso erupt further. She shouted, furious, fine, this is historic, a first-year student wielding a spear, a sword magic, and even forced link techniques to control a third-tier summon. This is insane. The crowd in the stands fell silent, hearts racing at her impassioned declaration. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapons into a pocket dimension, his demeanor as composed as if he had never faced a terrifying monster. Elgard and Keltas exchanged glances, furrowing their brows in astonishment. That finishing move. It really shook everything up. Suddenly, Dane stepped forward toward Alterma, extending his hand, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The crowd erupted into whispers, reacting instinctively to the display of power. Dane had established a forced link with Alterma, neutralizing its hostility. Strategically and tactically, it was a flawless conclusion. Delfiniso, still fuming, spoke up. If news of this spreads, people will claim the exam was unfair, deliberately designed to make him fail. Elgard, cornered, attempted to explain, Professor Delfiniso, I put clear safety measures in place. But his words did nothing to calm her anger. She stood abruptly, her voice sharp with reproach. And yet you sat idly by while he faced it head-on, Elgard stammered, searching for justification. It was before he could finish, Delfiniso fixed him with a determined stare. As a professor, I can't simply look the other way, Chairman. Elgard gritted his teeth, frustration boiling over. Damn it. How did it come to this? The entire plan's gone to waste. Keltas, standing quietly behind them, closed his eyes in thought. He murmured with admiration, I knew he was a genius, but this. From the very start, he behaves more like a veteran knight than a first-year student. Both Keltas and Delfiniso's eyes turned toward Dane, gleaming with resolve. I must take him on as a student. Once the exam concluded, Elgard stepped forward, his voice resounding. The exam is officially over. Dane, having surpassed the special test, we hereby grant you the title of summoner along with this insignia. May you continue to develop your talents as an imperial summoner. Accept it. Dane took the insignia, bowing in gratitude, his eyes shining with pride. He examined the golden insignia before him, inscribed with strange runes, murmuring, the golden insignia is only awarded to those who pass the special exam. Pretty impressive. Holding it in his hand, Dane paused briefly, then raised it high, channeling a surge of mana into it. Answer the call, he whispered. Immediately, mana poured from the insignia, shooting skyward and forming a massive magical circle. From within, a tide of mana erupted, and something shot out, leaving everyone speechless. Elgard's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, What is that? On the arena floor, a creature with long ears and short legs emerged, a summon resembling a small rabbit. A display appeared. Alterma, 4th tier summon, enhancement type, capable of significantly boosting the physical capabilities of its summoner. Looking at the tiny rabbit, Dane smiled, his voice full of delight. Not bad. And so cute, too. He approached it gently, saying, It is good to see you again, Alterma. The atmosphere froze. Everyone stood in stunned silence at the unexpectedly adorable sight. Delfiniso glanced at Keltas, who was equally stunned, and thought, everyone's completely speechless. She then looked back at Dane, contemplative. With this many witnesses, the entire academy is going to be in an uproar. Just as expected, the schoolyard buzzed with whispers and excited chatter. One student shouted, Is he really the one who passed that special exam? Another responded, astonished, What is going on with the Sress family? With this performance, he even surpasses his older sisters. At that moment, Dane, Ernest, and Layla walked across the campus, countless eyes following their every step. Ernest turned to Layla, his voice laced with confusion. Layla, I just can't wrap my head around this. Is it really possible? Layla crossed her arms casually, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Do not try to understand it. Just accept it, and you will get used to it. He comes from another world. Ernest, switching the topic with excitement, said, that is right, I have finished decoding that map. Layla's face lit up, delighted. Really, you are amazing. Dane added calmly, his voice carrying quiet anticipation. Then once it is decoded, let us hold the first meeting of the club. The group cheered with excitement. Layla exclaimed, Perfect. I was getting bored anyway. Ernest clenched his fists, a bright smile on his face. I will try to decode it faster too. Dane maintained his calm demeanor, smiling as he thought to himself, I am actually pretty curious about it too. Then he turned to the others. Professor Keltas has called me. I have to go now, see you all later. With that, he waved and confidently strode off. In the training room, Keltas was waiting. He looked at Dane, his voice deep and commanding. Alterma is a terrifying summon. Once, a summoner of the Rennick Empire called forth 2 of them, and it was a nightmare. Just those 2 alone took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane's eyes widened as he thought, I remember. I heard Professor Keltas was present in that battle too. Keltas stepped closer, his gaze sharp. And yet you defeated that creature without a single scratch. Dane scratched his head sheepishly. It was just luck, sir. Keltas shook his head, serious. Excessive humility can be a double-edged sword. In my opinion, your decision to switch to the sword was the correct one. Dane's heart skipped a beat, thinking, this teacher is not ordinary. Keltas turned and walked slowly, his presence commanding. At only 14, your swordsmanship and composure surpass your age by far. He paused, lowering his voice. So I want to ask you, do you want to officially study swordsmanship under me? The room seemed to freeze in that instant. Dane's eyes hardened with determination, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and pressure. He inhaled deeply, ready to answer, carrying the resolve to change his destiny. On the sheet of paper, Dane carefully wrote out lines of news to reassure his family. Beloved parents, I hope you are both well. Summer is approaching, and the sun shines brightly over the expansive academy where I study. Today, your youngest child is still busy with life at the academy. He described his progress with swordsmanship under one of the school's professors. I have completed the swordsmanship class with Professor Keltas that I mentioned before. He is very dedicated and enthusiastic in teaching me, and I feel it too. I have learned so much theory, it really makes me think that coming to the academy was a great choice. Dane's brush flew across the page, capturing his thoughts and experiences. Now I can wield a sword much more skillfully. Thinking about it makes me smile. Perhaps it is finally time to forge a new sword at the smithy. He paused, dipping the brush back into ink. The letter was not just about Dane, it included his friends as well. Ernest finally decoded the map, and he even discovered that the original designer was Saul Hangston. We also went on an adventure to explore the ruins east of the academy. Beneath the now abandoned St. Amar Hall, they say something extraordinary is hidden in the saints' crypts. Rereading the letter, Dane frowned slightly. Maybe I am being too specific. He crossed out some sentences, thinking it best not to include too many details. He remembered the blocked wooden door along the passage and revised that part too. After all, it is a restricted area. Dane thought quietly. More importantly, the place was haunted by the presence of the undead. He had recounted this to Ernest and Layla, both of whom had been terrified. Undead, they had stared at him wide-eyed, unable to cry, moaning, "This is horrifying, Dane." Continuing the letter, Dane wrote about his own trials. I almost gave up, but fortunately, I received help. The helper was a striking young woman with golden hair, Priscilla, a student in the theology department. When I asked her to come into the restricted area with me, she was startled. "What, you want me to go in there with you? Are you crazy?" Dane clearly recorded her identity for his family. He recounted the brief training session that Priscilla gave to their trio. "Listen carefully. If you destroy the undead's core, it will disappear. But first, you must receive the baptismal rite from me." Ernest and Layla had only listened with dazed expressions. Later, the four of them ventured into the crypt, battling the undead. Dane smashed the core, pouring all his condensed mana into a single strike. Purple light exploded into the air, scattering the skeletal enemies. As expected, Priscilla's holy power is extraordinary. Thanks to her baptism, we could handle the undead with ease. Layla skillfully slashed through every obstacle, her swordsmanship having improved dramatically. Ernest and Priscilla stood back to back, protecting each other, while Dane bravely faced the undead alone. The battle raged fiercely. One of the undead's arms was flung high into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their goal, a centuries-old structure now blanketed in green moss. After navigating through the darkness, they found the crypt beneath the ground and ultimately discovered the treasure. Layla, walking behind, asked with suspicion, "Is this really from 300 years ago?" Dane pointed ahead with certainty. "Yes, the treasure is here, the one the Emperor longed for desperately, but could neither open nor take." Finding the treasure brought smiles to Dane and Priscilla. Ernest and Layla could not help but laugh joyfully as well. The object they had discovered was a massive red gemstone, radiating a brilliant crimson light. Dane needed both hands to lift it. Everyone watched in awe and delight. The first achievement of their club had brought them immense joy. The four of them could not contain their overwhelming joy after the adventure. Standing in the middle of the crypt, they laughed heartily, so exhilarated that sleep was impossible. Dane meticulously wrote down every detail on paper, and as a result, the entire academy buzzed with excitement. He even reluctantly recorded a personal decision. He felt he should remain quiet for a while. Sunlight streamed cleanly into the tidy, orderly room as Dane paused, reflecting for a moment. Ultimately, he chose to share the origins of the treasure with his family. Regarding the true nature of the red gemstone, everyone would be surprised to learn that it was actually an ancient mana core. And of course, he did not need to mention that the gem had granted him an additional layer of mana. Dane finally set down his pen and whispered to himself, "Yes, I will tell them in person when the time comes." Leaning back in his chair, he resolved that until then, he would rely only on his sister. At that moment, voices called out from outside. "Dane, what are you doing? We have to go now. There is no time to clean the clubroom." He quickly grabbed his bag and replied loudly, "All right, I am coming." At the end of the letter, he added one final note. And after that day, Priscilla also joined the club. Dane opened the door and stepped outside, greeted by the familiar figures of Ernest, Layla, and Priscilla. He happily declared in his letter, "Now the club has 4 members." Ernest glanced at him, urging Dane, "Let us go already." Priscilla teased mockingly, "How dare you keep a senior waiting?" Layla joined in, laughing, "Exactly, we are busy too seeing this." Dane scratched his head and smiled brightly, explaining, Sorry, I had a bit of tidying up to do. Let us hurry." He tried writing the club name, but they kept joking that it sounded silly. Their chatter echoed through the hallway. "Today, I will handle all the heavy work, of course. Who else here could do it besides you?" Step by step, Dane approached the 3 of them. They exchanged cheerful smiles, and thus the 4-member group was officially formed. They decided to call the Club Naaman for short. Outside, the sky was clear and brilliantly blue. The entire school glowed under the radiant sunlight. Inside the room, a long sheet of paper was filled with dense lines of text. In the magic department, there was a notoriously grueling exam that lasted a full 24 hours, requiring students to endure an entire day without eating or sleeping. Desks around the room were empty, the silence so profound that even the fall of a pin could be heard. As long as no one else was present, any open reference materials were allowed. This was the infamous exam, known for its extreme difficulty. Nabo stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing, yet Dane passed the exam effortlessly. Calmly analyzing the situation, Dane had completely grasped the examiner's intent. His problem-solving ability, along with his skill in assessing the surrounding environment, was extraordinary. Nabo crossed his arms, emotions mixed. Thinking, I feel for the other students, but this is the first time I have ever wished for a student from another department to excel so much. Suddenly, he turned to inquire, "So, how is the mission I assigned?" Arthur remained silent, looking at him. Then, hesitantly, Arthur reported, he keeps refusing invitations to the student council. If he joined, he would not just hold a single position, he could even rise to a pivotal role, influencing the academy's future policies. Hearing this, Nabo turned back to gaze at the scenery, responding calmly, "I see." Even sending a 5th-year student did not succeed. Dane's image flashed in his mind. Nabo frowned, troubled and unwilling to accept it. Damn, this child is truly unpredictable. He has none of the vanity or arrogance typical of someone his age. All predictions about him have been completely wrong. Nabo's face remained stern and serious, but inwardly he was stubbornly resolute. He won't escape my grasp, Dane thought with a gleeful smile at the thought of the future. His inner resolve was unwavering. He would hold him fast, even in the remote mountains, where towering cliffs acted as barriers blocking all paths. In the book-filled room, Arabella's laboratory, a voice of concern asked, "Arthur from the student council is still trailing after you. Is not he?" Dane replied reluctantly, "Yeah. A bit annoying." Arabella placed her hands on her hips and complained with mild irritation. "That professor has not changed at all. It was the same in my time." Dane rubbed his head in curiosity. "He treated you the same way?" She nodded, "Yeah." Still displeased, Arabella continued, "He even offered to make me president of some student council thing." Dane's eyes widened in surprise. "Student council president? That sounds impressive." She immediately countered, "That professor likes to lure talented children to turn them into his pawns." She went on to reveal more secretive information. Those with ability but lowly origins or uncertain career paths are easily trapped. Hearing this, Dane instantly remembered Arthur's close association with Nabo. Ah, That is why Arthur keeps following Professor Drenavo, he thought. Dane smirked confidently and asked. Then refusing him was the right choice, was not it? Arabella looked him in the eye and affirmed firmly, of course. That professor is dangerous, not just talented, but a master at manipulating others to join his side. If you got caught in his trap, you would end up an obedient puppet. You have to be careful. Not content with just words, she added a cautionary note. No matter what he offers, always refuse immediately. Dane listened patiently and replied, "Understood, sister. I will be careful." Suddenly, the door swung wide open. Arabella froze in surprise, alert. What is going on? A figure stepped in, holding a glowing blue orb aloft, calling for help. Dane, so you are here, look, I found something incredible. It was Dane's 3 friends. Layla rushed ahead, anxious. We need your help. Ernest carried the item from the forbidden area. Can you take a look for us? Arabella's eyes widened in disbelief and fear. The forbidden area, you actually went in there. The 3 of them, however, looked proud and cheerful, completely unbothered. Seeing this, Dane buried his face in his hands, helpless and embarrassed. I specifically told them to stay quiet for a while. Sorry, sister. Dane stepped closer to Ernest, worry etched across his face. Ernest, are you sure? Ever since the Amar Temple visit, the guards must have tightened security even more. Ernest smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Dane. As an adventurer, I have to overcome challenges like these. Dane hesitated, glancing at him. Yes, that is your forte, but is not it still too dangerous? Ernest crossed his arms, his tone firm and resolute. I understand your concern, Dane, but the adventurer's blood in me burns. I can't just sit still. Seeing this, Dane felt reassured. Since Amar, Ernest has definitely become much more proactive. He thought about the mysterious man in the black cloak at Amar and understood Ernest's reaction. It was only natural. Saul Hangstun, the only one said to have reached the 9th chain after the fall of Arachna's demon king, had created that place. Any adventurer would be captivated. Meanwhile, Layla pleaded earnestly with Arabella. Senpai, please take a look at this. Arabella sighed, exasperated. You kids are always causing trouble. Dane glanced at the trio, curious. Layla, what are you holding? He noticed the faintly glowing blue orb in Layla's hands and guessed. Did you put something into the mana detector? Ernest hesitated, touching his nose, and explained, here's what happened. I could not sleep last night, so I wandered into the forbidden area. That is when I noticed something strange. You know, Saul Hangston's lab is in the restricted zone. Right, I heard strange sounds coming from inside the building. He looked around nervously, like machinery operating or something being constructed. It gave me goosebumps. Dane frowned, skeptical. Even in the forbidden area, guards come and go. Hearing people inside is not unusual. Ernest shook his head firmly. No, it was not just guards, I am certain. His eyes glinted with suspicion. The most alarming thing. The blue orb suddenly lit up, and the backup mana detector I had running picked up mana. Dane's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That is impossible. After Saul Hangston's death, all items from the lab were moved to the memorial house. Nothing in the lab could emit mana. Ernest continued cautiously. Exactly. That means he had fled the forbidden area in panic, recalling the building's eerie atmosphere, and confirmed gravely, there is definitely something unknown inside Saul Hangston's lab. Dane's expression turned serious, wary. Mana waves. A moment later, in Arabella's room, she announced sternly, Ernest, your guess is correct. There is something in there. Astonished, Ernest asked, really, Senpai Arabella? She placed a sheet of paper on the table. Yes, and it is no ordinary thing. Look at the data I have analyzed. Priscilla and Layla leaned in to examine the information, and Dane carefully picked up the paper to read. The sheet was filled with text and a series of continuously oscillating curves, oscillations similar to the sample Ernest had collected. Ernest, of course, not all of them match, especially if we remove the ambiguous ones. Dane calmly looked at Arabella. What is the conclusion? She smiled confidently. There is definitely something gigantic in that building. Ernest's eyes went wide in shock, repeating in unison with the others, something gigantic. Arabella glanced at the blue orb on the table. Yes. This type of oscillation usually comes from objects containing massive amounts of mana. You said it was difficult to detect, right? She explained to the 3 with confidence. I think that means something is blocking the mana from leaking out. Ernest stood speechless, but Arabella ignored his reaction and continued. Whether the one concealing the mana waves is Saul Hangston or someone else, we do not know yet. Dane again studied the data carefully and pointed out, the one thing we can be certain of is, whatever it is valuable enough to require hiding its mana signature. Arabella nodded, agreeing with Dane's observation. She folded her arms and recounted everything in summary. In short, that is how it is. And as far as I know, the guards never even walk into Saul Hangston's lab. Back then I used to sneak into the restricted zone myself when I was bored. Priscilla's eyes widened. Really, Dane, watching the pride on Arabella's face, thought helplessly. Even she did that. Indeed, who could resist Saul Hangston's draw? He had been a prodigy in his day. Arabella wrapped things up. Anyway, I do not know exactly what they are hiding, but if it is tied to Saul Hangston, it will be a discovery that shakes the world, maybe something containing Saul Hangston's mana, or something even stronger. The mana detector on the table continued to emit a faint blue glow. Ernest clenched his fists and let out a delighted exclamation. If that is true, that is amazing. Layla, still puzzled, asked, but why would something like that be left in an otherwise empty lab? Arabella praised Ernest. You are remarkable. Finding this was pure instinct. Ernest immediately straightened and thanked her earnestly. Thank you, Senpai. You have helped me a lot. Arabella regarded him with a wry look. What does that kid intend to do with something like that? Dane's mind worked through possibilities. Skeptical, most likely it is not a true mana core. Their previous tomb exploration gave no hint of anything suspicious. He had been on guard the whole way through the ruins. Sensing his surroundings carefully, if it had been a genuine core, he would have noticed it as soon as he entered the restricted zone. Dane frowned and fell into thought, staring at the light glowing from the blue orb. So then, what exactly is inside? Ernest's question pulled him back. Dane, what should we do now? I told you to stay quiet a while, but does not this signal deserve investigation? Layla chimed in to persuade him. Yeah, if you won't go, Ernest will go anyway. He is determined. Ernest nodded in agreement. Dane pointed out the risks. We might be able to avoid surveillance somehow, but nobody knows what could appear inside that lab. Are we really confident? Layla flashed a victory sign. Of course we are a strong club. Ernest affirmed, yeah, and Karnas is with us. Priscilla folded her arms and added with conviction, I won't lose. Dane groaned in resignation. Even Ernest and Layla were convinced, now Priscilla too. Arabella threw up her hands in helplessness. Fine. If you won't listen, at least take this with you. Dane blinked, puzzled. What is it? Arabella put on a stern expression and introduced it. It is a rune scroll. You know how to use these, right? Then she pointed to the scroll and explained how to use it to the four of them. If you are in danger, do not hesitate, tear it. It will teleport you back here instantly. Forced teleportation shocks the body and mana a bit, but it is better than dying, right? Layla was not frightened, she beamed. You are really giving us 3 of these precious scrolls. Priscilla thanked her warmly. Arabella cautioned them one last time. Remember this, getting caught in the restricted area gets you suspended. 2 suspensions, and you will be expelled. Understood. The 3 of them nodded, heads bowed, answering softly yes. Dane smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, sis, nothing's going to happen. Arabella, however, did not look convinced. Do not just say that, she warned. In the end, she had no choice but to watch the 4 of them head off to investigate. Her final instruction echoed through the room. All right, come back safe, and tell me everything you find. Understood. Then the lab fell quiet, as if nobody had been there at all. Some time later, the 4 gathered and spread the map out. Ernest walked the others through the plan in detail. Here's the infiltration route. The entrance is here. There is a blind spot in the guard's line of sight. When you move toward that building, we will use that opening to slip inside. Dane nodded with approval. Not bad, Ernest. After the discussion, they packed their bags and checked gear. We move in 2 days, Ernest announced, having distributed the expedition equipment and run through the ingress plan. He methodically covered the precautions. From now on, we use trace blocking powder while we travel. When we arrive, Karnas's role will be crucial. His flame can dissipate dense mana barriers without leaving a trace. Dane agreed. Okay, I will prepare. Priscilla folded her arms and added a suggestion of her own. We must also prepare a plan B for emergencies. Rather than tearing the scroll impulsively, let us assume action paths for each scenario. Layla brightened at that sensible idea. Finally, Dane drafted the combat formation with calm authority, assigning each person a role. Here's the formation. I will take point and detect mana. Layla and Ernest will cover the rear. He turned to Priscilla. You will hold the center. You are vulnerable to ambush. She did not hesitate. Understood. Then he gave Ernest his specific order. This time, use the shortbow instead of the staff. You have practiced enough, just shoot in support. Ernest accepted eagerly. Got it. Leave it to me. Dane looked each of them squarely in the face and reminded them again of the stakes. Remember, the top priority is not being detected. We do not know what is hidden in there. Ernest rubbed his arm, eyes alight with curiosity. All right, I wonder what it will be. I am pumped. Layla, more nervous, whispered, please, let it not be demons. Seeing their moods, Dane checked once more, everyone ready, faces turned to him, no fear, only excitement. Then, Dane called out, loud and energized. Romance Club, let us go cause some trouble. On the high wall of the compound, the guards stood at their posts with stern faces, but their muttering drifted through the night. This is awful. If it is like this every day, I will go mad. Just hang on only 20 minutes until the shift change. Who dare sneak into the restricted area? Wait until we catch them. Then silence fell again. The guttering flames cast shadows across their armor. In a thicket nearby, Layla's eyes widened. So many guards, she whispered. Ernest replied softly, they have doubled patrols, recently guessed the rumors were true. Probably because of us. Layla's worry flared. So what do we do now, Ernest? In the dark, the four of them moved cautiously. They ran low and kept to Ernest's route. Everyone's tired at this hour. There'll be a gap. I know where the guard line is weakest, that is where we go. Up on the high wall, another replacement squad marched in. One bored sentry muttered, finally time to change. I almost nodded off. Another grumbled, why are you late? As the relief team climbed, Dane and the others slipped through, agile and silent. The complaining guard, none the wiser, waved it off. Probably just the wind, he said. The other guard shrugged and agreed. Thankfully, the sentries paid them no more mind. The patrol left with a confident call. Not even a mouse could get past us. Down below, the four of them went to one knee to steady themselves. Dane spoke in a low voice, okay. We are in. Under the moon, the manor sat silent and still. Inside, a voice echoed ahead on the stair. Careful with your feet, you will see the hatch soon. A moment later, the group halted before a tall door. Priscilla breathed. Here we are. Thanks to Ernest, getting in was easier than I thought. Letting him lead was the smart move. Then Dane froze and held up a hand. Wait, there is a mana seal on this door. He inspected the faint bluish glow around the entrance and muttered, the closer we get to the center, the stronger it gets. Saul Hangstun sure was cautious about intruders. But then he corrected himself. No, it is not that. Dane stepped closer and touched the runic circle, studying it intently. This barrier does not feel like Saul Hangston's work. It is different. Layla frowned. Really, how can you tell? Dane answered matter-of-factly. Saul Hangstun lived long ago. This seal seems new. Ernest, rubbing his chin, pieced it together. So someone came here before us and put up a fresh barrier to hide something inside. Dane's face grew serious. Exactly. Whatever's behind that door could be very dangerous. Priscilla's voice trembled. So what do we do? Turn back, Layla snapped. Indignant, we came this far, we are not turning around now. Maybe an academy official set defenses, and then left, she suggested. Ernest offered his take, solemn and measured. I disagree. This looks like the work of an outside intruder. If the academy discovered a new relic of Saul Hangston's, why would they hide it so secretly? Layla frowned in irritation. So someone else is after the treasure to my treasure. Priscilla folded her arms and corrected her gently. We are here to explore, not to steal. Suddenly, Dane's expression hardened with determination. Exactly. He calmly scanned the architecture of the forbidden area, analyzing the setup. They are different from us. They deliberately set up these barriers to hide something. Whatever it is, if we run into them, it will be a real problem. Layla sighed, troubled. If they have ill intent, it will be almost impossible to stop them. Dane, however, smiled confidently. True, this place may have become much more dangerous, but I trust in the strength of the Romance Club. We are at our best when we are together, right? Yet inwardly Dane thought something else. That sounds reasonable. But honestly, I am dying of curiosity. Ernest, unaware of his thoughts, felt moved and called his name, eyes misty. Layla crossed her arms and nodded boldly. Yeah, few can beat Dane. That is for sure. Priscilla, seeing their reactions, reluctantly went along with the majority opinion. If you are going, I will follow. No choice. Ernest and Layla's eyes lit up in gratitude. Having gauged everyone's intentions, Dane smiled and declared, no objections. Good. Then we go all the way. The group turned back to face the barrier on the door. Though a hint of hesitation and fear lingered, they resolved to move forward. They summoned a small dragon to breathe fire on the barrier. Karnas performed perfectly, shattering the mana field. The barrier could not withstand his flames. After a tense moment, the final door finally gave way. They stepped inside. The four of them navigated a perilous gauntlet of traps. Dane warned as he led. Ernest dropped down. Everyone be careful, the floor is collapsing. Stick close to me. They leapt skillfully to avoid the hidden snares. Each step echoed along the stone pathway as they advanced. Finally, they arrived at a vast, shadowy chamber. After overcoming countless traps, they had reached the heart of the area. Wow, what is this place? One of them breathed. I did not expect there'd be such a huge room underground. The chamber was filled with stacks of wooden, chests and sacks of grain. In another corner, there was a dining table and a bed. Ernest pointed out the obvious to the others. Look, there is a pile of food here. Someone's definitely been living here. Dane frowned thoughtfully. Interesting. The space shows signs of habitation, like someone's been here for quite a while. Layla turned to him, puzzled. Could the Academy have set this up for research? Dane shook his head. Highly unlikely. He gestured toward the chests and analyzed carefully. If the Academy were investigating, they would have provided proper equipment. The items here are all different, from various sources, and some are even illegal. If it were the Academy, they would not need to hide it like this. Dane looked at everyone and drew his conclusion. Priscilla's right, this was done by someone else, not the Academy. Ernest fell silent, a hint of apprehension crossing his face. Dane then assigned tasks. Let us quickly check the room. We do not know when whoever owns this place might return. It is dark and oppressive here, easy to feel uneasy. Layla began searching through the chests, Priscilla examined the walls, and Dane knelt to inspect the floor. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something unusual. What is this beneath this room? I can sense a massive flow of mana. Ernest called out urgently, drawing Dane's attention. Dane, come look at this. Dane stood up, alert. Did you find something? He asked. Ernest's voice trembled slightly as he replied, there is a staircase leading down behind this wall. Dane had not expected the answer to appear so quickly. Now we can see the source of that mana we felt from above. The dark stairwell led down to another subterranean level. Even the torches mounted along the walls could not illuminate the space. Suddenly, a strange purple light glowed at the end of the stairs. The four of them followed the path and entered a chamber containing a massive blue mana crystal. The sight left them all in stunned disbelief. I have never seen a mana stone this enormous. And it is buried so far underground. Dane lifted his gaze to the crystal, thoughts racing. No doubt about it, this is Saul Hangston's aura. It is radiating overwhelming mana. He then glanced down at the intricate runes carved into the floor, confirming the presence of surrounding magical formations. Examining the colossal mana stone at the center of the room, Dane's expression darkened. What exactly were they planning with this? Who and for what purpose? Suddenly, Ernest froze behind them, a look of horror on his face. Crap. Everyone, someone's coming this way. He spun around, panic flashing in his eyes. Priscilla and Layla followed his gaze, and just in time to hear Ernest's alarmed warning. The surveillance devices we set up around the area, they are going off. Dane's face immediately hardened. He raised his guard, every sense on high alert. Outside the building, a group of figures dressed in black crept closer. One, seemingly the leader, barked an order, move quickly. The three others responded with respect. Yes, Captain. They slipped into the house swiftly, their target clear, to seize the mana from Saul Hangston's essence inside. The leader ran ahead, shouting with fervor, glory will be ours. His subordinates echoed respectfully. Yes, sir. Their voices rang through the quiet stairwell. Soon they reached the lowest floor and pushed open the door. The leader led the way into the chamber. Approaching the massive mana stone, he reported, we have entered safely. Then he turned to his subordinates, giving commands, clear the room. Report immediately if anything unusual occurs. The men bowed in compliance, understood. One glanced at the staircase and sighed. Finally, we can rest a little. Another peered at him and asked, "We will be here for 2 months straight, right?" The bald man nodded. "Maybe longer. At least we have got enough supplies, so that is not an issue." He stepped onto the stairs. But suddenly, mechanisms extended from the stairwell walls. Dozens of blades shot out straight toward them. The bald man's eyes widened in terror as the weapons flew closer. Within moments, both men were sent hurtling backward with agonized screams, rolling down the stairs and crashing back into the room. The leader, hearing the commotion, stormed forward. "What is happening?" No answer came, only the sound of the door slamming shut. Then an unusual purple gas surged into the chamber, filling the air. One subordinate inhaled and shivered, asking weakly, "What is this?" The man next to him stammered in fear. "Gas." He spun around in panic. "Captain, this is—" The leader bent forward, issuing a strict command, "Fall back." Struggling to cover his mouth and nose, he warned through gritted teeth, "It is a trap." A short while later, Dane and his group had restrained the black-clad intruders and began searching through their belongings. Ernest was astonished. "There is more here than I expected." He picked up a paper, scanning it quickly, and concluded, "A notebook." Layla added, "Some coins and various trinkets." Curiously, she pointed to something in the back pocket. Dane silently observed the captured intruders. Frowning, he pondered, "Who exactly are these people? Clearly, they were after Saul Hankston's Mana Stone." He scrutinized their 4 unfamiliar faces, suspecting, could they be insiders from the academy? Or something else? Priscilla approached with a notebook. "Dane, take a look at this. It seems important." Without hesitation, he took it. He read carefully. The pages contained notes from a strange experiment. During the extraction of the essence, 2 extractors must always operate simultaneously. When the process reaches 60%, a third is added. If the magical formation fails, the process must be halted and reinforced. Diagrams of the formations were attached. Dane mulled over the instructions, repeating quietly, "Extracting essence." Priscilla nodded soberly, "Sounds dangerous." He agreed, "Extremely dangerous." Ernest leaned in with a long sheet of paper. Not only that, but the group also possessed a map of the continent. Astonished, he asked, "A continental map?" Layla's eyes widened. "That is tightly controlled by the Empire, absolutely forbidden to remove." Ernest speculated gravely, could they be some kind of rebel faction? Dane stayed silent, analyzing everything, too many suspicious details. Then his eyes widened in horror. Across from him, from the leader's mouth, a strange fluid began to drip, and inside it, flashes of light shimmered. That was. Dane reached out and felt inside the leader's mouth. Frowning, his eyes serious, he thought to himself, "Just as I suspected." In his hand was a small purple tube, a suicide poison. It reminded Dane of the knowledge his mother had taught him when he was a child. "I remember learning about this from her." He glanced at the black-clad group, mind racing. This was something used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members in emergencies. Brainwashed into self-destruction, they were given a lethal poison. What kind of organization operates like this? Suddenly, Priscilla noticed something else in the notebook. She approached and warned the group. "Everyone, look at this, there is a code of conduct written here." All 3 turned to her in surprise. She read aloud solemnly, "For a new world." The rules echoed in the quiet room. Rule 1, security must always come first, above even one's own life. Rule 2, we act to change the world. The notebook's pages were filled with cryptic regulations. Rule 3, do not investigate other members' identities. We are one, yet also individuals. Rule 4. At the end, Priscilla frowned. This part seems suspicious. Dane asked cautiously, "Suspicious," she explained, "coordinates are written here. I do not know the exact location, but it is near the academy, in the center of the Mana Stone chamber. Apparently the light source helped the 4 of us see everything clearly." At the bottom of the page, a peculiar number was written. Priscilla raised an eyebrow. 3458. Where could that be? Ernest tapped his chin thoughtfully. Wait, if that is the location. Dane looked at him sharply. Ernest, you know this place, he nodded confidently. Yes. It is the supply route near the back gate. Layla's eyes widened in shock. So that is how they got in. Dane agreed, glancing at the black-clad group. Most likely, yes. Someone inside the academy must have helped them. Priscilla and Layla fell silent. Dane and Ernest did the same. Then Dane slowly turned to the massive mana stone, breaking the tension. A secret organization is trying to extract Saul Hankston's essence. What do they intend to do with it? Finally, the four agreed to leave quickly. Along the staircase, the purple light flickered across each step as if no one had ever been there before. In the room, a black circle absorbed all the assassins' belongings, collecting them into a subspace for investigation. Once finished, the four inspected the captured intruders and decided to report everything to the Academy leadership and the guards. But before leaving, Dane looked at the mana stone and spoke thoughtfully. It would be a waste to go back empty-handed. The others gasped in surprise. What? He asked, narrowing his eyes on the stone. Then he made a bold proposal. Let us take this mana stone with us. He observed its faint glow, thinking, if we leave it, it will fall into their hands. Better we take it than let unknown people use it for some sinister plan. The purple light on the walls continued to silently illuminate the chamber. Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out. Captain, wake up, this is bad. The leader stirred, groggy, and demanded my head. What is all the noise? One subordinate pointed at the mana stone in horror. The mana stone. It is empty. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are you lying? The other two subordinates looked at the now mundane green stone in front of them. Realizing the truth, they cursed in anger. Damn it. The trap set it off. The leader's eyes went wide. He refused to believe it. Impossible. At that moment, a team of guards entered from outside. The captain among them barked. Stand still, an angry guard threatened. Who dares trespass on the sacred academy? No one leaves alive, one assassin panicked. How did the guards get here? The lead guard commanded sharply, seize them. Do not let a single one escape. The black-clad leader gritted his teeth, muttering angrily, damn it. Damn it, really. Immediately, the guards charged, weapons drawn, attacking the assassins. Seeing the situation, the leader seethed in anger and realized bitterly, could it be the organization abandoned us?